Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today. Also, you can request any novel so I can turn into audiobooks. Check out our Patreon for more details.
Page 301. With a deafening roar, the entire battlefield was engulfed in a blinding white light. Assassin was also caught off guard by Diance's use of the Big Bang skill at this moment, and it hesitated briefly for a moment. Should you use your defensive skills to protect yourself, or choose to withstand the explosion head-on? The hesitation in his heart vanished in an instant, and the proud servant gritted his teeth and chose to withstand the explosion. If you use the defensive skill, you will be breaking the rules of the game and losing the match. Its pride made it willing to perish together with Diance rather than lose to her. The explosion unleashed tremendous power, engulfing the servant. The light faded, and thick smoke billowed. Diance and Isagi lay on the field, completely exhausted and unconscious. Seeing this, Xiaoyu could only smile wryly, but this was actually the best outcome. Whether Diance or Abbott wins the match, the loser will certainly be unwilling to accept it, but a draw would be acceptable to both sides. A draw. Today's match ended in a draw. Come back, Diance, assassin. Xiaoyu then recalled Diance and Isagi, preparing to take them back for treatment after the final match between Axu and Shelter Dragon. Next match, Axuang vs Carapace. Before Xiaoyu could speak, a dark, ghostly figure appeared in front of him, and at the same time, a voice resounded in Xiaoyu's mind. Darkrai appeared in the center of the arena with a serious expression, looking solemnly at Xiaoyu. Someone is quietly approaching. Chapter 460 Han Xian and Lu Su. Xiaoyu remained calm and showed no surprise upon hearing Darkrai's words. Because he has too many enemies or adversaries, it's normal for someone to be monitoring and following him. Xiaoyu would only feel something was wrong if no one was monitoring him. Let's go take a look, Xiaoyu said to Darkrai, then took out a Pokeball to recall the team of Pokémon. In Xiaoyu's opinion, anyone who dares to monitor or follow him must have at least the strength of a champion-level Pokémon, and Xiaoyu's Pokémon, which are not yet fully grown, do not yet have the strength to deal with them. Xiaoyu recalled his Pokémon one by one, but when he turned his gaze to Dragapult, he hesitated slightly. Other Pokémon may still be some distance from the Elite 4 level, but with Dragapult's current near Elite 4 level strength and near Master level potential, it is entirely possible for it to fight against Pokémon with Elite 4 level strength. Moreover, it's clear from its battle with the Lizard King that Draco didn't use its full strength. Xiaoyu also wanted to see just how strong Durambarito really was. Therefore, after only a moment's thought, Xiaoyu decided to bring Durambarito with him. Dark as ink. The slender Han Xian, under the cover of a Psychic-type Pokémon Alakazam and a Ghost-type Pokémon Sabai, bypassed the construction site manager and quietly sneaked into the vicinity of the battle arena. He has a miniature camera on his chest and on both Pokémon, partly to record everything he sees and partly to ensure his own safety. In the event of a real fight, this miniature camera that transmits data in real time would be enough to save his life. As a professional private investigator, Han Xian's professional skills are quite high. He had just seen the energy fluctuations and flames that erupted in the battlefield from a distance. This made Han Xian secretly wonder if Xiaoyu had developed some scientific research achievement that caused such a commotion. As they got closer to the battlefield, Han Xian couldn't help but feel nervous. Of course, he knew that his actions were illegal. However, firstly, the laboratory is not yet officially in use, and secondly, even if he is discovered, he can deny it to the death and say that he accidentally wandered in here. At most, he will only be locked up for a period of time. Such a risk is negligible compared to the compensation his employer pays him. His employer paid him an astronomical sum of money. Han Xian cautiously approached the battlefield. Just as he was about to sneak into its interior, a silent surge of evil energy swept over, so strange that Han Xian didn't even notice it. Only Alakazam and Sabai keenly sensed something was wrong and felt a sense of unease. Then an irresistible wave of drowsiness washed over him. Han Xian felt his eyelids slowly closing uncontrollably, and a wave of fatigue washed over him, making him want nothing more than to get a good night's sleep. The unusual physical reaction immediately alerted Han Xian, and he knew something was wrong. Oh no, we've been discovered? When was it discovered? Is this hypnosis? Why don't I feel anything? His thoughts paused, and time seemed to stand still. Han Xian closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep along with his 2 near elite 4-level Pokémon. With Darkray's current strength, which is almost at the champion level, hypnotizing 2 near champion level Pokémon and a human is incredibly easy. Just as Han Xian and his Pokémon collapsed to the ground and fell into a deep sleep, about 5 kilometers away, in a black van, Han Xian's companion Lu Su looked serious. Problem occurs. He stared intently at the monitor, trying to glean something from the footage, but unfortunately, it was completely dark and he couldn't see anything. Without hesitation, Lu Su dialed the police, knowing that if he delayed any longer, Han Xian's life might be in danger. Just as Lu Su was getting anxious, Xiaoyu's voice came from the dark screen. Camera? Xiaoyu's voice instantly alerted Lu Su, but then a piercing noise rang out, and the surveillance cameras on the 2 Pokémon and Han Xian were all destroyed. A hint of apprehension flashed in Lu Su's eyes. Only then did he realize that he and Han Xian might have been deceived. Xiaoyu must have been protected by a master, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to find Han Xian so easily and subdue Han Xian and his 2 Pokémon in an instant. At the same time, Xiaoyu's gaze fell on Han Xian, as if he were an idiot. This guy is really skilled and audacious to follow me with 2 gym leader level Pokémon. Xiaoyu's gaze fell on Han Xian, and then he began to search Han Xian's body. Apart from finding a recording pen, he found nothing else of value. This made Xiaoyu a little curious about who had sent Han Xian. However, just as Xiaoyu was pondering, the phone suddenly rang. Xiaoyu picked up the phone, looked at the 3 words Qi Hanking on the screen, and frowned. Hey, Xiaoyu said in a low voice, what is it? A man named Lu Su just called the police, saying his partner Han Xian may have been murdered by you. Because it involves you, he's calling you. Is it a convenient time for us to talk? Convenient. Xiaoyu was slightly surprised to hear Qi Hanking's words. Only 5 minutes had passed since Han Xian fell into a coma, yet Qi Hanking was able to find out about it immediately. Although he knew that Qi Hanking had a powerful background, he felt that Qi Hanking's abilities were a bit too extraordinary. Qi Hanking lowered his voice and asked, did you kill him? How could that be? Xiaoyu laughed out loud. No, this person was following and monitoring me. I discovered him, but he wasn't injured at all and is sleeping peacefully. That's good. If you really killed him, it might cause some trouble. Qi Hanking said seriously. Han Xian and Lu Su work at a detective agency, specializing in surveillance and investigation. I know the boss of that company. Do you want me to ask them who sent them? Thank you, I'm sorry to trouble you. Xiaoyu was just wondering where to start when he heard Qi Hanking's words, and thanked her with a smile. No need to thank me, Qi Hangxiao replied with a smile. But I did set conditions, so remember what you promised me. Don't rush. It's being processed, Xiaoyu replied. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoyu also looked at Han Xian with a furrowed brow. Han Xian's incident today served as a reminder to him that if someone were monitoring him 24/7, things could get really difficult. Especially since he and Xiao Wanyu have an ambiguous relationship, it would be a big problem if it were discovered. You can't guard against thieves for 1,000 days if you're a thief for 1,000 days. Detective agency? A hint of interest flashed in Xiaoyu's eyes. He then picked up his phone, dialed Xiao Wanyu's number, and asked her about the detective agency. Chapter 461 Wuchangwen. The affair between Han Xian and Lu Su still caused a stir on a small scale. Xiaoyu's identity is quite sensitive, especially during the crucial period of building a giant laboratory and leading a second experimental team. At the same time, the fact that such an incident occurred on the grounds of a giant laboratory naturally makes people wonder. Page 302. Xiaoyu remained calm, regarding Han Xian's mediocre skills as nothing more than a joke. Recently, Xiaoyu encountered opponents who were at least at the near-champion level, with several Pokémon at the champion level, and even legendary Pokémon like Registeel. Having grown accustomed to high-level matches, Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel that Han Xian was there to make a joke when he suddenly encountered such a character. 2 Pokémon with near-elite 4-level strength want to cause trouble. I have no idea what he's thinking. Actually, it's not Han Xian's fault. You have to understand that in his eyes, Xiaoyu is just a high school cup champion who has a gym leader level Pokémon. 2 near Heavenly King level experts are more than enough to deal with Xiaoyu. Compared to Xiaoyu's composure, both Han Xian, who was in the police station, and Lu Su, who was trying to find connections outside, felt a sense of impending storm. Although Xiaoyu did not make things difficult for them, the pressure from all sides made these private detectives, who frequently dealt with the police, feel suffocated and fearful. Han Xian, in particular, still hasn't come to his senses how he fell into a deep sleep. Failure is not terrible. What is terrible is not even seeing the enemy and falling into a deep sleep along with your two Pokémon. Such strength is beyond the reach of even ordinary Elite 4 level Pokémon. It would require at least a near champion level Pokémon or a champion level Pokémon. The thought sent chills down Han Xian's spine. He had offended such a powerful figure, and someone like him with no background wouldn't dare close his eyes at night. This made Han Xian feel like he had been tricked. No wonder he was able to pay so much money to track and monitor Xiaoyu. It's true what they say, making money is hard, and getting rich is hard. With so much money, how could there not be something fishy going on? Just as Han Xian was lost in thought, a voice rang out from outside the door. Han Xian. Yes. You can go now. When Han Xian came out of the police station, Lu Su had been waiting outside for a long time. Seeing that Han Xian was safe and sound, he breathed a sigh of relief and gave him a hug. What exactly happened last night? Lu Su stepped forward and couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Go back first, don't ask any questions, Han Xian said seriously, then quickly pulled Lu Su away. Meanwhile, inside a business hotel in the capital city, sitting opposite Xiaoyu was a middle-aged man, who looked to be around 40 years old. He was well-proportioned, handsome, and had a faint smile on his face as he looked directly at Xiaoyu. A man and a woman were sitting next to him. The man was about 30 years old, wearing black-rimmed glasses and with a neat short haircut. He stood respectfully to the side, like a servant. The woman was young and beautiful, looking to be only about 20 years old. She had a face full of collagen, a tall figure, wore light makeup and a suit, and always had a sweet smile on her face. Dr. Xia, I'm sorry, my men don't know the rules and have taken on jobs without permission, causing you trouble. The middle-aged man was Wu Chongwen, the behind-the-scenes boss of the detective agency, and a senior elite-level trainer. Xiaoyu looked at Wu Chongwen with a calm expression, scoffing at his words. He didn't believe a word of that nonsense about his subordinates taking on random jobs. As the behind-the-scenes owner of the detective agency, how could he not know what kind of jobs his people were taking? I'll punish myself with a drink as an apology to Dr. Xia. Wu Chongwen smiled, picked up the wine glass on the table, and drank it all in one gulp without hesitation. Xiaoyu looked at Wu Chongwen silently, his face expressionless, and said calmly, Mr. Wu, I won't make things difficult for you. Just give me the employer's information. Xiaoyu's words made Wu Chongwen smile pause slightly, but he quickly recovered, smiling to cover his embarrassment. It seems Dr. Xia is not satisfied with my apology, so I will punish myself with 3 drinks. After saying that, Wu Chongwen picked up his wine glass and drank 3 more glasses. He felt a burning sensation in his stomach, which made him feel uncomfortable. Xiaoyu remained seated, staring blankly at Wu Chongwen. To be honest, Xiaoyu doesn't take most Elite 1 trainers seriously at all, especially someone like Wu Chongwen who doesn't know his place. He's just a champion-level trainer, not even one of the Elite 4. Although Xiaoyu didn't care much about the surveillance incident, he had to make his stance clear. If Wu Chongwen could get his forgiveness simply because he had a few drinks today, it would only encourage others to continue making mistakes, bringing endless trouble to himself and his family. Therefore, Xiaoyu must take the stand no matter what. We must make an example of Wu Chongwen and teach him a lesson. Xiaoyu stared at Wu Chongwen with a cold face, without saying a word. Seeing that Xiaoyu wasn't buying it, Wu Chongwen gritted his teeth and turned to the young and beautiful woman beside him. Xiao Xiao, it seems Dr. Xia doesn't want to drink with me. Come on, you drink with Dr. Xia. If Dr. Xia isn't satisfied today, you can keep drinking. Dr. Xia, the woman named Xiao Xiao blinked her eyes, looking at Xiaoyu with teary eyes, and then picked up the cup on the table and drank it all in one gulp. As the strong liquor went down his throat, his brow furrowed slightly, and an expression of discomfort appeared on his face. Seeing Wu Chongwen and Xiao Xiao doing this, Xiaoyu smiled, looked at the two of them, and then took out 2 large bottles of liquor from the table and put them on the table with a soft sound. You like drinking, right? You can drink as much as you want here. If you need more, I'll have the waiter bring you more. If you like drinking, just keep drinking. Xiaoyu doesn't like being aggressive. He's a reasonable person. But when he encounters someone like Wu Chongwen, this is the only way he can resort to such methods. Xiaoyu, what do you mean? Wu Chongwen's face turned ugly, and Xiao Xiao, who was standing next to him, was also frightened and turned pale. Hearing Wu Chongwen's words, Xiaoyu smiled and looked at Wu Chongwen calmly. Wu Chongwen, I only have one question for you. Can you give me the employer's information? If you can, we can talk today. If not, I'll leave immediately. Faced with Xiaoyu's aggressive attitude, Wu Chongwen looked troubled. Dr. Xia, as you know, there are rules in our line of work. If we sell our employer's information, we won't have a place in this industry anymore. Dr. Xia, how about this, name your price. Xiaoyu's lips curled up slightly as he looked at Wu Changwen with a smile. I understand what you mean. After saying that, Xiaoyu got up and walked towards the door. Dr. Xia. Seeing that Xiaoyu was about to leave, Wu Changwen quickly called out to stop him. If it wasn't necessary, he really didn't want to become Xiaoyu's enemy, but thinking of that person's promise, Wu Changwen gritted his teeth and said, we'll both be working in the capital from now on, there's no need to make things so awkward. You. Xiaoyu's sneer deeply stung Wu Changwen. Hearing Xiaoyu's arrogant tone, Wu Changwen's expression turned slightly cold. Dr. Xia, this is the rule in our industry. Please don't make things difficult for us. Besides, now that Dragon King has been transferred to Shanghai, you don't have many friends in Beijing. Drink this glass of wine, name your price, and we can still be friends. More friends, more paths. Having more friends means having more options. Xiaoyu shook his head with a disdainful smile. What kind of options are those? They're just dead ends. Chapter 462, Hard to Eat Soft Food. Xiaoyu ignored Wu Changwen, who had suddenly appeared, and didn't pay him much attention. With Wu Changwen's king-level strength, he was nothing more than a clown in Xiaoyu's eyes. More than Wu Changwen, Xiaoyu needs to be concerned about who the real mastermind is. The temperature in the capital city plummeted in November, as if it had suddenly entered late autumn. Cicadas chirped in the cold, autumn rain fell incessantly, and red maple leaves fell, carrying a desolate atmosphere. The conflict between Xiaoyu and Wu Changwen still managed to spread within a small circle. Although everyone knows that Xiaoyu has a promising future, it is only a promising future. If there is no future, what is there to look forward to? Wu Changwen is a true veteran elite-level trainer. If Wu Changwen is really determined to oppose Xiaoyu, many people believe that Xiaoyu will have no choice but to suffer in silence. After all, in this world that values strength to an extreme, Xiaoyu is still somewhat inexperienced. Of course, a considerable number of people are also curious about how Xiaoyu will resolve this matter. Zishan Villa, Training Room, Sylvia. Xiaoyu looked at the blonde Sylvia and said with a smile, the newly built laboratory is almost finished. I will have someone reserve an office and a separate laboratory for you. Then you can start your father's experiments. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Sylvia's fair face lit up with a bright smile, and she nodded with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Xiaoyu. This past month has been the happiest time Sylvia has had since she became a homeless person, especially as Xiaoyu's promises to her are being fulfilled step by step, proving they are not empty words. Don't mention it. Xiaoyu waved his hand, then asked, by the way, how's the matter of the wiretapping and investigation of Qi Hanking that I mentioned to you last time? I was just about to tell you about this. Sylvia looked at Xiaoyu seriously and said, Teacher Qi should have professional hackers around him, and they are very vigilant. After my Polygon broke through their network defenses, they quickly became aware of it and immediately modified the data. However, I also obtained some useful information, which you can take a look at. I understand. Thank you for your hard work. Xiaoyu nodded. Although Sylvia made it sound easy, Xiaoyu believed that the process was not simple. While Porygon is a data Pokémon, it's not omnipotent. Obtaining this much data is already quite impressive. Xiaoyu paused, then said to Qi Hanking, let's put this matter aside for now. There's another matter I need your help with. What is it? Sylvia looked at Xiaoyu with a smile, her face full of anticipation and eagerness. During this time, everything she ate, drank, used, and lived in was provided by Xiaoyu, which made Sylvia eager to do something for Xiaoyu and show her value. Last night, Xiaoyu briefly recounted what Wu Changwen had done last night and today. I need you to help me investigate Wu Changwen's employer. Okay. Sylvia nodded seriously. Seeing the resolute expression on Sylvia's face, Xiaoyu was worried that she might act too impulsively. If she were to expose the identity of the Porygonian and herself, it would be a great loss. Just do your best in this matter. Your safety is the most important thing, and you absolutely cannot expose your multiverse. Xiaoyu looked at Sylvia with concern and said, I have my own ways of dealing with Wu Changwen. Just do your best in your area. Compared to a minor character like Wu Changwen, Sylvia is far more important. Whether it's the research data and the multiverse beast she possesses, or her own personal value, she far surpasses Wu Changwen's. Xiaoyu didn't want Sylvia to expose her identity for the sake of a nobody like Wu Changwen. Page 303. Okay. Sylvia nodded, but in her heart she was determined to find out Wu Changwen's employer and not let Xiaoyu down. Hearing Sylvia's somewhat perfunctory reply, Xiaoyu looked at her seriously and said, I'm not joking with you, Sylvia. Whether you're investigating Qi Hanking or Wu Changwen, your safety should be your top priority. Just do your best in both matters, understand? Seeing Xiaoyu's serious expression, Sylvia realized that her attitude just now had been somewhat perfunctory. She smiled and replied earnestly, Don't worry, boss Sakeke, I promise I won't risk my life. You're quite good at using idioms. Looks like you've been studying really hard lately. Xiaoyu chuckled and teased Sylvia, easing the tense atmosphere between them. Xiaoyu took the USB drive handed to him by Sylvia and returned to his room. It contained some information about Qi Hanqing, which was one of the few pieces of information that could be investigated. A dozen minutes later, Xiaoyu, having finished reading the entire document, fell into deep thought. Although he already knew some of Qi Hanqing's background, the contents still surprised him. Xiaoyu sat back in his chair, his hands on the table, tapping the surface rhythmically, producing a crisp sound. This was Xiaoyu's habit when he was thinking. If the contents recorded there are correct, then Qi Hanqing can trust the deal with Meyer and allow her to participate. Xiaoyu leaned back on the sofa, looked up at the ceiling, and frowned. The deal with Meyer is still a long way off. The initiative is in our own hands. We can put Qi Hanqing's matter aside for now. The most important thing now is to resolve Wu Kongwen's matter. After thinking for a while, Xiaoyu checked the time and it was already 10 p.m. He picked up his clothes and headed towards Long Yanning's apartment. The next day, Xiaoyu had just gotten up when she received a call from Wu Yaezu. Xiaoyu glanced at the time and was slightly surprised. Although he often contacts Wu Yaezu, it's not to the point where they call each other first thing in the morning. Unless something big happens. Hello, Xiaoyu answered the phone, her voice calm. Brother Yu, something terrible has happened. Wu Yaezu's voice was urgent and anxious. What is it? Tell me slowly. Xiaoyu's tone was as calm as ever. There was no use in being anxious. The more important the matter, the more important it was to remain calm. Brother Yu, have you checked the school forum? Wu Yaezu's voice rang out. A post about you appeared on the school forum last night, and it's already trending with thousands of comments. You should take a look. What's on it? Xiaoyu asked, unhurried, while eating the breakfast that Long Yaning had prepared for him before he went to work. Xiaoyu, a freshman, University Cup champion, and research genius, is a freeloader. Xiaoyu was startled when he heard the title and almost choked on the milk in his cup. Was it his affair with Long Yaning that was exposed? Or was it his affair with Xiao Wanyu? If it's the former, that's fine, but if his affair with Xiao Wanyu is exposed, that would be terrible. Chapter 463 Wu Yaezu and Xiaoyu. Hearing Wu Yaezu's words, Xiaoyu took a deep breath, trying to remain calm, and asked, what is the content of the post? They say you're dating Sumuza and living off her. They say Sumuza comes from a good family and is so beautiful, while you, a gigolo, rely on dating Sumuza to live off her and climb the social ladder. You've only managed to stay in first place among the freshmen because Sumuza is guarding your position, and even now, more than 2 months into the semester, you haven't played a single game. Many people are criticizing you down here, Wu Yaezu said seriously. They say you're a phoenix man who's climbed too high for Sumuza. This year's College Cup championship was won by Sumuza letting you win, otherwise, you would never have won. After hearing Wu Yaezu's words, Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. So that was all it was about. He had been so worried, thinking that his affair with Xiao Wanyu had been exposed. As long as the matter with Xiao Wanyu isn't exposed, you can say whatever you want about other things. After all, someone else has a mouth, he can't just tear their mouth off. I understand, Xiaoyu said calmly. Brother Yu, no matter what the posts say, I will always firmly support you. After all, they only see your pretty boy looks and not your talent. Seeing that Xiaoyu didn't seem to care and seemed to be in a pretty good mood, Wu Yaezu joked, I know you made Sumuza fall in love with you because of your flirtatiousness, right? Fuck you. Xiaoyu laughed and cursed, seemingly only able to be so casual in front of Wu Yaezu. No, brother Yu, why do I feel like you're quite happy? Wu Yaezu said suspiciously. Really? Did you hear me right? I'm very sad right now, wiping away tears, and on the verge of a breakdown, Xiaoyu said seriously. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Wu Yaezu knew that Xiaoyu was perfectly fine. Actually, he admired Xiaoyu quite a bit. From childhood to adulthood, Xiaoyu had excellent self-emotional control. It seemed that nothing could cause him to have emotional fluctuations, or rather, he could always control his emotions very well. He dislikes arguing with people, making pointless complaints, and shirking responsibility. Many people, when faced with a problem, immediately think about how to shift the blame, but he thinks about how to solve the problem. He is methodical and gets straight to the heart of the matter. Wu Yaezu recalled that after meeting Xiaoyu, his father gave Xiaoyu a very high evaluation. Xiaoyu's personality and family background destined him to have an extraordinary future. With his personality, he will succeed no matter what industry he is in. Just as his father said, Xiaoyu has always shone brightly, whether on the path of scientific research or as a trainer. This reminded Wu Yaezu of his second year of high school, when Xiaoyu never had a starter Pokémon and was the subject of gossip and ridicule from his classmates. Xiaoyu only said one sentence. A storm begins with a ripple, a wave is formed from a gentle ripple even at the bottom of the valley, flowers will bloom even at the bottom of the sea, one will still gaze at the moon. Rather than struggling and trying to hold on, it's better to carry a lantern and move forward. Wind and rain cannot change one's will shake off the storm, wash one's feet, and open one's heart. Many students read this book, and I hope to use this quote to encourage everyone to study hard. From that time on, Wu Yaezu always admired Xiaoyu. And later, just as Xiaoyu said, he only took less than a year to start from scratch and become the champion of their year's college cup. Although Wu Yaezu never admitted that Xiaoyu was better than him, as Xiaoyu's best friend and brother, he knew better than anyone else how outstanding Xiaoyu was. That's why he was arguing fiercely with netizens online last night and called Xiaoyu first thing this morning. True brothers are like this, they joke around and laugh with each other in normal times, but when real trouble comes, they are always the first to rush to the rescue. Brother Yu, last night I fought against 100 enemies single-handedly, charging into battle online for you, Wu Yaezu complained. How was the outcome? Xiaoyu asked with a smile. They told me to stop hiding and to speak up on my main account if I dared, and the administrator even banned my account. Hearing this, Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh. Why are you arguing with them? The wise discuss principles, the ordinary discuss matters, and the narrow-minded discuss people. They have a million reasons to criticize you. I'm just worried about you, son. It hurts me to see you being wronged. Get lost. Xiaoyu was amused by Wu Yaezu. Alright, I'll handle this. Yaezu, I'm very pleased with you. You've grown up and know how to protect your father now, Xiaoyu joked. Fuck you, Xiao. I want to have a big meal. You should find some time to treat Xiaojia and me to a big meal yourself. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoyu thought for a moment and then picked up his phone to call Sylvia. Hey, Sylvia. Hey, Xiaoyu, Sylvia said with a smile. This was the first time Xiaoyu had called her so early. Sylvia, I need to ask you for a favor. There's a post about me on the school forum today. Could you help me find out who posted it? Xiaoyu said earnestly. Compared to Wu Yaezu, who was easily swayed by the narrative, Xiaoyu was thinking much more deeply. The timing of this post was rather strange, coming right when he and Wu Chongwen had a falling out. This made Xiaoyu slightly wary, and he began to suspect that Wu Chongwen might be involved in the matter. Even if it had nothing to do with Wu Chongwen, he would definitely have fueled the flames and kicked him while he was down after learning about this post. What post? Sylvia asked curiously. Upon hearing Sylvia's words, Xiaoyu slapped his forehead, realizing that Sylvia barely knew any Chinese characters and certainly didn't frequent forums. He then said, use a translator to log into the school's official forum and you'll see. After I finished the call, Sumusa sent me a message. Xiaoyu, don't worry about what others think, just be yourself. Xiaoyu smiled as he looked at the message. He could almost see Sumusa picking up her phone, typing and rewriting repeatedly, finally mustering the courage to squeeze out those few words to cheer herself up. Xiaoyu thought for a moment, then took out her phone and replied with a message. Life is like a rushing river without hidden reefs, it cannot create beautiful waves. After sending the message, Xiaoyu didn't pay any attention to it and went to the outskirts of North Bay to continue training his Pokémon. Xiaoyu was particularly strict today, especially towards Durambalu, whom Xiaoyu treated extremely harshly. Not fast enough, Durambalto, you can be even faster. Power, all-out attack, hold nothing back. Why are you holding back? Don't be afraid. Attack with all your might. Dragon Arrow, Durambalto, Dragon Arrow. Speed must be fast, and accuracy must be high. Chapter 464, Ghost Gym, North Bay Suburbs. Durambala darted out like an arrow released from a bow, leaving a long trail and demonstrating its astonishing speed. Page 304. After evolving, Dragapult began to show its amazing speed and talent in Ghost-type energy. Although Dragapult has only just reached the level of a semi-elite 4-member, its current strength is in no way inferior to that of a typical peak semi-elite 4-member Pokémon. However, Xiaoyu was still not satisfied. Dragapult was a pseudo-legendary Pokémon with near master caliber, and it had also absorbed many dragon-type items and the ghost-type core energy from the Broken Judgment Pot. Xiaoyu naturally had higher expectations for Durambarado. Not enough, Durambarado. You can become even stronger. Keep training. On the battlefield, Xiaoyu's other Pokémon seemed to have noticed that Xiaoyu was particularly strict with his training today. Therefore, being very perceptive, they all silently buried themselves in hard training, and not a single Pokémon slacked off, for fear of offending Xiaoyu. Train, rest, train, rest. This process repeated itself, and soon a day had passed. After finishing a day of training, Xiaoyu recalled the Pokémon into their Pokeballs and returned to his apartment. You're back. Hearing the knock on the door, long yawning, wearing an apron, peeked out from the kitchen. She was busy preparing some late-night snacks for Xiaoyu. Seeing Xiaoyu return, Long Yaning smiled. Xiaoyu looked at the virtuous Long Yaning and smiled. He changed into slippers and went to the kitchen, gently embracing Long Yaning. "What are you making? It smells so good?" "This is a new dish I tried today," Long Yaning said with a smile. She frowned slightly as she smelled the sweat on Xiaoyu's body and gently fanned herself. "Go take a shower, you're all sweaty." "Okay." Xiaoyu nodded, then said, "I'm going out for a bit later." "It's so late, do you still have something to do?" Long Yaning frowned slightly, looking at Xiaoyu with a hint of heartache in her eyes. Xiaoyu has been incredibly busy lately, personally handling training and experiments, keeping him extremely occupied. Long Yaning had witnessed all of this, along with Wu Kongwen's matter and the incident on the school forum. Long Yaning was somewhat worried that Xiaoyu's mood had been affected. Just as Long Yaning was lost in thought, Xiaoyu said with a smile, "I have to go to the ghost-type gym." "Ghost-type gym?" Long Yaning looked curious and couldn't help but ask, "It's so late, is there something important for you to do at the ghost-type gym? You should get some rest tonight and go tomorrow." Long Yaning looked at Xiaoyu with concern, knowing that with Xiaoyu working so hard, he would eventually develop health problems. "I have important business to attend to," Xiaoyu said with a smile. "I'm going to challenge Wu Chongwen." Xiaoyu's words made Long Yaning's eyes widen. "What did you say?" Long Yaning wondered if she had misheard. "Xiaoyu challenges Wu Chongwen?" Wu Chongwen is a seasoned champion-level trainer with 2 or 3 champion-level Pokémon. His ace Pokémon, Graveyard King, has strength that is almost at the champion level. With his strength, he is considered quite good even among king-level trainers, while Xiaoyu is just a freshman. The difference in strength between the two is not small. Is Xiaoyu challenging Wu Chongwen out of sheer anger? Don't be so surprised that you're challenging Wu Chongwen. Compared to Long Yaning's surprise, Xiaoyu was quite calm. He made this decision not on a whim, but after careful consideration. "Are you really going to challenge Wu Chongwen?" Long Yaning stared at Xiaoyu with wide eyes, her face full of disbelief. Looking at Xiaoyu's calm demeanor, she sensed that Xiaoyu wasn't joking. "Are you sure?" Long Yaning asked repeatedly. "Okay." Xiaoyu nodded, and as he walked towards the bathroom, he continued to say to Long Yaning, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I'll play a 1v1 match with him." 1v1 matches are the most direct but also the most unpredictable. Because you can't change your Pokémon, the type advantages of Pokémon will be amplified infinitely, which will also lead to many cheating tactics. For example, ghost-type spells, Song of Destruction, etc. In 2v2 or 3v3, Xiaoyu has absolutely no chance of winning with just the Pokémon he has on the surface. However, in a one-on-one battle, with Dragapult's near Elite 4 level strength, Xiaoyu has a slight chance. "It's so late now, how can you find Wu Chongwen?" Long Yaning suddenly thought of a question. Why would she go to the ghost-type gym to challenge Wu Chongwen so late at night? Wu Chongwen is a ghost-type trainer, and the best time to train ghost-type Pokémon is at night. Most ghost-type trainers choose to train their Pokémon in the early morning, and Wu Chongwen is no exception. He usually trains at the ghost-type gym around this time, so it's just in time for me to go, Xiaoyu said with a smile. "It's so late, do you want me to come with you?" Long Yaning was a little worried about Xiaoyu, looking at him with anticipation. She actually wanted to go with Xiaoyu and keep him company, but considering their identities, it wouldn't be good for them to be inseparable so late at night. "Go ahead, go if you want." Xiaoyu waved his hand, noticing the expectation in Long Yaning's eyes. "Wait a little longer. After all, I am Master's last disciple, and you are my senior sister. Don't worry too much about what others say." "Okay." Hearing Xiaoyu agree to her request, Long Yaning smiled and said, "Go take a shower first, and then eat something before you go." "It is good." An hour later, Xiaoyu changed into a black trench coat, black high-top shoes, and a scarf around her neck. Combined with her already stunning good looks, she looked just like a star who had stepped out of the screen. Similarly, Long Yaning also changed into a beautiful outfit, a beige trench coat, which looked like a matching outfit with Xiaoyu's. Her face was beaming with a bright smile, giving people a warm feeling. Xiaoyu noticed that Long Yaning's dressing style seemed to have changed recently, from the cold and glamorous style at the beginning to a gentle style, and she was increasingly showing the trend of being a virtuous wife and loving mother. Of course, Xiaoyu likes both styles very much. Let's go, let's go." The capital city, Ghost-type gym. The Ghost-type gym is different from other gyms. It gets busier as the night goes on. Other gyms are crowded during the day and close at night, but the Ghost-type gym is open 24 hours a day, making it the hardest working gym. As soon as Xiaoyu and Long Yaning got out of the car, their handsome appearances immediately caused a stir. Some sharp-eyed people recognized Xiaoyu and Long Yaning and began to whisper among themselves. "Excuse me, what can I do for you too?" The staff at the ghost-type gym recognized Xiaoyu and his companion and quickly came to greet them. Find someone. Xiaoyu walked straight into the ghost-type gym lobby, glanced at the staff who came to greet him, gave them a casual reply, and continued walking inside. As Xiaoyu walked into the lobby, she saw Wu Changwen wearing sportswear. At this moment, Wu Changwen was frowning as he looked at Xiaoyu, seemingly wondering why Xiaoyu would appear here in the middle of the night. However, before he could speak, Xiaoyu's voice suddenly rang out, Wu Changwen. Hearing Xiaoyu call out to him, Wu Changwen frowned and looked at Xiaoyu, asking, what is it? Wu Changwen. Xiaoyu smiled and looked at Wu Changwen, how about a 1v1 match? Wu Changwen paused for a moment, then smiled and looked at Xiaoyu, asking, you're challenging me. Chapter 465 Xiaoyu vs Wu Changwen. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the sky was full of stars, and the wind blew through the trees. The street in front of the ghost-type gym gradually became congested, with luxury cars driving up and parking on the side of the street. The blaring of horns and the cacophony of noise rose and fell. From the moment Xiaoyu announced his challenge to Wu Changwen, only 10 minutes have passed, and dozens of people have already arrived at the ghost-type gym, with the number showing a growing trend. Since winning the University Cup Championship more than 2 months ago, Xiaoyu has hardly fought in public, let alone participated in any ranking matches of Imperial University. No one expected that Xiaoyu's first battle in front of the public would be so exciting, as a freshman directly challenging the veteran Elite 4-level trainer Wu Changwen. The students were just watching the spectacle. However, some high-ranking individuals who knew the inside story of the conflict between Xiaoyu and Wu Changwen shook their heads with a smile after hearing this news. Young people are always too arrogant. They were humiliated by Wu Changwen and couldn't swallow their pride, so they wanted to challenge Wu Changwen. Although Wu Changwen's strength is not considered strong, ranking only in the lower middle range among the top-level trainers, no matter how bad Wu Changwen is, he is not someone a freshman like you can challenge. Heart is higher than the sky, life is thinner than paper, still too young. Although it was already 1 a.m., more and more people were heading to the ghost-type gym. For example, Xiaoyu's good friend Wu Yaeza dragged Su Jiahao and he says Hu to come and help Xiaoyu. Similarly, many other students from Imperial University were also rushing to the ghost-type gym, such as Su Muze and Zhao Han. Su Muze had already fallen asleep, but was woken up by Xiao Jia while she was still half asleep. Upon hearing the news that Xiaoyu was challenging Wu Changwen, she immediately woke up, put on some light makeup, and then took a taxi to the ghost-type gym while wearing thick clothes. The battlefield for Elite 4 members of the ghost-type gym. The huge venue was brightly lit, illuminating the entire stadium as if it were daytime. As more and more spectators gathered, Wu Changwen suddenly felt a pang of regret. Perhaps he shouldn't have accepted Xiaoyu's challenge. But then he thought about it again. With so many people around, Xiaoyu's challenge had put him in a very difficult position, leaving him with no other choice. Looking back now, I realized that I was at a disadvantage as soon as Xiaoyu challenged me. Unless I could completely dominate him, I would be ridiculed even if I won. Page 305. I'm messing around with a freshman. On the contrary, as long as Xiaoyu shows his style, he can be considered to have won. Thinking of this, Wu Changwen's gaze fell on Xiaoyu, and he said coldly, Xiaoyu. As soon as Wu Changwen's voice rang out, the previously restless audience immediately fell silent. I won't let you off easy. Wu Changwen seemed to be implying something. A competition is never child's play. As a trainer, once you stand on the battlefield, there is no turning back. So I will use all my strength, and you can use Mega Evolution at will. Let me see if your title as the high school cup champion is just for show. Hearing Wu Changwen's words, Xiaoyu smiled indifferently, his gaze falling on Wu Changwen. Alright. You must show me your full strength and let me see whether your title as a champion-level trainer is just an empty name. Xiaoyu's words instantly caused a stir. No one had expected Xiaoyu to be so arrogant. Given Wu Changwen's status and strength, what kind of strength do you, Xiaoyu, possess to say such things? Faced with Xiaoyu's retort, Wu Changwen's face grew increasingly gloomy and ugly, his eyes lowered. Fine, these young people these days don't have much strength, but they have quite the temper. Come on, let me see just how much strength you really have. This is a 1v1 no-holds-barred match. You may use any items, but trading Pokémon is prohibited. The match begins. As soon as the word start was uttered and the whistle blew, the referee immediately waved his referee flag, announcing the official start of the match. Xiaoyu and Wu Changwen simultaneously took out their Pokeballs and threw them out. Go, Tomb Raider. Having decided to defeat Xiaoyu with overwhelming strength, Wu Changwen naturally sent out his most confident ace Pokémon, Graveyardian. Graveyard, as a pure ghost-type Pokémon, has excellent abilities. Although its speed is not high, it has the powerful Sand Rush ability to make up for its speed deficiency. It also possesses an extremely powerful skill, Tomb Sweeping. The Grave Sweeping skill is an extremely powerful skill. Initially, its power is only 50, but in battle, the power of Grave Sweeping will increase by 50 for every teammate who loses their combat ability. For this reason, Grave Sweeping Dog is always used as the final trump card in battles. However, this skill is actually not very useful in one-on-one combat. Wu Changwen sending it out is equivalent to giving away a skill for nothing. Although he knew the skill didn't exist, Wu Changwen was still willing to believe in the Tomb Raider. Even if he loses a tomb sweeping skill, Wu Changwen is confident that he can easily defeat Xiaoyu. Go, Durambalto. Xiaoyu then released Durambarado, whose coiled body floated in the air, its golden head gleaming in the light, its cold gaze fixed on the Tomb Raider. Shiny Draco Balto. Xiaoyu's Dragapult has evolved into Dragapult. It's only been a little over 2 months, and it's evolved so quickly. Could it be that it overdraws its potential and forces an evolution? You don't know anything. It's possible that Xiaoyu's Duolanqi had been accumulating energy for a long time during the College Cup finals, and now it's finally coming to fruition. The audience was abuzz with discussion as they watched Durambalto make his appearance. 2 months ago, during the finals, Dragapult had not yet evolved into Dragapult. Unexpectedly, just 2 months later, Dragapult has already evolved into Dragapult. It's important to know that under normal circumstances, Dragapult needs to have near Elite 4 level strength to evolve into Dragapult. Unless, as the audience just said, Xiaoyu overdraws Dariki's potential, causing it to evolve prematurely at the gym leader level. With Xiaoyu's strength and financial resources, there is absolutely no reason for him to overdraw on Draco's potential in a one-on-one fight. Therefore, this Draco definitely has the strength of a near champion level. Thinking about it this way, Xiaoyu actually has a Pokémon with near Elite 4 level strength, and it's even a pseudo-legendary Pokémon that has evolved to its final form, all while he's only a freshman in college. With just this Dragapult, Xiaoyu can put on a dominant performance among his peers. He even had a chance to compete with some Pokémon that had just reached the champion level, but unfortunately, Xiaoyu's opponent in this match was Wu Changwen, whose Graveyard Dog had the strength of a peak champion. If it weren't for the limitations imposed by qualifications, Wu Changwen's Tomb Raider Dog could very well have broken through to the near champion level. Even though Xiaoyu possessed the near Elite 4 level strength of Drolongarado, the audience still didn't have high hopes for him against the peak Elite 4 level Tomb Raider. After all, starting from the near Elite 4 level, the difference in strength between each level is enormous, and very few Pokémon can defeat opponents across levels. Even top players like Duan Hengji and Long Fan, who have already grown into Elite 4 members or champions, only defeated Pokémon that had just entered the Elite 4 level when they were young, using Pokémon with near Elite 4 level peak strength. As for defeating a Pokémon at the peak of the Elite 4 level, such a genius only appears once every few decades. The last time such a genius appeared was more than 30 years ago, with a trainer who had countless Elite 4 members and champions vying to take him on as a disciple. Unfortunately, that genius died 20 years ago. Chapter 466 Advanced Will-O-the-Wisp. Ghost-type Gym. Even though it was late at night, the number of people pouring into the battlefield continued to increase. People always enjoy watching a spectacle and a joke. In many people's eyes, what else could Xiaoyu's challenge to Wu Changwen be but a joke? On the battlefield, the tomb dog with a tombstone on its head looks terrifying. Its long, gray-white fur covers its eyes, adding to its eeriness. If you were walking alone at night and encountered a Pokémon like Graveyard, you'd probably be scared half to death. As a ghost-type Pokémon, Graveyard Dog exudes an eerie aura, and the ghost-type energy it emits brings an aura of death. Gravehound, Shadow Sneak Attack. Wu Changwen's voice rang out first. Although he had absolute confidence in the strength of the Tomb Raider, the near-champion level Draco still put some pressure on him, and he had to finish the battle quickly. As Wu Changwen's voice fell, a dark purple ghost-type energy erupted from the Tomb Raider like a surging ocean, showcasing its peak king-level strength to the fullest. In just a moment, its dark shadow stretched out like a ghost, carrying a massive amount of ghost-type energy, and traversed the ground, surging towards Drolongarado. As a priority move, Shadow Sneak is extremely fast. The shadow, enveloped in dark purple ghost-type energy, is like a black spear that thrusts straight at Dragapult. Fly, Drolongarado. Faced with the Graveyard Dog's attack, Xiaoyu calmly commanded Drolongarado. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's command, Durambarado floated into the air, using its aerial advantage to dodge the shadow attack from the Graveyard Dog. While the Shadow Strike skill is extremely fast, it also has a drawback: it can only launch attacks using a shadow. Shadows can only move close to the ground, making it difficult to hit enemies in the air. Therefore, once the enemy is in the air, the hit rate of shadow attacks will be greatly reduced. Durambalto flew into the air and immediately increased the distance between itself and the graveyard dog, its vertical pupils fixed on the graveyard dog. Dragon Dance, Durambalito. Facing the ghost-type graveyard hound, Xiaoyu didn't rush to attack, but instead had Dragapult use the Dragon Dance move first. Dragon-type energy enveloped Dragapult's body, amplifying its speed and attack power. With its near Elite 4 level strength, Draco's ability to defeat the Elite 4 level peak Tomb Raider is absolutely insufficient on its own. Only by relying on various transformation skills and constantly strengthening itself to make up for the gap in strength can it have a sliver of a chance. Wu Changwen also saw through Xiaoyu's plan, and naturally he could not give Durambarito the opportunity to strengthen. Graveyard Dog, Will-o'-the-Wisp. Boom. The eerie purple Will-o'-the-Wisp suddenly burst into bloom in the air, instantly illuminating the entire night sky, like countless blooming flowers, densely covering the sky. Roar. The Tomb Raider let out a low growl, and the hundreds of will-o'-the-wisps floating in the sky seemed to receive a command, spinning and merging together. The will-o'-the-wisps gathered and merged, instantly transforming into a giant fireball, which then turned into a burning ghost face with flaming horns, seemingly smiling, and rushed towards Durambarito. Boom. Normally, the will-o'-the-wisp skill should not cause any damage, it should only burn the enemy, leaving them with a burn status. However, at this moment, the will-o'-the-wisp skill unleashed by Tomb Raider had completely transformed into an offensive skill, and the scene before Xiaoyu made him frown. It's obvious that the will-o'-wisp skill that Tomb Raider used at this moment was a higher level, advanced version, just like Drill's spinning swords dance to dodge skills and Noivern's sonic taunt. In addition to the original skill effects, it will also have additional effects. This requires the Pokémon to have a very high level of proficiency and understanding of the moves themselves, as well as a bit of luck and, most importantly, talent. Trainers who can develop additional effects for their skills are undoubtedly geniuses, but what this world has no shortage of are geniuses. Which of those trainers who can reach the Elite 4 level isn't a genius? Seeing the will-o'-the-wisp skill used by the Tomb Raider, Xiaoyu naturally dared not let Draco take the hit head-on, nor did he dare let Draco use the Dragon Dance spinning technique to dodge the skill. If it were a normal will-o'-the-wisp skill, Xiaoyu would dare to have Draco use Dragon Dance to dodge it, but it was clear that the will-o'-the-wisp skill released by Graveyard Dog would likely devour Draco, and Xiaoyu dared not gamble. In this kind of 1v1 match, there is no room for error, he has to be very careful. Dragon Ball, Dragon Pulse. In that instant, Xiaoyu made a decision, ordering Draco to use Dragon Pulse to try and block Graveyard Dog's will-o'-the-wisp attack. Draco's gaze was cold, but indigo dragon energy began to surge from his body. The pure dragon energy enveloped Draco's body and flew out as a dragon-type shockwave, colliding head-on with the will-o'-the-wisp move. Page 306. Boom. A violent explosion rang out, and the huge, dark purple ghost fire burst open, splitting into countless smaller ghost fires that exploded like fireworks, spraying in all directions. Some of the ghost fire skills even sprayed towards the audience seats, creating a dangerous situation. Fortunately, the battlefield was set up according to the standards of a top-tier fighter, which provided excellent protection for the audience. Otherwise, if it were a battleground for a master-level player, these spectators might actually be accidentally injured. Xiaoyu seems to be at a disadvantage. Wu Changwen is so strong, and the Tomb Raider is so strong, completely overwhelming Durambarito. I would say Xiaoyu's performance was actually quite good. For a freshman, it's already impressive that he could fight like this against a veteran Elite 4 level trainer like Wu Changwen. As the audience discussed, Draco was completely outmatched in this round of Dragon Pulse and will-o'-wisp battle. Of course, this was within Xiaoyu's expectations. After all, the gap in strength was still there. Xiaoyu naturally wouldn't assume that a near Elite 4 level Draco Balto could overpower a peak Elite 4 level Tomb Raider. Although Durambarito is exceptionally talented, you are a genius, but others are geniuses too. Pokémon that can reach the Elite 4 level are all exceptionally talented and have worked hard for many years. We're all geniuses, so why are you able to surpass everyone else despite being at a different level? Will-o'-the-wisps scattered across the sky, blooming like fireworks. Faced with the flying will-o'-the-wisps, Durambalito could only rely on his speed to dodge them, putting him at a disadvantage. Graveyard Dog. Wu Changwen frowned as he watched this scene. He had thought that Graveyard Dog's upgraded will-o'-the-wisp would be enough to seriously damage Draco, but he did not expect it to be defended. Use the latent spirit to launch a surprise attack. Chapter 467 Durambarito vs Graveyard Dog. a stealthy attack. This is a skill that Draco is most familiar with, and Draco has mastered an advanced version of Dimensional Assault. Xiaoyu is also quite familiar with this skill. It was a high-power, charge-up skill that could ignore defensive skills. The surging ghost-type energy emanating from the graveyard hound forcefully tore a rift in the air, and it plunged directly into the other dimensional space, disappearing without a trace. Faced with the Tomb Raider dog that had infiltrated into another dimension, Xiaoyu had two choices. One option is to have Drolongbulu use the spirit sneak attack as well. In this way, when Graveyard Dog charges up and launches its attack, Drolongato can hide in the alternate dimension and avoid Graveyard Dog's sneak attack. This is also a little trick of stealth attack. When both sides use stealth attack, the second player has an advantage over the first player. The second option is to continue with the Dragon Dance or use other transformation skills to strengthen yourself. Durambarado, Reflector. Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment before deciding to have Durambarado activate Reflection Barrier. Since this battle will definitely not end so quickly, instead of greedily taking a single burst of damage from a stealthy attack, it's better to activate Reflection Barrier and prepare for a protracted battle. A surge of psychic energy appeared, and Draco created a reflective barrier in front of him to protect himself. It seems that Xiaoyu is prepared for a protracted battle. Graveyard is a pure physical attack type Pokémon with extremely weak special attack. Using Reflect can weaken Graveyard's offense, and Xiaoyu's choice is clearly intended to prolong the battle. I originally thought Wu Changwen would win with an absolute crushing victory, but it seems that the Tomb Raiders will have to put in a lot of effort to beat Durambarado. Hearing Xiaoyu's command and the surrounding discussions, Wu Changwen frowned. He realized that winning this match might not be easy. Is it even possible that I might lose this game? The moment such a thought crossed Wu Changwen's mind, he chuckled and shook his head. How could I lose? How could a Tomb Raider with peak celestial level strength possibly lose to Draco, who has near celestial level strength? I can't possibly lose. But when Wu Changwen looked at the glittering Durambarado in front of him and Xiaoyu's resolute expression, he suddenly felt a little dazed. If I were to be defeated by Xiaoyu, I would be forever branded with shame, becoming a supporting character and foil to Xiaoyu. No, I absolutely cannot lose. A sinister glint flashed in Wu Changwen's eyes as he focused his gaze on the field. At the same time, the Tomb Raider had already completed its charge. A crack appeared out of thin air, and Graveyard Hound's body burst out of it, enveloped in ghost-type energy. It leaped up with astonishing speed and slammed into Dragapult in mid-air. Durambarado, raid. Faced with the attack from the Tomb Raider, Xiaoyu ordered Durambarado to counterattack. Dragon Barado is definitely no match for Graveyard Dog. The difference in strength between the two is too great. Graveyard Dog is a Pokémon that leans towards physical attack. The Will-O-Wisp move it just used is stronger than Dragapult's Stab Dragon Pulse, not to mention its current Phantom Assault. Not necessarily. Dragapult is also more of a physical attack Pokémon, and it used Dragon Dance once, which boosted its attack and speed. With the help of Reflect, Dragapult might not be a match for Graveyard. The audience watched the two Pokémon launch their attack and discussed among themselves, speculating about who would gain the upper hand in this round of combat. Watching Xiaoyu and Duolongbulu from below the stage, Long Yaning was also slightly nervous, her fingers twisting together. She silently prayed and cheered for Xiaoyu. She never imagined that Xiaoyu's Dracobulu would have such powerful strength so soon after evolving. Xiaoyu really has a chance to win. Xiaoyu has always been someone who excels at creating miracles. Since he became a trainer, how many miracles has he created? The spotlight shone on the field. Enveloped in dark-type energy, Dragapult, like a swimming dragon, shot out as fast as a black lightning bolt, displaying astonishing speed. So fast. I can't see Durambalto at all. As expected of a dragon-type Pokémon known for its speed, Durambalto accelerated continuously, leaving a trail of afterimages behind him, his body taut and straight, like an arrow released from a bow. The triangular head slammed into the Graveyard Dog like a pair of scissors. The black dark-type energy clashed with the dark purple ghost-type energy. Boom! The collision of power and energy stirred up waves of air and produced a tremendous roar. The dragon's body was pushed backward by a tremendous force, and the Tomb Raider's body was also pushed backward. We held on. It seems the Graveyard Dog has a slight advantage, but Durambarado hasn't been injured either. This result is already quite good. The two are so different in strength, yet Durambarado is only slightly behind. Perhaps Xiaoyu really has a chance to win this match. In this clash between the surprise attack and the stealthy attack, Durambarado was still slightly at a disadvantage, but it gave Xiaoyu and the audience a glimmer of hope for victory. Because you should know that Dragapult's Sucker Punch is not a stab move, while Graveyard Hound uses Stab Phantom Assault. In this situation, Durambula was only slightly at a disadvantage. If Dragapult had used a stab move, it might have actually been able to defeat Graveyard. If you can control the duration of the reflector wall, you really have a chance to win the game. Wukongwen's face was ashen. He had already lost the match at this point. He had already lost if he didn't quickly defeat Xiaoyu. It's incredibly embarrassing that a top-tier trainer like him could fight a complete novice trainer to a standstill. Wu Chongwen took a deep breath, clearing his mind of all distractions. Things had come to this point, and he couldn't worry about anything else. Now that we've already lost face, the only thing we can do is absolutely not lose. Graveyard Dog, Sandstorm. Seeing that he couldn't defeat Draco in a short time, Wu Chongwen decided to change his strategy and had Graveyard Dog unleash the weather-type move Sandstorm. This way, you can activate Graveyard's Sand Rush ability and deplete Dragapult's stamina at the same time, which is a win-win situation. With a long howl from the Graveyard Hound, Rock-type energy transformed into an energy ball that flew out of the Graveyard Hound's body, suddenly shattering into a sandstorm that filled the sky. It seems that Wu Chongwen has also taken Xiaoyu seriously. Instead of blindly attacking, he has chosen to activate the Sandstorm Weather and activate Graveyard King's Sand Rush ability. This will directly double Graveyard King's speed. Xiaoyu frowned. Sure enough, at the Elite 4 level, no one was a fool or a reckless brute. Page 307. Wu Chongwen's calm response made the match even more difficult. Chapter 468 Dragon Arrow. Doran Barado, Dragon Arrow. While the Graveyard Hound was using its Sandstorm ability, Xiaoyu also commanded Dragapult to launch an attack, unleashing Dragapult's signature move, Dragon Arrow. On Dralong Barado's triangular head, 2 bullet holes resembling cannon emplacements appeared, and Dragon-type energy began to surge. 2 Dragon-type Mesias, enveloped in dragon energy, lay at the cave entrance, ready to pounce. Boom! A sound like cannon fire rang out, accompanied by an eruption of dragon energy. 2 dragon arrows transformed from Dorothy were shot straight toward the Graveyard Hound. The dragon arrow shot forward with a whooshing sound, like a sharp arrow, its dragon-type energy enveloping it like an indigo flame, drawing a streak of light in the air and tearing through the night sky. Graveyard Dog, get out of the way. Wu Chongwen's expression was cold and serious. With a wave of his hand, he commanded the Tomb Dog to use its speed advantage to dodge the 2 dragon arrows. During sandstorms, the speed of the Tomb Raider doubles, exhibiting an astonishing speed that is extremely disproportionate to its body. Faced with the rapidly approaching dragon arrow, Tomb Raider used all 4 limbs to leap backward, easily dodging the first dragon arrow. The dragon arrow struck the ground, unleashing a burst of indigo dragon energy that caused a small explosion. At the same time, the second dragon arrow followed immediately. Graveyard Dog, playing around. Roar. Faced with the second dragon arrow that followed, Tomb Raider had a hard time dodging it, so Wu Chongwen chose to let Tomb Raider take the hit with its skill. Pink fairy-type energy suddenly surged from the Graveyard Dog's body, enveloping the tombstone on its head. The tombstone, which was originally eerie and terrifying, was now filled with a pinkish hue, and from a distance, it actually looked rather cute. Boom! Fairy-type energy collided with the dragon arrow, sending it flying. At the same time, the Graveyard Hound's speed did not decrease at all, and it continued to charge towards Dragapult. Against the dragon-type Pokémon Dragapult, the fairy-type Play Rough move is undoubtedly a powerful weapon. Seeing the menacing Tomb Raider, Xiaoyu didn't hesitate at all and immediately had Draco use Protect, Draco. A shield of light appeared, enveloping Dramber's body and blocking the playful attack from the Graveyard Hound. At this point in the match, Graveyard Dogs finally gained a slight advantage, forcing Draco to use its Protect move. Next, if Graveyard Dog can seize the opportunity when Dramberto fails to use its Protect ability and launch a fierce attack, it can win. The Tomb Raider is constantly playing around, don't give it a chance to catch its breath. Wu Chongwen stared intently at Durambarat. He had made up his mind to take advantage of this lull in the game and win it. Even if he couldn't win, he had to at least gain a decisive advantage. Upon hearing Wu Chongwen's command, the Tomb Raider let out a long howl, and fairy-type energy erupted once more, enveloping its body as it slammed into Dralongorado. Xiaoyu's pupils shrank sharply at this moment. If Dragapult were really hit by Graveyard's Play Rough move, even with the protection of Reflect, Dragapult would definitely be seriously injured, and might even be knocked down in one hit. Now that they had to use that move, Xiaoyu didn't hesitate at all. He waved his hand and shouted to Durambarado, don't hold back at all, unleash the full power of the Spirit Sneak attack. As Xiaoyu's voice rang out, the light shield protecting the skill shattered simultaneously. It transformed into glittering starlight and vanished into the air. At the same time, dark purple energy flames suddenly ignited in Dramberto's eyes, spreading like sparks. In the blink of an eye, the surging ghost-type energy spread like wildfire, covering Dramberto's entire body. Roar! A deep, guttural roar erupted, and a terrifying aura spread outwards, filling everyone's hearts with the fear of death in that instant. Bathed in dark purple ghost-type energy, Dragapult displayed a terrifying aura. This was the first time Dragapult had revealed its full strength in a formal battle since its evolution. Dragapult's forte isn't dragon-type moves, but ghost-type moves. Having absorbed a large amount of ghost-type energy from the shattered core of the Judgment Pot, its control over ghost-type energy and the ghost-type energy within its body have reached a terrifying level. It's more like a ghost-type Pokémon than a dragon-type Pokémon. From the start of the battle, Xiaoyu deliberately prevented Draco from using a single ghost-type move, aiming to lull Wu Changwen into a false sense of security, making him believe that Draco's strength was limited to this level, thus lowering his guard. After all, it's rare to find someone like Dramberto, who has reached near champion-level strength, with such a strong focus on one area while lacking another. This is similar to a badminton, tennis, or table tennis match where you are left-handed but always use your right hand to hold the racket. Normally, everyone would assume that your dominant hand is your right hand. However, if you suddenly switch to your left hand halfway through the game, it will definitely catch your opponent off guard. Dragapult's sudden use of a ghost-type move, displaying its formidable power, caught Wu Changwen off guard. Dragapult using a dragon-type move and Dragapult using a ghost-type move are Pokémon of completely different levels of strength. Such powerful ghost-type energy. Such an aura is truly terrifying. It reminds me of Wei Yuning, the ghost-type Elite Four member from Central China. The intensity of the ghost-type energy on Dragapult is on a completely different level from the intensity of the dragon-type energy. Suddenly, a rift tore open in the space, and Dramberto's body plunged directly into the other dimension. At the same time, a crack suddenly appeared behind Tomb Raider. Boom! With immense ghost-type energy, Draco's triangular head slammed into Graveyard. The Tomb Dog had no time to react. This was clearly the first time it had encountered a stealthy attack skill that didn't require charging. It only felt a tremendous force coming from its waist, which blasted it away. At the same time, endless ghost-type energy surged into Graveborn's body, seemingly trying to completely devour it. Roar! The wounded Tomb Raider let out a low growl, its claws gripping the ground as it tried to steady itself, but it was still sent flying backward by the force of the impact. The sharp claws left long scratches on the ground before barely stopping its backward movement. It's here, Xiaoyu's signature move, the Spirit Strike, which doesn't require charging. It was too fast. The Tomb Raider couldn't react at all. This time, the Tomb Raider suffered a great loss. That move was incredibly powerful. Xiaoyu won the championship using that move and with Durambalu. It has to be said that the spiritual ambush that doesn't require charging up, no, it should be called the dimensional ambush, is just too overpowered, especially since it can ignore defensive skills. Chapter 469 Cracking the Interdimensional Attack. The reversal of the situation was far too sudden. Originally, Graveyard Dog forced Dragapult to use its Protect move, which should have given it a slight advantage. In the blink of an eye, Tomb Raider was hit by Draco's powerful Phantom Assault skill. The Ghost-type Graveyard is twice as weak to Ghost. Even though there is a certain difference in strength between the two, this Phantom attack still managed to injure the Graveyard. Wu Kangwen's face was unusually pale, his breathing became heavy, and a bead of cold sweat slid down his forehead. Looking at Xiaoyu and the shiny Dragapult, he realized for the first time how troublesome a near-elite 4-level Pokémon could be. If you're not careful, you could really get yourself into trouble here. If he really lost, Wu Changwen couldn't imagine what he would do next. A seasoned elite 4-level trainer actually lost to a novice. Just thinking about it is humiliating. Wu Changwen took a deep breath. At this moment, he felt immense pressure, even greater than when he participated in the king-level ranking competition. Graveyard Dog, using playfulness. It was only then that Wu Changwen realized that Tomb Raider didn't seem to have any good skills to counter Dragapult. Draco has only 5 weaknesses, twice as weak to Ghost, Ice, Dragon, Dark, and Fairy. Of all the moves Graveyard can learn, the Ghost type only has one decent physical attack move, Phantom Assault. However, Graveyard needs to charge up Phantom Assault before it can be used, and using it first will put it at a disadvantage. As for the skill of Tomb Sweeping, its power is quite limited in 1v1 one-on-one combat. The Ice type only has one relatively weak move, Ice Fang. Dragon type characters can't learn a single skill. Dark type Pokemon only have one move, Crunch. Based on this, the best move that Tomb Raider can use is the Fairy type Play Rough. Xiaoyu could also hear the hesitation and doubt in Wu Kangwen's tone. It was obvious that his mentality had gone wrong and he had lost his determination to win and his determination to go all in. Xiaoyu smiled slightly. It seems that sometimes youth is not necessarily an advantage, just like now. Page 308. Wu Chongwen took fame, fortune, and gains and losses too seriously, and was too afraid of failure, which made him lack the ambition and determination to fight for his goals. Hesitate and you will lose. Dragon Ball, create distance, Shadow Ball. Xiaoyu shouted, his tone full of confidence. Because they couldn't enter the alternate dimension too frequently, Xiaoyu chose to have Draco Balto keep his distance and use the ranged Shadow Ball skill. Durambarito swung its tail and flew into the sky, using the advantage of flight to increase the distance between itself and the graveyard dog. It hovered in the air, its gaze fixed on the sandstorm below. Endless ghost-type energy converged from all directions in front of Draco, and in just an instant, several huge shadow orbs formed in front of Draco. The ghost element symbolizes death, and the immense ghost energy makes everyone feel goosebumps on their skin and tingling on their scalp. Roar! With a roar from Draco, the shadow sphere plummeted from the sky towards the ground. Boom! The massive shadow orb enveloped the entire arena. Seeing the graveyard hound lurking within the sandstorm, Draco Baloo immediately unleashed a barrage of fire, giving the graveyard hound no chance to dodge. The shockwave from the explosion, accompanied by swirling sand and gravel, obscured everyone's view. When the smoke cleared, everyone discovered that the graveyard dog had somehow erected a light shield in front of it, perfectly blocking Draco's attack. Wu Chongwen looked at the Muang dog, then at Duolong Baloo, and took a deep breath. The situation seemed to be getting more and more unfavorable to him. At that moment, he felt as if he had returned to the battlefield of the king-level ranking competition. The feeling of helplessness when facing Elite 4 level Pokémon, even though your Pokémon has given it their all, you still can't beat them. No, we can't drag this out any longer, or we'll really lose. Xiaoyu's Dragon Barado will soon be able to use the Spirit Ambush again. If this continues, he will really lose. How could I possibly lose? I spent decades becoming a champion-level trainer. How can I lose to a kid who's not even 20 years old? Looking ahead and behind, one can only stop here. After hesitating for so long, Wu Chongwen finally woke up when he was truly at a disadvantage, with nowhere to retreat and on the verge of despair. At that moment, he seemed to recall a sentence his mentor had once told him: the secret to never losing is to keep winning. There are always winners and losers in a competition, but the only thing you need to remember is to keep winning. Only by winning against everyone else can you stand higher. None of those who can become Elite 4 level trainers are fools. Coming to his senses, Wu Chongwen's expression remained calm. At this moment, he finally decided to go all out. Graveyard Hound, Nightshade. Roar! A surge of ghost-type energy erupted from Graveyard Dog, propelling it into the air and transforming it into a terrifying, towering phantom that hurtled towards Draco Balto. Durambarito, stealthy attack. Xiaoyu's voice rang out, and he also heard the decisiveness in Wu Chongwen's tone. This was the courage and decisiveness that a champion-level trainer should have. Looking at Wu Chongwen's resolute expression, Xiaoyu was also curious about how he would break through the unconventional attack of the spirit that Duolongbala did not need to charge up. Dark purple flames enveloped Dronbaloo, tearing open a dimensional rift and slipping into it, thus dodging the Night Demon attack from Tomb Raider. Here it comes. How will Wu Chongwen break through Durambarito's sneak attack this time? I really can't think of a way to break it. No need to charge up, ignore the defense, and sneak into another dimension. Wu Chongwen definitely can't break such a perfect sneak attack. Is Xiaoyu really going to win? Wu Chongwen had been focusing his attention on Durambaloo, and the moment it tore open a gash, Wu Chongwen's voice suddenly rang out, Gravehound, dig a hole. As Draco delved into the other dimension, Graveyard Dog also used its dig skill, its ground-type energy surging as it burrowed underground. This is digging a hole. Yeah, how come I didn't think of that? Since Dramberto can hide in another dimension, so can the Graveyard Dog. Dramberto can open an opening in another dimension in the air, but it can't open one underground. Moreover, unlike getting lost in another dimension, the Graveyard Hound can come out of the ground at any time. Seeing this, Xiaoyu was slightly surprised. The Elite 4 level trainer was indeed quite skilled, having come up with a solution so quickly. But Xiaoyu immediately adjusted his tactics. Dragon Balto, come out, use Dragon Dance. Gravehound, attack. Don't give it a chance to buff. Seeing Durambaru emerge from the other dimension, Wu Chongwen immediately ordered the Tomb Raider to emerge from underground and launch an attack on Durambaru. Drompal, use Shadow Ball. Upon hearing Wu Chongwen's order, Xiaoyu immediately changed his strategy, instructing Drompal to use Shadow Ball to attack. Ghost-type energy gathered, and Shadow Ball took shape. Graveyard Hound also emerged from the ground and rammed into Dragapult. Chapter 470 Xiaoyu's Trump Card. Boom! Shadow balls rained down from the sky, covering the entire field, but the Graveyard Hound showed no fear. It raised its head high, the tombstone above it enveloped in fairy-type energy, and faced Draco without fear. At this moment, the Graveyard Dog actually chose to withstand the Shadow Ball's attack and charged straight at Draco Balto. With a loud bang, Draco was sent flying by Graveyard Hound, but at the same time, the Shadow Ball landed on Graveyard Hound and exploded, causing some damage to the Graveyard Hound. Xiaoyu and Wu Chongwen frowned deeply, as both Dorgan Barado and the Tomb Raider had suffered serious injuries. The match has now reached a fever pitch, and the outcome may be decided in a single move. Don't give it a chance to catch its breath, the Graveyard Dog is playing. Upon hearing Wu Chongwen's command, pink fairy-type energy surged from Tomb Raider's body, enveloping its entire form as it launched an attack on Drolongaru. Seeing the menacing Tomb Raider, Xiaoyu's lips suddenly curled up slightly. It was time to let Wu Chongwen see his last trump card. Xiaoyu rolled up his sleeve, revealing the Z-Powerful bracelet on his wrist. He reached out and gently pressed his hand on the bracelet, which immediately burst forth with a dazzling light. This is the Z-Powerful bracelet. Z-Move. No wonder Xiaoyu dared to challenge Wu Chong when it turns out he had such a trump card. There was a lot of discussion at the scene. No one had expected Xiaoyu to have such a hidden trick up his sleeve. Z-Moves are usually standard equipment for Elite Four trainers, but Xiaoyu actually has them. Wu Chongwen's pupils shrank sharply, and he was shocked. He had not expected that Xiaoyu would have such a backup plan. Z-Pure Crystal. You should know that even a seasoned Elite 4 level trainer like him has a hard time getting a Z-Crystal, yet Xiaoyu actually has one. This made Wu Chongwen feel a sense of powerlessness. It was like in a game, you painstakingly level up to become a master, only to encounter an enemy who is slightly weaker than you but is equipped with god-tier gear. Unfair. However, upon reflection, Wu Chongwen found it normal. Xiaoyu had amassed a fortune through Mega Evolution and could easily buy a Z-Crystal. If Draco uses a Z-move, I might really lose. Wu Chongwen just hopes that Xiaoyu won't use a Ghost-type Z-move. At the same time, Xiaoyu on the other side also took a deep breath, recalling the cringeworthy lines of the Ghost-type Z-move. Time is a circle. He once developed exclusive lines and actions for Z-moves, causing a group of Elite 4 level trainers to awkwardly dance and shout cringeworthy lines during battles. Now it's finally my turn. On the night of the new moon, let us become people who forever wander in twilight and darkness. As Xiaoyu's voice rang out, Dragapult's Ghost-type Z-Crystal suddenly erupted with a torrent of dark purple energy, spreading outwards and enveloping the sky. Ghost-type Z-move. The trend is over. Wu Chongwen felt even more powerless. Ghost-type Z-moves were undoubtedly the most effective counter to Graveyard King. In that case, Graveyard King might not even be able to withstand a single attack. Within the arena, Ghost-type energy expanded outwards continuously, in just an instant. The entire battlefield was dragged into endless darkness, covered by the mysterious space created by Durambarado. Is that a Ghost-type Z-move? This is the first time I've ever seen a Ghost-type Z-move in person. Xiaoyu is really rich, he can actually afford Z-Pure crystals. Page 309. Of course, don't you see how much money Xiaoyu made after developing Mega Evolution? A murmur arose from all around. They all assumed that Xiaoyu had bought the Z-Crystal, but they didn't know that it was a Ghost-type Z-Crystal that Xiaoyu had obtained from Dick's corpse, whom he had killed in Shan State. If it weren't for the fact that a Pokémon can only carry one Z-Crystal, Xiaoyu would definitely have used several Z-moves right away, considering he still had several Z-Crystals. Looking at the venue shrouded in darkness, Wu Chongwen's body trembled slightly with tension. At this moment, he racked his brains but could not think of any way to win. The Graveyard Dog's Protect skill has only been used for a short time, so there's a high chance it will fail if used now. Want to take a gamble? Wu Chongwen hardened his heart and directly ordered, use the guard dogs to protect the tomb. The temptation of the endless dark night. Almost simultaneously, both gave the order, and the Graveyard Dog unleashed normal-type energy, attempting to create a barrier in front of it. But to Wu Chongwen's utter despair, the light shield shattered the instant it was formed. The skill guard failed to be used. Meanwhile, in the endless darkness, Drolongaru's immense ghost-type energy transformed into countless ghostly hands that surged toward Graveyard Hound. The densely packed ghostly hands looked particularly terrifying, enveloping Graveyard Hound and dragging it into the endless abyss. Boom! The ghost-type energy engulfed Graveyard Hound, plunging the entire stadium into darkness. Finally, with a muffled thud, an explosion rang out, and the ghost-type energy gradually dissipated, vanishing into the air. Xiaoyu's gaze also fell on the battlefield, but at that moment, a pink light bloomed in the endless darkness. Roar! Despite being covered in wounds, the graveyard dog managed to withstand Dragapult's Z-move. Xiaoyu was also surprised that Dragapult's ghost Z-move failed to defeat Graveyard King. It was clear that the difference in raw power was still too great. This was after the Graveyard Hound had withstood a sneak attack and a shadow ball, yet it still couldn't be killed instantly. If it were a battle between people of the same level, I probably would have won the fight long ago. Seeing the approaching Tomb Raider, Xiaoyu's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He waved his hand and spoke. Hold on. It has been some time since Dramberto last used Protect, so he can use Protect again. As the light shield appeared, the Tomb Hound's attack was blocked once again. Only then did Xiaoyu realize that the Graveyard Hound in front of him was exhausted, covered in blood, and panting heavily, clearly having taken a full-power Ghost-type Z-move. The dog was also in bad shape, barely managing to hold on by sheer willpower. A glint flashed in Xiaoyu's eyes. Since that's the case, he'd end the match with that move. Dragon Ballo. Dragon Star Cluster at full power. As Xiaoyu's voice rang out, Dragon-type energy surged from Draco's body, soaring straight into the sky. A burning meteor fell from the sky and struck the Tomb Raider. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out one after another, instantly covering the entire area, billowing smoke and dust. The spectators in the stands couldn't help but stand up and crane their necks to see what was happening inside the stadium. When the smoke cleared, the Tomb Raider was lying on the ground, incapacitated. The Tomb Raider is incapacitated. Xiaoyu wins. Chapter 471 Aftermath of Victory. Did Xiaoyu win? The crowd in the stands didn't come to their senses until the match ended. They never expected Xiaoyu to win like that. Although this result is hard to accept, it is not unexpected after watching the whole game. For the first time, they felt that it was only natural for the near-elite level Dramberto to win against the Tomb Raider. Brother Yu, awesome. Among the crowd, Wu Yaezu was the most excited, laughing wildly as if he had won the game. Others, such as Sumuza, also wore smiles, but beneath those smiles, their eyes gradually hardened. She hadn't expected that Xiaoyu would become so much stronger. In just 2 months he was already able to defeat a champion-level trainer in a one-on-one battle. While Graveyard is not suitable for single battles and its Z-moves are factors, it is still a Pokémon with top-tier Elite 4 strength. Even if her Dragonite goes all out and uses Z-moves, it won't be a match for Graveyard. Unbeknownst to her, Xiaoyu had already pulled ahead of her by so much. Xiaoyu is simply amazing. It's easy to imagine that tomorrow's news will be flooded with stories about this match. While news of a near Elite 4 level trainer defeating an Elite 4 level trainer is not uncommon, it is unprecedented for someone as young as Xiaoyu, who has only been a freshman in college, to defeat an Elite 4 level trainer. Given the feud between Xiaoyu and Wu Chongwen, it's easy to imagine that Wu Chongwen's detective agency will also be greatly impacted. This was also Xiaoyu's purpose in challenging Wu Chongwen, in order to damage Wu Chongwen's reputation. Of course, this was only the first step in Xiaoyu's plan. The second step was to have Sylvia steal the detective agency's internal information, leak it, and make it public, thus delivering a fatal blow to Wu Chongwen. Cheers erupted from the crowd, and some bold girls even went so far as to openly and blatantly express their love for Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, I love you. Xiaoyu, marry me, I do. This made Sumuza and Long Yaning in the stands turn ashen-faced. Pa, shameless. Xiaojie spat upon hearing their shouts. Muzi, these women are truly shameless. Let's go say hello to Xiaoyu and show them who the real queen is. Forget it, he must be very busy tonight. Let's go back first. Sumuza shook her head as she looked at Xiaoyu, who was surrounded by the crowd. Although she really wanted to go up and talk to Xiaoyu, there were just too many people around. Okay, it's so late, let's go back to sleep. Xiaojie pouted and said to Wu Yaezu, who was as excited as a monkey beside her, let's go, take us back to school. It is good. Xiaoyu walked backstage, where Long Yaning had been waiting for him since the competition ended. Long Yaning's eyes brightened, and she stood up and walked towards Xiaoyu, a bright smile on her face, her eyebrows and eyes curving like a lovely crescent moon. Xiaoyu, you won, how does it feel? Long Yanning smiled as she looked at Xiaoyu, now you have defeated a champion-level trainer. It's alright. Xiaoyu smiled as well. He wasn't entirely confident of defeating Wu Chongwen. In Xiaoyu's mind, a draw would be good enough. Let's go, it's so late, let's go back. Tonight is destined to be an extraordinary night. Almost all self-media outlets are working overtime to produce and edit videos of Xiaoyu's match against Wu Chongwen. Although Xiaoyu ultimately won the match by taking advantage of Z-moves, it is undeniable that Dragapult is very strong. In contrast to Xiaoyu's peaceful sleep, Wu Chongwen tossed and turned, and if he could, he wouldn't even want to see the sun tomorrow. Wu Yaezu was equally excited. After returning to his dormitory, he immediately began engaging in intense online battles with various experts on the school forum. Xiaoyu just doesn't want to play in the school's ranking tournaments. Those tournaments are far too easy for him. He's always playing against elite 4-level trainers. He's a speak. May I ask you all, who could beat a champion-level trainer during their freshman year? The next day, Xiaoyu woke up when it was already broad daylight. Because he stayed up late last night playing against Wu Chonggwen, Xiaoyu woke up late today and had to cancel his daily training. After getting up, Xiaoyu looked at his phone, which was filled with countless messages and calls. He smiled wryly, replied to a few important people, quickly washed up, and left the apartment for the city, a luxurious business hotel. Xiaoyu sat on a soft chair, opposite Wu Chonggwen, whose eyes were bloodshot. Clearly, he hadn't slept well last night, or rather, he hadn't slept at all. Page 310. What do you want with me? Wu Chonggwen stared intently at the young man in front of him, his heart filled with resentment. He knew that he had become famous last night, and that Xiaoyu's name would be associated with him. He also became a stepping stone for Xiaoyu to gain fame. If you want to humiliate me, you don't have to, Wu Chonggwen said coldly, looking at Xiaoyu. Mr. Wu. Xiaoyu's gaze fell on Wu Chonggwen. Looking at him, he slowly said, I don't know what benefits Jiang Wanan and the others have given you, but I have to remind you, if you really want to stick with their lousy ship, you will be doomed. Xiaoyu paused slightly when he saw Wu Chonggwen remain silent, then smiled and looked at Wu Chonggwen. Let me guess what benefits they promised you. After developing giant Pokémon, will they give you some shares in the new experiments? You're so confident that they'll crack the secret of giant Pokémon? You're betting everything on them? Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Wu Chonggwen's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Xiaoyu and shook his head. What are you talking about? They didn't invite me. You don't need to deny it. Xiaoyu waved his hand to interrupt Wu Chonggwen, then smiled and said, here's a list, you can take a look. Xiaoyu placed a printed list on the table. Wu Chonggwen picked it up and became increasingly alarmed as he looked at it, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. This is the client list for the past month. How did he know? You stole my company's data. Do you know that's illegal? Wu Chonggwen said to Xiaoyu, his voice stern but his tone weak. Stolen? Xiaoyu smiled and shook his head. Someone gave this to me. The reason I'm taking it out now is to remind Boss Wu to be careful on his own. Otherwise, next time this list won't appear here, but in a newspaper or in the news. In this way, all the reputation and credibility you've built up over the years will be lost. Hearing Xiaoyu's veiled threat, Wu Chonggwen broke out in a cold sweat and stared directly at Xiaoyu, asking, what exactly do you want to do? It's very simple. Xiaoyu stood up, looked at Wu Chonggwen, and then said to Wu Chonggwen, I will acquire your company's shares and then cooperate with me. It's not too late to turn back now. I'm only giving you one last chance to turn back. And all you have to do is one thing, report them to the Pokémon Association. Xiaoyu smiled at Wu Chonggwen and said in a low voice, they threatened you to follow and monitor me, but you refused to comply even at the cost of your life. Under pressure from them, you had no choice but to report them to the Pokémon Association. Wu Chonggwen was deeply shocked by Xiaoyu's words, and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. I promise you. Chapter 472 The Peach Crisps Phone Call. Xiaoyu had no idea that Wu Chonggwen's employer was actually Dr. Jiang and Dr. Hu's experimental team. Indeed, compared to painstaking research and overcoming experimental challenges on one's own, stealing other people's experimental results is the simplest and most effective way. Everyone wants to take shortcuts, even respected elders like Jiang Wanan and Hu 11 are no exception. The next day, Wu Chonggwen formally reported the matter to the Pokémon Association as agreed, which immediately caused a huge uproar. The experimental teams of Dr. Jiang and Dr. Hu also immediately issued a statement to conduct crisis public relations and filed an appeal against Wu Chonggwen, denouncing Wu Chonggwen for defaming and smearing their reputation. The two sides immediately engaged in a fierce war of words online. Although the online debate was intense, Xiaoyu knew that Wu Chonggwen's report wouldn't have much effect, nor would it have a significant impact on Jiang Wanan and Hu 11. After all, old foxes like Jiang Wanan and Hu 11 handled things very cleanly, so how could they possibly leave behind any substantial evidence? Xiaoyu speculated that this matter would most likely end up being swept under the rug, with major issues being downplayed and minor issues being ignored. Therefore, Xiaoyu chose to stay out of it and stay away from the center of public opinion. He let Wu Chonggwen keep pressing Jiang Wanan and the others, while he focused his attention on acquiring Wu Chonggwen's company. With Wu Chonggwen's full cooperation, the acquisition of the company proceeded smoothly. In order to better control Wu Chonggwen's detective agency, Xiaoyu also specially placed two trusted confidants into the agency. One is Xia Tianming. Although Xia Tianming's strength is not particularly strong at the moment, Xiaoyu can at least trust him. The other one is Lu Yongxuan, whom Xiao Wanyu strongly recommended. 2 days later, the news of Xiaoyu defeating Wu Chongwen quickly went viral online. Although it is not uncommon for a near Elite 4 Pokémon to defeat an Elite 4 Pokémon, it is extremely rare when combined with Xiaoyu's age of 19 and his status as a scientific genius. Many people even crowned him with the title of unparalleled genius, and were convinced that Xiaoyu's future achievements would start as one of the 4 heavenly kings, and that he might even become a future champion. Xiaoyu simply laughed off the media's praise. Champion? I've been a champion for ages. A light drizzle was falling from the sky, and the rain in late autumn carried a chill of approaching winter. The sound of rain pattering outside the window drifted in. The Charizard lay on the ground, flames burning brightly on its tail, lazily squinting as it rested. Beep. The phone rang, and Xiaoyu frowned as he looked at his phone. The name on the caller ID surprised him. Peach Shortbread. Since the last mission ended, the two have had almost no communication, at most exchanging a few words online. This is the first time in so long that Tao Su has taken the initiative to call him. Is there a new mission? Hello? Xiaoyu pressed the answer button and said, Senior Desu, what's up? When can we have another match? Next time, you can use Durambaret, Peach Crisp said succinctly. Ahem. Xiaoyu gave a wry smile and declined. I'm busy right now, I'll do it when I have time. When are you free? Tao Su asked directly. You set the time, I'm available anytime. Judging from Tao Su's tone, Xiaoyu knew he couldn't refuse, so he could only bite the bullet and say, I can't be sure about that, let's talk about it later. Okay, tell me when you have time, Peach Crisp said. Next time you must go all out. You can use Mega Evolution and Z moves. Okay, Xiaoyu replied with a wry smile. It seems that Senior Peach Crisp was quite dissatisfied with her use of the Lizard King in the last battle. Since that's the case, I'll send out Iron Warrior next time, Senior Peach Crisp. You asked for this, so don't blame me. Xiaoyu shook his head, quickly banishing the perverse thoughts from his mind, and then said, Then, Senior Desu, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. Wait a minute, Tao Su interrupted Xiaoyu, I haven't gotten to the important matter yet. Huh, you say? So, after all that, none of what I said before was the important thing? Do you remember our mission last time? Peach Crisp's voice rang out. I remember, about the underground world, Xiaoyu replied. Since leaving Hulong City last time, I've gone there twice more. I found some useful information and also obtained some evidence of the Fu brothers' crimes. Tao Su's soft, sweet voice rang out, but her tone also carried a hint of seriousness. Hulong City is going to hold an annual auction soon, and I plan to go again. Do you want to come with me? Xiaoyu was shocked by Tao Su's words. He hadn't expected Tao Su to have such courage to continue investigating the Black Dragon City matter all by herself. Are you continuing the investigation alone? Tao Su replied. Have you asked your family for their opinions on this matter? Xiaoyu asked. They know, Tao Su said calmly. They completely agree with what I did. Firstly, I wanted to do some real good deeds after joining Team Zero. Secondly, I've discussed this with my family, and the underworld has indeed gone too far these past few years. But don't worry, I won't act impulsively in this investigation. The investigation will be limited to the Qi family. At this point, Tao Su paused slightly, then continued, So, how about it? Do you want to cooperate? You can think about it carefully. Report to Lu Guanzhen. I booked the plane tickets for the day after tomorrow. You can give me an answer within a day. Okay, I'll think about it carefully. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoyu looked out at the drizzling rain and carefully pondered Tao Su's words. He realized he had underestimated Tao Su. Tao Su's words were a subtle way of telling him this. The Tao family plans to completely kick the Qi family out of the underground world. Should Xiaoyu and Lu Guanzhen behind Xiaoyu try to get a share of the spoils? In the past 2 months, the Qi family father and son have died one after another at the hands of Gibbon, and many champion-level Pokémon have perished. This has greatly weakened the Qi family's strength, and they no longer have the ability to control the underground world. At the same time, the astonishing wealth accumulated by the Qi family over generations will also become their death warrant. The Qi family was severely weakened, and the Tao family could easily crush them with their current strength, yet they still chose to seek cooperation with them. On the one hand, too many people were eyeing the Qi family, making it too difficult for the Tao family to take them all on their own. On the other hand, they were eyeing Lu Ting, who was behind them. Because Lu Ting is the champion of the Southwest region, if the Tao family wants to get involved in this matter, they absolutely cannot bypass Lu Ting. Moreover, Xiaoyu speculated that the reason Tao Su chose to reveal this information to him was entirely because of his victory over Wu Chongwen a few days ago. Only after recognizing his own strength did the Tao family agree to befriend him. Indeed, no matter where you are, strength is the most important thing. Xiaoyu frowned and thought for a while, then made up his mind. Go. This trip to Heilongjiang City is a must. Page 311. Xiaoyu had his reasons for having to go. He also had a question in his mind: why did the Qi family know about the Dark Stone, and how much did they really know about it? Did the Qi family know that the legendary Pokémon Zekrom was sleeping inside the Dark Stone? If they knew, would they know the exact location of the Dragon Spiral Tower? Chapter 473 Qi Linyu, Heilong City. Arriving in this remote city in the southwest region again, Xiaoyu felt completely different. Without a mission, Xiaoyu felt more relaxed and at ease. The auction is the night after tomorrow, and we're free to do whatever we want in the meantime. Peach Crisp, wearing a thick knitted sweater and a white hat, looked rather cute. How about we take this opportunity to have a match? Forget it, forget it. Hearing Tao Su's words, Xiaoyu quickly waved his hand and refused. The important thing is to do business. Let's investigate carefully in the next 2 days and see if we can find anything useful. Alright. Tao Su could see Xiaoyu's reluctance, so she didn't force him and nodded. But you have to be careful. If the Qi family finds out about our operation this time, they might retaliate desperately. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered, so you have to be careful. You'd better borrow a champion-level Pokémon from Lu Guanjun to save your life, or borrow a flying-type Pokémon with near champion-level strength from your master, Tao Su cautiously reminded him. Although the Qi family had suffered a great loss of strength, they still had Elder Qi in charge. Old Qi should still have a champion-level Pokémon. If he really decides to fight to the death, he'll be a tough opponent. For this mission, Disu's grandfather also gave her a Pokémon with champion-level strength to accompany her and protect her safety in critical moments. Okay, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Let's split up then. I'll contact you tomorrow. It is good. After the two parted ways, Xiaoyu wandered alone through the streets of Heilong City. Xiaoyu went straight to the dark alley, and after making sure no one was around, he immediately put on the Ditto mask, changed his appearance, and then walked towards the Qi family's direction. The Qi family's headquarters was built on Black Dragon Mountain, nestled against the mountainside. Even from the foot of the mountain, one could see the magnificent villa. The Qi family's villa was always bustling with people coming and going. Visitors came in droves, almost wearing down the threshold. However, in the last month or two, with the deaths of Qi Weiai, Qi Linlong, and several champion, semi-champion, and elite Pokémon, the once prosperous Qi family has taken a sharp turn for the worse, and its once bustling home has become deserted. The Qi family now only has Old Master Qi to hold things together, but Old Master Qi is getting old and we don't know how many more years he can live. It's not realistic to expect him to participate in high-intensity Pokémon battles anymore. The decline of the Qi family was inevitable. If it's just a decline, it's not so bad. You have to know that the Qi family's arrogant and domineering behavior in recent years has offended a lot of people. Now these enemies are like hungry wolves eyeing the Qi family, surrounded by a pack of wolves, ready to pounce and tear the Qi family to shreds at any moment. The slightest misstep could lead to utter ruin. Bang! The exquisite vase on the table was smashed to the ground. Qi Linyu stood in front of the desk with a livid face, his chest heaving violently. My elder brother has only been dead for a month or two, and they can't wait to kick the Qi family out. This is too much. The maid standing to the side lowered her head, burying her face in her chest, trembling with fear, not daring to breathe. She carefully cleaned up the broken vase on the floor, afraid of angering Qi Linyu. After a few breaths, Qi Linyu's emotions gradually stabilized. He sat back in his chair and reached out to rub his head. This wasn't the first time he'd lost his temper since taking over the family business. He could sense that with his elder brother's death, the Qi family's once close allies seemed to be intentionally distancing themselves. Even the Tan family, which was closest to the Qi family and had kinship ties, began to distance themselves subtly. A sense of powerlessness welled up in his heart. The Qi family was now truly struggling. If they could not find a powerful ally as soon as possible, Qi Linyu could hardly imagine what would become of the Qi family. Sigh. Qi Linyu couldn't help but sigh, his gaze falling on the young, beautiful maid in front of him, but his mind was completely free of any ulterior motives. You can go out now, but don't let anyone in. Yes. The maid gently closed the door and went out. In the empty room, Qi Linyu's melodious sigh echoed. He rubbed his head, a wave of weariness washing over him. His eyelids grew heavy, and he couldn't help but lean on the table for a short rest. Half an hour later, Qi Linyu, who was fast asleep, suddenly woke up. He still had so much to do. How did he fall asleep so easily? Qi Linyu quickly looked up, only to suddenly see a strange middle-aged man sitting opposite her at the desk, which instantly sent chills down her spine. How did he get in? Who is he? Just as Qi Laiyu was about to call for help, she heard the voice of the person on the other end of the line. You're finally awake. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Who are you? Qi Laiyu took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and looked at the stranger in front of him. He was certain he had never seen the person before. How did you get in? Who I am is not important. You just need to know that I can help you, and the Qi family. Xiaoyu, now with a different face, smiled at Qi Laiyu in front of him, especially now that the Qi family is in dire straits. I can help your Qi family overcome this current difficulty. Qi Laiyu frowned as he listened to Xiaoyu's words, looking at Xiaoyu warily, clearly not quite believing what Xiaoyu was saying. Xiaoyu noticed the wariness in Qi Laiu's eyes, smiled, and then took out a golden crying mask from his waist and put it on his face. Let me introduce myself. I am Divine Coffin 6. I think you should have heard of the Divine Coffin organization. With the protection of our Divine Coffin, I think the Qi family will definitely be able to overcome the current difficulties. A Divine Coffin. A hint of surprise flashed in Qi Laiu's eyes. He had indeed heard of the organization called Divine Coffin, and he knew that all members of the organization were powerful, and that every official member of Divine Coffin had a divine beast. The person in front of me was able to sneak into my study without a sound, so his strength must be unfathomable. He must be a true member of the Divine Coffin. However, it's not 100% certain yet. Qi Laiyu sized up Xiaoyu. If the Qi family really had the protection of the Divine Coffin, they might be able to weather the storm, but the prerequisite was to know what price the Qi family would have to pay. What price do we need to pay? Qi Laiyu asked Xiaoyu, trying to calm himself down. Price? I saved the entire Qi family. What price do you think you should pay? Xiaoyu retorted, then smiled and said, from now on, the Qi family will have to listen to me in everything. Secondly, I want all the information about Sakeke. I heard that Sakeke had a conflict with your Qi family at an auction. What did Sakeke buy at that auction, and why did you have a conflict with him? Xiaoyu asked, word by word. I cannot make this decision, it must be decided by my father. Chapter 474 The Megaloman. After plotting with Qi Laiyu for a long time, Xiaoyu left the Qi family mansion under the cover of night. This time, he deliberately impersonated the identity of Divine Coffin 6, using a combination of deception and trickery, just to find out how much of the dark stone secret the Qi family knew. Xiaoyu deliberately made one of each of the masks like the one for the Divine Coffin, from Divine Coffin 1 to Divine Coffin 12, just in case. Since the Divine Coffin always wears a mask during its operations and few people know their true faces, Xiaoyu can use the name of the Divine Coffin to commit all sorts of evil deeds. He only needs to prove that he has the power of the Divine Coffin, and he will not arouse the suspicion of others. Therefore, Xiaoyu had absolutely no psychological burden in impersonating the Divine Coffin 6. However, Qi Laiyu was no fool. Although the Divine Coffin was famous and prestigious, it had a bad reputation. It had done a lot of swindling, cheating, and extortion. Qi Laiyu was even more worried that if they cooperated with the Divine Coffin, the entire Qi family might be swallowed up, skin and bones, which would be a loss that outweighed the gains. Compared to cooperating with the Divine Coffin, he would prefer to use most of the Qi family's wealth to seek the protection of a powerful figure. However, Qi Laiyu was also worried that if he refused the Divine Coffin, he might inadvertently anger them and gain another enemy. For the Qi family, this would be a net loss. Therefore, after a heated debate and bargaining with Xiaoyu, the two sides finally reached an agreement. The Qi family is willing to give Xiaoyu 50% of their wealth and tell him all the secrets they know about the Dark Stone, but on the condition that Xiaoyu first demonstrates his strength and helps them successfully overcome their current difficulties. The Qi family is currently facing internal and external difficulties. The greatest external pressure comes from the Li family in the southwest region. As long as Xiaoyu can force the Li family to back down, they can cooperate. The Li family is a deeply rooted and powerful family in southwest China. The family once produced a champion, and in this generation, there is also Li Yunye, the flying king of southwest China, who is holding up the family's reputation. They can be considered a prominent family in the southwest region. Xiaoyu was no stranger to Li Yunye, in fact, he was quite familiar with him. Since the grass and insect realm appeared more than a year ago, Li Yunye has been stationed in the grass and insect realm in Starlight City as one of the 4 heavenly kings, serving as the top leader of the grass and insect realm. The Xiao family also holds a portion of the shares in grass insect secret realm, making them one of its shareholders. The two families have a close relationship. The Xiao family was able to develop rapidly in Xinguang City in just half a year, which was naturally inseparable from Li Yunye's help. Given this bond, Xiaoyu was reluctant to actually take action against the Li family, but for the sake of the Dark Stone secret, he had to help Qi Lianyu overcome his current predicament. Therefore, before leaving the Qi family villa, Xiaoyu finally agreed to Qi Lianyu's request that he go to the auction the day after tomorrow night to support the Qi family. After leaving the Qi family, Xiaoyu thought for a moment and immediately called Tao Su. "Hey, Senior Peach Crisp, I found some useful information. I have to go out of town and might not be able to make it back for the auction the day after tomorrow." "Don't worry about me," Xiaoyu said. "Are you going to another city?" Tao Su asked, frowning. "Yes," Xiaoyu replied, "I have some things to take care of." "Okay, please be safe." Page 312. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoyu immediately set off for the Tiande Plateau Wilderness area. The auction starts the night after tomorrow, so Xiaoyu plans to use these 2 days to go to the Tiande Plateau Wilderness area to capture the crystal giant monster. The reason for doing this is that Xiaoyu currently has too few high-end Pokémon. Both Darkrai and Gigantamax Lapras are Giovanni's signature Pokémon, and using them would reveal Giovanni's identity. As for Iron Warrior, that's even more unacceptable, it's Xiaoyu's signature Pokémon. Therefore, Xiaoyu realized that the identity he was impersonating, Divine Coffin 6, did not have a single high-end Pokémon that he could boast about. What if a fight breaks out during the auction the night after tomorrow? Wouldn't that expose the truth? Therefore, in order to replenish his high-end combat power and to fulfill his dream of having a Steel-type Pokémon, Xiaoyu decided to use these 2 days to travel to the Tiandu Wild area at lightning speed to catch Metagross. Just thinking about that vast underground world and the Metagross race made Xiaoyu feel his blood boil. "Metagross, here I come." Tiande Plateau Wilderness area. Light snowflakes drifted in the sky, and the town of Qingshan, nearing December, was already bitterly cold. Since Roger's death more than half a year ago, the Tiande Plateau Wilderness area was closed for 6 months, and outsiders were only allowed to enter again half a month ago. This time, Xiaoyu entered the Tiande Plateau Wilderness area, and in order to avoid causing unnecessary disputes and trouble, he deliberately concealed his identity and whereabouts, and entered quietly. In other words, Xiaoyu's identity this time is that of an illegal trespasser who is a poacher. The weather on the Tiande Plateau was as harsh as ever. The extreme cold and lack of oxygen made Xiaoyu, walking under the snow curtain, constantly pant heavily. Following the route he remembered, he walked through the dense forest and, under the cover of night, soon arrived at the entrance to the underground world. It had been more than half a year since he last came. The huge rock that Xiaoyu had deliberately piled up at the entrance to the underground world when he left last time was now covered with a thick layer of moss, completely blending into the surrounding environment. It seems that no one has entered the underground world in the past 6 months, and no Pokémon have left the underground world. "Let's go in and take a look." "Darkrai, push the rock aside," Xiaoyu said to Darkrai beside him. "Jia." Darkrai nodded silently, and then a surge of energy moved the rocks at the entrance. Xiaoyu and Darkrai walked into the entrance together, and then Darkrai moved the rock back to its original position, sealing the entrance. In the pitch-black underground world, Xiaoyu released Charizard, using the flames from its tail for illumination, and continued deeper into the darkness. "Darkrai, put all the Pokémon you encounter to sleep immediately. Don't waste time. Our target this time is Metagross." "Jia." Xiaoyu directed Darkrai to search for Metagross's tracks, and soon Xiaoyu arrived at a vast underground platform. Just like last time, this place is home to all sorts of steel and rock-type Pokémon. Xiaoyu's gaze swept over each Pokémon in front of him, but unfortunately, Metagross was not among them. However, this was within Xiaoyu's expectations. Metagross, as a pseudo-legendary Pokémon, is extremely rare, with only 2 or 3 in the entire underworld. He didn't expect to be lucky enough to encounter a Metagross as soon as he entered the underground world. Luck is always an elusive thing. Xiaoyu prefers to take the initiative and minimize the impact of randomness rather than rely on luck. Xiaoyu smiled confidently. Since he dared to come here to capture Metagross, he must have his own way of finding it. "Stop, Darkrai, be ready for battle at any time." Xiaoyu continued to Darkrai, "Your strength has broken through to the near champion level, but you may face 2 or 3 Metagross monsters later. Their strength is around the near champion level, and this is the time to test your strength." As Xiaoyu spoke, he took out the Metagross Mega Stone. In order to find Metagross as soon as possible, Xiaoyu specially brought a Metagross Mega Stone. All Pokémon capable of Mega Evolution are highly sensitive to their specific Mega Stones. Metagross, for example, is very sensitive to Metagross Mega Stones. As soon as Metagross senses the energy emanating from a Metagross Mega Stone, it will rush there immediately. To activate Metagross's Mega Evolution Stone, you must use an Evolution Key Stone. Xiaoyu gently placed his hand on his Evolution Key Stone, which resonated with Metagross's Mega Evolution Stone, emitting a faint energy. This dissipated energy is fatally attractive to Metagross. Chapter 475 3 Megalodons. Underworld. The Metagross Mega Stone emitted a dazzling light, radiating energy like starlight and shining brightly in the dark underground world. Meanwhile, deep within the underground world, a Metagross, which had been sleeping in a pile of metal ore, sensed the energy of the Mega Stone and suddenly opened its eyes, its scarlet pupils gleaming with a cold-blooded killing intent. Superpower energy surged, enveloping its massive and heavy body, causing it to float in the air like a balloon. Its thick, metallic limbs, like jet engines, propelled Metagross through the tunnels of the underground world, moving at light speed toward the location of the Metagross Mega Stone. Xiaoyu held up the Metagross Mega Stone in his right hand, radiating a dazzling light, patiently waiting for the fish to take the bait. He knew there were at least 2 Metagross in this underground world, one of which had a crystal-like shell and was clearly a mutated Pokémon. Mutant Pokémon are rarer than shiny Pokémon. They not only have a more unique appearance, but their types also change, somewhat similar to regional forms. It has appeared several times in the anime, such as Crystal Onyx, Golden Sudowoodo, and Snorlax. Without a doubt, this Metagross from the underground world is a mutated Pokémon. It's just unknown whether its type will change. As Xiaoyu pondered, he held up the Metagross Mega Stone high to attract the Metagross from the underground world. Just then, Xiaoyu heard a whooshing sound in his ears. He turned to look and saw a steel beast flying towards him from the dark cave entrance. The crab-like metallic body, the X-shaped metal on its face, and its powerful near-champion level strength made Xiaoyu's heart race. Finally come. Metagross was enveloped in dazzling steel-type energy, its body bursting with brilliant light like a comet. This Metagross is using its signature move, Comet Punch. Dark Ray. Faced with the attack from Metagross, Xiaoyu dared not be careless. While directing Dark Ray to defend against the attack, he took out the Pokeball of Ironhide and released Ironhide. With Iron Warrior not by his side, Xiaoyu always felt less confident. Dark Ray raised a shield of light in front of him, blocking Metagross's frenzied attack. Boom! The full-force Comet Fist struck the light shield with a deafening roar, and the shockwave caused the rubble on the ground to tremble, demonstrating just how powerful the Comet Fist was. As the light faded, Xiaoyu was able to see the appearance of the giant golden monster in front of him. The Metagross in front of Xiaoyu was not any of the Metagross he had encountered last time, because it was different in both size and appearance. This Metagross was much more ferocious and terrifying. The blue metal shell was covered with countless tiny scars, the longest of which severed the X-shaped silver metal stripe on his face and extended all the way to the corner of his eye, adding to his fierce appearance. Its size is more than twice that of a typical Metagross, and its 4 legs are thick and powerful. Without a doubt, this was a Metagross that was in excellent condition, and the overwhelming sense of oppression made Xiaoyu somewhat excited. Dark Ray, Dark Hole. Xiaoyu's voice rang out, commanding Dark Ray to launch an attack on Metagross. Just then, accompanied by a huge sound, 2 Metagross monsters flew out of the tunnel on the other side of the side road. Boom! These 2 Metagross were the same Metagross Xiaoyu had encountered last time. One of them had a metallic shell that shone like crystal, dazzling in the dark underground world. This was the crystal Metagross that Xiaoyu had been longing for, and it was also a near-champion level. As for the other Metagross, it has normal Elite 4 level strength. As soon as the 2 Metagross monsters appeared, they glared at the other giant Metagross monster with anger, hatred, and a hint of fear in their eyes. The giant Metagross that appeared at the beginning also had its gaze on the other 2 Metagross, its expression indifferent, seemingly not taking the 2 Metagross seriously at all. Xiaoyu never expected that there would be 3 Megalodon monsters in this underground world. Moreover, judging from this situation, it seems that their relationship is not very good. Xiaoyu's gaze swept over the several Metagross monsters in front of him, a hint of excitement in his eyes. Although dealing with 3 Metagross monsters at the same time was quite troublesome, the rewards would be extremely rich if they could wipe them all out. With these 3 Metagross as a foundation, Xiaoyu can wipe out the entire Metagross population in the underground world and cultivate a powerful Metagross population as the foundation of the Xia family. For a family to prosper in the long run, one person alone is not enough. It must have a strong Pokémon family as its foundation. For example, in families that control a Charizard clan, each member receives a Charmander egg as their starter Pokémon when they are young. They started from a much higher level than many others. In China, those truly enduring and timeless families all possess an extremely powerful Pokémon clan as their foundation. For example, the Dragonite clan and the Tyranitar clan. Page 313. Some people are born with pseudo-legendary Pokémon, standing directly at the finish line that many people can never reach in their entire lives. In this world, unless you make a great contribution, only those who become one of the Elite Four are qualified to receive a pseudo-legendary Pokémon. The four Heavenly Kings represent a goal that many people can never achieve in their entire lives. Some people spend their entire lives striving for Rome, while others are born in Rome. If Xiaoyu can truly master the cultivation of a Megaloman race, the Xiao family can rapidly grow and expand within a few decades. From now on, Xiaoyu's nephew and Xiao Luo's son will have an iron dumbbell from a young age, and their future achievements will at the very least be that of a champion-level trainer. Just thinking about it gets my blood pumping. Darkrai, you deal with that giant Metagross, Xiaoyu's voice rang out. Leave the remaining two to Iron Warrior. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's command, Darkrai launched an attack on the giant Metagross without hesitation, unleashing a dark pulse that swept across the sky and blasted towards Metagross. The Iron Warrior glanced at the two giant metal monsters in front of him, gripped his double-edged blade with his right hand, his gaze cold, and then propelled himself forward like a bullet. It raised its double-blade blades high, and jet-black evil energy surged forth, enveloping the blades. The powerful dark-type energy startled the two Metagross creatures slightly, and the oppressive feeling coming at them made them feel suffocated. Especially the giant golden monster at the Heavenly King level, after being locked onto by the Iron Warrior's powerful aura, it had no ability to resist at all. Secret attack on key points. A flash of dark light, and the King-level Metagross was sent flying by a single strike. Xiaoyu watched this scene and couldn't help but sigh. Brother Tai was indeed still Brother Tai. His powerful strength still made people feel so at ease. Chapter 476 The Terrifying Megaloman. Underworld. The fierce battle erupted with a deafening roar and surging air currents. The weakest of the King-level Megaloman was instantly knocked down by the Iron Warrior and lost its ability to fight. The Iron Warrior stood with his sword in hand, his cold gaze fixed on the remaining two Megalodon monsters, exuding an awe-inspiring presence like a war god. Xiaoyu stood behind the Iron Warrior with a smile on his face. Sure enough, the Iron Warrior was as powerful as ever. The champion-level Iron Warrior has absolute dominance in battles of this level. Although the two remaining near-champion-level Metagross monsters are equally powerful, they are still no match for the Iron Warrior. The only downside is that Gigantamax Lapras couldn't be brought out to fight in the underworld, otherwise the battle would have ended much faster. Xiaoyu took out a Pokeball and put the defeated Metagross into it. Then he turned his attention to the remaining two Metagross. Iron Warrior, you should deal with this crystal Metagross as quickly as possible, then come and help Darkrai fight the other Metagross. Hurry up, Xiaoyu's voice rang out as he addressed Iron Warrior. With Iron Warrior's peak champion level strength, dealing with a Metagross near champion level would be a piece of cake, so Xiaoyu had nothing to worry about. The only thing that worried Xiaoyu was the giant Metagross beside him. Although this giant Metagross was also a near champion level, its overall combat strength was clearly stronger than the other crystal Metagross. Otherwise, the crystal Metagross would have looked quite wary when it saw this giant Metagross. Darkrai, all you need to do is stall for time and wait for the Iron Warriors to come to your aid, Xiaoyu reminded Darkrai. Darkrai nodded slightly upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, but his competitive spirit was stirred by Xiaoyu's words. Both being near champion level in strength, it didn't believe it was weaker than the Metagross in front of it. Why should it just delay? It was determined to defeat the Metagross in front of it. Darkrai began to surge with dark-type energy, its eyes fixed on Metagross, ready to attack at any moment. Seeing the dark-type energy surging around Darkrai, Xiaoyu finally came to his senses. Darkrai had the dignity of a legendary Pokémon, so how could it only think about stalling for time? It wanted to win the battle against Metagross. Xiaoyu opened his mouth as if to warn Darkrai to be careful of the Metagross in front of him, but swallowed his words back. Darkrai might perceive his repeated, well-intentioned reminders as a lack of trust in him. Although the giant Metagross gave Xiaoyu a sense of unease, Xiaoyu still trusted Darkrai at this moment. No matter how powerful this giant Metagross is, or what makes it unique. As a trainer, I should find a way to help Darkrai defeat powerful opponents, not just let it stall for time. Besides, with Iron Warrior backing it up, this situation is the perfect opportunity for Darkrai to train. Darkrai, since you want to fight, let's defeat it together. Xiaoyu smiled and looked at Darkrai, saying, Darkrai, Dark Void. As Xiaoyu's voice rang out, Darkrai suddenly unleashed a fierce dark-type energy, surging towards Metagross like an abyss. Metagross is terrifyingly calm. As a steel/psychic-type Pokémon, its metallic body and high intelligence make most Metagross individuals calm and cruel. Faced with Darkrai's attack, this Metagross remained indifferent, showing no sign of panic, and coldly stared at Darkrai. the superpowered energy suddenly erupted, enveloping its body as if covered by a thin purple film. In that instant, Metagross's speed soared, becoming as fast as a flash of light, dodging nimbly in the air like a fleeting glimpse of a swan, drawing a Z-shaped lightning bolt, displaying a speed completely disproportionate to its enormous size. It dodged the dark hole coming from Darkrai while approaching Darkrai. High-speed movement. Seeing this, Xiaoyu frowned. He wasn't sure if this Metagross had used the high-speed ability, but one thing was certain, this Metagross was definitely a veteran of many battles. Whether it's combat instinct, skill execution, or energy control, they are absolutely top tier. Because every time this Megalodon dodges the dark hole, it almost always just grazes the edge of the dark hole, and if it's not careful, it will get hit by the dark hole. 1 or 2 times could be attributed to luck, but to do it every time requires precise calculations of its own speed and the flight speed of the dark hole, along with perfect control over its body and energy. Moreover, the psychic-type energy enveloping its body is not like that of other Pokémon, which erupts and is visible to the naked eye. Instead, it is like a thin film covering its body, without any dissipation. It is invisible unless you look closely. The manipulation of energy is also perfect. Although it was only a single encounter, Xiaoyu was deeply shocked. This ferocious-looking, enormous Megalodon was truly extraordinary. As Metagross drew closer, fighting-type energy surged from its right forelimb, covering it with a thin layer of red fighting-type energy. Metagross raised its thick right forelimb high, swung it fiercely, and slammed it down on Darkrai with a whooshing sound. Arm Hammer. Fighting-type high-power moves are powerful, but have a significant side effect. Each use reduces the user's speed. Darkrai, Shadow Clone. Xiaoyu's voice rang out. Darkrai, a pure Dark-type Pokémon, is twice as weak to fighting, and Metagross already has extremely strong physical attack, so he naturally wouldn't dare let Darkrai take the hit. Darkrai also sensed Metagross's power. Its expression became extremely serious and solemn. Normal-type energy surged, and more than a dozen Darkrai appeared on the field in an instant. Metagross didn't pause for a moment as it looked at the dozen or so Darkrai in front of it. In just a moment, psychic-type energy surged, and its scarlet eyes were enveloped in purple energy, staring intently at the dozen or so Darkrai in front of it, firing like lasers. In just a moment, Metagross used the fact that Dark-type Pokémon are immune to Psychic-type moves to identify Darkrai's true form. This is because Shadow Clone is a normal-type move, so all Shadow Clone clones present will be affected by Psychic-type energy, while the real Darkrai will not be affected by Psychic-type energy. The thick, blue metal arm, enveloped in crimson fighting-type energy, slammed down on Darkrai like a pendulum. Boom! Darkrai, stand! Just as the hammer was about to strike Darkrai, at the critical moment, normal-type energy surged from Darkrai's body, forming a fake substitute in its original position to block Metagross's full-force attack. Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had equipped Darkrai with a disgusting combination of moves like Substitute, Protect, and Toxic, otherwise it would have been really dangerous. Boom! Metagross's hammer slammed into the stand, the immense force slamming it into the ground and causing the entire underground world to shake. A hole was blasted into the ground, and cracks spread out along the hole like a spider web. Seeing this, Xiaoyu and Darkrai were both shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. This Metagross was too powerful. If the fight continued, the entire underground world would collapse. What a terrifying Metagross monster. Chapter 477 My favorite Pokémon. The giant Metagross floated in the air, its blue metallic shell enveloped in a faint psychic energy, like a thin film, shimmering with a purple glow, adding to its mystique. It stared indifferently at Xiaoyu and Darkrai beside him. Metagross is one of the few Pokémon with exceptionally high intelligence, possessing a complex neural network in its brain, and its computational and analytical capabilities are comparable to those of a supercomputer. Xiaoyu's gaze fell on the Metagross in front of him. Fighting the Metagross was like fighting a supercomputer. Precise positioning and complete energy control are just like a script encountered in a game, leaving no room for error. Coupled with its seemingly mechanical, cold-blooded and ruthless personality, it is a Pokémon born for battle. This is why, among Pokémon of the same level, very few can rival Metagross. Compared to other pseudo-legendary Pokémon, Metagross is more like an emotionless mechanical killer, born purely for battle. Of course, not every Metagross is so powerful, nor are they born this powerful. Metagross also starts from scratch and gradually accumulates experience to become powerful enough. For a Metagross to grow to its current level, it needs to go through thousands of battles, constantly collecting various battle data, recording various skills, and recording data of different Pokémon. Only through long-term, repeated training and battles, summarizing lessons learned from countless failures, and conducting comprehensive analysis and calculations, can one achieve such perfection. Metagross is such a special Pokémon. It's like an AI that can continuously learn and improve, and every failure makes it stronger. Page 314. This is why the Metagross in front of us is neither heterochromatic nor shiny, nor does it have any unique or special abilities, yet it is still so powerful, simply powerful. With its powerful combat awareness, perfect energy control, and sharp reflexes in battle, every ability of its is at its peak, making it like a perfect all-rounder. There is no doubt that the Metagross in front of us is the best among its peers. Darkrai, be careful, Xiaoyu warned Darkrai, while simultaneously thinking of a way to defeat Metagross. Just as Xiaoyu was pondering, Metagross suddenly moved. Its body flashed with purple light again, and psychic energy enveloped its body as if it were covered with a thin film, which greatly increased Metagross's speed, and it pounced on Darkrai. Enveloped in psychic energy, Metagross's speed increased even further compared to before. This time, Xiaoyu was finally able to confirm that the psychic energy surging on Metagross was the agility skill, which greatly increased its speed. Seeing the ferocious Metagross approaching, Xiaoyu's voice rang out. At this moment, he could only think of one skill to break the deadlock. Darkrai, a clever trick. Transplant is a Dark-type physical attack move, a powerful and unique move. This skill is not only quite powerful, but it also has a very special effect. That is, when attacking an enemy, one does not use one's own strength to attack, but rather uses the opponent's strength to attack. The stronger the enemy, the greater the damage dealt. This skill is a perfect fit for Darkrai in this situation. Darkrai is more inclined towards special attack. Its physical attack is not outstanding, only average. If it uses physical attack moves, it will deal limited damage to Metagross, which has excellent physical defense. However, the skill of transplanting flowers and grafting trees is completely different when it uses Metagross's power to attack. The Metagross in front of us is incredibly powerful. The transplant technique can also achieve its maximum effect, dealing high damage to Metagross, especially since Metagross is twice as weak to dark and has the added bonus of dark stab damage. If this skill successfully hits Metagross, it will definitely cause it serious damage. As Xiaoyu's voice rang out, Darkrai unleashed Dark-type energy, enveloping its body and hurtling towards Metagross. Metagross stared coldly at Darkrai, while its arm was once again enveloped in Fighting-type energy, the only Fighting-type move it currently possessed. This is also a drawback of wild Pokémon, because without the guidance of a trainer, the skills they can learn are quite limited, and they can only learn skills by improving their strength. Metagross, for example, could actually learn a more useful Power Punch, which, although slightly weaker, increases its attack with each attack. Unfortunately, no one teaches it, so it can't learn it. Darkrai did not flinch in the face of Metagross's attack and charged straight at it. The distance between the two closed in an instant, and Metagross raised its thick metal forelimbs and slammed them down on Darkrai. At the same time, Darkrai was also enveloped in Dark-type energy and punched Metagross. Boom! The clash between the two erupted with a deafening roar. Darkrai steadily withstood Metagross's attack and even seemed to gain the upper hand. The move Transplant is quite powerful, only slightly weaker than Metagross's hammer move, but Darkrai's Transplant has a stab boost. In this way, the power of the substitution technique is naturally much stronger than that of Metagross. However, just as the two sides were locked in a stalemate, a loud bang suddenly came from the side, and Darkrai and Metagross both looked in the direction from which the sound came. A streak of light flew rapidly from a distance, interrupting the battle between the two Pokémon, passing between them, and crashing into the opposite cave wall, creating a large crater in the entire cave. Darkrai and Metagross looked at the cave wall at the same time and realized that the stream of light was actually the crystal Metagross from the beginning. It had fallen to the ground, fallen into a coma, and completely lost its ability to fight. How long has it been? The crystal Metagross had already lost its ability to fight. Darkrai and Metagross snapped out of their daze and turned to look in the direction from which crystal Metagross had come. The Iron Warrior slowly approached, wielding his double-edged blade, his gaze fixed on Darkrai and the giant Metagross. The giant metal monster's gaze was fixed on the Iron Warrior, and it could feel the vast, ocean-like aura emanating from him. For the first time, it felt the urge to retreat, because its calculations showed that it had a 0 chance of winning against the Iron Warrior. Logically speaking, Metagross should have tried to escape, but as a king, it also has its own pride. Metamorphose. Xiaoyu had guessed Metagross's thoughts and looked at it, saying, "How about we make a bet? You and Darkrai will fight one-on-one, the Iron Warriors won't interfere. If you win, I will let you leave, and the Iron Warrior will absolutely not stop you. But if you lose, you'll come with me from today onwards and become my Pokémon. How about it? Xiaoyu's voice rang out as he smiled at the giant Megalomon in front of him. He knew that it would be difficult to tame an adult Metagross and make it truly obedient. But Xiaoyu really liked the Metagross in front of him, especially its personality. With its aloof and calm demeanor, Metagross is undoubtedly a born king, and it can grow so strong even in the wild. With the guidance of a trainer, it will definitely be the next Iron Warrior. That's why Xiaoyu came up with this idea. This is trust in oneself, and also trust in Darkrai. Metagross listened to Xiaoyu's words, its gaze sweeping over Iron Warrior, Darkrai, and Xiaoyu before finally nodding slightly. Alright, it's settled then. Iron Warrior, you take a rest. Leave this battle to Darkrai. Don't interfere. Chapter 478 Darkrai vs Metagross. Darkrai floated in the air, its black aura burning like flames. Its scarlet eyes stared at Metagross from afar, and a chilling atmosphere filled the air. Neither Darkrai nor Metagross has made a move yet, seemingly preparing for the upcoming battle. The atmosphere in the arena was extremely tense, and a major battle was about to break out. The Iron Warrior walked towards Xiaoyu, silently holding his sword and standing there like a military commander, quietly watching Darkrai and Metagross. Although it didn't make a move, simply standing there quietly put immense pressure on Metagross and Darkrai. Just then, Xiaoyu's voice rang out first, Darkrai, use Dark Pulse. Darkrai surged with Dark-type energy, transforming into a dark wave that, like a dark rainbow of death, spanned the entire cave and flew towards Metagross. Despite Darkrai's attack, Metagross remained calm and collected as always. Its psychic powers enveloped its body, allowing it to float in the air and move with the ease of a drone, effortlessly dodging Darkrai's attacks. Seeing this, Xiaoyu frowned. Facing Metagross, which had script-like movement, Darkrai's long-range attacks were almost impossible to hit. Therefore, close-range combat is necessary to defeat Metagross. However, Darkrai is not good at close combat, and once it gets close, it has to face Metagross's terrifying power. The situation seems to be getting increasingly unfavorable for Darkrai. However, Darkrai is not without a chance. If it makes good use of its two abilities, Transplant and Dark Hole, it has a slight chance of winning. Using the Transplant technique can allow you to confront Metagross head-on, while the Dark Hole is the key to victory. If Dark Hole successfully hits Metagross and puts it to sleep, combined with Darkrai's Nightmare ability and Darkrai's special attack, there is a good chance of winning this battle. Xiaoyu's eyes flashed, and he had already made up his mind. He gave the order again, Darkrai, trick. Hearing Xiaoyu's command, Darkrai did not hesitate at all. Dark-type energy surged from its body, like burning black flames, enveloping Darkrai's body and greatly increasing its special attack. Xiaoyu chose to have Darkrai use Nasty Plot at this time in order to ensure that Darkrai could defeat Metagross during a hypnosis session. Given Metagross's high intelligence, it's almost impossible for it to be at a disadvantage twice with the same skill, so Darkrai only has one chance to win. Xiaoyu has decided to place all his hopes for victory on the Dark Hole skill. Whether he can win or not depends on whether Darkrai can hypnotize Metagross. As Darkrai used Nasty Plot, Metagross also launched its attack. Steel-type energy surged from its body, enveloping its thick, blue arms. It streaked through the air like a silver streak as it hurtled towards Darkrai. Bullet Punch. Steel-type energy covered Metagross's arm, as if it were coated with a metallic layer, and it blasted towards Darkrai with terrifying force. Bullet Punch itself isn't very powerful, but when Metagross unleashes it with its terrifying strength, it becomes quite frightening. But seeing Metagross unleash Bullet Punch, Xiaoyu felt a surge of joy. He was just thinking of letting Darkrai take a Metagross attack so he could find an opportunity to get close and use Dark Hole, but he didn't expect to have such a perfect opportunity. Metagross actually initiated a close-range attack, and it was only a low-powered move like Bullet Punch. Now is an opportunity for Darkrai, a perfect chance to unleash the Dark Hole. Darkrai, Dark Hole. Xiaoyu's voice rang out. Dark-type energy surged from Darkrai's body, and a jet-black energy ball formed and gathered in its hand, but it did not throw it. Instead, it waited for Metagross to attack. Boom! Metagross's Bullet Punch landed on Darkrai, and the immense force caused Darkrai to momentarily lose consciousness. His vision went black, and his body flew backward uncontrollably. Only then did Darkrai realize how terrifying Metagross's power was. This was just one of Metagross's low-powered bullet punches. Page 315. If it were Comet Punch, one punch might be enough to instantly kill Darkrai. This Metagross is truly near perfect in terms of power. Fortunately, Darkrai had a Dark Hole ability. As Metagross's iron fist slammed into Darkrai also unleashed the Dark Hole skill. At such close range, Metagross naturally couldn't dodge, or rather, it never intended to dodge the Dark Hole skill. This is because Metagross did not know what Darkray's Dark Hole move was. This was also its first time fighting a Pokémon like Darkrai, and it did not know that the effect of Dark Hole was to induce sleep. Otherwise, Metagross would never choose to take the hit head-on. The Dark Hole entered Metagross's body, and in that instant, it suddenly felt the surrounding scenery begin to change, constantly distorting, as if it had fallen into an endless abyss. Metagross was pulled into a dark world, an endless expanse of darkness that felt completely foreign to it. There was nothing but the endless darkness. This is the effect of the Dark Hole. It forcibly drags enemies into a dark world and forces them into a sleep state. In the game, Dark Hole is just a regular hypnosis skill, but in reality, Dark Hole has a stronger hypnotic effect than regular hypnosis. Once it hits, the enemy will have a hard time waking up for a short period of time, especially for Pokémon like Metagross, which is twice as weak to Dark-type Pokémon. Dark Void will be even more effective. Boom! Metagross's heavy body crashed to the ground with a loud thud. Its breathing became rapid, indicating that it had fallen asleep and was suffering from a nightmare. It was only at this moment that Darkrai revealed its power as a legendary Pokémon. As a nightmare god, it could only unleash its full power by putting its opponent to sleep. Furthermore, Darkrai is more suited to fighting multiple opponents. Its Dark Hole ability, which induces group sleep, combined with its nightmare ability, makes it fearless against swarm tactics. However, in one-on-one combat, Darkrai is not considered top tier. However, Metagross has now been hypnotized, so it's Dalai's turn to unleash its full power. First, Darkrai's nightmare ability activates, constantly tormenting Metagross and draining its stamina. Darkrai, continuous Dark Pulse. Xiaoyu's voice rang out, and Darkrai began to gather Dark-type energy in its right hand. At this moment, there was only one thing it could do to unleash all its power before Metagross woke up. After using Nasty Plot once, Darkrai's Dark-type stab, combined with its double super effectiveness, caused its damage to explode. One Dark Pulse after another was unleashed upon Metagross. The surging, dark energy nearly engulfed Metagross. Seeing this, Xiaoyu believed that Metagross would definitely not be able to withstand this wave of Darkrai's attacks. Chapter 479 Annual Auction. The heavy snow gradually stopped. The sky was overcast, and the dawn sunlight pierced through the clouds, shining on the ground and refracting a dazzling light. The snow-covered wilderness is tranquil and poetic, giving people a sense of peace. If possible, building a wooden cabin in the vast snow-capped mountains, lighting a campfire, and living in harmony with nature would be a great enjoyment in life. The rocket sparrows chirped and circled in the air, searching for suitable prey in the snow, their sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. Boom! With a loud bang, the ground trembled slightly, and a huge boulder covered in snow was gently moved aside, revealing a huge tunnel. Wearing a mask, Xiaoyu walked out of the tunnel and looked at the warm sunshine and winter snow before her, feeling increasingly happy. Xiaoyu couldn't help but smile, taking deep breaths of fresh air and stretching as she faced the morning sun. The sunlight shone on my body, and a warm feeling rose up. Xiaoyu, who had just left the underground world, often had a smile on his face. The gains from this trip to the underground world far exceeded his expectations. Not only did they successfully capture two incredibly powerful Pokémon, Metagross and Crystal Metagross, they also wiped out the entire Metagross population that originally inhabited the underground world. With 5 Metallica, 9 Beldum, 3 Metagross, and 3 Beldum Pokémon eggs, Xiaoyu has collected a total of 20 pseudo-legendary Pokémon on this trip. Indeed, a person cannot get rich without unexpected wealth, and a horse cannot get fat without night grazing. Working hard for the Alliance and researching for nothing but a pittance, yet one poaching trip can lead to the pinnacle of life. No wonder even some champion-level trainers want to poach them. Sigh, the effort and the reward are simply disproportionate. Xiaoyu also specifically checked the aptitude of these 20 Metagross Pokémon. Among them, 11 Pokémon had the aptitude of Elite 4 level, accounting for more than half. There are also 6 animals with near championship potential, and these 6 will undoubtedly become the backbone of the Xia family in the future. There are 3 Pokémon with champion-level potential, one is Crystal Metagross and the other is Giant Metagross. The remaining one is a shiny Iron Dumbbell Pokémon egg. Flashing Iron Dumbbells. When Xiaoyu hugged the elf egg, he was practically drooling. As a Steel-type Pokémon enthusiast, I have absolutely no resistance to Pokémon like Metagross. Xiaoyu couldn't stop smiling at the shiny Iron Dumbbell Pokémon egg that had just appeared. Who can resist the allure of the shiny Metagross? Its silver-gray metallic body is simply stunning. Xiaoyu was already fantasizing about the future when he would command a shiny Mega Metagross to wreak havoc. Without a doubt, with this group of iron dumbbells and metal monsters, the rise of the Xia family is just around the corner. Do you even know what the Steel Clan is? Although I, Xiaoyu, am a dragon-type trainer, my Xia family is the future Steel Clan. The night was as dark as ink, staining the entire sky. The crescent moon, like a hook, casts a silvery glow. Hilong City remains as bustling and prosperous as ever. Even though it is already winter, you can still see women dressed in beautiful clothes and with exquisite makeup strolling on the streets. Inside the Qi family mansion, Qi Lianyu looked anxious. Ever since Divine Coffin 6 contacted him the day before yesterday, it had never appeared again. It was as if it had evaporated into thin air and disappeared without a trace. Although Divine Coffin 6 had promised to help the Qi family overcome their current difficulties, Qi Lianyu naturally did not dare to completely trust the Divine Coffin. Master, shall we set off now? The old steward who had served Qi Lianyu for decades reminded him. Let's go. Qi Lianyu nodded, raised his chin to the mirror, straightened his collar, and tried to look as energetic as possible. Let's go. Hilong City Entertainment City. A vintage black car with a sense of history was parked at the entrance. The door opened, and Qi Lianyu stepped out of the car. Looking at the magnificent entertainment complex before him, Qi Lianyu felt a slight sense of emotion. The Qi family is currently in a precarious situation, facing a life-or-death crisis. Today is the annual auction of the entire underground black market. Usually, it is the eldest brother, Qi Linlong, who attends at this time every year. This is the first time he has attended. The receptionist at the door felt a little nervous looking at Qi Lianyu's serious expression. Although they had heard some rumors about the Qi family, even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. No matter how impoverished the Qi family becomes, crushing them is as easy as crushing ants. TCH. A staff member dressed in a cheongsam came forward and responded respectfully. Qi Lianyu waved his hand, ignoring the staff in front of him, and was about to walk up the steps when he suddenly heard a voice behind him. Boss Qi. A familiar voice came from behind, making Qi Lianyu stop and turn around. Why did you go in alone without waiting for me? He saw a masked man appear behind him. Although the person in front of him wasn't wearing the exclusive mask of the Divine Coffin, the familiar voice gave him a 90% certainty that the person before him was indeed Divine Coffin 6. Is it, you? Qi Lianyu asked hesitantly. Of course it's me. Now that we've reached an agreement, I will definitely keep my word. Xiaoyu's voice rang out, and then he walked toward Qi Lianyu. Let's go, Boss Qi. Hearing Xiaoyu's flippant tone and familiar address, the people around him all turned their attention to him and began to speculate about his identity. Qi Lianyu listened to Xiaoyu's words, took a deep breath, nodded, and looked at Xiaoyu. As long as you keep your promise, our Qi family will also keep our promise. Please. Squeak. The door was pushed open, and Qi Lianyu and Xiaoyu entered the underground world, preparing for the upcoming auction. Qi Lianyu and Xiaoyu entered the underground world and arrived at the underground black market auction house. The auction was about to begin, and many people had already arrived. As soon as Qi Lianyu entered the auction hall, people immediately came to greet him. Old Qi. The one who called out to Qi Lianyu was Tan Yongzhen, the eldest son of the Tan family, who was also the older brother of Tan Yongzhen, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Southwest water system. The 2 brothers, one in charge of managing the family business and the other in charge of enhancing its strength, have made the Tan family's development smooth sailing in recent years. At the same time, and most importantly, the Tan family and the Qi family are related by marriage, and the Tan family is also a staunch ally of the Qi family. Brother Tan. Qi Lianyu nodded slightly and said to Tan Yongzhen, long time no see. Page 316. Seeing Qi Lianyu, who looked much more haggard than he hadn't seen for over a month, Tan Yongzhen couldn't help but feel a sense of shared sorrow. The Qi family used to be incredibly powerful, even surpassing the Tan family. But who would have thought that they would only have offended an unknown and mysterious powerhouse, Sakamoto? A month or 2 passed, and the Qi family ended up in such a state. The Li family is here too. Let's go to a private room. Tan Yongzhen looked at Qi Lianyu, patted his shoulder, and lowered his voice. They won't dare to cause trouble before the auction ends. Have you thought about what to do? As Tan Yongzhen spoke, he also turned his gaze to Xiaoyu. It was obvious that at this critical moment, Qi Lianyu had brought a stranger, and this person must be the key to breaking the deadlock. This also made him somewhat curious about Xiaoyu's identity. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Qi Lianyu nodded, said nothing more, and walked into the private room with Xiaoyu. Chapter 480 Zoroya. Bright lights shone on the center of the stage, and one rare auction item after another was pushed up. The auction items cover a wide range, from high-quality Pokémon or Pokémon eggs to priceless rare items, and even young and beautiful women. Because of its location on the border, the annual auction is a major event for Heilong City, attracting top players and even champions from several nearby small countries who come in disguise. What do we need to do now? Xiaoyu asked, sitting on the sofa and turning to Qi Lanyu. It's simple, just wait. Qi Lanyu also sat on the soft sofa, looking at the dark crowd, and took a deep breath. After the auction, the 5 of us will immediately distribute the profits. If they want to hand over my shares, they will definitely make trouble at that time. Okay. Xiaoyu nodded after hearing this and turned his gaze to the center of the stage. The auctioneer on stage was wearing a red low-cut dress and had a tall figure. From Xiaoyu's position, her perfect figure is on full display. At this moment, her voice was as melodious as a nightingale, as she explained an auction item on the stage to everyone. A Magikarp Pokémon egg. His aptitude is quite good, reaching the near Heavenly King level, but unfortunately Xiaoyu has no interest in him. Are you interested in these auction items? Qi Lanyu asked, noticing that Xiaoyu's gaze remained fixed on the auction items. Xiaoyu didn't shy away from the topic and nodded. I've heard that the underground black market in Heilong City is the largest in the entire southwest region. I'm also very curious about what good things will be available at this annual auction. But, Xiaoyu hesitated. The auction had been going on for half an hour, and although there were some items that caught his eye, there wasn't a single item that really appealed to him. Are you a little disappointed with these auction items? Qi Lanyu asked, looking at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu nodded. From the current perspective, although these auction items are quite good, they are clearly not enough compared to the hype surrounding the annual auction of the largest underground black market in southwest China. This is only the first half, Qi Lanyu said with a smile. The first half of the auction is open to ordinary people, and the quality of the auction items can only be described as average. The second half is the real annual auction, which will only be open to VIP clients in the private boxes. The auction items at that time will be truly rare. However, if you wish to buy it, I can help you negotiate the price, Qi Lanyu said, taking the initiative to curry favor with Xiaoyu. As for the cost, our Qi family can cover it for you in advance. Okay. Xiaoyu nodded. He hadn't expected there to be so many intricacies involved. Then I'll have to trouble you, Boss Qi. The auction continued, and just as Qi Lanyu had said, although the next items were also quite rare and precious, they still did not meet Xiaoyu's expectations. The first half of the auction quickly came to an end. With the auctioneer's gavel falling, the last item in the first half was sold, and then the organizers began to clear the room. The ordinary people sitting in the hall were asked to leave one by the staff of the underground black market. Although they are ordinary people, they are almost all middle-class elites, just some distance from the top tier. After everyone in the hall was cleared out, the auction hall doors slammed shut, signaling the official start of the second half of the auction. Those who remain are almost all powerful figures, each backed by at least a strong Elite 4-level trainer, or even a champion or Elite 4 member. Distinguished guests, the annual auction is now officially open. A staff member pushed up a small box covered with a curtain. From inside the box, there were occasional sounds of clattering and barking like a puppy, clearly indicating that there was a live Pokémon inside. Xiaoyu also turned his gaze to the box, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. What Pokémon will be the first item auctioned in the first auction of the second half? Distinguished guests, this is the first item to be auctioned in the second half of the session. I believe this item will not disappoint you. Please take a look. As the curtain on the box was pulled back, a Cyndaquil appeared before everyone's eyes. Cyndaquil? Is this what they mean by auction items that won't disappoint? Just as everyone was carefully examining the Cyndaquil, Xiaoyu suddenly stood up and stared intently at the Cyndaquil in the box. Others might not be able to tell, but Xiaoyu, through the system's abilities, could clearly see that the cyclone in front of him was actually a Zoro. Zorua is a very rare Pokémon with the top-tier ability Illusion, which allows it to transform into a human, a Pokémon, or even an object. It only deactivates when attacked. Its evolved form, Zoroark, is also quite capable in combat. It is a standard high-speed dual attacker with excellent attack and speed, but its stamina and defense are rather weak. Of course, Zoroark's combat ability is secondary, or rather, most people don't care about Zoroark's combat ability, but value its illusion characteristics more. For example, Sushio has a Zoroark that is almost a champion-level Pokémon. Although it doesn't play a significant role in battles, its illusion ability has caused the Pokémon Association a lot of trouble. Therefore, Zoroark has always been a Pokémon that many people want to catch, but the probability of encountering it in the wild is extremely low. And even if you do encounter them, most people would find it difficult to notice. Xiaoyu had never encountered the Zoroark family before. This was the first time he had seen a wild Zoroark. Xiaoyu recognized that the Pokémon in front of him was Zoroark, but the others could not. Many people were already frowning, quite dissatisfied with the first item to be auctioned. The auctioneer smiled slightly as he watched this scene, walked gently to the box, pressed a button, and with a flash of electricity, Fireball Rat shed its disguise and revealed its true form as it cried out in pain. Distinguished guests, this is the first item in our annual auction, Zoroya, a creature with near Heavenly King level potential. Everyone knows Zoro, so I won't go into detail. The starting price is 0, and each bid must be at least 50. The auction is now starting. As soon as the auctioneer's voice fell, someone immediately placed a bid, 1,000 million. These people also know that a Zoroark with near Elite 4 caliber potential can not only play a disruptive role in Elite 4 Pokémon battles, but also play an extremely crucial role in real-life or death battles. Besides, Zoroark is an extremely rare Pokémon. You can't usually buy it even if you want to. Now that you've finally found one, how could you possibly let it go so easily? Not to mention others, even Xiaoyu was captivated by this Zoro. It was just a pity that Zoro's aptitude was even better. Xiaoyu even wanted to buy this Zoro and use the panacea to change its aptitude. However, the more Xiaoyu thought about it, the more he felt he was losing out. He had intended to use his panacea on Greninja, so using it on Zoro was really a waste. Chapter 481. The most precious auction item. In just 1 minute, the price of Zoro skyrocketed to an alarming level, 100 million. Looking at the exorbitant price, Xiaoyu felt his scalp tingle and secretly wondered, are there really that many rich people these days? Is a Zoroark with near champion level potential really that crazy? 100 million yuan could buy you a Zoroark if you didn't become a trainer and could live a peaceful and happy life. Is it really worth it? 110 million. Although he was cursing these nouveaux riches in his heart, Xiaoyu's body betrayed him. He calmly raised his paddle and announced a staggering price, directly increasing the price by 10 million. The main reason why Xiaoyu was so generous was that he didn't have to pay for it himself. The Qi family, being a sucker, would cover it for him. Therefore, Xiaoyu didn't feel any pain or guilt when spending the Qi family's money. After all, his current cooperation with the Qi family is merely superficial, a facade of harmony masking underlying discord. Although the two are getting along well now, once Xiaoyu reveals his identity as Sakeki, the situation between him and the Qi family will become irreconcilable. Giovanni was undoubtedly the culprit behind the downfall of the Qi family. If Giovanni hadn't killed Qi Wei, Qi Linlong, and several Pokémon with champion-level strength, the Qi family wouldn't have declined so quickly. The conflict between him and the Qi family had long since reached a point of no return, with no possibility of reconciliation. Xiaoyu doesn't feel too guilty about taking advantage of them now. In the past few days, Xiaoyu has also been thinking about how to deal with the Qi family. Xiaoyu has never been a particularly ruthless person. His conflict with the Qi family also stemmed from the Dark Stone. Qi Wei coveted the Dark Stone that he had acquired and tried to kill him, but he ended up killing her instead. This marked the first time that the Qi family had become enemies. After that, Xiaoyu fell into the Qi family's ambush because of the Great Giant Secret Realm gap. Faced with the aggressive Qi Linlong, Xiaoyu was forced to release the Iron Warrior to kill Qi Linlong. Only then did Sakeki and the Qi family truly become mortal enemies. Even so, seeing the Qi family in such a defeated state, Xiaoyu hesitated whether to completely wipe them out. It is important to know that the Qi family is a large and well-established clan with deep roots in the southwest region, with dozens or even hundreds of direct and collateral relatives. If the goal is truly to exterminate everyone, then none of these dozens or hundreds of people should be spared. Page 317. Either leave no one alive, or eliminate them completely once you take action. This has always been Xiaoyu's principle. Xiaoyu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Sometimes he really had no choice in the matter. Xiaoyu naturally understood the principle of eliminating problems at their root to prevent future troubles. King Gujian of Yu endured humiliation and hardship, and slept on firewood and tasted gall. He would never make such a mistake. Now that we've started, we must wipe them all out. Thinking of this, Xiaoyu's eyes gradually hardened. From the moment he killed Qi Wei, he couldn't stop. The gears of fate had begun to turn, and he had to wipe out the entire Qi family. This is why Xiaoyu doesn't want to kill anyone unless it's a critical moment. Because once action is taken, it often means many people will die. Boom. Congratulations to the VIP from Box 2. You have won this Zoro for 300 million. The auctioneer smiled and brought down the gavel, announcing that Xiaoyu had acquired the Zoro for 300 million. The final price of this Zoroya was clearly a bit too high, but it was undoubtedly a good thing for the auction house, setting a good precedent for the upcoming auctions and creating a lively atmosphere. Now let's look at the second item for auction. The auction continued after that, and Xiaoyu made 2 or 3 bids, using the system's appraisal ability to buy some quite valuable items. The reason Xiaoyu only made a move 2 or 3 times was because he was worried that if the Qi family realized his intention to renege on the debt, they would become wary, which would be a loss for them. Therefore, Xiaoyu only makes his move at crucial moments, and the items he buys are all rare S-grade items. Distinguished guests, the next item to be auctioned is the final item of this year's annual auction. A small box covered with a black curtain was pushed up by a staff member. Unlike usual, the staff member was accompanied by 2 or 3 Pokémon. These Pokémon are all at least champion level, with one even possessing near champion level strength. Xiaoyu was slightly surprised by the scene before him, realizing that this auction item was definitely of great importance. Distinguished guests, I can assure you that the value of this last item for auction will far exceed your expectations. This is also the most precious prop that our auction house has auctioned in recent years. The plump and voluptuous auctioneer smiled broadly, then walked to the box, looked intently at the crowd before her, and suddenly pulled back the curtain. As the black curtain fell, the box shimmered with 7-colored light. This is a rainbow feather. Ho'o's feathers. How could something like this be here? And judging from the shimmering light of this rainbow feather, it must be one of the Phoenix King's feathers or crest feathers. Xiaoyu was equally shocked as he looked at the rainbow feather in front of him. Like everyone else, he hadn't expected the auction to bring out the rainbow feather. If you have such good stuff, why put it up for auction when you can't even use it all yourself? Unless the profits are split unequally. Several powerful families behind the underground black market all wanted this rainbow feather, and the deadlock led them to put it up for auction to determine ownership. It seems that Qi Linyu is unaware of the rainbow feather. Xiaoyu turned his gaze to Qi Linyu, who was standing to the side. Just as Xiaoyu had expected, Qi Linyu was looking at the rainbow feather in the box with a gloomy expression. As one of the behind-the-scenes bosses of the underground black market, Qi Linyu only now realized that the highlight of the auction was the rainbow feather. It was obvious that the other families, seeing the Qi family's decline, had excluded them from the core power structure of the underground black market, and hadn't even told the Qi family such important news. Deceiving too much? Qi Linyu's chest heaved, his heart burning with anger, but after a few deep breaths, he forced himself to suppress his rage. The weak are only capable of impotent rage. Face and dignity are not given by others, but earned by oneself. A year ago, who would have dared to treat the Qi family like this? One day, he will make all of these people pay the price. Boss Qi, it seems the Qi family is in a rather precarious situation. Xiaoyu said with a smile, as the behind-the-scenes boss of the underground black market. Boss Qi didn't even know that the rainbow feather would be auctioned. It seems some people can't wait to kick you out. Xiaoyu's words made Qi Linyu's face even uglier. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. They will regret it. Boss Qi, Xiaoyu's voice rang out, don't worry, from today onwards, I believe those people will pay the price for their wrong decisions. You will be glad that cooperating with the Divine Coffin was a wise choice. Chapter 482 Rainbow Crown, Rainbow Feathers. The feather of the legendary Pokémon Ho-Oh contains the hope of life and is one of the top-tier fire-type items. Legend has it that rainbow feathers are divided into 3 grades based on the type of feathers: rainbow crest feathers, rainbow plumes, and ordinary rainbow feathers. Different grades of feathers have different uses. First of all, the ordinary rainbow feather is the worst rainbow feather. Although it is the worst, its effect is still far superior to that of a typical S-rank fire item. Ordinary rainbow feathers can greatly enhance a Pokémon's fire-type aptitude and heal injuries. Furthermore, if absorbed by a fire-type Pokémon, they can significantly improve its control and resistance to fire-type energy. This is just the most ordinary rainbow feather. The rainbow feather, which is a level higher than rainbow feather, not only includes all the effects of rainbow feather, but also has a certain chance to teach ordinary fire-type Pokémon the move Sacred Fire. Sacred Flame. Sacred Flame is a skill exclusive to Ho-Oh. Only Ho-Oh and Entei can learn it. It is not only extremely powerful, but also has a very high chance of inflicting a burning status on the enemy. Finally, there is the extremely rare, most rarest of all, iridescent crest feathers of the Phoenix. In addition to possessing all the effects of rainbow feathers, rainbow crest feathers have one unique ability. That is resurrection, bringing hope for life. Just like Ho-Oh in the anime revived the 3 legendary beasts, Rainbow Crown can revive Pokémon or humans who have been dead for no more than half an hour and whose bodies are well preserved. That's right, resurrection. Such an ability is incredibly powerful in the entire Pokémon world. A single rainbow crest feather is equivalent to having an extra life. Of course, iridescent crest feathers are extremely rare. Even looking at the whole world, they have only appeared twice in human records so far, which is enough to show how precious iridescent crest feathers are. Xiaoyu's gaze fell on the rainbow-colored feather in the box, and his heart trembled. With the system's capabilities, Xiaoyu easily recognized that the rainbow-colored feather radiating dazzling light before him was the rarest and most exquisite rainbow crest feather. It was simply placed in a box, yet it was constantly releasing waves of flame, seemingly trying to melt the box itself. Dense, almost tangible fire energy was seeping into the box. No one could remain calm when they saw that rainbow-colored crest feather, not even Xiaoyu. If Charizard can absorb this rainbow crest feather, its strength and potential will increase to a terrifying level. 5 billion. 550 million. 600 million. Bidding calls rose and fell, clearly indicating that many in the room recognized that this rainbow-colored feather was no ordinary feather, but at least of the feather-like quality. Therefore, in just a few breaths, the price of this rainbow-colored crest feather had already soared to 500 million, and the price continues to climb without any sign of stopping. Looking at the frenzied crowd in front of him, Xiaoyu secretly estimated that the final price of this rainbow-colored crest feather would definitely reach a level that would be beyond the reach of most people. No one would ever miss out on this rainbow feather, even if it meant going bankrupt. This thing can not only greatly improve the stats of fire-type Pokémon, but more importantly, it can give core Pokémon 2 lives in life-or-death battles. At the same time, Xiaoyu was also very curious about who had lost their mind to put this rainbow-colored crest feather up for auction. Wouldn't it be better to keep such a precious item as a family heirloom? In this world, apart from this rainbow-colored crest feather, Xiaoyu has never seen a second item with the ability to revive. What a waste of natural resources. Looking at the rainbow-colored crest feather, Xiaoyu was also extremely envious. Unfortunately, Xiaoyu knew that even with the full support of the Qi family, he might not be able to secure the rainbow-colored crown feather with 100% certainty. Furthermore, the Qi family would absolutely not go all out to help him win the bid for this rainbow-colored crest feather. The cooperative relationship between the two was already quite fragile, so how could the Qi family possibly spend most of their wealth to help him win the bid for this rainbow-colored crest feather? After all, if the Qi family were to actually bid for this rainbow-colored crown feather for Xiaoyu, it would only hasten their demise. Qi Linyu isn't stupid. How could he possibly do something that harms himself for the benefit of others? Of course, if Xiaoyu were to grit his teeth and use some of his Mega Evolution Stones and Evolution Keys, and also get Xiao Wanyu to sponsor him, he would still have a good chance of winning the Rainbow Crown Feather. However, with such a large amount of funds being mobilized, coupled with the appearance of a large number of Mega Evolution Stones and Evolution Key Stones, even a fool could guess his identity. Therefore, after thinking about it, Xiaoyu finally decided to give up. Page 318. Of course, he only chose to give up spending money to bid for the Rainbow Crest, not to give up competing for the Rainbow Crest. Sometimes, you don't necessarily have to spend money to get something from an auction. 1 billion. As the auctioneer's clear voice rang out, the price of the rainbow feather continued to climb, and at that moment, money seemed to have become just a simple number. 1 billion. Looking at the enthusiastic crowd, Xiaoyu shook his head, his eyes darting between the several bidding booths. He turned to Qi Linyu beside him and asked, "Do you know any of these booths?" There seemed to be another meaning behind his calm words. "Of course I know them, how could I not?" Qi Linyu was slightly startled by Xiaoyu's question, but considering the divine coffin's style of doing things, he thought it was normal and said with a smile, "These families are all very famous and powerful families. This is the Chen family." Xiaoyu made a mental note of these major families and nodded slightly. Qi Linyu, standing to the side, kept a close eye on Xiaoyu's mask, seemingly trying to guess what Xiaoyu was thinking. While Xiaoyu and Qi Linyu were chatting, the competition for rainbow-crested feathers reached a fever pitch, with prices soaring to an unattainable level. At this point, only two competitors remained, Box 1 and Box 9. Xiaoyu's gaze darted back and forth between the two private rooms. Room 1 was the Qin family that Qi Linyu had mentioned, one of the top families in East China. The other VIP room, number 9, belonged to the Xiao family, a wealthy clan from the northwest region. Both families were extremely wealthy and powerful, making their competition exceptionally fierce. However, as the price continued to rise, the Xiao family eventually had no choice but to give up. Although the value of the rainbow-colored crested feather was immeasurable, it had far exceeded its value. Anyone want to pay more? Boom! With the fall of the hammer, the ownership of this rainbow-colored crest was finally settled. Congratulations to our esteemed guest from Box 1 for successfully bidding on this rainbow feather. At the same time, countless eyes were focused on box number 1. It was clear that being able to bid for the rainbow feather was one thing, but whether one could actually take it home was another matter entirely. At the scene, there were quite a few people who, like Xiaoyu, had different plans. Chapter 483 The Storm is Coming. Xiaoyu hates two types of people the most. One type is the person who wants to take what's theirs, and the other is the person who won't let them take it. After the rainbow-colored crested feather was purchased from the Chen family, everyone's attention turned to the Chen family's private room, all eyes fixed on it with predatory intent. Xiaoyu was no exception. Are you interested in this rainbow-colored crest? Qi Laiyu naturally guessed Xiaoyu's plan. After all, no one could remain unmoved when faced with a rainbow-colored crest. He lowered his voice, looked at Xiaoyu, and whispered a reminder, there are quite a few people eyeing rainbow crown feather right now. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Even if you really have ideas, don't rush to make a move. If it weren't for needing the help of Divine Coffin 6, Qi Laiyu wouldn't have kindly reminded Xiaoyu. He would have preferred these people to fight tooth and nail and die more. Okay. Xiaoyu nodded, no rush. It's not that simple for the Chen family to leave Hilong City. Let's deal with your matter first and let them fight it out for a while. It is good. After the auction ended, Xiaoyu followed Qi Laiyu out of the auction hall and arrived at a hall in the underground black market. There are 5 companies behind the underground black market: Yang, Lu, Mu, Qi, Tan. As Qi Laiyu walked, he quietly introduced the families to Xiaoyu. The Yang family is a prominent family in Qianzhong province. The Lu family is a prominent family in Zishu province. The Mu family is a prominent family in Beipu province, and the Tan family is a prominent family in Yizhou province. In addition to these 5 major families, the Lu family has now been added. Although the Lu family is only a newly emerging family, it is a foregone conclusion that it will become one of the behind-the-scenes bosses of the underworld because it has the support of Lu Ting, the champion of the southwest region. The remaining Li family is our main enemy. They have always wanted to become one of the behind-the-scenes bosses of the underworld, but they have never been able to find a suitable opportunity. Now that our Qi family is in trouble, they have seen hope, so they have completely broken ties with us. The Li family? Xiaoyu nodded slightly. Leave it to me. Let's go in. They must have been waiting for a long time. Call. Qi Laiyu took a deep breath and slightly adjusted her hairstyle in front of the mirror. Even though the Qi family has begun to decline, it still maintains its dignity and reputation, which is a source of pride for the Qi family. Qi Laiyu strode confidently toward the center of the auditorium. Squeak. The door was slowly pushed open. Qi Laiyu gently straightened his collar, his expression solemn, and his spine straightened. Today is undoubtedly of paramount importance to the Qi family, and Qi Laiyu is also slightly nervous. No unauthorized personnel allowed. Qi Laiyu had no trouble getting through, but Xiaoyu, who was following behind Qi Laiyu, was stopped by the staff as soon as he entered. Get out. Before Xiaoyu could speak, Qi Laiyu, who was walking in front, turned around, stared at the staff member, and said coldly, his eyes like knives, Boss Qi, we have regulations. The staff member said, forcing a smile, as he faced the stern-looking Qi Laiyu. I told you to get lost, did you hear me? Qi Laiyu stared at the staff member in front of him. I don't know who sent you here, or if you, this dog, are trying to curry favor with some master, but don't mess with me. Dealing with you is as easy as crushing an ant for me. As long as I offer a bounty, I guarantee you won't see the sun tomorrow. Qi Laiu's aura at this moment was exactly what a leader of a large family should be like. With just a few words, he intimidated the staff in front of him, leaving them completely humiliated. All right. Just then, a middle-aged man sitting at the round table suddenly spoke up. Boss Qi, this staff member is new, why bother with him? The speaker was Mu Qianchen, the current head of the Mu family. The Mu family has always had a strained relationship with the Qi family. The newcomers should be properly disciplined. People who should be here aren't allowed in, but people who shouldn't be here are being let in. When did we get this Li family? Qi Laiyu showed no respect for Mu Qianchen and cursed at Li Yinhui, who was sitting at the round table. Li Yinhui is Li Yinyeo's younger brother and is considered one of the key figures in the Li family. Faced with Qi Laiu's angry rebuttal, Li Yinhui remained calm and looked at Qi Laiyu, saying, Boss Qi, the behind-the-scenes bosses of this underworld are not static. Some people are unworthy of their positions. If you don't have the ability, don't occupy the position without doing anything. You should step down and leave the opportunity for others. Whether you have the ability or not is not up to you to decide. Qi Laiyu said to Li Yinhui, while glancing at Mu Qianchen beside him, and retorted sharply. As they talked, the two walked to the 6 seats in the middle of the round table and sat down. These 6 seats naturally belong to the heads of the 5 major families plus the newly promoted Lu family. As for the Li family, they are not yet qualified to sit in the main seat, and can only sit in the second row like Xiaoyu. Seeing that everyone had arrived, a refined-looking man wearing glasses, sitting in the main seat, spoke first. Alright, let me just say a few words. We are currently compiling the proceeds from this year's auction, and we expect to have the results tomorrow. I will then have someone transfer the money to everyone's accounts, and the income statistics will also be sent to you. The speaker was Yang Lianqing, the head of the Yang family, who were also among the pioneers of the underworld. With an item like the rainbow feather at auction this time, every auction house should at least double its revenue, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Yang Lianqing's voice was gentle, and his demeanor exuded a scholarly air. The glasses on his nose added to his refined and elegant appearance. This is a perfect ending for our Yang family, and we have lived up to everyone's expectations. Yang Lianqing said to the crowd in front of him, as you all know, this year I and the Yang family are the rotating chairman. During this period, many things have happened, some good and some bad. The good news is that the announcement of exclusive Z moves and Mega Evolution has caused the prices of Z crystals, Mega stones, and evolution keys to rise. We sold our few Mega Evolution stones and evolution keys for a good price, which allowed everyone here to make a profit and see a steady increase in income. The bad news is that the Pokémon Association has taken notice of our underground world and plans to intervene. You should all know about what happened with Team Zero a while ago. I would also like to remind everyone to be careful and cautious. It's not too late to stop doing things that can't be done in the light of day. You can never earn all the money in the world. Alright, that's all I wanted to say. After today's annual auction, I will be handing over my position as rotating chairman to someone else. I also hope that the next rotating chairman can manage the underground black market well and lead everyone to continue to make money. According to the rules, the Qi family should serve as the rotating chairperson for the next term. Everyone has probably heard about the Qi family situation, and I've also heard some dissenting voices recently. However, in my opinion, although Lin Yu is a bit young, he has some of his brother's courage and decisiveness, and I believe he is capable of serving as the next rotating chairman. Yang Lianqing's last words surprised everyone slightly. When did Qi Lanyu gain Yang Lianqing's support? Chapter 480 for the 5 Great Families. The atmosphere inside the auditorium was somewhat eerie. Yang Lianqing's strong support was clearly unexpected by everyone. Many people looked at Qi Lanyu and Yang Lianqing in surprise, wondering what means Qi Lanyu had used to gain Yang Lianqing's support. I disagree. As soon as Yang Lianqing finished expressing his views as the rotating chairman, he was immediately met with a loud objection from Mu Qianchen. As the rotating chairman and the manager of the entire underground world for the next year, one must be respected by the people in terms of identity, status, and strength. Page 319. Qi Lanyu can't do any of those things, so I absolutely disagree. I wouldn't have any objection if his brother came, Mu Qianchen said bluntly, but with his current strength, he's definitely not up to the task. He wouldn't be able to handle any trouble that might arise in the underworld. The rotating chairman should at least be at the level of an Elite Four member. Mu Qianchen looked at Qi Lanyu with disdain in his eyes. He is just an ordinary Elite Four member trainer, too weak. Qi Lanyu was furious upon hearing Mu Qianchen's words, but he remained expressionless and looked at Mu Qianchen indifferently. With Mu Qianchen leading the opposition, Lu Qiaovu, the head of the Lu family, also followed suit and objected. I agree with Brother Qingqin's opinion. Lin Yu is too young and does not meet the requirements to be the rotating chairman. Despite his anger at their opposition, Qi Lanyu managed to control his emotions and calmly looked at them. Among the 5 major families, the Qi and Tan families are staunch allies, and now with the support of the Yang family, the ratio is 3-2. No matter how much the Mu and Lu families oppose it, it will be useless. Tan Yangzhen also looked at Qi Lanyu in surprise. He had thought that it was inevitable that the Qi family would be kicked out of the underworld, but he did not expect that Qi Lanyu would be able to gain the support of the Yang family. When did they reach the agreement? Tan Yangzhen pondered for a moment with a serious expression, then stood up and slowly said, I believe Qi Lanyu is qualified to serve as the rotating chairman. Hearing Tan Yangzhen's words, Qi Lanyu smiled. In this way, the 5 major families would have 3 votes in support, and the opposition from the Mu family and the Lu family would be useless. Seeing this scene, Li Yinhui, sitting next to Xiaoyu, stared intently at Yang Lianqing. Although his expression remained normal, he gripped the armrest tightly, clearly trying his best to suppress his anger. Yang Lianqing's sudden betrayal caught him off guard, but he quickly composed himself and coldly stared at the 5 people at the table. The decline of the Qi family was inevitable without real power, even the support of the Yang and Tan families was useless. Ability isn't just about talking, Lu Qiaovu, the head of the Lu family, suddenly said. Since some people have reservations about Qi Lianyu's strength, why don't we let him do it himself and let us see his strength? The position of rotating chairman is crucial. One must possess formidable strength to oversee the underworld. Coming, Xiaoyu, who had been sitting on the sidelines watching the show, knew that it was almost time for him to make his move. How do you want to test my strength? Qi Lianyu asked Lu Qiaovu, sitting in a chair with one hand on the table. It's simple, we'll find out in a fight. Lu Qiaovu looked at Qi Lianyu calmly. Of course, you're the youngest, so we won't bully you. You don't need to fight any of us, you just need to beat Li Yinhui. Of course you can't use your father's Pokémon. Yinhui won't use his father's Pokémon either. Hearing Lu Qiaovu's words, Qi Lianyu sneered. He had already guessed that this would be the outcome. After all, this world is a dog-eat-dog world, where strength is of utmost importance. Qi Lianyu glanced at Xiaoyu discreetly. Their eyes met, and the meaning between them was self-evident. Qi Lianyu was no match for Li Yinhui, and now was the time for Xiaoyu to make his move. Okay. Qi Lianyu nodded. Let's go to the battlefield, Li Yinhui said, looking at Qi Lianyu. Qi Lianyu's calm demeanor made him feel uneasy, and he secretly wondered what tricks Qi Lianyu had up his sleeve to agree so readily. At this moment, Li Yinhui thought of Xiaoyu, who had walked into the auditorium with Qi Lianyu at the beginning. His gaze fell on Xiaoyu, looking him up and down, and his unease intensified. The group got up and walked to the battlefield. Li Yinhui walked to one side, while Qi Lianyu stood motionless in the audience. Just as everyone was wondering, Xiaoyu, wearing a mask, silently walked to the other side of the battlefield. Who are you? Mu Qianchen, standing in the audience, asked Xiaoyu, who had appeared in the arena. I'm just an unknown nobody. Today, I'll fight in place of Qi Lianyu, Xiaoyu replied with a smile, his tone frivolous and giving off a cynical vibe. You. Patriarch Mu, according to our rules, it is permissible to send someone to fight, Qi Lianyu's voice rang out. Today, he will fight in my place. He represents me fully if he loses, I lose if he wins. I win. All eyes turned to Xiaoyu. They were curious about the strength of this mysterious masked man that made Qi Lianyu trust him so much. Li Yinhui's face also showed a wary expression as he cautiously looked at Xiaoyu. How do we fight? 1v1 or 3v3? Let's do a 1v1. Xiaoyu, wearing Xiaoyu's hat, smiled slightly and said in a relaxed tone, let's decide the winner with our strongest Pokémon in one go, so as not to waste time. Okay. Li Yinhui nodded lightly, then took out a Pokeball and held it in his hand. Come on. Game start. The two threw their Pokeballs at the same time. Come on, Fossil Pterosaur. Go, Metagross. Li Yinhui's Pokémon was naturally Aerodactyl, the signature Pokémon of the Li family, while Xiaoyu used Metagross, which he had just used. Metamorphosis? This Metagross has a perfect body shape, is extremely well developed, and is covered in scars, clearly having been through countless battles. Metamorphosis is a very rare pseudo-legendary Pokémon. Who is this person really? With the appearance of the giant Metagross monster, everyone began to speculate about Xiaoyu's true identity. At least none of the people present had ever seen or heard of such an identity, which made everyone even more interested in Xiaoyu's identity. Fossil Pteranodon, crush it. Looking at the approaching Aerodactyl, Xiaoyu's eyes were full of confidence. Even though he had just subdued this Metagross, he had absolute confidence in it. Metagross will definitely win this battle. Aerodactyl flapped its wings and pounced on Metagross, opening its gaping maw and biting down hard with dark-type energy. Metrogross, Comet Punch. Faced with the approaching Aerodactyl, Metagross remained floating motionless in the air, its gaze fixed on the Aerodactyl, its face devoid of any emotion. He remained as cold-blooded as ever, like a killer. The moment the Aerodactyl got close, Metagross finally moved, its body darting to the side, almost grazing the Aerodactyl's attack. At the same time, Steel-type energy enveloped Metagross's right limb, and it unleashed a punch. Boom. Chapter 485 The Metagross's First Battle. The Metagross had a cold expression, and its thick, blue metallic forelimbs were covered with a thin silver film that gleamed with a faint metallic luster. The powerful Comet Punch slammed into the Aerodactyl's body. The immense force made the Aerodactyl feel as if it had been hit by a heavy tank. Its body bent and deformed in a bizarre twist before plummeting rapidly to the ground. As excruciating pain struck, the pterosaur's face became even more grotesque due to the agony. Boom. With a loud bang, the fossil pterosaur's body was blasted into the ground like a cannonball, creating a large crater. One strike, just one strike. Li Yinhui's prized fossil pterosaur was severely injured. Although they are both near champion level players, there are still differences between them. What level of prehistoric pterosaur is it? What level is Metagross? No one expected that the mysterious man's Metagross would be so strong, completely overwhelming Li Yinhui's fossil pterosaur. Seeing this, Li Yinhui's face also turned ashen. He looked at Xiaoyu with an unfriendly expression and slowly said, "Who are you? With your strength, you shouldn't be an unknown nobody." "Who I am is not important," Xiaoyu replied calmly. "All you need to know is that today I represent the Qi family on behalf of everyone." Li Yinhui took a deep breath, looked directly at Xiaoyu, slowly suppressed his anger, and smiled. "This is a private matter of the underworld. I don't know what benefits Qi Linyu gave you. I'm asking you to take action, but I hope you won't interfere in the affairs of the underworld. If you agree to withdraw from this competition, I will give you sufficient compensation." Hearing Li Yinhui's attempt to win him over, Xiaoyu's lips curled up slightly. He didn't reply, but instead turned his gaze to Qi Linyu outside the arena. Qi Linyu's heart tightened as he stared directly at Xiaoyu. He was now feeling slightly nervous, and began to worry about what would happen to the Qi family if Shengguan VI abandoned him and turned to cooperate with Li Yinhui. After all, his cooperation with Xiaoyu was not actually very solid. If Li Yinhui offers a high enough price, given the divine coffin's greedy nature, it's entirely possible they might actually do such a thing. Their eyes met, and Qi Linyu's gaze couldn't help but carry a hint of ingratiation. "I'm sorry, you can't give me what I want." Xiaoyu's voice finally rang out, allowing Qi Linyu to breathe a sigh of relief. Especially after witnessing the Metagross's powerful strength, his resolve to cooperate with Divine Coffin 6 was strengthened. Hearing Xiaoyu's answer, Li Yinhui took a deep breath, not annoyed, and looked at Xiaoyu. "You don't need to rush to reject me. You can think about it carefully. No matter who wins or loses this game, I hope we can become friends." As Li Yinhui spoke, he slowly raised his right hand, revealing the Z bracelet on his wrist, Fossil Aerodactyl. A giant rock bathed in the pure crystal light of the azure moon Z. "Let this world, which is heading towards destruction, be sealed away forever. A colossal, earth-shattering boulder is falling." Upon hearing Li Yinhui's command, the fossil pterosaur flapped its wings again and flew rapidly into the air, its body radiating surging rock-based energy. At the same time, countless rocks appeared out of thin air, seemingly drawn to the fossil pterosaur, surging towards it, surrounding and enveloping it. In the blink of an eye, the fossil pterosaur transformed into a giant spherical rock. It blotted out the sky like a floating island, descending from the heavens with boundless power and crashing towards the megalodon. Page 320. Metamorphoses, Iron Wall. Xiaoyu's calm voice rang out. This giant Metagross had only just been captured and had learned very few skills, not even the most essential ones like Protect and Substitute. Therefore, Xiaoyu had no choice but to have Metagross use the Iron Wall skill to greatly increase its defense. Metagross, as a Steel-type Pokémon, is already quite outstanding in terms of physical defense. Now, after using the Iron Defense move, Metagross becomes like an impenetrable fortress. In addition, Steel-type Pokémon have excellent resistances, with double the resistance to Rock-type moves. Therefore, even the Rock-type Z-move Rock Slide can only cause limited damage to Metagross. Boom! The fossil pterosaur carrying the giant rock crashed down, completely engulfing and submerging the Metagross. A loud bang was heard, and the entire battlefield fell silent, with only the sound of falling rocks echoing in the background. Did we win? That's the power of the Z-move. Impossible. This Metagross is obviously very strong. It's absolutely impossible for it to be defeated by a single Z-move. Furthermore, Metagross used Iron Screen once, and with Steel types having double the resistance to Rock types, let alone defeating it in one move, it's questionable whether we can even seriously injure Metagross. Just as everyone was whispering among themselves, cracks suddenly began to appear on the giant rock, spreading outwards like a spider web. Boom! With a deafening roar, the giant rock collapsed and shattered, and a blue metallic body flew out from it, its scarlet eyes fixed on the fossil pterosaur as it charged straight at it. Seeing the imposing, massively emerging giant metal monster, the fossil pterosaur felt a surge of fear. A sense of oppression washed over it, and it felt as if it were being locked onto by a ferocious beast, with nowhere to escape. Roar! The fossil Aerodra let out a ferocious roar, dispelling its inner fear. Rock-type energy surged from its entire body, enveloping it and transforming into sharp rock blades as it charged fiercely towards Metagross. Despite the attack from the fossil aerodynamic dinosaur, Metagross remained remarkably calm, its body glowing with a pale purple light, a testament to its unique high-speed movement ability. Psychic energy enveloped Metagross's body, and its speed increased rapidly. As they clashed, amidst collapsing boulders and a shower of rubble, the Metagross and the Pteranodon drew ever closer. Just as they were about to collide, Metagross suddenly made a nimble turn, completing a difficult 360-degree spin in midair, perfectly dodging the Aerodactyl's attack. Everything was within Metagross's calculations. The timing of its dodges was always perfect. A point less and they'd be hit by the fossil pterosaur, a point more and they'd waste their chance to attack. After dodging the attack, the Metagross immediately turned around and chased after the Aerodactyl from behind. The fossil pterosaur only heard a whooshing sound behind it. The blue metallic forelimbs, covered in a layer of silver sheen, hurtled toward the fossil pterosaur. Boom! With a loud bang, the fossil pterosaur felt a tremendous force strike the back of its neck, and its body spun uncontrollably as it plummeted toward the ground. The world spun around it, and it crashed to the ground, creating a huge crater and kicking up clouds of dust. Everyone stood up and looked towards the arena. When the dust cleared, they discovered that Metagross's massive body had the Aerodactyl pinned down, its 4 massive metal claws embedded in the ground like 4 iron pillars, completely locking the Aerodactyl in place. The fossil pterosaur was now on its last legs and had lost its ability to fight. "Stop, I surrender." Seeing this, Li Yinhui quickly surrendered, fearing that the mysterious person would have Metagross kill the fossil pterosaur. Upon hearing Li Yinhui concede defeat, Xiaoyu calmly ordered, "Stop, Metagross." Chapter 486 Dragon Spiral Tower. Qi Lianyu smiled faintly, his gaze falling on Xiaoyu, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Although the Divine Coffin organization has a bad reputation for being greedy and cunning, it must be said that the members of Divine Coffin are indeed very powerful. The Divine Coffin 6 in front of him completely overwhelmed Li Yinhui without even using his ace Pokémon. With this, the Qi family temporarily resolved the internal troubles of the underworld and took over the rotating chairmanship. But this is only the first step. Compared to internal troubles, the Qi family faces more serious external threats. There are quite a few powerful families eyeing the Qi family covetously. Some powerful families from other places are extremely envious of the gold mine that is the underworld of Heilong City, but unfortunately they have never been able to find an opportunity to intervene. The decline of the Qi family is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them. They will definitely try every means to force the Qi family to submit. You can imagine that the Qi family will have a very difficult time in the coming days, but as long as they can get through it, the Qi family will be able to return to its former glory. Thinking of this, Qi Lianyu's gaze fell on Xiaoyu. If they could cooperate with such a powerful organization as Divine Coffin for a long time, with the help of Divine Coffin, the Qi family would definitely be able to make a comeback. However, the people of Divine Coffin are always greedy, and cooperating with Divine Coffin is no different from asking a tiger for its skin. If you are not careful, you will be doomed. But does he have any other choice? "You've worked hard," Qi Lianyu said as Xiaoyu approached. He was very satisfied with Xiaoyu's performance tonight, but the only thing he regretted was that Xiaoyu did not let Metagross kill Aerodactyl directly and let the tiger return to the mountain. "I've done what I promised you, now it's your turn to fulfill your promise," Xiaoyu said coldly, looking at Qi Lianyu. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Qi Lianyu also felt a sense of pressure coming at him. "Don't worry, I will tell you everything I know." Qi Lianyu and Xiaoyu left the auditorium together and went to a secret room. "Now you can talk." Xiaoyu sat down in the chair, his gaze fixed on Qi Lianyu in front of him. Everything he had done was for this moment. In order to get all the information about the Dark Stone and the Dragon Spiral Tower from Qi Lianyu. The conflict between our Qi family and Sakeka started at that auction. Qi Lianyu slowly began to speak, recounting all the information he knew. Sakeka bought a prop at the auction. "My nephew, Qi Wei, discovered that prop looks a lot like a treasure recorded in our family history. Dark Stone, the legendary ideal dragon Zekrom. We don't know how Sakeka recognized the stone, but after recognizing it, in the end, Wei died at Sakeka's hands, and this item, which was suspected to be the Dark Stone, also fell into Sakeka's possession." "Dark Stone? Zekrom?" Xiaoyu feigned surprise, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, "Are you sure?" "Originally, I was only 70% sure, but since even a strong person like Sakeka wants that stone, I am now at least 90% sure that the stone is the Dark Stone," Qi Lianyu said decisively, while looking at Xiaoyu. "According to the records in the family, the Dark Stone is what Zekrom's physical body was left behind after it was destroyed. Legend has it that it is waiting for its hero to awaken it. As long as you go to the Dragon Spiral Tower secret realm and reach the top of the tower, you can rebuild Zekrom's physical body," Qi Lianyu said to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to Qi Lianyu, pretending to ponder for a moment before asking the question he was most concerned about. Now that Sakeka has obtained the Dark Stone, his next step will definitely be to go to the Dragon Spiral Tower secret realm. Do you know the exact location of the Dragon Spiral Tower secret realm? Meeting Xiaoyu's gaze, Qi Lanyu looked at Xiaoyu, gently shook his head, and couldn't help but sigh. I don't know the exact location. The only record in the family about the Dragon Spiral Tower is a single sentence: the Dragon Spiral Tower exists in an ancient ruin. Only those who carry the Dark Stone or the Light Stone, or heroes chosen by the legendary dragon, can open the secret realm of the Dragon Spiral Tower. There is a fusang divine tree that blots out the sky, with a burning sun crown hanging from it. The ancient bronze bell and the giant clay figurine are the most devout guardians of the dragon of ideals and reality. Ancient coelacanth in Moon Bay. A ferocious three-headed dragon hovered in the air. The dazzling sun will eventually dispel the darkness, burn away sin, and all blasphemers will turn to ashes. Our family has been searching for the Dragon Spiral Tower, the Dark Stone, and the Light Stone based on the records, but after so many years, we still haven't found anything. At this point, Qi Lanyu couldn't help but feel a little sad. This time, we finally found the Dark Stone. Wei also clashed with Sakeki in order to get the Dark Stone, and ultimately lost his life for it. Xiaoyu frowned as he listened to Qi Lanyu's words. He hadn't expected that after all that effort, he still wouldn't have gotten the location of the Dragon Spiral Tower and would only have gotten this one sentence. The ancient coelacanth needs no introduction, but where is Moon Bay? The giant bronze bell clearly refers to a bronze bell, while the giant clay figure refers to a telekinetic clay figure. Is a three-headed dragon a three-headed evil dragon? What do the other two sentences mean? Is that all the information you have? Xiaoyu pressed on, unwilling to give up. Qi Lanyu nodded slightly, then hesitated for a moment, but, hearing Qi Lanyu's voice, Xiaoyu turned around and asked, "Just what?" "You can say whatever you want to say. Although we cannot pinpoint the exact location, we speculate that the Dragon Spiral Tower is very likely located within the territory of Zishu Province." Qi Lanyu said confidently, because in ancient times, people could not move across regions on a large scale like they do now. My ancestors probably never left Zishu Province. Therefore, I am 90% certain that the location of the Dragon Spiral Tower described in the records is within Zishu Province. At this point, Qi Lanyu paused slightly, looked at Xiaoyu, and slowly said, "If you really want to deal with Sakeki, we can actually do this. Now that Giovanni has obtained the Dark Stone, whether he knows the exact location of the Dragon Spiral Tower or not, he will definitely try to get there. Once he enters the Dragon Spiral Tower, it will be too late for us to stop him." Page 321. So we can go all out and report the Dark Stone directly to the Pokémon Association, telling them that Giovanni has the Dark Stone, and that our Qi family clashed with the Qi family because of the Dark Stone. Then release the information about the location of the Dragon Spiral Tower to undermine its strength. In that case, the Pokémon Association, with its abundance of talent, will definitely find the location of the Spiral Tower before Giovanni. Even if Giovanni obtains the Dark Stone, then, it will be useless, because the Spiral Tower will also fall under the Association's control. Giovanni can forget about entering the Spiral Tower and taking any benefits. Xiaoyu gasped as he listened to Qi Lanyu's plan. What a vicious plan. Luckily, I knew about your plan beforehand, or I would have really been outsmarted. This isn't urgent. Xiaoyu's expression changed slightly, but fortunately, the mask on his face concealed his change in expression, preventing Qi Lanyu from noticing any flaws. How many people know about the Dark Stone and the Dragon Spiral Tower? A few people, Qi Lanyu replied. Besides the Qi family's immediate family, no one else knows. Okay, I understand. Let's put this matter aside for now and not tell anyone else. We'll talk about it after today. Xiaoyu took a deep breath, slowly stood up, and looked at Qi Lanyu, saying, "Go back to the Qi family and wait for me. I have other things to do." Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, Qi Lanyu immediately thought of the rainbow feather at the annual auction and naturally knew that Xiaoyu was going to snatch the rainbow feather. He nodded and replied, "Okay." Chapter 487 The Battle for the Rainbow Crown. Xiaoyu's figure disappeared into the darkness. Qi Lanyu's words just now made him even more determined in his mind. Qi Lanyu was undoubtedly an excellent and qualified leader. In just over a month, he not only successfully seized power in the Qi family, but also stabilized the situation, won over the Yang family, and successfully took the position of rotating chairman, thus overcoming the first major hurdle. If he were truly given a chance to catch his breath, the Qi family might actually recover, and then they would become a major concern for Xiaoyu. Therefore, Xiaoyu thought for a moment and finally picked up his phone to send an encrypted message. Sometimes, he has to be ruthless. Especially when he realized that there was no possibility of reconciliation between him and the Qi family, he could no longer harbor any illusions. Indecisiveness leads to disaster. Cut off the roots. This is consistent with Xiaoyu's usual style of doing things. If things don't completely fall apart, he will always smile and get along with others, even if he suffers a little loss. However, if he is certain that there is no possibility of reconciliation between the two parties, he will not hesitate to use the fastest and most ruthless means to eliminate any future troubles. In Bodeo City, Gao Yangzhen, who had just received Xiaoyu's text message, glanced at his phone. His expression changed slightly. He took a deep breath, and then got up to pack his things, preparing to head to Hilong City. "Mom, sister, I'm going out tomorrow," Gao Yangzhen said. "Brother, be careful." Gao Yuan looked at Gao Yangzhen worriedly and asked, "Is something wrong?" "It's alright, you don't need to worry about work-related matters." Imperial Capital. Sylvia also received Xiaoyu's text message. She took a deep breath and her expression turned serious, but when she looked at Xiaoyu beside her, she immediately adjusted her mood and said to the girl in front of her with a smile, "Xiaoyu, you'll sleep alone tomorrow. I have to go out for a while." "Sister Sylvia, you're lying." Xiaoyu, possessing remarkable abilities, had already sensed Sylvia's emotional fluctuations and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Did brother Xiaoyu send you the message?" Children shouldn't ask too many questions. Magic City, Yongsuan. Xiao Wanyu stretched. Lately, she had become increasingly lazy, feeling listless and unwilling to move. She just wanted to lie in bed and bask in the sun. "I'll have to trouble you and your brother to go to Hilong City right away. I'm not feeling well, so I won't be going." "Wanyu." Lu Yongsuan's gaze fell on Xiao Wanyu's full and perfect figure. Her plump and rounded figure made even Lu Yongsuan, a woman herself, extremely envious. Moreover, Xiao Wanyu's figure seemed to have become even more voluptuous recently. "If we all leave, who will take care of you? Are you worried about not having anyone to take care of me?" Xiao Wanyu smiled and waved her hand. "Xiaoyu is surrounded by young people. Although they are energetic, they lack tact. I would feel more at ease if you all went together to do this. But, don't worry, I have the Gigantamax Brimwan that Xiaoyu gave me, so my safety is not a problem." Xiao Wanyu waved her hand, then her smile disappeared, revealing a serious expression. "Moreover, the situation in Black Dragon City is complicated, with many powerful people there. This time, remember to protect Xiaoyu and handle the aftermath well. I believe only you can handle it, which is why I'm sending you." "Okay." Seeing Xiao Wanyu's serious tone, Lu Yongsuan nodded. "Here, put on these masks, you'll need them later. Tonight is destined to be an eventful night, especially in Hilong City." Explosions sounded one after another. No one can resist the allure of an iridescent feather, especially the highest quality iridescent crest feather. From the moment Shinzujia photographed the rainbow-colored crested feather, he was targeted by countless people. Undercurrents were swirling. In just over 10 minutes, Chenzu's family had already been attacked several times, and each attack was launched by someone with at least the strength of a heavenly king. Boom! Chenzujia's poisoned skull once again forced back the attacking dream demon, but his face did not show any relief. Instead, his expression grew increasingly grim. He looked up and around, wondering how many treacherous enemies lurked in the dark night. "When will our people arrive?" Chenzugia asked the old man beside him. "It'll be a while longer." The old man was about 60 years old, with white hair and wearing a long robe. A weasel, his master, stood beside him, protecting his safety. "Ordinary Elite 4-level trainers can't help us. At least a trainer with the strength of a champion or champion will be needed. We can't delay any longer. If we delay any longer, we'll all die here. We have to find a way to break through." Chenzujia's face was ashen. If they dragged it out any longer, he would eventually be worn down and die here. "Let's split up and break through." "All right." The old man nodded slowly, his expression solemn. He knew that if the two of them wanted to break through together, they would have to give up the rainbow crown, but who could bear to give up the rainbow crown? Who would be willing to give up their rainbow-colored crest? If I had known that rainbow-crowned feathers would be there tonight, I would have brought father along. With father here, who would dare to touch them? Prepare to break through, give it your all. A resolute glint flashed in Chenzujia's eyes. For this rainbow-colored crest, he had to fight with all his might. Chenzugia and the old man beside him prepared for a desperate fight, throwing out all their Pokémon at once. Even if most of the Pokémon die this time, as long as the rainbow crest remains, the Chen family can rise again. Split up and break through. Chenzujia's voice rang out. However, the instant his voice rang out, a whooshing sound came from the air, and at the same time a light blue figure rapidly approached from afar, leaving behind a faint splash of water. The sharp flying water shuriken severed Chenzujia's arm, and the box he was holding fell to the ground with it. "What?" As excruciating pain struck, Chenzujia's face contorted in agony, veins bulging. At the same time, his azure figure didn't pause for a moment, dodging and weaving past the poisoned skull, his master Atake, and a group of Pokémon. He picked up the box and fled the scene at top speed. Greninja. Greninja with champion-level strength. Those who had been watching from the shadows could no longer contain themselves when they saw the rainbow-colored crest being taken away, and they all made their moves. After all, if they don't act soon, the rainbow-colored crested feathers might really be stolen. In an instant, in the pitch-black night, lightning, flames, falling leaves, water cannons, and all sorts of other skills flew through the air, heading towards Greninja. It was only then that Shinzujiya realized that so many people were watching them from the shadows. Boom! Greninja leaped through the forest, its agile body easily dodging all attacks, but a huge ice pillar ripped through the darkness and slammed into Greninja at an extremely tricky angle. Roar! Styracoid! Hold on, Greninja! A female voice rang out. Faced with the powerful attacks of the Styracosaurus, Greninja had no choice but to use its protect move. A light shield appeared, successfully blocking the ice pillar strikes from the Triceratops. Only then did the powerful figures hidden in the shadows finally make their move. Now is the crucial moment to compete for the rainbow-colored crown feather. Chapter 488 Jiangyu and Shuiyu 2. Standing next to Greninja was a tall woman wearing a black bodysuit that accentuated her curvaceous figure, and a black helmet that completely concealed her face. Her long hair danced in the darkness, bathed in moonlight, giving her a mysterious beauty. This woman, and this Greninja frog. Champion-level Greninjas are already extremely rare worldwide, and with her unique outfit, many people have already guessed her identity. Page 322. Water and the Rabbit. The leader of the Longsha Society, the largest underground organization outside northeast China. Like many poaching organizations, the Longsha Society has long operated in the border region between Harbin Province in northeast China and Russia, engaging in smuggling and Pokémon trafficking. The Longsha Society has a vast sphere of influence and a massive industrial scale, almost monopolizing all the gray industries in the entire northeast region, and is also extremely famous internationally. At the same time, the Longsha Society is also a rare underground organization with a good reputation. Unlike other underground organizations, the Longsha Society never makes things difficult for the poor and only makes money from the rich. They even occasionally rob the rich to help the poor. The official leader of the Longsha Society is named David, who is 55 years old, a Russian, and very powerful. But in reality, very few people know that the real mastermind behind Longsha Society is Shuiyu, who is standing right in front of them. Shuiyu is just her nickname. As for her real identity, name, and age, no one except David knows. Shuiyu is like a mysterious woman, with a mysterious origin and very little information about her. She first appeared 7 or 8 years ago when she was parachuted in as the vice president of the Longsha Society. Many people were dissatisfied with her, but she stood out with her strong abilities and quickly established herself in the Longsha Society. Back then, her signature Pokémon, Greninja, was only at the near champion level. Now, after all these years, it has grown into a champion-level Pokémon. Suicune is a trainer specializing in water and fairy types. In addition to Greninja, her signature Pokémon is Slowking, whose strength is unfathomable and is at least at the near champion level. Shuiyu rarely shows herself or takes action, and until now, she has only operated within the northeast region, never having crossed the line like this before. Now, Shuiyu has suddenly arrived in Hilong City on the southwestern border of China, which is equivalent to crossing the entire country. This made everyone sense something was wrong. Could it be that Shuiyu knew some inside information and was also interested in the underworld of Hilong City? Compared to the succubus who concealed her identity, the trainer of the other Styrax made no attempt to hide his identity. He was dressed in a black trench coat, with his black hair neatly combed and no mask on his face, appearing openly before everyone. In fact, the moment the Styracosaurus appeared, everyone had already guessed who the newcomer was. Jiangyu, the leader of the Paradise Poaching Group, is one of the most dangerous criminals. Jiangyu didn't look very old, probably around 30. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and had a refined appearance, with a bright smile on his face. Contrary to his refined and sunny appearance, Jiangyu is actually a cruel and ruthless executioner. In stark contrast to the renowned reputation of the Longsha Club, the Paradise Poaching Group is a notorious poaching organization. Unlike other poaching organizations that primarily sell Pokémon, their biggest illicit activities are human trafficking and organ trading. According to statistics, Paradise Poaching Groups control nearly half of the human and organ trafficking industry in small countries like southeastern Shan State. Half of the people and organs flowing out of these areas pass through their hands. They use various methods to lure or even kidnap people, keeping the strong and beautiful ones first, and then selling their organs at a fixed price after they have lost all value, selling them all over the world. At the same time, Paradise Poaching Group is also one of the largest partners in the underground black market of Black Dragon City. Although Paradise Poaching Group is notorious, their service is impeccable. Paradise Poaching Group claims to be able to buy any organ you need and any slave you want within 24 hours. Whether it's a beautiful blonde woman, a teenager, or a grown man, they can meet your needs. If you pay extra, you can even get the goods within 3 hours. The reason why Jiang Yu was able to become the leader of the poaching group at such a young age was entirely due to following in his father's footsteps and inheriting a group of powerful Pokémon from his father, such as this Styradinosaur. Otherwise, he could never have become a champion-level trainer at the age of around 30. One dragon can be passed down through 3 generations even when people are gone, the dragon remains. This is why many large families like to raise dragon-type Pokémon, whose long lifespan is enough to ensure the safety of the entire clan. Besides Jiang Yu and Shui Yeta, other people also appeared one after another, but they all concealed their identities to some extent. They either wore masks or cloaks. They were people of standing, so naturally they wouldn't expose their true identities and blatantly rob like Jiang Yu. Once their identities are exposed, they will completely offend the Chen family, regardless of whether they succeed in the robbery or not. If you fail to snatch it, that's fine, but if you do manage to, you'll only offend more people and bring utter disaster upon your family. Therefore, these people chose to hide their identities, and the Pokémon they used were not their signature Pokémon with high recognizability. As a result, these people are naturally weaker than Shui Yetu and Jiang Yu. Now that the rainbow-colored crested feathers were in Shui Yeta's hands, everyone's eyes were focused on Shui Yeta, looking at the blood-stained box. The scene was particularly ironic that the rainbow crest, a symbol of hope for life, was stained with blood. Shui Yeta, Jiang Yu's gaze fell on Shui Yeta, a sinister glint flashing behind his gold-rimmed glasses, along with some apprehension. Jiang Yu wasn't entirely confident of victory against this mysterious woman and the powerful Greninja frog beside her. Shui Yeta, hand over the rainbow crown feather. This thing will only lead to the destruction of the dragon sands. Jiang Yu's voice rang out, urging him to comply. Want it? Shui Yeta's voice was clearly processed, a unique electronic voice that made it impossible to identify her by her voice. If you want it, come and take it. Talking about this is useless. Jiang Yu sneered, since that's how it is, then don't blame me for being impolite. What are you all still looking at? If you keep looking, the rainbow-colored crest will be gone. Come at me all at once. Attack, Styracoid. As Jiang Yu's voice rang out, the others around him also commanded their Pokémon to launch an attack. And at that moment, in the pitch-black night sky, Xiaoyu appeared deep in the jungle, with Darkrai beside him. Darkrai's black body danced in the air. His gaze fell on the battleground where flames were raging in the distance, and then he put on the Ditto mask. As the Ditto mask adhered to his face, his appearance changed several times before finally settling on Giovanni's likeness. Chapter 489 The 8 Immortals Crossing the Sea. Thornatoid, Ice Pillar Slam. Jiang Yu's cold voice rang out, and with a wave of his hand, he commanded the halberd to launch an attack. The air was filled with a chilling cold, and the wind held in an instant. It felt as if winter had arrived. The ice energy formed almost instantly in the air, creating an astonishing spectacle. In the blink of an eye, it formed a sharp, massive ice pillar that flew towards Greninja with a whooshing sound. Greninja, stand! Seeing the menacing Spinosaurus approaching, Sukato did not blindly choose to fight. Instead, it calmly directed Greninja to use its substitute ability to fight and retreat. After all, as a pseudo-legendary Pokémon, Styrax is already incredibly powerful, far surpassing other Pokémon of the same level. In addition, Styrax is a Pokémon known for its physical attacks, and its full-power Stab Pillar Slam is enough to destroy the world. Greninja, on the other hand, is a dual attacker known for its speed, but its defense and stamina are not outstanding. If it were to go head-to-head with a Styradinosaur, it would definitely suffer a great loss. Therefore, Succubus also chose to let Greninja play to its strengths and avoid its weaknesses, making use of its speed advantage to engage in a tug-of-war with Styracosaurus. Of course, the most important reason is that she has already obtained the Rainbow Crown Feather, and there is no need to continue fighting. Now she just needs to seize the opportunity to retreat. The icicle flashed past, flying rapidly toward the Greninja, scattering faint ice shards in the air, a surge of cold air, and leaving an ice trail in its wake. Greninja's figure flashed, as agile as a butterfly, flying through the air, dodging most of the attacks while creating a substitute, using the substitute skill to block the ice pillar strike from the Triceratops. Greninja, Surf. After dodging the attack, it's time for Greninja to counterattack. Faced with the attack of a group of Pokémon, Suicune calmly commanded Greninja to use the area of effect move Surf. The Greninja raised 2 fingers, as if performing a hand seal like a ninja. In an instant, Greninja's eyes burst forth with a dazzling blue light, as blue as the sea. At the same time, water-type energy surged and erupted from Greninja's back, transforming into a towering wave, like a ferocious beast, rushing towards all the Pokémon present. Greninja, with its champion-level strength, unleashed a truly astonishing surf skill, instantly destroying ancient trees with massive waves and unleashing a huge torrent. Unfortunately, there wasn't even a stream around at the moment otherwise, with the added advantage of rivers, lakes, or oceans, the surfing skill would be even more terrifying. Faced with Greninja's fierce attacks, the others present can only resort to their own methods to try and defend against it. Some people directly released Pokémon with the water absorption ability, such as Gastrodon and Cinnabar. Under normal circumstances, Pokémon with the water absorb ability are immune to water-type moves and their special attack will increase after being hit by a water-type move. However, due to the difference in their overall strength, Gastrodon and Cradle Lily cannot achieve 100% immunity to water-type moves. They can only reduce the damage from most water-type moves. But that's enough for them to withstand Greninja's surfing skills. Meanwhile, some people released Pokémon with the water absorb ability, such as Vaporeon and Quagsire. The effects of the water absorb ability and the water drain ability are not much different, except that the effect changes from increasing special attack to restoring HP. Pokémon with either the water absorb or water storage abilities can easily withstand Greninja's surf attack. Aside from Pokémon with these 2 advantages who can easily withstand Greninja's surf move, other trainers really have to rely on their own abilities when facing Greninja's surf attack. Some released flying-type Pokémon, which flew directly into the air to dodge surf. Some simply send out Pokémon that are resistant to water to tank the damage. As for trainers who don't have any of these 3 Pokémon, they can only bite the bullet and take the hit. On the other side, Jiangyu also chose to let the Styracosaurus take the hit head-on. After all, the Styracosaurus has the dragon attribute and is twice as resistant to water, so it can withstand a surf attack without any problem. Come out, Gyarados. After using surf, while everyone was dodging, Suicune immediately released its flying-type Gyarados, climbed onto Gyarados' back, and planned to quickly escape the scene. Gyarados, we need to get out of here right now. Page 323. Gyarados let out a roar, then twisted its body, swimming and dancing like a dragon, and flew away into the distance. Don't even think about leaving. Stop her. Seeing that Suicune was about to leave on Gyarados, the others became anxious. Everyone immediately launched their Pokémon to attack, and those with flying-type Pokémon rode their flying-type Pokémon to chase after it. Seeing the relentless pursuit from behind, the helmeted Suzuki turned and glanced at the group before taking out a Pokeball and throwing it away. Come out, Meryl. Come back, Greninja. Succubus's actions surprised everyone. At this critical moment, it actually recalled its ace Greninja and sent out a Meryl. Just as everyone was wondering, Shueyetta's mechanical electronic voice rang out, Song of Destruction. Grass. Depend on. Fuck you. A series of traditional Chinese musical pieces rang out, and all the trainers came to their senses. So that was what Suicune was planning. No wonder she wanted to take back her ace. Ignoring the curses and insults from the crowd behind him, Sukato continued to ride Gyarados and flee into the distance. Jiangyu's expression was also very unpleasant. The skill, Song of Annihilation, was still a bit too overpowered. Come back, Styracoid. Charge, Noivern. Jiangyu flipped over and leaped onto Noivern's back. Chase after them, Noivern. Noivern flapped its wings and leaped into the air, chasing after Gyarados in the distance, leaving only a white trail behind it. Because of the delay caused by the Song of Destruction, a large number of trainers with weaker abilities chose to give up the pursuit, leaving only a small number of trainers who were extremely confident in their abilities or extremely greedy to continue the chase. Succubus stood on Gyarados' back, the fierce wind blowing her long hair wildly. She looked down at the digital watch on her wrist. 1:12. The countdown on the watch indicates the approximate time when Gyarados' death song will activate, and she must recall Gyarados before the time runs out. After checking the time, Shueyetta turned to look at Jiangyu behind her, then reached to her waist to take out the Pokeballs for Gyarados and Meryl, and slowly said with a hint of playfulness in her voice, time to speed things up. Suicune first recalled Meryl into its Pokeball, then suddenly threw out a luxury ball, and then jumped off Gyarados. Roar! With a roar, blood-red wings danced in the air, the blood-winged dragon. As the overlord of the sky, Salamence flew directly to Suikun's body, dragged Suikun along, and continued to flee into the distance. At the same time, Suikun also recalled Gyarados, Bloodwing Wyvern, Heat Wind. While fleeing, Shueyeto also made sure to have the Bloodwing Dragon use its hot air skill to delay the pursuers behind them. Roar! A fierce surge of fire energy erupted, transforming into a towering heatwave that swept across the sky like a sea of fire, igniting the dark night. Chapter 490 Sakeka's Surprise Attack. The crimson flames created by the heat wave skill blocked the path of the pursuing Pokémon like a purgatory. A smile appeared on Shueyeta's face, hidden beneath her helmet. Her delicate red lips curved upwards as she looked down through the helmet at the box containing the rainbow-colored crested feathers in her arms, her smile widening. Given Salamanque's dominance in the skies, let alone whether these people could catch up, even if they did, how could they possibly defeat Salamence in the air? Unless they are really willing to take the risk of revealing their true identities and using their family's signature Pokémon. These people wouldn't dare do that. But just then, a roar suddenly came from the heatwave. A fierce wind howled, and a hurricane flew out from the flames, blowing a hole in the heatwave. Jiangyu rode the sonic dragon, bursting through the heatwave and emerging from the opening formed by the hurricane, leaving a trail of flames in his wake. Besides Jiangyu, several other trainers also followed closely behind, emerging from the wind tunnel created by Noivern. As Shueyeta watched this scene, the smile on her lips gradually turned cold. She gently shook her head, her gaze becoming increasingly icy. Why are these people so persistent? Seeing the relentless pursuit of the group of pursuers, Shueyeta's mood began to become irritable. Her breathing became rapid, and a hint of madness appeared in her eyes hidden behind her mask. She felt as if something inside her body was about to burst out, and something seemed wrong with her body. There are two of me living inside my body, two extreme versions of myself. A sunny, cheerful, and positive version of myself after taking off my helmet. A version of myself, under the helmet, who is extreme, hateful, and utterly insane. Shueyeta's lips curled up, her eyes filled with madness. Her gaze fell on the pursuers behind her. She reached out and gently stroked the Bloodwing Wyvern, her voice gentle yet cold. Kill them. Bloodwing Wyvern, kill them, let go, Dragon Pulse. Roar. Seemingly in response to the Water Jade's madness, the Bloodwing Wyvern, known for its volatile temper, also let out a frenzied roar. In an instant, dragon-type energy surged, forming a dragon wave that rushed towards the sonic dragon behind him. Get out of the way. Jiangyu's heart tightened, and he commanded the sonic dragon to dodge as much as possible. On land or at sea, Jiangyu is no match for Shueyeta, but air combat has always been his weakness. Not having a powerful flying-type Pokémon has always been a source of anxiety for him. The strongest flying-type Pokémon, Noivern, is only at the Elite Four level, but Suikun's Salamence is at the near-champion level, making it no match for Salamence in the air. Noivern let out a roar and, relying on its speed, sidestepped in mid-air, narrowly dodging the spatial attack from Salamence. But this was a disaster for an unlucky guy following behind Jiangyu, hoping to take advantage of the situation. Boom! With a loud bang, a scream rang out, and he plummeted from the sky at breakneck speed. Jiangyu didn't even glance at the man, his mind racing as he coldly stared at Baofilong. They won't be able to get the rainbow crest unless they force the water lily to the ground. We have to force her to the ground, we can't stop her in the air. Stop holding back, use every trick in the book. Jiangyu's voice rang out as he addressed the people beside him. President Jiang. A hoarse voice sounded beside him. We also want to keep Shueyeta, but her Bloodwing Wyvern is not easy to deal with, and everyone knows she is a madwoman. The name Yitu means tiger, and no one wants to get involved with this tigress from northeast China. President Jiang, don't just stand there talking, you have to put in the effort. Otherwise, if we risk our lives to keep the Water Jade alive, and you end up getting the benefits, it will all be for nothing. How about letting your sonic dragon charge ahead? Hearing these people's words, a cold glint flashed in Jiangyu's eyes as he coldly stared at the crowd before him, his expression filled with undisguised contempt and murderous intent. They're about to lose their rainbow-colored crests, yet they're still hesitating and looking back, a bunch of useless fools. If he could, he would love to stab each of these people and kill them. A bunch of idiots, not a single smart person, not a single one with guts. However, at that moment, he suddenly noticed that a cold fog was rising in the pitch-black night. I don't know when it started, but a light white mist has been spreading in the air, and it seems to be getting thicker and thicker. It's getting foggy? At this moment, everyone noticed the sudden and strange fog, and their brows furrowed. Sonic Wave Dragon, clear the fog. Ignoring the argument with the others, Jiangyu immediately had the Soundwave Dragon use its ability to clear the thick fog, hoping to dispel the cold mist in front of him. Roar! Noivern let out a huge roar, and flying-type energy surged from its body, transforming into a hurricane that swept outwards. The howling wind dispersed a large area of thick fog in front of them, but after only a few breaths, the fog spread again, filling the empty area. Damn it! This thick fog doesn't seem to be naturally formed, it must be man-made. It must be Shueyetta's doing. She's trying to escape under the cover of the thick fog. We're about to lose track of the water jade. Why did she slow down? As the fog thickened, everyone watched as the figures of the water jade and the bloodwing dragon were about to disappear into the fog, only to find that she suddenly slowed down, as if she was deliberately waiting for them, leaving everyone puzzled and their hearts tightening. Is she trying to lure us into chasing after her? Shueyeta was naturally unaware of what the people behind her were thinking. She slowed down simply because she was worried about the sudden thick fog. The eerie fog made her feel vaguely uneasy. The biting cold and the sudden drop in temperature impaired her vision, so she had to slow down the bloodwing wyvern for safety. Seeing Suokun's unusual slowdown, Jiangyu and the others behind them assumed that Suokun was setting an ambush and dared not chase after it. They also slowed down the Pokémon under their bodies, not daring to get too close. Page 324. In this eerie atmosphere, an ethereal voice came from the thick fog, like the song of an elf. The rampant cold air continued to spread, leaving nothing but barren land and freezing everything in its wake. Oh no, someone's attacking. Such a powerful attack. Such strong ice energy is approaching the level of a quasi-master. Run. Hold on, use hold on now. Visible white mist surged and eroded the entire jungle, turning the vast forest into an ice sculpture. Faced with this terrifying ice-type attack, everyone was terrified and could only use their Pokémon's Protect move to create a shield and desperately hold on. The biting cold even froze the light shield, and these Pokémon with champion level and near champion level strength were no match for this terrifying attack. With a crisp, glass-like sound, the light shield shattered, inflicting severe damage. Jiangyu's noisy dragon is 4 times weak to ice. After being hit by this attack, even with the protection of guard, it was still seriously injured and on the verge of death. Other near-champion Pokémon also couldn't withstand this terrifying attack, but they absorbed most of the damage and suffered less harm. Similarly, the Water Jade also commanded the Bloodwing Wyvern to use its guard skill to desperately hold on and barely block the attack. As the chill subsided, everyone noticed a dark silhouette emerging from the dense white mist, approaching them. As the shadow grew larger, the group finally saw clearly what Pokémon had attacked them. It was a massive body, with drifting ice crystals swirling around it, and its long, blue neck as elegant as a swan's. Giant, Ralts. Sakeke, it's Sakeke. Sakeke is here. Chapter 491 Water and Rabbit. Sakeke. There was a hint of fear in everyone's voices. Although Sakeke had only appeared for a few months, everyone present knew his name. The culprit behind the decline of the Chi family. One of the instigators of the shipwreck. The International Pokémon Peace Association has raised Giovanni's danger level several levels, placing him above Kong Yinyi, the president of the Dawn Society. Giovanni's formidable strength, impressive record, and signature giant Laplace and Darkrai have earned him worldwide renown. None of the people present dared to guarantee a victory over Sakeke. Sakeke. Everyone instinctively wanted to run away when they saw Sakeke, but their greed for the rainbow-crested feathers made them stop and stay. After all, the rainbow crown feather is not in their hands now, it is held by Shueyeto. Even if a conflict breaks out, it will be between Sakeke and Mizuato. If a real fight breaks out, they might be able to benefit from it. Jiangyu's gaze also fell on Giovanni. Looking at the tall Giovanni and the terrifying Gigantamax Laplace, he was filled with shock. As the head of Paradise Group, Jiangyu believed that although his strength could not compare with the champion of China, it was comparable to some of the 4 heavenly kings. But now, looking at Giovanni and Gigantamax Lapras, he felt a wave of pressure wash over him. Giovanni has undoubtedly been the most prominent figure in the underground organization in recent months. He fought against the god Coffin and slaughtered many champions. Every appearance of his represents a bloodbath. I really am not as good as Giovanni. Could he really take the rainbow crown feather from Sakeke? Jiangyu couldn't help but wonder. Xiaoyu emerged from the white mist, his gaze falling on the box in Shueyeto's arms, before moving to Shueyeto herself. Xiaoyu looked at Shueyeto in front of him and slowly spoke, his voice slightly hoarse, "Give me the box." Xiaoyu's tone was calm, but it gave people an undeniable sense of authority. When he spoke, everyone else instinctively remained silent. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, everyone turned their attention to Shueyu Tudu, quietly waiting for her decision. Shueyeto also turned her head, her long, jet black hair adorned with faint ice shards that danced in the moonlight, possessing a unique charm. Don't give it to him. Giovanni is a wanted criminal with a high bounty on his head by the Pokémon Association. As long as we drag him to the Pokémon Association, he won't be able to escape, and he won't be able to steal the rainbow wing. A hoarse voice rang out in the night, seemingly trembling slightly. Our reinforcements will be here soon. We'll stand with you against Giovanni. No matter how strong he is, he can't defeat us in a short time. Yes, let's do it together. Even if we can't take down Sakeke, we can at least stall until reinforcements arrive. Water Jade, don't give it to Sakeke. Everyone knew that once the rainbow crest feather fell into Sakeke's hands, it would be almost impossible to get it back, so they all spoke up to dissuade him. Hearing the voices of the crowd, a soft chuckle suddenly came from under Succubus's helmet. She turned to look at the person who had just spoken, and a mechanical, electronic voice rang out, support from the Pokémon Association. Are you planning to take me and Jiangyu down with you in one fell swoop? Shueisha's voice carried a hint of sarcasm. Of everyone present, only Sakeke, Jiangyu, and she had questionable backgrounds. One is a high-profile, most dangerous criminal. One is the young leader of the Paradise Poaching Group. One of them is the head of the Longsha Association. All the other people hiding their identities are definitely high-ranking figures in the Pokémon Association, otherwise they wouldn't be hiding their identities. If the Pokémon Association sends people, it will be a boost for this group, but it might not be so for the three of them. The people who just spoke clearly had bad intentions and wanted to incite Sakeke and Mizuki to fight each other so they could reap the benefits. Shueisha coldly stared at the group of men in black before her, her eyes, hidden beneath her helmet, filled with undisguised hatred. Sakeke, Jiangyu. Shueisha's voice suddenly rang out. She turned to look at Sakeke and Jiangyu. How about we make a deal? Let's kill the rest of the people together, and then split what we loot from them with Jiangyu. How about it? As Shueisha's voice rang out, the other men in black felt a chill run down their spines, sensing something was amiss. Xiaoyu was also taken aback by Shueisha's suggestion. This woman truly lived up to her name, yet she was really fierce. Just as Xiaoyu was still hesitating, Shueisha suddenly did something that surprised everyone. She actually threw the box containing the rainbow-colored crested feathers at Xiaoyu. Seeing Shueisha's actions, Xiaoyu instinctively reached out and caught it. How is it, Jiangyu? Shueisha's voice rang out again. Jiangyu, who was watching the show, hadn't reacted yet when he heard Shueisha's words. Now that he thinks about it carefully, Shueisha's suggestion is undoubtedly the most advantageous solution for him at present. Since Sakeke is the strongest among those present, he naturally has the highest chance of taking the rainbow crown feather. In this way, Jiangyu himself would most likely return empty-handed, and if a conflict broke out with Sakeke, he might even pay a heavy price. However, if I cooperate with Giovanni, the chance of getting the rainbow crown feather will be extremely low, and I will have a very high probability of getting some scraps. I have no objection. Jiangyu adjusted his glasses and looked at Sakeke. The key is to see what Sakeke has to say. Seeing the two people looking at him, and the box containing the rainbow-colored crested feather in his hand, Xiaoyu knew he had to make a decision. Should they leave directly with the rainbow-colored crested feather, or choose to cooperate with Shueisha and Jiangyu? Xiaoyu didn't hesitate. His expression was serious as he looked at Shueisha and Jiangyu. His deep, hoarse voice rang out. Since that's the case, let's make our move. Laplace, Gigantamax Aurora Melody. Xiaoyu made his decision in an instant. Given his identity as Giovanni, it was almost impossible for him to be a decent person and he could not integrate into the Pokémon Association in a short time. Therefore, Xiaoyu maintains a friendly attitude towards these underground organizations. After all, if he were to sever ties with them, he would truly find no allies left. You have to understand that behind his identity as Giovanni is the enemy, Kamakoshi. He can't possibly fight Kamakoshi alone. Of course, the most important point is Shueisha's attitude. Xiaoyu was quite satisfied with Shueisha's act of handing over the rainbow-colored crested feathers to him without reservation, which gave him a sense of being trusted. Although he can be cunning at times, that's only when dealing with enemies. Just as he could use any despicable means against his enemies, Xiaoyu couldn't bring himself to be ruthless towards someone who offered him benefits right away. As Xiaoyu's voice rang out, Gigantamax Lapras unleashed a massive burst of ice energy into the sky, followed by a giant ice ball crashing down to the ground. Bloodwing Wyvern, Twin Wings. Greninja, Garbage Shot. Page 325. Thornet, Ice Pillar Slam. Chapter 492 Jiangyu. The sudden alliance between Sakeke, Jiangyu, and Shueisha caught everyone off guard. In this way, those men in black who were hiding their identities instantly went from being onlookers to being prey. A sense of suffocation surged into their hearts, and the shadow of death loomed over them. It's true that you shouldn't go to watch the excitement if you have nothing better to do, or you might end up being the unlucky one. Run, split up and run. Someone shouted, and the group scattered like birds and beasts without hesitation. At this point, these people no longer cared about hiding their identities and immediately released all the Pokémon they had, preparing to fight to the death. A red fox with champion-level strength? This person is from the Su family. The soul-hooking eyes possess champion-level strength. This is the Tang family. As these people revealed their trump cards, their true identities were also exposed. Take as many people as possible down. Deal with the weaker ones first. Xiaoyu's voice rang out as he watched the crowd fleeing frantically. He had already obtained the rainbow-colored crown feather and did not want to go on a killing spree. He would just leave 2 people behind and let them do their job. Apart from a few people who carried Pokémon with champion-level strength, most of the people in front of them had Pokémon with near champion-level strength. Therefore, Xiaoyu's primary targets were those Pokémon who did not possess champion-level Pokémon. These people are weaker, so Xiaoyu and the others face less risk. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Jiangyu and Shuiyu too nodded, their gazes falling on the trainers who didn't have champion-level Pokémon by their side. A bloody massacre has officially begun. Actually, if these trainers had united and worked together, they might have been able to hold out until the Pokémon Association's support arrived. But it's clear that they were lucky if they didn't sabotage each other, let alone unite. Totally impossible. Darkrai, eat dreams. As psychic energy surged, Darkrai glowed with a purple light, devouring the dream of the sleeping Mawile before it. As the psychic energy attached itself to Mawile, a look of pain appeared on its face. With a painful howl, Mawile collapsed to the ground, barely alive. After dealing with the Mawile in front of him, Xiaoyu turned his attention to the trainer behind Mawile and waved his hand, ordering Darkrai, Dark Hole, hypnotize him. By the way, spare his life. Xiaoyu reminded Darkrai, signaling him not to be too ruthless and to be careful. If he killed the man in front of him, where would he get the ransom? No, please, let me go. The man in black on the other side pleaded repeatedly as he listened to Xiaoyu's command. Heh. Darkrai responded, then raised his hand, and a surge of dark energy rushed out, hypnotizing the man in black before him. Take him with you. That's enough for 2 people. Time to go. Xiaoyu checked the time. 5 or 6 minutes had passed. He had already taken down 2 people, and he estimated that the Pokémon Association's reinforcements should be arriving soon. He then turned his attention to Jiangyu and Shueyeto. They were slightly weaker, but each of them had managed to take down 1 person. Just then, Jiangyu and Shueyeto also turned to look at Xiaoyu. We should go. Shueyeto glanced at the digital watch on her wrist, and a mechanical electronic voice sounded, reminding Xiaoyu. Okay, let's go. Xiaoyu nodded, then released the giant Megalomon, sat on its back, and turned to Shueyeto and Jiangyu, saying, let's find a place to discuss the profit sharing. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Jiangyu's expression turned serious. When they had a common enemy, things were fine, and the 3 of them cooperated quite well. But now that only the 3 of them were left, Xiaoyu had absolute initiative. If Xiaoyu really intended to kill them, they would probably have a hard time surviving. Jiangyu's mind raced, and he turned his gaze to the Metagross that Xiaoyu had released. Although he couldn't discern the Metagross's exact strength, he was certain that its power was far from simple. Because a Pokémon's size often determines its strength. It's like this: a normal adult male who is 1.7 meters tall is standing in front of you. You might not be able to tell how good he is at fighting, because he could be a weakling or he could be Ip Man, the master of Wing Chun. But if a 2-meter-tall, muscular man stands in front of you, I believe most people wouldn't want to fight him and would keep a safe distance from him as soon as possible. Xiaoyu, this giant Megalomon, is the size of a 2-meter-tall muscular man, and its strength is definitely not to be underestimated. Suikoden also showed a hint of curiosity about the Metagross that suddenly appeared before her. After all, Giovanni's signature Pokémon are Gigantamax Lapras and Darkrai, and now that a giant Metagross has appeared, she is naturally curious. Shueyeto gently touched the button on the helmet, and the helmet's built-in high-tech function began to scan the Metagross in front of him, collecting and analyzing the Metagross's data. Unfortunately, to her dismay, Xiaoyu's Metagross had perfect control over energy, and its aura was impeccable. Judging from the energy emanating from its body, she could only determine that this Metagross was of ordinary strength. But how is that possible? Shueyeto frowned and couldn't help but mutter to herself that she would have to upgrade her helmet when she got back. After realizing the extraordinary strength of the giant Megalomon before him, Jiangyu hesitated greatly, unwilling to entrust his fate to someone else. Therefore, he didn't want to leave with Xiaoyu at all, but he didn't dare to run away even if he was asked to. Hey, should we follow them? Jiang Yu turned to Shui Yeto and asked in a low voice. Go ahead, what are you afraid of? Shui Yeto's tone was very relaxed, as if she was not worried at all that Sakeke would go on a killing spree and kill them both. Aren't you afraid that Sakeke will turn his back on you? Jiang Yu pressed. What's the use of being afraid? Shui Yeto turned to look at Jiang Yu. Don't worry, he has no reason to kill us. Besides, if you observe carefully the previous time Sakeke made his move, you'll find that Sakeke is not a bloodthirsty person. Think about it, in the few times you've made your move against Sakeke, have you ever intentionally killed anyone else? Shui Yeto reminded her. Hearing Shui Yeto's answer, Jiang Yu lowered his head and thought about it carefully. After thinking it over, he realized that it made sense. However, he really didn't dare to joke about his own life. But, aren't you afraid that he will go on a killing spree this time? Shui Yeto couldn't help but roll her eyes, but unfortunately her helmet hit her face. Then I'll go first. I'll definitely urge him to go on a killing spree against you later. No. Hearing Shui Yeto say this, Jiang Yu had no other choice but to grit his teeth and follow along. Then let's follow them. Chapter 493 Team Rocket's First Operation. Hilong City. The mountains are majestic and the cliffs are rugged. A faint light emanates from the cave amidst steep cliffs. Xia Yu and his two companions sat around the fire, the dry firewood burning fiercely in the flames, making crackling sounds. Xia Yu took out the box containing the rainbow-colored crested feathers, his gaze passing through the transparent glass and landing on the red crested feathers that radiated a dazzling luster. Rainbow crown feather, transformed from Ho-Oh's most precious crown feather, it gathers Ho-Oh's most primal energy. It is said that Ho-Oh can only condense 3 rainbow crown feathers every 100 years, which have extraordinary effects. When used on a fire-type Pokémon, it can greatly improve its aptitude and strength, and will definitely teach it the move Sacred Fire. When used on a Pokémon with Master-level aptitude or higher, it will not improve its aptitude. Use this on a human or Pokémon that has been dead for no more than 30 minutes to immediately revive them and heal all injuries. Fire-type Pokémon can learn the Holy Fire move. Use this on a Pokémon that has been dead for more than 30 minutes but no more than 1 day and whose strength was at least champion level before death. Depending on its type, it can be transformed into one of the 3 legendary Pokémon. Use it on a Fire-type Pokémon to transform it into Entei. Use it on a Water-type Pokémon to transform it into Suicune. Use this on a Thunder-type Pokémon to transform it into Raikou. Legend has it that the 3 legendary Pokémon were originally 3 unknown Pokémon that perished in a fire at the Burnt Tower. Ho-Oh revived them, and they became Ho-Oh's messengers for observing humanity. Is this the rarest iridescent crest feather? No matter how many times Xia Yu watches it, he absolutely believes that Phoenix King's rainbow crest feathers are truly a heaven-defying treasure if it's S-rank. There are even higher ratings. The rainbow crown feather is at least an SSS-level treasure. This effect is simply too overpowered. It can actually create a Trinity beast directly. Of course, the effect of creating the 3 sacred beasts is just a bonus. For Xia Yu, what he values most is the resurrection effect of the rainbow crown feather. This unique ability is the reason why the rainbow crown feather is so rare. The extraordinary ability to come back to life, which defies the laws of nature, is an incredibly powerful phenomenon no matter where it is placed. With 2 lives against 1, the advantage is mine. I've taken the rainbow crown feathers. Xia Yu put away the box containing the rainbow crown feathers, then turned his gaze to the 4 people who had fallen into a deep sleep beside him. These 4 people are yours to take. Whether you want ransom or something else, it's up to you. By the way, Xia Yu paused slightly, then looked directly at the 2 of them and said, today's cooperation was very pleasant. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, I would like to ask if you 2 are interested in continuing to cooperate with me. Hearing Xia Yu's words, Jiang Yu frowned slightly, a hint of wariness in his eyes, and looked at Xia Yu, asking, continue to cooperate? How? Although Shui Yeto didn't speak, she turned to look at Xia Yu, her gaze hidden under her helmet carrying a hint of curiosity. I know that you 2 are both very strong, and can be considered the strongest in the underground organization. Xia Yu's gaze fell on Jiang Yu and Shui Yeto and he slowly said, one of you is the president of the Dragon Sand Society, and the other is the leader of the Paradise Group. One operates in the Northeast region, and the other operates in the Southeast Asia region. You are both the top forces in your respective regions. However, your strength is still somewhat inferior to that of the world's top people. Xia Yu's gaze was intense, like a guiding light. Page 326. For example, you would be no match for champions from major countries like China or Russia. I'm not even talking about invincible champions like Duan Hongji. Even if the other champions were to fight, you would have no chance of winning. Secondly, there are top-tier underground organizations like the Divine Coffin, where every member is a top expert. Your strength might be slightly stronger than some reserve members, but if you encounter a full member, even the weakest one in the group is stronger than you on paper. Even if we take a step back, organizations like the Dawn Society, their leader Kong Yunyi is far more powerful than you. So, although Paradise Group and Longsha Club seem to be developing very well and thriving, you all know that both Longsha Club and Paradise Group have actually reached a bottleneck, an awkward situation of not being able to advance or retreat. You now only have two paths before you. Either you can take your strength to the next level, go all in, and go against the tide, reaching a level of strength that even the Pokémon Association fears, like Kong Yunyi, then Paradise Group and Dragon Sands Society could become the next Dawn Society. Either you fall into the abyss, never to recover, and are wiped out by the Pokémon Association. After all, the Pokémon Association has taken notice of you after this incident. The Pokémon Association allows underground organizations to exist, but it will absolutely not allow a second Dawn to appear. You should all know why. Over the past few decades, only Dawn Society has existed around China, while other underground organizations have been insignificant. Xiaoyu's words, each one like a heavy hammer blow to Shui Yetu and Jiang Yu's hearts. Although Xiaoyu's words were somewhat harsh, there was no doubt that everything he said was true. After all, over the decades, there have been some underground organizations whose strength rivaled that of the Dawn Society, but without exception, they were all wiped out by the Pokémon Association. It is said that even the Pokémon Association sent a champion to exterminate the Dawn Society, but the operation failed, apparently due to the intervention of the Coffin organization. Since then, the Pokémon Association has sent at least 2 champions to every extermination operation to ensure that nothing goes wrong. What do you want to collaborate on? Jiang Yu asked, frowning as he looked at Xiaoyu. It's very simple. Xiaoyu smiled as he looked at the 2 people in front of him. I can help you take it a step further. I can't say you have the strength to compete with the champion, but at least you can have a certain ability to protect yourself. Of course, my help to you is not free. I need you to bring your forces and join the organization I've created, Team Rocket. Team Rocket? Hearing Sakeika's words, Jiang Yu frowned. He wanted to refuse without thinking. What a joke. How could he give up the Paradise Group that his father had worked so hard to build just because of 2 words from Sakeika? If anyone else had spoken to him like that, Jiang Yu would have started putting prices on his various organs. Jiang Yu was about to refuse, but he swallowed the words back. After all, one has to bow one's head when under someone else's roof, and he worried that if he refused outright, he might anger Sakeika. Jiang Yu looked hesitant. Please allow me to return to the district. No rush. Xiaoyu waved his hand to interrupt Jiang Yu. You don't need to refuse right away. Our rocket team will be doing an operation tomorrow. You can participate as temporary members and make a decision after the operation. What action? You'll find out tomorrow. Chapter 494 Team Rocket Assemble. The Qi family study. Qi Linyu, dressed in pajamas and slippers, paced back and forth in the study with his hands behind his back, the wooden floor making a tap-tap sound. His expression was serious and anxious, his brows furrowed, and his eyes deep in thought. Sakeika has come to Black Dragon City again. He's like a persistent ghost. Just now, Qi Linyu, who had just fallen asleep, received news that Sakeika had appeared in Black Dragon City and, together with Jiang Yu and Shui Yeto, had kidnapped Rainbow Crown Feather and abducted 4 people. Sakeika's sudden appearance made Qi Linyu uneasy. He had a feeling that Sakeika was after the Qi family. After all, the Qi family and Sakeika are now mortal enemies, and there is no possibility of easing their conflict. No matter how you look at it, Sakeika's appearance in Black Dragon City could only be for the Qi family. So if Sakeika really came for the Qi family, what should the Qi family do? Qi Linyu thought of Divine Coffin 6. Now, only the Divine Coffin organization can save the entire Qi family. And wasn't Shenkan 6 supposed to be trying to steal the Rainbow Crown Feather? Why didn't he succeed, and instead Sakeika got it instead? What is Shenkin 6 doing now? Qi Linyu rubbed his head, his mind filled with too many questions. He took a deep breath, sat back in his chair, and rhythmically tapped the desk with his right hand, gazing ahead into deep thought. Da-da. This was his usual way of thinking. It took him almost 10 minutes to finally come to his senses. A resolute look appeared in his eyes. He then picked up the phone on the table and said, "Third uncle, take the children, women, and elderly people in the family to the capital first thing tomorrow morning. Don't come back unless you receive my call. Be prepared for the worst." Okay. An aged voice came from the other end of the phone. What happened? Sakeika is here. What about you? Aren't you coming with us? How can I, as the rotating chair, leave? Otherwise, all my hard work over the years will have been in vain. After hanging up the phone, Chi sighed softly. Whatever Sake's purpose in coming here, he had to prepare for the worst. After all, the Chi family is no longer the same as it used to be. Meanwhile, in Heilongjiang City, in a secluded private house, everyone has arrived. Xiaoyu's gaze fell on everyone present. Except for Shui Yeta, who was wearing a large helmet, everyone else on site was wearing the same mask. Flames danced, as if a raging fire were burning. These were the Team Rocket uniform masks made by Xiaoyu. This could be considered the Rocket's first collective action since the team's inception. Apart from Xiao Wanyu, who was unable to come due to health reasons, only Xia Tianming was in charge of the detective agency in the capital. Everyone else was present. Sylvia, Gao Yangzhen, Lu Yingxuan, and Lu Yinhan, that's the current core of the Rocket's roster. Jiangyu and Shui Yeto also turned to look at the other official members of Team Rocket, their eyes filled with curiosity as they guessed the identities and strengths of the others. These players must have something special to be able to join the Rockets. Take a rest first, everyone, please sit down. Xiaoyu sat in the main seat and gestured for everyone to sit down. I asked you all to come overnight because there is something I would like to discuss with you. Everyone should know about the conflict between me and the Qi family. Xiaoyu's gaze swept over everyone in front of him as he slowly spoke. How should we deal with the Qi family? What are your thoughts? Upon hearing Xiaoyu's question, Gao Yangzhen was the first of the four to speak. I suggest eliminating the problem at its root. Because of his long-term involvement with overseas poaching groups, Gao Yangzhen's behavior has taken on a more, jianghu, a term referring to the world of outlaws and gangsters, air. I don't recommend you take action. In stark contrast to Gao Yangzhen, Lu Yingxuan spoke slowly. The Qi family is already on the brink of collapse and could be destroyed at any moment. You don't need to take action personally. You just need to secretly push things along and hasten the Qi family's demise. Hearing his sister speak, Lu Yinhan also said, the Qi family has many enemies. We only need to send a leader to unite the Qi family's enemies and guide them to take revenge. There is no need to take action personally. Even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. If the Qi family were to mobilize the entire clan to seek the protection of a champion and then move the whole family to the capital or abroad, it would be even more troublesome. Listening to the conversation, Xiaoyu remained silent, his face expressionless, and he did not rush to express his opinion. As someone in a position of authority, he cannot easily express his opinion, because once he does, it is tantamount to setting the tone for the entire matter. Those below dare not voice their opinions, so those in positions of authority are often the last to speak and express their views in order to hear the opinions of more people. And you? What's your opinion? Xiaoyu asked, his gaze falling on Sylvia. I still think you shouldn't do it yourself, Sylvia said after thinking for a moment. She herself had her entire family wiped out, and she harbored a deep-seated aversion to such acts. And you too? Xiaoyu asked, turning to look at Jiangyu and Shui Yeto. Me? Jiangyu was slightly surprised when he saw Xiaoyu looking at him. He thought he was just an observer, but he didn't expect to have to offer his opinion. Seeing everyone's eyes on him, Jiangyu hesitated for a moment before saying, my suggestion is still to exterminate the entire family. Of course, this is just my personal suggestion. After all, my enemies are all foreigners, and things are much more chaotic there than in China. If you don't cut the weeds at the root, they'll grow back in the spring. In those places, being too soft-hearted will only make you a laughingstock and someone others will look down on. Xiaoyu nodded. Jiangyu and Gao Yangzhen had both lived in overseas poaching groups, so their style of doing things was ruthless. They would take direct action rather than make a fuss. And you, Shui too? I'm fine with anything, it doesn't matter. Shui Yeta's tone was relaxed, seemingly unconcerned about the matter at hand. By the way, do you have any extra masks? Won't you give us one? Aren't you wearing a helmet? Although Xiaoyu was thinking this to himself, he said aloud, this mask is only available to those who join Team Rocket. Xiaoyu took out a mask and handed it to Shui Yeta with a smile on his face. Have you thought it through? Do you want to join us? As soon as Xiaoyu finished speaking, Shui Yeta took the flame mask from Xiaoyu's hand, and a mechanical electronic voice sounded, I'm joining, but before I join, I want to ask you a question. Page 327. It's hard for me to believe you agreed so hastily. Go ahead and ask, Xiaoyu said. With your abilities, you could easily compete for the championship. Why did you create Team Rocket and become a villain? Shui Yeta asked, looking at Xiaoyu. Chapter 495 Team Rocket's Anti-Counterfeiting Mark. Shui Yeta sat on the sofa, her bodysuit outlining her perfect figure. Her bright eyes, hidden under her helmet, looked at Sakeke and asked the question that had been troubling her for a long time. With Sakake's strength, he would be considered a champion in China, and most of the 4 heavenly kings would be no match for him. Mizuki didn't know why Giovanni wanted to establish Team Rocket. Upon hearing Shueisha's question, Xiaoyu's expression turned serious, his gaze falling on Shueisha's motorcycle helmet, a thoughtful look on his face. Just as Shueisha said, with his current strength, he could easily be one of the 4 heavenly kings and compete for the championship, but he didn't want that kind of life. There are 2 things a person should do in their lifetime. The first is to do what they want to do, and the second is to do something to prove that they have been in this world, so that people will not forget them. Xiaoyu smiled faintly. He thought of Giovanni from the anime in his previous life. Giovanni was undoubtedly one of the most charismatic villains in the Pokémon world. There are so many champions in the world. One more or one less won't make a difference. It's not like I'm missing out. But there is no underground king in this world. My life goal is simple, to be the only king of the underground. To integrate the underground organizations, to take control of Pokémon resources, and to enable more people to become trainers, instead of having them monopolized by so-called powerful families. I will follow my heart's desires, do my best, and let nature take its course. Xiaoyu spoke from the bottom of his heart. In this life, living according to one's heart and finding happiness and joy is the ultimate goal, a goal that transcends all other objectives. Wealth, fame, power, and beauty are merely tools for achieving happiness. We can't let suffering permeate our entire lives. We may experience pain at times, but that's for the sake of future happiness. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's answer, everyone's gaze turned to Shueisha, but no one could see the expression hidden beneath her helmet. She picked up the flaming mask and started playing with it. A mechanical electronic voice sounded, "I didn't expect you to have such lofty goals. But it sounds quite interesting. Okay, from now on, I'm a member of Team Rocket. But I have one request, when you play against foreign champions in the future, you have to call me. How about it?" "No problem." Xiaoyu nodded. This small request was nothing to him. "Then it's a deal. Let's work together to bring down the price of Pokémon. Okay?" Hearing that Shueisha had made such a decisive move to jungle, everyone's faces showed surprise. They did not expect that Shueisha, the leader of the Dragon Sands, would agree to join Team Rocket so easily. Xiaoyu was also a little surprised. "No, girl, you just agreed? The question you just asked sounded like you were joking." Seeing that Shueisha had agreed so readily, Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel a little curious about Shueisha's true identity. Looking at the huge motorcycle helmet on Shueisha's head, he fell into deep thought. Is this person crazy? By the way, Mizuki said with a smile, while playing with the flame mask in her hand, "I have a suggestion for you. Although the design of your mask is unique, it is very easy to imitate. It can easily be used by unscrupulous people to do evil under the Team Rocket name. You can use your rainbow crest to heat a design you like on the mask. The rainbow crest will leave an inextinguishable sacred flame on the mask, making it impossible for others to imitate, and you don't have to worry about the sacred flame on the mask burning you. Because the sacred flame is a symbol of life, it will not harm any living Pokémon or human, but will instead heal injuries." Xiaoyu looked at Shueisha in surprise. He had also thought about the issue of anti-counterfeiting. After all, he carried the masks from Divine Coffin 1 to 12 with him. How could he not have thought about the issue of anti-counterfeiting of the masks? However, he hadn't come up with a good solution. Now that he heard what Shueisha said, he thought about it carefully and realized that it was indeed a good suggestion. At this point, Xiaoyu also took out his mask and rainbow-colored crest feathers to conduct an experiment. A faint white flame burned on the rainbow-colored crest, but when Xiaoyu slowly touched the flame with his hand, he felt no heat at all, but rather a warmth. It must be said that the rainbow crest is truly a magical prop. Then Xiaoyu gently touched the mask to the rainbow-colored crest. Under the heat of the rainbow-colored crest, the mask was instantly imprinted with a feather-shaped pattern, and at the same time, the sacred flame spread to the pattern and burned fiercely. Become, summer feathers, rainbow crest feathers, feather pattern. Is this a coincidence or fate? How amazing! Sylvia looked at this scene with curiosity on her face, and couldn't help but look at Xiaoyu. "Can I have one too?" "Of course you can." Xiaoyu nodded, a slight smile playing on his lips. "You can all use the rainbow crest to imprint your favorite designs. Starting today, this will be the induction ceremony for the core members of Team Rocket." In fact, it wasn't just Sylvia who was curious. Gao Yangzhen and Lu Yingxuan, the siblings, were also curious about the rainbow crown feather, and their eyes were always on it. However, their personalities prevented them from asking Xiaoyu directly. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, the others nodded, clearly quite satisfied with the induction ceremony. Of course, there was one person among the crowd who felt out of place and extremely uncomfortable. That's Jiangyu. By this time, he had cursed Suzuki 1,000 times over. You, the president of the Dragon Sands, just agreed to join Team Rocket so easily? No, what am I supposed to do with this? So it turns out everyone here is from Team Rocket, and I'm the only outsider, right? Jiangyu felt increasingly aggrieved and could only silently lower his head, burying his head in the sand like an ostrich. He truly did not want to live under someone else's roof and take orders from others. You can think about what kind of pattern you want to brand, and also come up with a code name for yourselves, which cannot be repeated. We can't use our names in public. Xiaoyu paused slightly here. Finally, regarding the handling of the Qi family, I listened to your opinions and decided not to take action personally. This matter will be left to. Xiaoyu was about to say Lu Yinhan and Gao Yangzhen's names, but then swallowed the words and pointed at them, saying, "You two stay behind for a bit, I have something to tell you. By the way, Jiangyu, are you interested in leading your Paradise group to merge with Team Rocket?" Xiaoyu turned his gaze to Jiangyu and slowly asked. Jiangyu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What was bound to happen would eventually happen. Chapter 496, Jiangyu's joining. Meeting Xiaoyu's gaze, Jiangyu felt immense pressure. Deep down, he didn't want to join Team Rocket, but he was worried that if he rejected Xiaoyu, he might completely enrage Xiaoyu and kill him on the spot. Seeing Jiangyu's hesitant expression, Xiaoyu's lips curled up slightly as he slowly said, "I know you're probably unwilling to merge your hard-earned Paradise group into Team Rocket for no reason, but I can promise you that if you join now, you'll be one of Team Rocket's core members. Any core member, in order of joining Team Rocket, has the opportunity to obtain a permanent Gigantamax Pokémon. You may not know what a permanent Gigantamax Pokémon is. In other words, it's a giant Pokémon as powerful as Lapras in my hand. Pokémon like these are extremely rare. Each one is unique and one of a kind. Even looking at the whole world, there are only about 20 of them. If you refuse now, even if you join Team Rocket in the future, you may not be able to get a permanent Gigantamax Pokémon. Jiangyu, now you can think it over carefully and make a decision. Life is always full of choices, and we will go down different paths in life because of different choices." Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Jiangyu's face showed a struggling and troubled expression, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. After a few breaths, Jiangyu finally spoke slowly, "I'm joining." As he uttered those 3 words, Jiangyu breathed a sigh of relief. Faced with Xiaoyu's coercion and enticement, Jiangyu finally agreed to join the Rockets. Of course, this is just a verbal promise. After all, it would take a long time for either the Dragon Club or the Paradise Group to fully integrate into the Rockets. However, as long as the first step is taken, Xiaoyu believes that the seeds planted now will one day blossom and bear fruit. Half an hour later, in the secluded room, Gao Yangzhen and Lu Yinhan stood opposite Xiaoyu. "Old Lu, I'll still need you to take Xiao Gao with you to handle this matter." Xiaoyu looked at Lu Yinhan and said, "You have that Gigantamax hairy troll with you, right?" Lu Yinhan nodded. "Just keep it with you. Although the Qi family has declined, they are still not to be underestimated. I'll leave the Qi family's affairs to you." Xiaoyu's tone suddenly changed, becoming sinister. "I'll give you the Gigantamax hairy troll for now. You can use any extraordinary means if necessary. Also, take care of Xiao Gao." Xiao Gao. Xiaoyu's gaze fell on Gao Yangzhen, study hard under Lao Lu's guidance. "Oh, right. I remember your sister is about to go to university, and she doesn't seem to have a starter Pokémon yet, right? If you do well on this mission, I'll not only reward you, but I'll also give your sister a starter Pokémon with champion-level potential as a reward." Hearing Xiaoyu's words, even Gao Yangzhen, who was used to big scenes, began to breathe rapidly. Pokémon with champion-level potential are unattainable for ordinary people, but to Xiaoyu, they seem to be insignificant. "Thank you, boss." Sometimes, no amount of encouragement can compare to tangible benefits. Just like at work, no matter how much your boss promises you, nothing beats a raise and promotion. However, let me make this clear from the start: if you don't perform well, you won't receive any reward, and you'll also face some kind of punishment. Xiaoyu paused slightly after saying this, "So, don't let me down. Xie Tianming is already working at the Imperial Capital Detective Agency, so you need to work hard too. If you do this well, your reward won't be any worse than your sister's." Page 328. "Alright, if you don't understand anything, just ask Lao Lu. You two go ahead and get busy." Xiaoyu waved his hand, signaling the two to leave the room. Xiaoyu's eyes flickered as he watched Lu Yinhan and Gao Yangzhen leave. Hopefully, Gao Yangzhen can understand his deeper meaning. Lu Yinhan and Gao Yangzhen walked side by side on the road, the only sound being the soft clatter of their leather shoes on the wooden planks. Suddenly, Lu Yinhan's hoarse voice rang out, "Xiao Gao." Master." Gao Yangzhen turned to look at Lu Yinhan and said respectfully, Do you know why the boss asked you to come with me to deal with the Qi family's affairs? Lu Yinhan asked Gao Yangzhen. I know. Gao Yangzhen nodded. Although he appeared honest and simple, he was actually a meticulous and thoughtful person. Because among everyone present, only Jiang Yu and I suggested eliminating the problem completely. Jiang Yu is an outsider, so naturally the boss wouldn't let Jiang Yu take action. He asked me to help you deal with it because he wanted to eliminate the Qi family completely, but it was inconvenient for him to do it himself. Gao Yangzhen pointed out Xiao Yu's true thoughts. Lu Yinhan nodded slightly and looked at Gao Yangzhen. You know what to do, right? Gao Yangzhen nodded, his eyes flashing, his expression revealing an undisguised coldness. I won't let this opportunity slip by. Hey, Peach Crisp Sr., how's the investigation going? Xiao Yu's voice rang out. I heard that Sakeka showed up at last night's auction again. Peach Crisp nodded. It is said that Sakeka showed up after the auction and even stole the rainbow crown feather, but I didn't see him. Really? Are you alright? Xiao Yu asked. How could I, a nobody, possibly attract Sakeka's attention? I'm fine, Peach Crisp said with a smile. Senior Desu, I've finished my business and can go back to Hilong City today, Xiao Yu said. When are we going back to the capital? Tomorrow, when you arrive, rest for the night, there's no need to rush, Tao Su's voice rang out. By the way, Senior Peach Crisp, you haven't told us how your investigation is going. Have you found any useful evidence? Xiao Yu asked casually. We've made a significant discovery, Tao Su's voice rang out, her tone light and cheerful, indicating that the investigation had gone very smoothly. Oh. Hearing Tao Su say that, Xiao Yu also became a little interested. What did you gain? Senior Tao Su, tell me about it. Why are you in such a hurry? You'll find out in a few days. Peach Crisp smiled. All right. Xiao Yu nodded, stroking his chin, but secretly wondering what Peach Crisp had gotten out of her mouth. The next day, Xiao Yu boarded a plane bound for Shanghai. Xiao Yu's trip to Black Dragon City was very fruitful. He not only captured an entire Metagross clan, but more importantly, he also obtained information about the Dragon Spiral Tower and the most precious Rainbow Crown Feather. Gazing at the white clouds outside the window, Xiao Yu was lost in thought, but in his mind, he was thinking that it was time to head to the South China Sea region to complete the deal with Champion Mei. He's strong enough now, it's time to make his move. But before that, he had to go to Shanghai to see Xiaowanyu. Chapter 497 Visiting Xiaowanyu. The sky was azure, and the white clouds floated in the air like cotton candy. The salty sea breeze held, and long-winged gulls stood on the rooftop, lazily basking in the sun and making noisy calls. You stay by my side and are not allowed to report anything, Xiao Yu said seriously, staring at Lu Yingxuan beside him. Lu Yingxuan glanced at Xiao Yu, then leaned her face against the car window and remained silent. You're too late. I already told Wanyu before I left that you were going to come see her. Hearing that Xiao Wanyu was unwell, Xiao Yu felt a little uneasy. He had already thought of a possibility and felt a little uneasy and nervous. Is she home? Xiao Yu asked, trying to make conversation. Yes, Lu Yingxuan replied. The doctor is coming for a follow-up appointment today, so she must be home. What's wrong with Wanyu feeling unwell? Xiao Yu asked. Why don't you go and see for yourself? Lu Yingxuan said impatiently. You are in good health. 25 to 30 is the best age for women to have children. You have just barely caught the tail end. The gray-haired old doctor looked at Xiao Wanyu and said with a smile, the baby is also healthy. Don't worry. You should also pay attention to exercise. Don't lie down all the time. As long as it's not strenuous exercise, it's fine. Xiao Wanyu nodded lazily, a faint smile on her face, her eyes sparkling, and her voice soft. Thank you. The female doctor smiled and waved her hand. I told you a while ago that you should find a man. I didn't expect you to act so quickly. For the time being, just ignore the association's affairs and focus on your pregnancy. Xiao Wanyu nodded, looked down at her belly, and smiled with a hint of maternal warmth. Thank you for your help. The female doctor waved her hand. Why are you saying all this? Don't be so polite with me. I watched you two sisters grow up. It hasn't been easy for you to get to where you are today. The female doctor seemed to reminisce about the past as she spoke. Never mind, let's not talk about that. Does the Su family or Muzi know about your pregnancy? They don't know yet. Xiao Wanyu shook her head. They don't know either, and I don't plan to tell them. When I can't keep it a secret any longer, I plan to go abroad to hide. You, the female doctor shook her head. You've always been a person with your own opinions. You don't have to tell the Su family, but you should at least tell Muzi. As her aunt, she'll definitely be very happy to know you're pregnant. Forget it. If I tell her, she'll just keep asking who the child's father is. Xiao Wanyu sat up in bed and waved her hand. I'm too lazy to bother. Okay, whatever you say. The female doctor smiled kindly. Then I'll be going. Remember not to wear tight clothes anymore, it's best to wear loose skirts. Xiao Wanyu nodded. When Xiaoyu arrived at Xiao Wanyu's mansion, Xiao Wanyu was lying lazily on the sofa, pretending to sleep with a blanket covering her small, fair feet hanging outside the blanket. Hearing the door open, Xiao Wanyu opened her eyes, looked at Xiaoyu who entered, slowly stood up, and said with a smile, "You've come." Xiaoyu's gaze immediately fell on Xiao Wanyu. After not seeing her for a long time, her figure had become more voluptuous, and she had a faint smile on her face, as well as a hint of nervousness. This was the first time Xiaoyu had seen nervousness on Xiao Wanyu's face. Xiaoyu's gaze remained fixed on Xiao Wanyu's stomach as he slowly spoke. I heard you weren't feeling well, so I came to see you. Are you pregnant? Xiaoyu took a deep breath and asked. Hearing Xiaoyu's question, Xiao Wanyu became even more nervous. She knew this day would come sooner or later when she found out she was pregnant. She was worried that Xiaoyu might not want the child and would ask her to abort it. This is why Xiao Wanyu has never told Xiaoyu, but she also knows that this matter will eventually be exposed. Xiao Wanyu gently brushed a strand of hair behind her ear to hide her nervousness. Her bright eyes looked at Xiaoyu as she slowly said, I didn't know if you liked children, so I never told you. Upon hearing Xiao Wanyu's admission, Xiaoyu's heart raced and his body trembled slightly. You sit down, lie down first. Xiaoyu was a little at a loss for what to do, so he quickly reached out to support Xiao Wanyu and said, Don't move, take care to rest more. Seeing Xiaoyu's flustered state, Xiao Wanyu smiled faintly. Although a bit clumsy, it showed concern for myself. The doctor just told me to exercise more. Listen to the doctor, I have no experience with that, Xiaoyu quickly said. You haven't said whether you like children or not. I like it. Xiaoyu replied without hesitation, Of course I like it, but I only like my own children, I don't really like other people's children. Hearing Xiaoyu's words and seeing his nervous, sweaty appearance, Xiao Wanyu's smile widened, her eyes crinkling as if they could speak, so charming. She also had the idea of teasing Xiaoyu. Are you doubting that this child isn't yours? Xiao Wanyu asked Xiaoyu meaningfully. No. Xiaoyu quickly waved her hand. What I meant was that I don't like other people's bratty kids. Wanyu, you know that's not what I meant. I have no idea what you're thinking. Xiao Wanyu rarely showed such a girlish side. She looked at Xiaoyu and whispered in his ear, but don't worry, this child can only be yours. Wanyu, actually, I've always had a question. Xiaoyu took this opportunity to ask the question that had been on her mind. What exactly is your relationship with Su Muze? She is my older sister's daughter with Su Qinggan. My sister is Su Qingjian's second wife. Xiaoyu chatted with Xiao Wanyu in the room, and it was the first time he had learned about her background from her. The previous patriarch of the Su family was named Su Qinggan. Besides his championship title, Su Qingjian's biggest flaw was his womanizing ways. He married many wives throughout his life, and kept countless mistresses. He had 7 legally recognized children, but the number of his illegitimate children is unknown. Su Qingjian's second wife is Xiao Wanting, who is Xiao Wanyu's older sister. Xiao Wanting and Su Qinggan had a daughter together, Su Muze. However, Xiao Wanting passed away from illness shortly after Su Muze's birth. After that, Su Qinggan was sad for a while, but being a womanizer by nature, he soon set his sights on Xiao Wanyu. He used the excuse that Su Muze was young and needed someone to take care of her to bring Xiao Wanyu to the Su family, planning to marry her as soon as she came of age. But as Xiao Wanyu grew older, Su Qinggan also aged, and his health deteriorated. In addition, an accident caused him to lose his ability to be a man. This accident also caused psychological problems for Su Qinggan, who gradually became dark and twisted. Even though he knew he had lost his ability to be a man, he still married several wives in a row and kept them by his side. You mean Su Qingjian's later wives were all in name only? Xiaoyu was startled when she heard this gossip and asked. Page 329. Xiao Wanyu nodded. Su Qingjian's temperament became very strange in his later years. The wives he married later were pitiful. It is said that they were all young women in love. He liked to use money and material conditions to lure those young women, break them up, and watch the men suffer and despair in the end. So, perverted? Xiaoyu said, holding Xiao Wanyu. Yes, it was for this reason that, besides Su Qingjian's legal wife, I and his other wives all moved out of the Su family. Su Qinggan didn't make things too difficult for us because of my sister and Muzi. Chapter 498 The Fall of the Qi Family. 2 days later. I'm going back to the capital. Xiaoyu looked at Xiao Wanyu with a hint of reluctance in his eyes and said softly, I'll come to see you after I finish what I'm doing. I plan to go to the South China Sea to make a deal with Champion Mei in the near future. So rushed? Why don't you wait a bit longer and come help me once my condition stabilizes? Xiao Wanyu said to Xiaoyu. Forget it, your body isn't suited for high-intensity combat right now. Xiaoyu waved his hand and looked at Xiao Wanyu, saying, just rest assured and relax, I can handle it. Then take Gigantamax Bremwen with you. Xiao Wanyu looked at Xiaoyu and said, Meyer is not an ordinary champion. He is a veteran champion of the British Empire. He has been famous for many years and is very strong. I will feel at ease if you take Gigantamax Bremwen with you. Besides, Gigantamax Bremwen is useless to me. No need, you can keep it. I'll call old Lu back later, and he should be fine with the Gigantamax hairy troll. Xiaoyu said with a smile, oh, by the way, this is for you. As Xiaoyu spoke, she took out a Pokémon egg and handed it to Xiao Wanyu. This Pokémon egg is a gift from me to the child. Xiao Wanyu's gaze fell on the Pokémon egg, carefully examining the patterns on it, and she said softly, this is a Beldum Pokémon egg. Where did you get it? I have a brilliant plan. Xiaoyu's face showed a hint of smugness. Forget it, the baby hasn't even been born yet. You can keep this iron dumbbell, it will enhance your strength. Xiao Wanyu waved her hand, refusing Xiaoyu's offer. It's better for Xiaoyu to keep this pseudo-legendary Pokémon egg for himself. No way, I still have quite a few iron dumbbells, Metallica, and Metagross, about 20 in total. I already have a Metagross. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, Xiao Wanyu covered her mouth, her face showing shock, and looked at Xiaoyu, asking, where did you get this? Ahem. Xiaoyu said in a low voice, the source is not important. The key is that they are ours now. I'm thinking about how to put them away. Once they're settled, I'll give you one. One for you and one for your daughter. Hearing Xiaoyu say this, Xiao Wanyu no longer refused and nodded in agreement. By the way, it's best not to tell anyone about this iron dumbbell Pokémon egg. Its potential should be very good, Xiaoyu advised. What he took out was naturally the shiny iron dumbbell Pokémon egg, with champion-level potential. He already has a champion-caliber Metagross, so there's no need for him to slowly train another champion-caliber dumbbell. It would be better to leave this unborn shiny iron dumbbell to your own child as their starter Pokémon. By the way, speaking of Pokémon, I also have something to tell you. Regarding the Pokémon you mentioned last time, I've found a few with decent potential. You can check them out in the secret realm if you have time. Xiao Wanyu said, remembering the Pokémon when she saw the Pokémon egg. It's just not convenient to take the Pokémon away right now. The Pokémon Association has registered every single one. The Pokémon Association knows that Giovanni stole 999 coins of the money grubber, so they specifically sent people to keep an eye on the money grubbers in the secret realm, hoping to find Giovanni by following the clues. After all, only Giovanni has the coins of the money grubber right now, so anyone who wants to buy money grubbers at this time is most likely to be involved with Giovanni. Hearing Xiao Wanyu's words, Xiaoyu nodded and smiled faintly. This matter is not urgent for now. You can take your time to choose the money spirit. If I don't need it, it can be our child's starter Pokémon. With a dumbbell and a money pick, our child can definitely develop into a steel-type trainer in the future. I imagine my child's two starter Pokémon will be Metagross and Cyclops. Xiaoyu's smile widened. It seemed that his unfulfilled dream of becoming a steel-type master would most likely be passed on to his child in the future. With just these two Pokémon, even if my child is not very good in the future, he can become one of the Elite Four in China and will most likely become the champion. I'll personally teach him, and this kid will definitely become a steel-type master in the future, Xiaoyu said cheerfully. Hearing Xiaoyu's words and feeling his concern for the child, Xiao Wanyu smiled and said, why are you preparing so many Pokémon for him? Besides, Grezel is a ghost-type Pokémon, and Beldum has a cold personality, so neither of them are suitable as a starter Pokémon for a child. It's best to find the starter Pokémon. Okay. Xiaoyu nodded with a smile. I'll do my best to find a Piplup, one of the starter Pokémon, and its final evolution should be Steel-type. Xiaoyu, you really like Steel-type Pokémon? Xiao Wanyu teased with a smile. I never realized before, aren't you a Dragon-type trainer? It's all fate. Xiaoyu sighed. Actually, my dream has always been to become a Steel-type Pokémon master, but fate played a trick on me, and I accidentally ended up on the path of a Dragon-type trainer. If God could give me another chance, I would definitely take the path of a Steel-type trainer without hesitation. I see you're quite happy being a Dragon-type trainer. Hearing Xiaoyu's joking words, Xiao Wanyu's smile grew even brighter. Actually, Xiaoyu, I think if our child is a boy, being a Steel-type trainer would be good, but if it's a girl, being a Fairy-type trainer would be better. Imperial Capital. Xiaoyu strolled through the winter streets. The weather was gloomy and cold, with light snow falling. He looked at the messages on his phone, his brow furrowed. Qi Linyu, the head of the Qi family, voluntarily surrendered himself to the police. He is suspected of smuggling and selling Pokémon, murder, and other crimes, and has been taken into custody by the Pokémon Association. Qi Lanyu also confessed to his crimes without reservation, taking full responsibility for all the charges. At the same time, all members of the Qi family except Qi Lanyu moved to the capital, marking the official decline of the once powerful Qi family. When Xiaoyu saw this message, he sensed something unusual. How could Qi Lanyu turn himself in after only 2 days? Master, have you heard about the Qi family? Xiaoyu's voice rang out. Long Fan nodded, his tone even more authoritative than before, which made Xiaoyu sigh. Master is indeed destined to be a champion. His demeanor is truly exceptional. What's going on? Xiaoyu asked hurriedly. So impulsive. Long Fan's voice rang out. What are you worrying about? Have you been training seriously lately? I think you've gotten a little cocky after beating Wu Chongwen the other day. Ahem, Master. This isn't a mission for Team Zero, but it's related to Black Dragon City. I'm just checking on things, Xiaoyu said. You should focus on improving your strength first, Long Fan replied. Your concern for the Qi family can't be anything good. Let me tell you, don't worry about the Qi family and Black Dragon City for now. The Qi family, the Tao family, and the Lu family have reached a 3-way agreement. The Qi family has given up its shares in the underground black market and moved out of the southwest region in exchange for a chance to survive. This matter is considered settled. Long Fan briefly explained the Qi family situation, then asked, why haven't you been playing in the Master Level League lately? Master, I was planning to complete the triple jump directly, and then compete in the league once I'm strong enough, Xiaoyu replied. By the way, Master, how are you feeling in Shanghai? You little rascal, you're starting to boss me around now, still the same old you. At this point, Long Fan suddenly changed his tone. Xiaoyu, how's Yanning doing lately? I heard you recently moved in with her? Chapter 499 A Chance Encounter on Campus. Xiaoyu arrived at the school dormitory after a long absence. Just as she reached the dormitory door, she heard Wu Yaezu's impassioned voice coming from inside. Xiao Jie, heal me, give me health, cast a healing spell. Accompanied by Wu Yaezu's loud voice, the sound of clattering keyboard and clicking mouse filled the room. Pentakill, don't steal it. Pentakills. Good job, Xiaojie. Am I good? Hearing Wu Yaezu's voice, Xiaoyu smiled. In fact, sometimes it seemed that Wu Yaezu was the happiest person. He didn't have grand ambitions, only his own little world. Perhaps for Wu Yaezu, being able to play games with Xiaojie every day without any worries is the happiest thing for him. Click. Xiaoyu pushed the door open and entered. Who is it? Upon hearing the noise, Wu Yaezu quickly took off his headphones and turned around. When he saw that it was Xiaoyu, his face lit up with surprise. Damn, brother you're back. Rare guest, please have a seat. Xiaoyu is back? Xiaojie's voice came through the earpiece. Okay, Wu Yaezu replied, wait for me a moment. Okay, I'll go tell Muzi that Xiaoyu is back, Xiaojie said. Yaezu, what's going on between you and Xiaojie? Xiaoyu's gaze fell on Wu Yaezu. It's been a long time since we last saw Wu Yaezu. Although he looks a bit greasy, he has a radiant smile and seems to be living a very comfortable life. We're online friends, gaming buddies, dining buddies. Although Wu Yaezu said this, the smile on his face was undisguised. It was clear that he, who had sworn just a few months ago that he would never believe in love again, had fallen for it again. Fools sometimes have good luck. As Xiaoyu sighed, Wu Yaezu looked at him and said, what have you been busy with lately? You're such a busy man, too lazy to come back. Sit down. Stop making fun of me. Xiaoyu sighed. I don't know why there are so many things to do every day. After all, you're different from us. Even if we wanted to be busy, we couldn't find a place to be busy. We could only play games every day and get addicted to the virtual world. Wu Yaezu looked at Xiaoyu with a bright smile on his face. It's rare for you to come back today. Let's go out for a meal and some drinks together. Relax and don't be too nervous. Hearing Wu Yaezu's invitation, Xiaoyu smiled. Wu Yaezu was one of his few friends, and their friendship had always been pure. Okay, let's go. You can tell me the location tonight, and I'll come find you. I have something to do this afternoon. Okay, I know you're busy. Go ahead and get busy. I'll invite Sumuza over tonight too. Wu Yaezu nudged Xiaoyu, his eyes full of ambiguity, not giving Xiaoyu a chance to refuse. Then he put his headphones back on. Xiaojie, one more round. I'll jungle this time and show you how powerful the king of the jungle is. After leaving the dormitory, Xiaoyu walked along the path on campus. The plane trees on both sides of the road have become bare, giving it a desolate feel in the cold winter. The white breath exhaled from his mouth drifted into the air. Xiaoyu found that the university she had longed for so much in her previous life now seemed somewhat unfamiliar. Perhaps it was because of the child that Xiaoyu felt a sense of unfamiliarity and fear. Page 330. He suddenly felt out of place in this world, with a deep sense of alienation. I am not a person of this world. Even though I have lived in this world for decades, I still feel uneasy and fearful when I think of my past life. The more Xiaoyu thought about it, the more depressed he felt. He took out a cigarette from his bag, put it in his mouth, lit it with a lighter, took a deep drag, exhaled a cloud of smoke, sat on a bench at school, and looked up at the sky. The sky was overcast, and the snow fell heavier and heavier. Snowflakes landed on his face, carrying a faint chill that stimulated Xiaoyu's senses. What's wrong with me? Why am I suddenly so sentimental? Xiaoyu smiled bitterly and shook his head gently. The older people get, the more sentimental they become. What's wrong, Xiaoyu? Is something on your mind? Why are you smoking alone here? Long Yanning's gentle voice rang out, showing concern as always. Xiaoyu, when did you learn to smoke? Smoking is bad for your lungs. Su Muse's playful voice rang out, carrying a hint of coquetry that made it impossible to refuse. Xiaoyu, when did you sneak back? Why aren't you in class? Why are you smoking here? Chi Hanking's cold voice seemed to carry a hint of schadenfreude. The familiar voice that came from beside him made Xiaoyu feel slightly dazed. It seems I've been too tired lately, and I'm even having auditory hallucinations. How come I can hear the voices of Long Yanning, Su Muse, and Chi Hanking all at the same time? Ugh. Xiaoyu thought he should take a good rest for a while. He took a deep breath, then closed his eyes and sat on a bench by the roadside. He raised his head and used his face to feel the snowflakes falling from the sky. Seeing Xiaoyu sitting on the bench with his eyes closed, completely ignoring them, Long Yanning, Su Muse, and Chi Hanking stood there dumbfounded. Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu. Okay. The voice that came to his ears again woke Xiaoyu up, making him suddenly realize that he might not be dreaming. He opened his eyes and turned his head to look, where the three people stood together like a painting. Long Yanning wore a long, dark trench coat, which made her look like a walking clothes hanger, highlighting her tall and slender figure. She wore tight jeans, which made her long, slender legs particularly eye-catching. Her long neck looked a little cold in the snow. She wore light makeup and her long hair was tied up with a hairpin. A hint of worry flashed in Long Yanning's eyes. The haggard look on Xiaoyu's face just now made her feel a little sorry for him. This was the first time she had seen Xiaoyu look like that. Standing next to Long Yanning was Su Muse, who was a head shorter than her. She was wearing a beige short down jacket, fleece-lined socks, a snow-white scarf around her neck, an adorable white patchwork hat on her head, and matching white snow boots on her feet. She looked quite cute. Su Muse frowned, pouting as she looked at the cigarette Xiaoyu had just stubbed out. She thought to herself, when did Xiaoyu go astray? He's even started smoking. I'll have to keep a close eye on him from now on and not let him go astray. As for the last person, it was Long Yanning's best friend, Chi Hanking. She was dressed simply, and her loose, thick down jacket made her look like a caterpillar, but it was definitely the best at keeping her warm. She wore a pair of large black-rimmed glasses on her nose, and her face was without makeup, with a half-smile on her face. The sight of the three of them standing together made Xiaoyu feel a little dazed, as if she were dreaming. What are you doing here? Xiaoyu asked, looking at the three of them. How could he have been caught red-handed by the three men just because he had dozed off for a moment? Long Yanning looked at Xiaoyu and said softly, "Get out of class just ended. Su Muse has some questions to ask us, so let's go to the office together. Xiaoyu, you should stop smoking. Smoking is bad for your health. You can tell me if you have anything on your mind." Su Muse ignored the two people beside her, looked at Xiaoyu, and pouted, saying, "Also, when did you come back? If Xiaojia hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known you were back." Hearing their strange conversation, Chi Hanking glanced at her best friend, Long Yanning, beside her. Long Yanning wasn't Xiaoyu's official girlfriend, so why was Su Muse? Chi Hanking's gaze swept back and forth between Long Yanning and Su Muse's faces. Looking at the calm expression on Long Yanning's face, she suddenly understood something, and then a faint smile appeared on her lips. The carnage before him was going to be a nightmare for Xiaoyu. Chapter 500 Xiaoyu's Confession. The chaotic scene that Chi Hanking wanted to see did not happen. Long Yanning was so sensible that it was almost heartbreaking. She stood silently to the side, not interrupting Su Muse, and quietly watched Su Muse whisper her concern and longing as if she were Xiaoyu's girlfriend. Long Yanning watched the scene unfold calmly, as if she were a complete stranger, not wanting to cause Xiaoyu any trouble. The young and beautiful Su Muse, brimming with youthful energy, was undoubtedly a better match for Xiaoyu. They were of similar age, one being the champion of the University Cup and the other the runner-up, and were considered a golden couple by many. The phrase "a perfect match" seems tailor-made for them. Sometimes, Long Yanning wondered why Xiaoyu would fall in love with her so unconditionally. Sometimes she felt fear and unease, wondering if she and Xiaoyu could really make it to the end. Chi Hanking looked at Long Yanning, who was standing silently to the side, and felt a little sorry for her. She and Long Yaning had grown up in the same courtyard since they were little, and their relationship was closer than that of sisters. She understood Long Yaning better than Long Fan did. She knew that Long Yaning, who lost her mother at a young age, had an incredibly fragile heart hidden beneath her strong exterior. Chi Hanking also knew that Long Yaning valued relationships extremely much. She was like an iceberg, blocking other people's feelings and keeping a distance from others. But once a relationship was established, it would burn as hotly as a raging fire. Even if it means burning one's life, one should still ignite a flame full of love. She also knew how deeply Long Yaning had invested in this relationship. She often saw Long Yaning leaning against the window, staring blankly at the training ground outside. Every time I received a call from Xiaoyu, the smile on my lips was so happy. But when it comes to feelings, all that comes to mind is happiness and pain. Either grow old happily together, or suffer to the point of hatred. Su Muze and Xiaoyu talked a lot, as if she wanted to express all the longing she had felt for each other after so long apart. Young people's love is so passionate, undisguised, and unashamed. Or perhaps Su Muse's personality has always been like this. She either likes what she likes or dislikes what she dislikes. If she likes someone, she will strive to win them over and never let them slip away. Xiaoyu, Xiaojia told me that Wu Yaezu is treating us to dinner tonight. Su Muse waved to Xiaoyu and said, "I'm leaving now, I'll contact you by phone later." Seeing that Su Muse and Xiaoyu had finished speaking, Long Yaning raised the corners of her mouth with a faint smile on her face, looked at Xiaoyu, and said softly, "Xiaoyu, you just got back today, there's no need to rush to class. Go and rest first, and come to class tomorrow." Xiaoyu nodded, looking at Long Yaning, his guilt intensified. "Teacher Long, I just happened to need to talk to you. I was just about to go to your office to find you. Are you free now? I don't have any classes now, come to my office with me." Long Yaning nodded, her face expressionless, just like an ordinary teacher and student, deliberately keeping a certain distance from Xiaoyu. "Han Qing, you take Su Muse to class first." "It is good." Xiaoyu and Long Yaning walked one after the other toward the teacher's office. Long Yaning's gaze fell on Xiaoyu. Seeing that no one was around, she slowly slowed her pace. Looking at Xiaoyu, who looked slightly haggard, she couldn't help but say softly, "Xiaoyu, although you are usually very busy, you should also take care of your health and smoke less, okay?" "Yeah." Xiaoyu nodded slightly. Inside the teacher's office, Long Yaning opened the door, then took off her trench coat, revealing a knitted sweater underneath. She hung the trench coat on the wall, then got up, boiled a kettle of water, took out a teacup, and brewed a pot of hot tea for Xiaoyu. "Have a cup of tea, don't overwork yourself." Long Yaning handed the teacup to Xiaoyu, her voice gentle. "Be careful, it's hot. Xiaoyu, you must take care of yourself and get more rest when you have time." "Yes, thank you, Yan Ning." Hearing Long Yaning's caring words, Xiaoyu felt even more uneasy and guilty. He held the teacup with both hands, and the warmth emanating from the cup dispelled the winter chill and warmed his heart. "Why are you sitting alone on the bench smoking today?" Long Yaning leaned back on the sofa, her gaze falling on Xiaoyu with concern and a hint of worry. "Is something on your mind?" As she spoke, Long Yaning got up and walked behind Xiaoyu, gently massaging his shoulders and saying softly, "Xiaoyu, you can tell me what's on your mind. Don't try to bear it all alone. I hope I can share this burden with you, okay?" Listening to Long Yaning's words and looking at the gentle and tender Long Yaning in front of him, Xiaoyu felt even more pressured. Humans are complex beings, driven by greed. At this moment, he really wanted to slap himself. He had a girlfriend as perfect as Long Yaning, yet he was still not satisfied and had to go and provoke Xiao Wanyu. Thinking of Xiao Wanyu, Xiaoyu's mind grew heavier. Xiao Wanyu is undoubtedly a good woman. Xiaoyu sighed softly, inwardly lamenting the terrible things he had done, deserving to die 1,000 deaths. What should I do if Long Yaning really finds out about Xiao Wanyu one day? Xiaoyu couldn't imagine it. He had no other choice but to take things one step at a time, like walking a tightrope, where one wrong step would mean utter ruin. "Teacher Long," Xiaoyu took a deep breath, turned to look at Long Yaning, and slowly said, "Actually, there's something I've been keeping from you." Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Long Yanning remained calm, showing no sign of panic or surprise. "Go ahead and say it. It's not convenient to talk here, let's find a safe place to talk." "Okay." Long Yanning nodded. Xiaoyu and Long Yaning returned to the apartment together and sat on the sofa. Page 331. "Now you can say it. Yanning, I'm sorry, there's something I've been keeping from you. I have another identity that I haven't told you." Xiaoyu said to Long Yanning with a serious expression. Long Yanning remained silent, simply looking at Xiaoyu, quietly waiting for him to continue. "I didn't mean to hide it from you, I was just worried you wouldn't be able to accept it." Xiaoyu took a deep breath and looked at Long Yaning. "You said, I can accept it," Long Yaning replied. My other identity is Sakeki. As Xiaoyu spoke, he took out the box containing the rainbow-colored crested feather. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, and looking at the white flames and the dazzling rainbow-colored crest, Long Yanning's face was filled with disbelief. You're Sakeki. Long Yanning couldn't help but cover her mouth, looking at Xiaoyu, finding it hard to accept for a moment. She knew Xiaoyu was hiding something from her, but she never expected him to be hiding something so big. Xiaoyu nodded. To convince Long Yanning, he took out the Ditto mask and put it on, transforming into Giovanni's appearance. Looking at Sakeki in front of her, Long Yanning was momentarily stunned. You really are, Sakeki? It's the real deal. Xiaoyu looked at Long Yanning. Yanning, you are one of the people I trust the most, so I don't want to hide it from you. Chapter 501 Emotions and Hurt. Xiaoyu chatted with Long Yanning for a long time, telling her the story of how he gradually became Sakuragi, and also telling her about each member of Team Rocket, without hiding anything from Xiao Wanyu. Of course, Xiaoyu didn't foolishly reveal his relationship with Xiao Wanyu. After listening to Xiaoyu's story, Long Yanning's eyes were filled with heartache. Perhaps others would only care about Sakeki's strength, but she didn't care what achievements Xiaoyu made. She only wanted to live a peaceful and happy life with Xiaoyu and watch the sunrise and sunset together. She doesn't have grand ambitions, she just likes to protect the small happiness in her heart. Xiaoyu, I also want to join Team Rocket. Long Yanning looked at Xiaoyu and said earnestly, her expression firm, this time you go to trade with Mei, I want to go too. Seeing the determination in Long Yanning's eyes, Xiaoyu did not refuse and nodded gently, okay, but you must promise me one thing before that. What's up? Xiaoyu didn't speak, but instead took out a pokeball and placed it on the table. What's this? A hint of surprise flashed in Long Yanning's eyes. Why did Xiaoyu suddenly give her a pokeball? This is a Pokémon I prepared for you, Xiaoyu said with a smile. This Pokémon is the Crystal Metagross I just mentioned, with near champion strength. I'm giving it to you now, but be careful before you build trust with it. You. Long Yanning was about to speak when Xiaoyu waved his hand to interrupt her. I don't feel comfortable letting you come with me since you don't have a strong Pokémon. Xiaoyu looked at Long Yanning with a serious expression. Besides, this Crystal Metagross is an enemy of the Metagross I have. Since I have already chosen Metagross, this Crystal Metagross can only be given to you. Take it. By the way, I won't let you act with me unless you've established trust with it. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Long Yanning no longer refused and nodded seriously. Okay, I will subdue this giant golden monster as soon as possible. Xiaoyu, thank you for your hard work. Long Yanning gently hugged Xiaoyu from behind, whispering, I will fight alongside you from now on. Smoke condensation. Alright, take a rest and get some sleep. Aren't you going to have dinner with Sumusa tonight? Long Yanning teased Xiaoyu with a smile. Ahem. Xiaoyu was about to speak when Long Yanning covered his mouth. Xiaoyu, promise me, if you stop loving me and start to get tired of me, you must tell me, okay? Long Yanning's murmured words made Xiaoyu's heart tighten. Yanning, alright, I was just kidding. Long Yanning's face lit up with a bright smile, dispelling the winter chill. By the way, Xiaoyu, you just said that Han Qing also knows your true identity. Xiaoyu nodded. He had just casually mentioned that Chi Hanking had figured out his identity. Chi Hanking has also guessed my identity, and she even threatened me, wanting a Gigantamax Pokémon. Xiaoyu recounted in detail the conflict between him and Chi Hanking. After all, Chi Hanking was Long Yanning's best friend, and Long Yanning's attitude was crucial in how Chi Hanking was dealt with. Even if we really have to take action against Chi Hanking, we absolutely cannot bypass Long Yanning. After listening to Xiaoyu's story, Long Yanning frowned and a thoughtful expression appeared on her face. After a few breaths, Long Yanning looked at Xiaoyu and asked, did you give Chi Hanking a Gigantamax Pokémon? No. Xiaoyu shook his head. Where would I get so many Gigantamax Pokémon? There are only about 20 in the whole world, and I only have 3 right now. How could I possibly give them to her? Did she tell anyone else about your identity? Long Yanning continued to ask. Probably not. Xiaoyu thought for a while. He had asked Sylvia to try to monitor Chi Hanking for so long, but he hadn't received any news from her, which proved that Chi Hanking shouldn't have revealed his identity. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's reply, Long Yanning nodded gently. Xiaoyu, Chi Hanking was indeed wrong in this matter, but I have known Chi Hanking for so many years, and I understand her quite well. Her father passed away when she was very young, and my mother also passed away when I was young, so we became very good friends. She has always taken care of me and treated me like a younger sister. She has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Long Yanning's gentle voice rang out, each word like a whispered pillow talk. Sometimes, what others say isn't important, the key is what they do. Although Chi Hanking threatened you, she didn't actually expose you or do anything to hurt you. Of course, Xiaoyu, I'm not speaking up for her, I'm just expressing my own opinion. You should still do things according to your own ideas. Perhaps afraid that Xiaoyu would misunderstand that she was making excuses for Qi Hanqing, Long Yanning looked at Xiaoyu seriously and said, Qi Hanqing is not a bad person, but it is indeed a hidden danger that she knows your Sakeki identity. You know her special status, we definitely can't kill her to silence her. Long Yanning looked at Xiaoyu and continued softly, the best way is to have her join Team Rocket. Didn't she want to participate in this trade? It's perfect to have her with me. If she joins Team Rocket herself, she won't betray us, right? Xiaoyu nodded. Qi Hanqing was indeed a troublesome person. Putting aside her troublesome identity, the Qi family behind her made Xiaoyu give up his assassination plan. The Qi family, a large family born and raised in the capital, wields immense influence, far surpassing that of families in the southwest region. As the sun sets, the sky begins to darken, and neon lights gleam along the streets. Inside a barbecue restaurant on the street, Xiao Jia and Wu Yaezu had bright smiles on their faces, and their eyes were full of love when they looked at each other. Although the two have not officially confirmed their romantic relationship, it is obvious to everyone that there is love flowing between them. This ambiguous stage before falling in love is the most fascinating. Su Musa changed into an exquisite outfit, her face adorned with beautiful makeup, and a sweet smile graced her lips. Just seeing Xiaoyu made her very happy. However, Xiaoyu's smile seemed somewhat forced. He could easily see Su Musa's feelings for him, but the situation with Xiao Wanyu and Long Yanning was already giving him a headache. If Su Musa were added to the mix, he really wouldn't know what to do. Moreover, given the relationship between Su Musa and Xiao Wanyu, a relationship between him and Su Musa is absolutely impossible, and he cannot offer Su Musa any future. If this kind of thing, which is destined to have no result, continues to drag on, it will only cause harm to Su Musa. Indecisiveness leads to disaster. Xiaoyu decided that she had to make things clear with Su Musa today. Although this was somewhat cruel to Su Musa, Xiaoyu had no other choice. Once feelings are established, if there is no response for a long time, hurt will follow. Chapter 502 The Price of Growth. The setting sun cast its last rays on the avenue, and cars sped past from outside the street. A couple deeply in love strolled hand in hand down the street, draped in golden coats, their faces beaming with happiness. In the barbecue restaurant, steam rises and fat oozes from the pork belly, making a sizzling sound. Quick, eat it while it's hot, this place has really good barbecue. It's my treat today, so don't be shy. Wu Yaezu's voice rang out, a smile spreading across his face. Then I won't be polite. Today I'm going to rip you off. I want 1 steak and 1 lamb chop. Xiao Jia's face also showed a bright smile. She secretly glanced at Su Musa and said with a smile, to celebrate Xiaoyu's return to school. Xiaoyu, while you were away from school, Musa kept calling your name. I'm sick of hearing it. What did you say? Su Musa blushed slightly, secretly glancing at Xiaoyu, and said with a red face, I didn't miss him at all. Really? Xiao Jia looked at Su Musa with a half-smile. Then I might have misheard you. You might have been saying another boy's name. Could it be Xiao Su or Xiao Lu? Xiao Jia. The two were playfully bickering and laughing, but it only made Xiaoyu's mood heavier. His gaze also fell on Su Musa's smiling face, and he was slightly lost in thought. Xiaoyu. Xiao Jia saw Xiaoyu staring blankly into space and gave him an ambiguous smile. What? Are you mesmerized by our beautiful Su? Xiao Jia's words made Su Musa lower her head slightly, her face flushing with even more embarrassment. Xiaoyu, let me tell you, Muzi rarely wears makeup like this. I don't know why she dressed up so carefully and made such a grand appearance today. Muzi, tell me why you chose this outfit today? You changed several outfits before leaving the house. Xiao Jia, eat something. Even eating so well won't shut you up. At the dinner table, Wu Yaezu and Xiao Jia kept talking, keeping the atmosphere lively. However, Xiaoyu was preoccupied and not in particularly high spirits. As the dinner party drew to a close, Su Musa finally couldn't resist leaning against Xiaoyu, her gaze fixed intently on him. Xiaoyu. Su Musa, who was standing to the side, noticed that Xiaoyu seemed to have something on his mind and asked in a low voice, Is something on your mind? I feel like you're not in a good mood. Hearing Su Musa's words and looking at the beautiful and charming Su Musa, and thinking about the decision he had just made, Xiaoyu suddenly felt a pang of pain in his heart. He forced a smile and said softly, It's nothing. Page 332. Xiaoyu, if anything happens, you can tell me. Su Musa looked at Xiaoyu earnestly, her eyes filled with worry. Listening to Su Musa's words, Xiaoyu knew it was time for him to make a decision. Xiaoyu took a deep breath, his gaze falling on Su Musa's face. A smile appeared on his lips as he tried to appear relaxed. Musa, let's go for a walk together. Okay? Upon hearing Xiaoyu's invitation, Wu Yaezu and Xiao Jia were startled, but then an ambiguous smile appeared on their faces. Xiaojia nudged Wu Yaezu with her elbow and said, Wu Yaezu, let's go to an internet cafe and play some games. I remember there's a maid internet cafe nearby, right? You've been saying you wanted to check it out, so let's go. Huh? Wu Yaezu looked puzzled. Wu Yaezu, after taking another bite of the elbow, realized what was happening and quickly replied, oh, right. I've always wanted to go see it. Let's go. Go pay the bill, Xiaojia said to Wu Yaezu. Okay, good, Wu Yaezu replied. After paying the bill, the two walked towards the door. Just as I stepped outside, I heard Wu Yaezu's screams from outside. It hurts. You want to go to the maid cafe? Didn't you say you were going? You really want to go just because I said I would? Watching Wu Yaezu and Xiaojia leave, and hearing the conversation between the two outside the door, Xiaoyu and Sumuze also smiled. When did they start dating? Xiaoyu asked Sumuze. I don't know. Sumuze shook her head, her face beaming with a smile. Anyway, their relationship has been quite close lately. They often chat when they wake up in the morning and before they go to bed at night. That's good, Xiaoyu replied. I was just worried that he'd be single his whole life. It shouldn't be that bad, Sumuze said after thinking for a moment. Wu Yaezu is quite handsome, his family is rich, and he has a good personality. He's quite popular with girls. Anyway, I think Xiaojia likes him a lot. Really? Xiaoyu smiled faintly when she heard Sumuze's words. I'm relieved to hear that. Wu Yaezu is finally going to date. Let's go, I'll take you back to school for a walk. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Sumuze nodded gently, her face slightly flushed, a faint smile appearing on her lips, her heart pounding like a deer, full of anticipation. This was the first time in a long time that Xiaoyu had taken such the initiative, catching her somewhat off guard. The two walked out of the barbecue restaurant and strolled side by side on the winter streets of the capital, just like a real couple. It's snowing, Xiaoyu murmured, looking at the sky. Sumuze nodded. It seems like it's been snowing a lot in the capital lately. The other day, it snowed heavily at school, and the lake even froze over. Really? Xiaoyu smiled and looked down at Sumuze, who was a head shorter than him. Xiaoyu, let me tell you, a lot of interesting things have happened at school lately. Sumuze chattered on, as if she had endless things to say, and it was clear that she was in a very good mood. Your reputation on the school forum has improved a lot since you defeated Wu Chongwen last time. No one questions your abilities now. However, the competition among the next few places has become very fierce, and some new faces have appeared in the top 10. And you? What have you been busy with lately? Sumuze looked at Xiaoyu with a curious expression. Actually, the Pokémon Association contacted me and asked me to join Team Zero, but my mom thought my personality wasn't suitable for doing this kind of thing, so she refused. Now I actually regret it a little. If I had joined Team Zero, maybe I could have been on the same team as you. Looking at the lively, adorable, and innocent Sumuze in front of him, Xiaoyu felt a pang of pain in his heart. No one can live a carefree life forever, everyone has to learn to grow, but the price may be heavy. He forced a smile and replied dismissively, is that so? It's a pity that it's too difficult to get into Team Zero now, but I will try my best. Great, good luck. The journey from the barbecue restaurant to the school wasn't short, it would take about half an hour to walk, but the two walked for 40 minutes before they could even see the school gate. Muzi, Xiaoyu took a deep breath and looked at Sumuze. What's up? I have a girlfriend. Chapter 503 The Gray Sky. The sky was overcast, and the snow fell heavier and heavier. The falling snowflakes, like white starlight, landed on the two people's heads, making it seem as if their hair had turned white overnight. A stroll in the snow is always romantic for couples in love before they know it, they've grown old together. However, for couples who are about to break up, such a scene is undoubtedly somewhat sad and desolate. After walking for a long time, Xiaoyu and Sumuze stood silently under the dim streetlights. With Xiaoyu's confession, the atmosphere froze at this moment, as if they were drowning in the sea, making it hard to breathe, and a suffocating feeling welled up in their hearts. Sumuze's smile vanished abruptly. Just a moment ago, she was sharing the joys of life with Xiaoyu, but now she silently lowered her head, burying her face in the shadows. Sumuze was trying her best to calm herself down, but it was clear that she couldn't. Her body trembled slightly as she took a step closer to Xiaoyu, reaching out to tightly grasp his sleeve, but remained silent. The two were extremely close. Xiaoyu could even smell the girl's unique, faint fragrance. To passers-by, their actions appeared as intimate as those of a couple. Xiaoyu lowered his head, looking at Sumuze's current appearance, and recalling her usual innocent and cheerful demeanor, he felt extremely distressed. As expected, it proved the saying true: once feelings are established, if there is no response for a long time, hurt will follow. His relationship with Sumuse will only bring harm and will not lead to anything. Sorry. Xiaoyu opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but all the words he wanted to say turned into just 3 words, I'm sorry. I'm sorry is the most powerless, pale, and useless 3 words. People apologize not because they realize they've done something wrong, but because they know they don't want to or can't offer any compensation, and can only try to soothe the victim's hurt by saying sorry. Trying to erase past hurts with just 3 words like I'm sorry is impossible. If apologies were effective, why would there be so many grudges and feuds in the world? Xiaoyu felt a pang of regret. Perhaps he should have kept a certain distance from Sumuse from the very beginning? But who can resist the kindness and goodwill emanating from a girl like Sumuse? I can only blame myself for being too greedy. Xiaoyu, Sumuse's voice was somewhat bitter. She kept her head down and did not look up. Actually, you don't need to apologize. You have never apologized to me. It was just my wishful thinking. Xiaoyu, I want to hug you, okay? As she spoke, Sumuse gently hugged Xiaoyu and buried her face in his chest. Xiaoyu wanted to push Sumuse away, but he couldn't bring himself to do such a cruel thing. He turned his head slightly and let Sumuse hug him. Sumuse also reached out and hugged Xiaoyu tightly, pressing her ear against Xiaoyu's chest. Hearing Xiaoyu's heartbeat made her feel at ease. This was the first time the two had been this intimate. Xiaoyu, you know, I've always liked you, I've always liked you. Sumuse's voice was calm, each word landing like a heavy hammer on Xiaoyu's heart. I've been thinking about it. I've made it so obvious. I've done everything I could except confess to you in person. Why are you still pretending not to know? Sumuse's voice was soft, but the grievance in it was heartbreaking. I guessed that you might have a woman you like and might be hesitating about whether to accept me. I also guessed that you might already be in a relationship. I've already guessed it. Sumuse's voice was eerily calm, like a heartfelt narration, stating her inner thoughts. I'm sorry, Xiaoyu's voice was heavy. At this moment, he could offer Sumuse nothing but an apology. The paleness and powerlessness in his words were on full display at this moment. Xiaoyu could only apologize, because if things continued like this, and both of them became unable to extricate themselves and were deeply involved, the harm to them would only be greater. For both of them, cutting ties now is undoubtedly the best outcome. Xiaoyu, can you hug me? Sumuse's voice was soft, with a hint of pleading in her tone, as if she wanted to be buried in the ground. She gently pressed her face against Xiaoyu's chest, nestled tightly in his arms, and inhaled his scent deeply. Hearing Sumuse's humble plea, Xiaoyu felt a pang of pain in his heart. He couldn't bear to refuse, so he nodded gently, slowly reached out, and hugged Sumuse tightly in his arms. The two looked so warm and well-matched, and to outsiders, it seemed to have a unique kind of sweetness. Passers-by also cast envious glances at the passers-by. Page 333. After a moment, Sumuse slowly stood up, released her arms from Xiaoyu, and took the initiative to distance herself from him. She gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, trying her best to hide her emotions. She put her hands behind her back, looked up at Xiaoyu, and gave him a bright smile. It was as sweet as ever, but at this moment it felt a little bittersweet. Although Sumuse was smiling, the tear stains at the corners of her eyes made Xiaoyu feel a little sorry for her. Who is that woman? Can you tell me? Sumuse tried her best to keep her voice calm, but her trembling tone betrayed her. Do I know her? You know him? Xiaoyu thought for a moment before speaking. She knew both Long Yaning and Xiaowanyu. Who is it? Sumuse then asked. Xiaoyu fell silent. Faced with Sumuse's question, Xiaoyu could only answer with silence. Seeing Xiaoyu fall silent, Sumuse understood. She should know this person, and be quite familiar with him. She took a deep breath, looked at Xiaoyu, and wanted to make one last attempt, so she asked, Xiaoyu, did you ever like me? Hearing Sumuse's voice, Xiaoyu remained silent. At this moment, it was meaningless for him to say whether he liked it or not. The outcome is already determined. Looking at the silent Xiaoyu, Sumuse's hands trembled slightly. She forced a smile, her eyes crinkling. Although she was smiling, tears, like pearls, slid down her cheeks. It's okay, it's okay. Xiaoyu, it's okay if you don't tell me. Xiaoyu, you can leave me here. The school is just ahead, I can get back by myself. As Sumuse spoke, she turned around and walked forward into the midst of the swirling snow. A forlorn figure, alone and forlorn under the streetlights. Sumuse kept wiping away her tears, her steps faltering as she walked further and further away. As she walked, her sobs gradually rose, growing stronger and stronger, until they became heart-wrenching amidst the swirling snow. Xiaoyu watched this scene with immense sorrow in his heart. He gently took out a cigarette, lit it in the snowy night, and stood there, watching Sumuse disappear into the wind and rain. At this moment, Xiaoyu recalled the 6 months he spent in the secret realm. He took a deep drag of his cigarette and exhaled the smoky smoke. Perhaps he really lost a girl who had eyes only for him. Chapter 504 Seeing Old Friends Again. This year, the capital city is unusually cold. A cold front swept in from outside northern China, bringing a cold wave that has made winters in the northern part of the capital city much colder than in previous years. In this cold season, Xiaoyu's life gradually returned to normal, with eating, sleeping, and training as his routine, and his cohabitation with Long Yanning became sweeter. But Su Muze was no longer in his life. After that night, although Xiaoyu often saw Su Muze online on his phone's chat software, he never received any more messages from Su Muze alone. She seemed to disappear from Xiaoyu's life overnight. Even though the two would still meet in the classroom, they would act like familiar strangers, exchanging only simple greetings as classmates. In the past few days, Su Muze's smiles have faded, replaced by a gentle and aloof demeanor, as if she has grown up overnight, which is somewhat heartbreaking. Xiaoyu saw all this, but there was nothing he could do. Feelings can only fade with time. Time can't make you forget, but it can help you let go. Xiaoyu could only hope that she could move on soon. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Xiaoyu and Long Yanning's relationship grew closer, and the two became more and more like a real couple. If it weren't for Xiao Wanyu, he would probably have fallen in love with Long Yanning, married her, and grown old together. But Xiaoyu couldn't cut ties with Xiao Wanyu like he did with Su Muze. We can only take it one step at a time and wait it out. Aside from matters of the heart, many major events have recently occurred within the Pokémon Association. First of all, the triennial Pokémon University International Tournament is about to begin. As one of the most prestigious competitions at the university level, many people are eager to sign up for the preliminary rounds in China, represent China, and compete against a host of geniuses. Xiaoyu wasn't particularly interested in this. On one hand, it would be difficult for him to get a spot in the competition given his apparent strength. Normally, such spots are reserved for strong senior students in their third or fourth year. On the other hand, he was indifferent to things like honors at the moment. Secondly, regarding the detective agency, after Xiaoyu took over, he also sent people to investigate Qi Hanqing. However, the very next day, Qi Hanqing immediately called Xiaoyu and told him to withdraw his people and stop monitoring her. She said she had no hostility towards Xiaoyu and they were not enemies. This made Xiaoyu slightly embarrassed. What a terrible detective agency. Besides these two events, something else happened in North China that surprised everyone. That is, in the ranks of Elite Four level trainers, an unknown nobody suddenly rose to prominence and, in just a few months, went from being one of the last few in the Elite Four level trainer ranking competition in North China to successfully becoming the 5th place. This also means that he has a chance to challenge the 4 Heavenly Kings of North China. If he wins the match, he will become the new 4 Heavenly Kings. Such formidable strength quickly attracted widespread attention, as the ranking of Elite Four level trainers differs from that of other levels. All Elite Four trainers will choose one of the 7 regions to participate in the local Elite Four ranking tournament, and the top 4 in the ranking tournament will become the local Elite Four. The Elite Four and ordinary elite level trainers are two completely different concepts. For example, if Long Yanning has a Pokémon with champion level strength, she is considered a champion level trainer and can participate in the champion level trainer ranking competition. However, a new champion level trainer like her is usually ranked near the bottom. Similarly, trainers like Long Fan, who already possess champion level Pokémon and whose strength is unfathomable, must also participate in the Elite Four level trainer ranking tournament as long as they haven't become champions. However, Long Fan was ranked first, making him the chief of the 4 Heavenly Kings in North China. Although both Long Yanning and Long Fan are going to participate in the Elite Four level trainer ranking competition, their strengths are vastly different. If Long Yanning wants to rise from the bottom ranks to the top and become one of the 4 Heavenly Kings of North China, it will take her at least several years or even decades, and there is no guarantee that she will succeed. This is why it took this mysterious Elite One trainer several months to defeat all other trainers and reach 5th place, which surprised everyone. Reaching 5th place also means he has earned the opportunity to challenge any one of the 4 Heavenly Kings once a year. If he wins, he will take the position of one of the 4 Heavenly Kings and replace him. If he loses, he will have to wait another year before he can launch a challenge. Because there are relatively few Elite Four trainers, the Elite Four in a region usually don't change for many years, and such situations are extremely rare. Therefore, everyone is wondering if this person will become the new 4 Heavenly Kings. Just yesterday, this person confirmed that he would challenge the 4 Heavenly Kings of North China, specifically Sun Jing, one of the 4 Heavenly Kings of the ground system. The date was set for 1 month from now. This match also caught Xiaoyu's attention, but he wasn't interested in the match itself. Rather, he was interested in that unknown little guy. Su Shanhe, a challenger who came from the mountains. Xiaoyu never expected to hear the name Su Shanhe again here. The Su Shanhe in the giant poster looked just like the one Xiaoyu had seen in the patrol team. The harsh living conditions of the patrol team have turned his temples gray and made his face look old and gaunt. He still wears his old black-rimmed glasses and still has that refined and scholarly appearance. Su Shanhe was the deputy captain of the Tiande Plateau Wilderness Area Patrol Team, a person who left a deep impression on Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu remembered that Su Shanhe once said that he was from the capital city. However, after being sent to support the mountain patrol team for 2 years, he couldn't bear to leave the children in the mountains because he was also a teacher in Qingshan town. So he voluntarily stayed with the mountain patrol team for more than 10 years. Su Shanhe was the person Xiaoyu admired most in the patrol team, without exception. From their first meeting, Su Shanhe left a deep impression on Xiaoyu because he always spoke in a refined manner, with a faint smile on his face and a gentle voice. Su Shanhe is also the hardest working person in the patrol team. He teaches children from Monday to Friday, and on weekends, as the deputy captain, he participates in patrol work. Aside from the summer and winter vacations when he has a little time to rest, he works almost year-round, like a wound-up machine, constantly on the go. This is why, despite being only in his 40s, he looks so old, a stark contrast to the celebrities in television commercials. Chapter 505 1-Year Appointment. Xiaoyu remembered that during his time in the patrol team, Su Shanhe once said with a smile that if possible, he planned to work in the patrol team until retirement, teach the children for a few more years, and then return to the capital to retire when he got old and his health failed. But then, the unexpected death of his close friend Roger changed everything. The Pokémon Association and various sectors of society have also taken notice of the existence of Aoyama Town and the patrol team. The Pokémon Association sent a new captain and a large number of additional personnel, along with several teachers to support Green Mountain Town. I heard Xia Tianming mention that after seeing that Qingshan Town had professional teachers and the patrol team had become more stable, he learned that Su Shanhe treated everyone in the patrol team to drinks. That night, Su Shanhe got drunk and said he wanted to do something for the deceased Roger and for the patrol team. The day after that, Su Shanhe voluntarily resigned from his position as deputy captain of the patrol team. He left a letter for each member of the patrol team, packed his bags, and left the team. Now, seeing Su Shanhe again, he is only one step away from becoming one of the 4 heavenly kings. Su Shanhe's sudden rise to prominence naturally caused a stir, attracting widespread social attention and bringing the patrol team back into the public eye. Roger's name has been brought up by the public again, which may be the significance of what Su Shanhe did. Roger was undoubtedly a great man, and he should not be forgotten. Sunday. The rising sun dispelled the thin mist in the mountains. Page 334. Wearing matching windbreakers, Xiaoyu and Long Yaning, fully equipped with masks, thick hats, gloves, and sunglasses, arrived at the entrance of Qianshan Forest Park once again. The two had visited Qianshan Forest Park a year ago, but Long Yaning was injured while helping Xiaoyu save Yiya. Coupled with the bad weather at the time, the two had to give up their plan to climb Qianshan and made a promise to climb Qianshan again in the second winter. Now that winter has arrived, the two specially chose the weekend to visit Qianshan Forest Park again. I'll go buy the tickets, Xiaoyu said, looking at Long Yaning beside him. Long Yaning nodded gently, her eyes full of love as she looked at Xiaoyu. I'll go with you. Perhaps because of the excellent weather, there were many more visitors to Qianshan Forest Park today than usual. The mountain trails were crowded with tourists taking photos. Flocks of bibliopods flashed across the steep mountainside, emitting loud calls and creating fierce gusts of wind that made people's hair fly. The children cheered as they watched the Pokémon fly through the mountains. The most famous feature of Qianshan Forest Park is its flying-type Pokémon. You can often see all kinds of flying-type Pokémon flying through the sky. There are rumors circulating online that the Qianshan Forest Park is home to the Dragonite family, but no one has seen them in the park to date. Unfortunately, Qianshan Forest Park is a no-hunting zone, and it is forbidden for anyone to catch Pokémon here. There are so many people today. Xiaoyu's voice rang out as she looked at the crowded mountain boardwalk. He really wanted to release his Pokémon and go hiking together, just like last time. However, looking at the crowds around him, Xiaoyu ultimately gave up on that plan. Long Yaning nodded. There are already a lot of people in the capital, and the weather is so nice today, there must be a lot of tourists here. But once you get past the halfway point, there are fewer people. Okay. Xiaoyu nodded, then naturally took Long Yaning's hand and continued climbing towards the top of the mountain. The further you go towards the summit, the fewer tourists there are, and the more treacherous the mountain path becomes. Every 100 meters you walk, you'll see a warning sign next to the boardwalk. The road ahead is dangerous. Please proceed according to your ability. Xiaoyu and Long Yaning walked along the winding mountain road for nearly 4 hours before finally arriving at the mountainside near noon. This is also a transit point in Qianshan Forest Park, where a luxurious hot spring-themed hotel has been built. It is also the last supply station before climbing to the top of Qianshan. Let's take a break, Xiaoyu said softly, holding Long Yaning's hand. Let's go get something to eat, then buy some water and food before we continue. Long Yaning nodded as well. As a woman, her physical strength was naturally far inferior to Xiaoyu's. The 4-hour hike had already left her somewhat out of breath. It's been a long time since I've exercised like this. Phew, I'm not used to it. It's alright, get some rest. Xiaoyu patted Long Yaning on the back and handed her a bottle of mineral water. The two had lunch, rested for a while, and continued their journey towards the summit. There is only one route from the mountainside to the summit, and there is a checkpoint at the entrance. The road ahead is dangerous, and fierce Pokémon may appear. Please proceed according to your abilities. If your strength is not at the gym leader level, it is not recommended to continue climbing. The staff member looked at Xiaoyu and Long Yaning, who were fully equipped, and reminded them, do you want to continue? Be careful. The staff only serve to give careful reminders they will not stop climbers if they insist on reaching the summit. At the same time, the staff took out a prop that looked like a flare and handed it to the two people. If you encounter danger, you can send out a distress signal. Our staff will come as soon as they see the distress signal. Well, thank you. After passing the checkpoint, Xiaoyu and Long Yaning continued climbing towards the summit. It would take them 6 to 8 hours to reach the top of Qianshan Mountain. After passing the halfway point, significantly fewer tourists chose to continue climbing. After all, no one wanted to risk their lives, and without strong physical capabilities, most preferred to rest and relax at the hot spring hotels halfway up the mountain. After all, if you encounter a fierce flying Pokémon and accidentally die while climbing the mountain, it would be terrible. Every year, there are several such accidents in Qianshan Forest Park. Hiking is a process of physical exercise and mental refinement, and it is also a great way to enhance the relationship between couples. Xiaoyu held Long Yaning's hand and climbed upwards along the winding boardwalk. The steep peaks and precipitous cliffs made Xiaoyu a little scared. To be honest, he didn't really like climbing mountains. He was a lazy person. If he could, he would like to sit on the back of the Charizard and climb to the top in one step. With Long Yaning by his side, he, as a man, naturally had to perform well. Chapter 506 The Summit of Thousand Mountains. The two climbed towards the summit. Seeing that no one was around, Xiaoyu turned to Long Yaning and asked in a low voice, by the way, Yaning, how's your relationship with Metagross going? It's alright. Long Yaning smiled when she heard Xiaoyu mention Metagross Crystal. With her psychic powers, she could easily become close to Pokémon. Even though Metagross Crystal wasn't a dragon-type Pokémon, and Long Yaning's psychic powers offered it minimal assistance, it didn't prevent her from communicating with Metagross telepathically. Upon hearing Xiaoyu mention Metagross, Long Yaning turned to look around. Finding no one nearby, she approached Xiaoyu and asked in a low voice, by the way, when do you plan to start the deal we discussed last time? After New Year's Day, Xiaoyu said. Meyer's intentions are not good, so we need to be fully prepared. Long Yaning lowered her head and said softly, if you need help, I can call my father, and ask him for assistance. No, if he knew I was Sakeke, he'd skin me alive. Xiaoyu was genuinely intimidated by Long Fan. It wasn't out of fear of strength, but entirely because of the guilt he felt for abducting someone's daughter, coupled with his affair with Xiao Wanyu. Xiaoyu was very worried about how Long Fan would react if he knew Sakeke's identity and that he had abducted his daughter and Xiao Wanyu's unborn child. Xiaoyu felt a chill run down her spine just thinking about it. Long Fan must not find out about this. Actually, my dad probably guessed it. Long Yaning gently bit her lip and looked at Xiaoyu as she spoke softly. What did he guess? Xiaoyu asked, startled. Your identity, Sakeke, Long Yaning said seriously. Not long ago, he called me and asked me a lot of questions about you, including what you've been doing lately and whether you've been in the capital. I told you that you were basically not in the capital during that period, Long Yaning said softly. Then my dad heard it and started scolding you, saying that you were a troublemaker. In the end, he also told me that if anyone asked me where I was, I should say that I had been staying with him. At the time, I didn't quite understand what was going on, but after you told me about your identity last week, I think my dad might have guessed something. Long Yaning paused here, so if you really have any difficulties, you can call my dad. Hearing Long Yaning's words, Xiaoyu also fell silent. Last time, because of the shipwreck incident, he and Long Fan had a brief exchange of blows, and it was possible that Long Fan could guess his identity. After thinking for a moment, Xiaoyu's expression turned serious, and he slowly shook his head. No, your father can't get involved in this. Long Yaning looked at Xiaoyu with a puzzled expression. My master is the top-ranked member of the 4 Heavenly Kings, and he's at a crucial stage in his quest for the championship. He absolutely cannot be involved in this matter. It's already a miracle that he didn't directly defeat me. How could I possibly ask him for help? I can't put him in a difficult position, Xiaoyu said earnestly. Although Long Fan was a bit sharp-tongued, he was truly a good friend to Xiaoyu, so Xiaoyu naturally couldn't be ungrateful and ask Long Fan for help with everything. You don't need to tell Master about this. Just pretend you don't know anything. Whether Master guesses my identity or not, as long as he doesn't reveal it, we can just pretend we don't know. And you don't need to worry, I can handle the main matter. Xiaoyu held Long Yanning's hand and whispered to comfort her, let's keep climbing the mountain and don't think about these things. Alright, Long Yanning replied softly. Being simple-minded, she couldn't compare to cunning old foxes like Xiaoyu and Long Fan. She couldn't fathom the intricacies of the situation, and was only worried about Xiaoyu's safety. The two climbed toward the summit, and the closer they got, the more dangerous the path became. There were several steep slopes of 90 degrees, and even some over 100 degrees, where people had to climb up backwards. This was the first time Xiaoyu had witnessed the danger of the 1,000 mountains. As a result, Xiaoyu had no choice but to let Long Yanning walk in front while he followed behind to protect her. Fortunately, despite the treacherous road, the two finally reached the summit of Qianshan Mountain at sunset. The clouds rolled and unrolled, the mist and clouds mixed together, making it difficult to distinguish them. The afterglow of the setting sun fell on the mountaintops of Qianshan, brushing against their faces as if draping them in golden coats. Gazing at the beautiful scenery before them, Xiaoyu and Long Yanning took off their masks, embraced the sunset, and greedily breathed in the fresh air. Xiaoyu couldn't help but shout, holy crap, it's beautiful. This sunset is fucking gorgeous. Hearing the familiar words, Long Yanning couldn't help but smile, her face full of love as she looked at Xiaoyu. You're here again. The last time the two of them climbed Qianshan Mountain, looking at the heavy snow, Xiaoyu said the same thing. This snow is so damn beautiful. What's this called? It's called, the scenery is so beautiful it's like a painting. I wanted to compose a poem for the world. But alas, I'm uncultured, so I just say, holy crap, to get by. Xiaoyu said with a smile. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Long Yanning smiled even more and said with a smile, I remember you had good grades, how could you be uncultured? You're just too lazy. Didn't you say something like, the north wind blows away the snow at midnight, and the beautiful soul still lingers in the peach blossoms last time? Do you have anything new today? Long Yanning looked at Xiaoyu with a smile and admiration, like a little girl, which gave Xiaoyu a great sense of accomplishment. Anyone would find it hard not to lose themselves when looked at by a beautiful woman like Long Yanning with such eyes. In this situation, Xiaoyu couldn't help but want to shout, step back, I'm about to start showing off. The clear sky suddenly adds 1,000 feet of green, the setting sun idly casts a heap of sorrow. As soon as Xiaoyu finished speaking, love welled up in Long Yanning's eyes, her beautiful eyes shimmering with affection. The two sat quietly by the mountainside, watching the sunset slowly merge with the horizon, as the sun dipped below the horizon and night fell. Just then, Xiaoyu and Long Yanning suddenly felt their breath catch in their throats, a suffocating feeling like drowning coming from all directions, but this feeling only lasted for a moment before it stopped abruptly. Long Yanning turned to look at Xiaoyu, a hint of doubt in her eyes. Xiaoyu, did you have a strange feeling just now? Hearing Long Yanning's voice, Xiaoyu's face showed a serious expression, and he nodded slightly. This was the third time Xiaoyu had experienced this familiar feeling. He pulled Long Yanning to her feet slowly, his expression grave. If nothing unexpected happens, we should have entered the secret realm rift. Almost as soon as Xiaoyu finished speaking, a feeling of weightlessness came over them. Xiaoyu and Long Yanning's vision blurred, and their bodies fell uncontrollably downwards. Ah! Long Yanning screamed, and Xiaoyu was also startled by the scene before him. Page 335. The two of them were plummeting rapidly from the sky, and the mountains beneath their feet had vanished without a trace. Metagross. As Xiaoyu's voice rang out, the giant Metagross was released from its poke ball and immediately released its psychic power to freeze Xiaoyu and Long Yanning, stopping their fall. Where is this place? Xiaoyu and Long Yanning looked around blankly. There was nothing there, only white clouds in the sky, and not even a single Pokémon. Chapter 507 Gigantamax Corviknight. Xiaoyu and Long Yan sat on the back of the giant Megalomon, looking around. They were currently above the clouds, surrounded by nothing but endless white clouds and the dim sunset. This is the secret realm rift you mentioned? Long Yanning released her three-headed dragon, sat on its back, and looked around with a hint of curiosity and nervousness in her eyes. Xiaoyu nodded. This was his third time entering the secret realm rift, and he was absolutely certain that he hadn't mistaken the fleeting feeling of suffocation he had just experienced. Xiaoyu always had this feeling whenever he entered a secret realm rift. His expression was serious as he reminded Long Yanning, "Be careful. Each different secret realm rift is inhabited by a different permanent Gigantamax Pokémon. Each permanent Gigantamax Pokémon is generally at least at the near champion level." Xiaoyu spoke while observing his surroundings. The first secret realm is an endless sea and a snow-covered landscape, which corresponds to the ice-type Gigantamax Lapras. The second secret realm is a dreamlike forest, where the shimmering fairy-type energy corresponds to Gigantamax Brim and Gigantamax Troll. The mysterious rift before us is an endless sky and clouds, so judging from the environment, there is a high probability that this mysterious rift corresponds to a flying-type Pokémon. As far as Xiaoyu knows, there are only two Gigantamax Pokémon that possess the flying type. Two Gigantamax Charizard and Gigantamax Corviknight. Among them, Gigantamax Charizard is more fire-type, and its Gigantamax move is also fire-type Gigantamax Abyssal Blaze. Based on this, it is highly likely that Gigantamax Corviknight exists in this secret realm. Thinking of this, Xiaoyu's expression also became somewhat heavy. If there really was a permanent Gigantamax Corviknight in this secret realm, then a fierce battle might be about to begin. First of all, Corviknight is an extremely strong Pokémon. Its flying and steel types are almost perfect, with only two weaknesses, electric and fire. However, it has 6 double resistances, 2 quadruple resistances, and 2 type immunities. Secondly, Corviknight's own abilities are also quite excellent, and it can learn a combination of Iron Defense and Sucker Punch, making it undoubtedly the best physical wall. When paired with moves like Roost and Clear Fog, it can be said to be an extremely strong defensive Pokémon. Finally, the added advantage of its flying Pokémon made Xiaoyu feel troubled. Air combat isn't something he's particularly good at right now. Although his team of Pokémon, including Dragapult, Charizard, Noivern, and Salamence, can participate in aerial battles, they haven't fully matured yet. Their strongest members are only at the near Elite 4 level, and they are not yet capable of participating in such battles. While the strongest Pokémon in the second team, Ironhide and Gigantamax Lapras, are powerful enough, they cannot fly. Therefore, only Darkrai and the newly joined Metagross are capable of aerial combat. Yanning, be careful later, stay behind me. Xiaoyu whispered to Long Yanning, the Pokémon we encounter is very likely a flying-type Pokémon. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Long Yanning's face became even more cautious and careful, and at the same time, she was also somewhat moved. She still remembered when they first encountered the shiny shield sword monster, it was she who protected Xiaoyu. Now, only a year has passed, and their roles have been reversed. Xiaoyu now has the strength to protect her. As if to verify Xiaoyu's words, a storm suddenly rose in the sky, and fluffy white clouds, like cotton candy, kept swaying. In the blink of an eye, a fierce wind arose, and the howling wind tore through the white clouds like the sharpest blade, instantly creating a large circular hole in the clouds. The hurricane struck, like the end of the world, spreading outwards and causing Xiaoyu and Long Yanning's bodies to sway. They could only cling to the Metagross's back to maintain their stability. With the howling of a hurricane, the updraft formed by Gigantamax flying-type energy lifted Gigantamax Corviknight up, and dark red steel wings appeared in the clouds, making its appearance like a king of the sky. A gigantic Gigantamax Corviknight, its body gleaming with a dark red sheen, pierced through the clouds and appeared in Xiaoyu and Long Yanning's field of vision. Its scarlet eyes stared at Xiaoyu and Long Yanning, who had intruded into its territory, as if scrutinizing prey. The surrounding gale suddenly stopped, and the surging air currents converged in the direction where Xiaoyu was. Gigantamax Corviknight. Just as Xiaoyu had predicted, the creature living in this secret realm crevice was none other than Gigantamax Corviknight. The Gigantamax Corviknight form is not much different from the regular Corviknight form, except that its body has turned a strange dark red, and unique dark red blade birds have appeared around its body. These blade birds are Gigantamax Corviknights affected by Gigantamax flying-type energy, causing the steel armor covering their wings to separate from their bodies, transforming them into blade birds capable of flight. When fighting enemies, Gigantamax Corviknight will control Blade Bird to launch suicidal attacks with a whirlwind. Gigantamax Corviknight is like an airship, and these blade birds are the fighters mounted on the ship, ready to fight. Each of these blade birds can unleash an attack no less powerful than that of a heavenly king. Come out, Darkrai. Charizard. Xiaoyu said solemnly as he released Darkrai and then switched to Charizard's back, letting Metagross and Darkrai work together to fight Gigantamax Corviknight. At the same time, Xiaoyu's eyes fell on the Gigantamax Corviknight in front of him, observing its strength. Fortunately, the Gigantamax Corviknight in front of us is only at the near champion level. In this way, Metagross and Darkrai can still handle it. If this Gigantamax Corviknight had champion level strength, plus the advantage of being in the sky, Metagross and Darkrai are no match for this Gigantamax Corviknight. You're hiding behind me. Long Yaning also released Charizard, hiding behind Xiaoyu, her eyes filled with curiosity as she looked at Gigantamax Corviknight. This was also her first time facing a permanent Gigantamax Pokémon, whose enormous size resembled a giant airplane hovering in the air. Dark red wings, obscuring the sky, blocked out the sun like a night sky. Crow. Gigantamax Corviknight was the first to unleash its move. It let out a huge roar, spread its wings, and its entire body surged with steel-type energy, covering Corviknight's dark red feathers as if it were wearing a layer of silver armor. Iron Wall skill. Darkrai, Dark Pulse. Xiaoyu's voice rang out, commanding Darkrai to launch an attack. Dark-type energy transformed into a long black bridge, spanning the sky and flying towards Gigantamax Corviknight. Metamorphose. Iron Defense. Xiaoyu's voice rang out as well, and he immediately chose to have Metagross use the Iron Defense skill to strengthen its physical defense. Chapter 508 The Super Giant Cyclone Strikes. A fierce battle is raging above the clouds. The Gigantamax Steelix, with its dark red wings spread wide, flew through the air like an aerial mothership, while the blade birds floating beside it acted as small fighter jets, protecting it. Darkrai unleashed its dark-type energy, and the dark pulse swept across the sky like a long black bridge, accurately striking the Gigantamax Corviknight in the distance. However, this amount of damage has a negligible effect on Gigantamax Pokémon, which possesses terrifying stamina. At the same time, Metagross also used its Iron Wall skill, which greatly increased its defense, giving its metallic shell an even more silvery metallic texture. Crow. The Gigantamax Corviknight let out a high-pitched cry, and at the same time, a violent storm erupted from its body, spreading outwards. The wind held and the air current surged. As if commanded, the blade birds floating around Gigantamax Corsair were blown by the strong wind and launched an attack on Metagross and Darkrai. The blade bird, transformed from metal, with its sharp edges and razor-sharp wings like daggers, launched its attack like a dark red suicide drone, riding the gale. Metroid. Move at high speed, block it. Xiaoyu's voice rang out. The reason he had Metagross use Iron Wall in the first place was to let Metagross withstand the attacks of these blade birds. Gigantamax Corsair's blade bird is its most terrifying attack method. Not only is it extremely fast, but it is also fearless of death. This suicidal fighting style is something that most Pokémon simply cannot withstand. Only with Metagross's terrifying physical defense combined with the resistance of Steel-type Pokémon can it withstand the attack. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's command, Metagross's body glowed with a faint purple light as it unleashed its unique signature move, high-speed movement. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as the sharp-edged bird slammed into Metagross, as if it had hit an impregnable fortress. It instantly lost all momentum and plummeted from the sky. Its blue body danced in the air, like a top-of-the-line anti-aircraft missile system, perfectly defending against all the blade bird's attacks. Darkrai, nasty plot. Xiaoyu's voice rang out again, taking this opportunity to make Darkrai use the nasty plot skill. When facing a top-tier defensive Pokémon like Gigantamax Corviknight, the best approach is to have Darkrai boost its stats multiple times before launching an attack to inflict significant damage on the Gigantamax Pokémon. Dark-type energy surged around Darkrai, enveloping it like a black mist, as if it were wearing a black cloak that billowed in the wind, greatly enhancing its special attack ability. Gigantamax Corviknight's crimson eyes darted back and forth between Metagross and Darkrai, while it remained suspended in the air. Then, its body erupted with a surge of flying-type energy once again. This flying-type energy, centered on Gigantamax Corviknight, formed a hurricane vortex, whipping up a terrifying gale. At this moment, Gigantamax Corviknight was like the emperor of the sky, with endless gales sweeping in like a tidal wave. Riding on Charizard, Xiaoyu could clearly feel Charizard's body begin to shake violently, obviously struggling to withstand the sudden onslaught of wind. Page 336. The gale dispersed the clouds, instantly clearing a large space. Guided by the gale, the blade birds that had fallen into the clouds regained their vitality and gathered again beside the Gigantamax Corviknight. Boom! A Gigantamax whirlwind sweeps in. Gigantamax Corviknight's signature move, in-game, removes the effects of Reflect, Light Screen, Spikes, Gigantamax Steel Barrier, and Terrain status effects. The reason it has this effect is that Gigantamax Whirlwind, compared to a regular Gigantamax Fly, pulls Bladebird into the storm to attack together. The sharp steel blades of the bird can easily shatter reflective walls and light walls, clearing all-terrain status effects. In reality, due to the existence of Bladebird, the destructive power of Gigantamax Whirlwind is even more astonishing than that of a regular Gigantamax Fly. If you are hit by a Gigantamax Whirlwind, you will not only have to endure the impact of the gale, but also have to withstand the cuts from the Bladebird hidden in the storm. Ordinary Pokémon would absolutely not be able to withstand the attack of a Gigantamax Whirlwind. Even if they could withstand the raging storm, they would be cut to pieces by Bladebird. Metamorphoses, stop them. Darkrai, hold the line. Xiaoyu's voice rang out. He chose to let Metagross, which has extremely high physical defense, withstand the attack of Gigantamax Whirlwind and try to block the attack of Bladebird as much as possible, while Darkrai, which has relatively weak physical defense, used the Protect move. The terrifying hurricane, like a dragon, coiled around the storm's body, while dark red Bladebirds danced in the storm, resembling flowing dragon blood. The hurricane held, swallowing Metagross whole, and then surged toward Darkrai with its remaining force. A shield appears in front of Darkrai, protecting it, but the Protect move cannot stop Gigantamax moves, it can only reduce their power. After withstanding a certain amount of damage, the light shield skill shattered with a crisp sound, but that was enough. Xiaoyu's goal had been achieved. Ding ding. At the same time, the Bladebird and Metagross collided, producing a crisp metallic sound, and each collision left a new scratch on Metagross's body. Even after using Iron Defense once, Metagross still couldn't completely ignore the Gigantamax Whirlwind attack. When the storm subsided, the Metagross, already covered in wounds, was covered in countless tiny cuts, which looked ferocious and terrifying, adding to its murderous aura. Even so, Metagross's face remained expressionless, its crimson eyes fixed on Gigantamax Corviknight, devoid of any emotion. Coupled with its numerous wounds, it exuded a cold and murderous aura. Is Metagross alright? Xiaoyu was startled when he saw Metagross covered in wounds and quickly asked. Metagross gently swung its thick forelimbs. It had suffered this kind of injury far too many times before, and it was nothing compared to the injuries it had sustained in the past. Are you really alright? Xiaoyu frowned, looking at Metagross with concern. Its injuries were truly terrifying. If Metagross hadn't been a Steel-type Pokémon with exceptionally high physical defense, it would likely have already collapsed. Metagross nodded slightly, indicating that it could continue fighting. In that case, let's finish this quickly. Xiaoyu took a deep breath, deciding not to hold back any longer. He raised the Dream Ball in his hand. Come back, Darkrai. Darkrai was returned to its Dream Ball, and then the Dynamax bracelet on Xiaoyu's wrist surged with Dynamax energy, gathering inside Darkrai's Dream Ball and causing it to rapidly grow larger. Go, Gigantamax Darkrai. As Xiaoyu's voice rang out, a flash of red light appeared, and the Dynamax Darkrai made its appearance, its terrifyingly large size resembling a demon of the night. Xiaoyu then took out the Iron Warrior's Pokeball again. Go, Iron Warrior. Metagross, catch Iron Warrior. A flash of red light appeared, and the Iron Warrior landed steadily on Metagross's back high in the sky. Holding the double-edged blade in one hand, he glanced at Metagross below before fixing his gaze on the Gigantamax Corviknight in front of him. At that moment, Metagross held Iron Warrior steady like a floating disc, while Iron Warrior stood firmly behind Metagross like a flying knight. Metamorphoses, moving at high speed, approaching Corviknight. Iron Warrior, close combat. Darkrai, the Max Raider. Chapter 509 Bladebird. Although Iron Warrior cannot fly, Metagross's flat back can serve as a foothold, and combined with its high mobility after performing two high-speed moves, it can create a suitable combat environment for Iron Warrior. Metagross's blue body flew at high speed through the air, rapidly approaching Gigantamax Corviknight. The Iron Warrior crouched down slightly, lowering his center of gravity as if surfing, and gripped his double-edged blade tightly to maintain his balance. Seeing the two tiny creatures approaching, Gigantamax Corviknight remained floating, then its body once again surged with Steel-type energy, covering its massive wings. Steel wings. Its enormous, dark red wings, gleaming with a silvery-gray sheen, whipped up a gust of wind as it lashed out at the Metagross and the Iron Warrior. Faced with Gigantamax Corviknight's attack, Metagross rapidly turned its body in mid-air, easily dodging the attack with Iron Hide, and then closed in on it. Close combat. Iron Warrior unleashed a powerful stab fighting-type move, its double-edged blade enveloped in fighting-type energy, gleaming fiercely as it slashed down. The blade tore through Gigantamax Corviknight's wings, unleashing a torrent of fighting-type energy. Blood gushed out, like red rain, staining the entire sky crimson. The sharp double-edged blade left a huge wound on Gigantamax Corviknight's body. At the same time, Dynamax Dark Ray also landed on Gigantamax Corviknight, and Dark Ray's special attack was greatly increased after nasty plot. This Dynamax Dark Ray also dealt significant damage to Gigantamax Corviknight and lowered its special defense. This also means that Gigantamax Corviknight will take even more damage from special attack next time. Crow. Facing attacks from Ironhide and Max Darkrai, Gigantamax Corviknight also suffered heavy damage. The intense pain caused it to let out a heart-wrenching roar, its scarlet eyes gleaming with a bloody light, and its flight-type energy surging continuously from its body. Visible air currents and storms formed in the blink of an eye, sweeping across the sky and earth with terrifying power, creating an air vortex with Gigantamax Corviknight at its core. Ironblade Bird, also under the command of the air vortex, began to fly at high speed around Gigantamax Corviknight, leaving behind streaks of red after images. The blade bird's flight speed increased, almost forming a dark red barrier around the Gigantamax Corviknight's body. From now on, whether it's a Dynamax Darkrai attacking or a Steel Warrior trying to attack Gigantamax Corviknight, they must first break through this dark red barrier. Blade Bird, a unique ability of Gigantamax Corviknight, combines attack and defense, making it exceptionally troublesome for Xiaoyu. Fortunately, Gigantamax Corviknight has not yet learned the move Pounce, nor is it carrying leftovers or items like the Bump Helmet, and there is no open space around for Gigantamax Corviknight to use the Roost move. Otherwise, this battle would definitely turn into a fierce one. The combination of moves like Pounce, Iron Defense, and Roost, along with the Thrust Helmet, is absolutely disgusting. Xiaoyu is secretly glad that wild Pokémon didn't have this kind of disgusting combination. Metamorphose. Is it capable of breaking through Blade Bird's blockade? Xiaoyu asked Metamorphose. While other Pokémon might struggle to break through the Blade Bird barrier, Metagross, with its super brain, could potentially analyze the flaws in the barrier and break through with minimal damage, or even without taking any harm. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, Metagross's gaze also fell on the Blade Bird barrier beside Gigantamax Corsair, its eyes flashing with purple light and psychic-type energy surging. At this moment, its brain is frantically calculating and analyzing the movement trajectory of each Blade Bird. In its eyes, the speed of the Blade Birds began to slow down. It built a mathematical model in its mind and accurately calculated the trajectory of each Blade Bird. Then it let out a low roar at the Iron Warrior on its body and then suddenly accelerated and charged towards the Gigantamax Corviknight. Seeing this, Xiaoyu frowned slightly, but he hesitated for only a moment before choosing to unconditionally believe Metagross. Since Metagross chose to launch an attack, it must have already deciphered Blade Bird barrier. If a trainer can't even believe in their own Pokémon, then they are undoubtedly a failed trainer. Darkrai, a maximal bully at full power. Metagross rapidly approached Gigantamax Corviknight and charged straight at Blade Bird's barrier. Meanwhile, the Metagross kept emitting low, metallic sounds, exchanging brief messages with the Iron Warrior. Upon hearing the Megalodon's words, the Iron Warrior did not hesitate at all. He slightly shifted his grip on the double-edged blade, changing from holding one blade in one hand to holding a short blade in each hand. Boom! Following the Metagross's instructions, the Iron Warrior swung its short blade in the direction it indicated, and each swing accurately blocked a Blade Bird. Song, song. With a crisp sound of blocking, the combination of Ironhide and Metagross had already knocked down all the Blade Birds and easily broken through the Blade Bird barrier, and was already close in. Close combat. With twin blades flashing, another close-quarters battle ensued. The gushing fighting-type energy tore through Gigantamax Corviknight's skin, leaving an X-shaped slash that gushed blood, severely injuring Gigantamax Corviknight once again. At the same time, in the distance, waves of Dark-type energy rippled from Darkray's body, and endless power flowed towards Darkrai. This is Darkray's second time Dynamaxing. Each time it Dynamaxes, it can feel an intoxicating and ferocious surge of power within its body. The power of Dynamax is fascinating, but at the same time, this power is constantly being lost and will disappear completely before long. Page 337. Jia. Darkrai let out a deep roar, and Dark-type energy tore through the sky. Two torrents of Dark-type energy followed Metagross closely from the left and right, flying towards Gigantamax Corviknight. Boom! Dynamax Darkrai slammed into Gmax Corviknight. Darkray's offensive capabilities were already terrifying after using Nasty Plot once, and with Dynamax Darkray's effect of lowering its special defense, it inflicted horrific damage on Gmax Corviknight. After a series of attacks, Gigantamax Corviknight was severely injured. Seeing this, Xiaoyu knew the time was right and shouted loudly to Dark Ray, use consecutive Dark Void. One after another, enormous black energy orbs flew towards Gigantamax Corviknight, continuously plunging into its body. Already severely injured and with its stamina depleted, Gigantamax Corviknight could no longer withstand the relentless attacks from the dark hole and fell into a nightmare. Chapter 510 Capturing Gigantamax Corviknight. Xiaoyu rode Charizard and quickly approached Gigantamax Corviknight's body. At this moment, Gigantamax Corviknight had closed its eyes and fallen into the nightmare world. However, to Xiaoyu's surprise, Gigantamax Corviknight's body was still floating in the air and did not fall down. Seeing this, Xiaoyu suddenly remembered the description of Gigantamax Corviknight. When Corviknight Gigantamaxes, the updraft generated by the Gigantamax energy can lift its enormous wings, keeping it suspended in the air. Therefore, as long as it remains in Gigantamax form, it can float indefinitely in the air. The Gigantamax Corviknight in front of us is a permanent Gigantamax form, which means it can float in the air forever. Xiaoyu's breathing became rapid. He knew better than anyone what this meant. The Gigantamax Corviknight in front of him was like a small floating island. Xiaoyu completely transformed its broad and huge back into Team Rocket's base. In this way, no one would have imagined that Team Rocket's base would be a mobile aerial fortress, and with the cruise ship-like shell on Gigantamax Laplace's back, it could also be transformed into a mobile sea fortress. Like a rabbit with 3 burrows, the Rockets can now have both the sky and the sea as their home court. Xiaoyu's eyes gleamed, and he became more and more excited as he thought about it, but he quickly calmed down. The idea was good, but it was a huge project that would require enormous financial support. Money. He needs a lot of money. Xiaoyu suddenly threw a special Gigantamax Pokeball at Gigantamax Corviknight. As Xiaoyu captured the Gigantamax Corviknight, the rift in the secret realm before them began to collapse. It's time to go, Yanning. Xiaoyu turned to look at Long Yanning. From the beginning, she had been silently riding behind the 3-headed dragon and watching the battle without affecting Xiaoyu. Long Yanning, standing behind him, glanced at Xiaoyu with her eyes darting around. The Xiaoyu who had just commanded the Pokémon in battle was completely different from the Xiaoyu she had seen before. People say that the most handsome men are those who are serious, and there's some truth to that. Long Yanning looked at Xiaoyu with admiration and affection, praising him generously. Xiaoyu, you are so amazing. Xiaoyu felt a mix of pride and shyness in his admiration for Long Yanning. Almost all men enjoy the feeling of being worshipped by women, which is why so many men lose themselves in the constant brother, you're so amazing from scheming women. Similarly, every woman enjoys being pampered by a man. This is perhaps the best state of love. Hurry up, the Pokémon Association is very likely to discover that there is a secret rift here. We need to leave quickly and avoid being discovered. The journey through the mountains came to a perfect end. Xiaoyu not only watched the romantic sunset with Long Yanning, but also received the unexpected surprise of obtaining a Gigantamax Corviknight. Perhaps because the battle took place in the air, it did not cause a snowfall or a dreamlike, enchanting forest. It only stirred up strong winds, and the weather station issued a gale warning. Apart from a very few individuals who seemed to sense something was amiss, no one discovered the rift in the secret realm. Xiaoyu and Long Yanning left Qianshan Forest Park with the crowd and returned to their apartment. Xiaoyu, change your clothes and go ahead and get busy. I'll go cook. Back at the apartment, Long Yanning thoughtfully put Xiaoyu's clothes in the washing machine to wash them, while she tied on an apron and went to the kitchen to do her work. She knew that Xiaoyu would be very busy after just catching Gigantamax Corviknight, so even though she had many questions, she did not choose to bother him at this time. Instead, she acted as a good wife, cooking for him and trying her best to help him in her own way. I don't need to help Xiaoyu, I just want to avoid holding him back. Xiaoyu nodded. He did have a lot to do, the first being the placement of the Gigantamax Corviknight. While each Gigantamax Pokémon is incredibly powerful, figuring out how to best utilize them is a major challenge. Secondly, through these 3 secret realm rifts, Xiaoyu also vaguely discovered the pattern of how the secret realm rifts appeared. Firstly, the secret realm rifts should not appear in the same place repeatedly, and each secret realm rift is extremely far apart, so they should be distributed all over the world. The first Gigantamax Lapra's secret rift is in the southern sea of China, the second is the Enchanted Forest secret rift in Shan State, and the third is the Gigantamax Corviknight secret rift in the Qianshan Forest Park in North China. Based on these 3 points, and assuming that the distance between each secret realm rift is equal, Xiaoyu speculates that at most one more secret realm rift will appear within China, and this location is most likely in the northwest region. Xiaoyu sketched and drew on the map, eventually marking a point in the northwest region, which he felt was the most likely location for the secret realm rift to appear. Of course, this is just his speculation. After all, the mission description stated that there are a total of 18 secret realms in the world. Excluding the Gigantamax Laplace secret realm in the waters of China and the unknown water-type secret realm, there are still 16 secret realms left in the world. If these 16 secret realms and rifts were evenly distributed around the world, given the proportion of China's land area to the world's land area, there should be one or two of them. There is already a Gigantamax Corviknight rift in front of us. If there really is a second rift, it is most likely to be in the northwest region. Xiaoyu took a deep breath, frowned as he looked at the world map, and then put it away. He has decided to have someone take the wishing star to wander around this spot, try their luck, and see if they can find a secret rift. It would be great if we found it, but there's no loss if we don't. Besides the location of the next secret realm rift, Xiaoyu also needs to consider who this Gigantamax Corviknight belongs to. To be honest, he planned to keep the Gigantamax Corviknight firmly in his own hands, or hand it over to Long Yaning. On one hand, this Gigantamax Corviknight undoubtedly completes the final piece of the puzzle for the trade with Champion Meyer. Long Yaning had said she wanted to go with him to trade with Champion Meyer, but Long Yaning currently only has a crystal Metagross with near champion strength given to her by Xiaoyu. Facing a veteran champion like Meyer, she is no match for her at all. Even surviving is a problem. She desperately needs this Gigantamax Corviknight. On the other hand, Xiaoyu gave Xiaowanyu a Gigantamax Brimwin. If he didn't give Long Yaning a permanent Gigantamax Pokémon, it would be difficult to handle the situation if Long Yaning found out about Xiaowanyu's situation later. You have to treat everyone fairly. That's why Xiaoyu gave Xiaowanyu the shiny iron dumbbell egg, and then gave it to Dragon Smoke Crystal Metagross. This is called laying a solid foundation in advance and preventing problems before they occur. How could Xiaoyu, the master of balance, make such a basic mistake? Of course, there is another reason, which is the unique aerial fortress strategic value of Gigantamax Corviknight, which means that Xiaoyu can only choose to control it himself or entrust it to a trustworthy person. Chapter 511 New Year's Day is approaching. Dinner's ready, Xiaoyu. Long Yanning's voice came from the kitchen, interrupting Xiaoyu's thoughts. Coming. Xiaoyu responded, rubbed his head, destroyed the world map in his hand, and then walked out of the room. The aroma of food wafted through the air, filling the room and stimulating Xiaoyu's taste buds, who had been starving all day. It smells so good. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoyu praised without reservation. Spending so much time with Long Yanning gave him a feeling of home. Come and eat. Long Yanning smiled, took off her apron, and picked up a bowl to serve rice to Xiaoyu. The two enjoyed their meal at the table, and Long Yaning took the opportunity to ask some simple questions. For example, questions such as how Gigantamax Pokémon are created, and how many Gigantamax Pokémon are there in the world. While eating, Xiaoyu tried his best to answer her questions. The two chatted harmoniously for a while, and then Xiaoyu looked at Long Yanning, changed the subject, and asked with a smile, Yanning, do you want this Gigantamax Corviknight? Upon hearing Xiaoyu's question, Long Yaning showed a surprised expression, clearly not expecting Xiaoyu to give her this Gigantamax Corviknight. After a moment of surprise, Long Yaning frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and finally shook her head and said, of course I want to. Everyone would want such a powerful Pokémon, but I don't think it's appropriate for you to give it to me. You said it yourself, many members of Team Rocket haven't gotten a Gigantamax Pokémon yet. If you give it to a newcomer like me directly, those who have been with you for a long time will definitely have other ideas. You should give it to them first. Long Yaning also wanted a Gigantamax Corviknight, but she knew that Xiaoyu couldn't act solely on his feelings and had to be fair in his rewards and punishments. People like Xie Tianming, Gao Yangzhen, and Sylvia, who have been with Xiaoyu for a while, haven't gotten any Gigantamax Pokémon. How come she, a newcomer, got a Gigantamax Corviknight right after joining? Hearing Long Yanning's words, Xiaoyu nodded slightly. Although he understood the reasoning behind Long Yanning's argument, he still wanted to keep Gigantamax Corviknight firmly in his own hands, given its unique strategic value. I know what you're saying. Xiaoyu looked at Long Yanning and said, it's just that Gigantamax Corviknight's ability to float in the air makes it very suitable for building Team Rocket's aerial base, so I feel more at ease having it under my own control. So, this Gigantamax Corviknight is temporarily for you to use. If you perform well in this trade with Meyer, I will then rightfully give it to you. Xiaoyu thought for a moment and said, speaking of which, didn't you want to work with me this time? I plan to split Team Rocket into 2 teams. I will lead the first team to conduct the transaction with Meyer in the designated sea area. You will be the second group, hiding in the air, ready to provide support at any time. We'll discuss the personnel allocation between the two teams when we come down. It's up to you to decide. Long Yaning listened attentively to Xiaoyu and replied with a smile. As time went by, Xiaoyu's life became increasingly busy. He selected several suitable trading locations in the South China Sea and finally settled on an isolated island outside of China. Page 338. After that, he began to draft trade plans, contacting all Rocket's members and making plans in advance. The champion's formidable strength forced Xiaoyu to be extremely cautious. Even though he believed his strength was among the best in the world, he still wasn't confident of victory against Meyer. Many people speculate that Meyer seems to have a near master level Pokémon. Of course, this is just speculation, since Meyer has been the champion for many years and was already a champion more than a decade ago. Over the years, he has only made a handful of real moves, but when he does, they are swift and devastating, and he has never lost. Besides the Rockets incident, another major event occurred at the end of December. Xiaoyu's large laboratory was finally completed, and from now on he could recruit researchers and conduct experiments. As a result, Xiaoyu received countless offers to join his experimental team and earn a title. Xiaoyu's phone has been ringing off the hook these past few days. He naturally turned down calls he could, but some families closely associated with the Lin family asked Old Master Lin to personally act as their mediator. Xiaoyu naturally couldn't refuse his maternal grandparents. China is essentially a society based on personal relationships, and being unconventional is not a good thing. Xiaoyu took this opportunity to do these people a favor, but he was also very sensible, and these people could only be responsible for some unimportant tasks. The core experimental content must be firmly in our own hands. It's the end of December, about a week before New Year's Day. For this year's New Year's Eve party, our class needs to put on at least one performance. If you have any good ideas, please feel free to sign them up. After I review them, I will submit them to the school, Chi Hanking said to the students below from the podium. To be honest, she doesn't really like these cultural and creative activities or gala events. She'd rather spend that time in the lab and doing something productive. Listening to Chi Hanking's words, Xiaoyu sat in the first row, while Su Musa was lost in thought. In just half a month, Su Musa and Xiaoyu became complete strangers. The two no longer had any private contact, and Xiaoyu never saw Su Musa's bright smiling face again. Xiaoyu remembered that every time she met Su Musa before, she would always have her hands behind her back, a bright smile on her face, and look up at her. She has now cut her waist-length hair and replaced it with shoulder-length blonde hair. Her cool and aloof face has lost its former smile, which makes people feel a little sorry for her. How about we put together a short skit? A musical is fine too. Let's do a rap song and dance routine. Young people always love to join in the fun, and they have a great interest in anything that isn't related to class. For students majoring in trainers, such parties are a rare opportunity for them to rest and relax. While the students around him were discussing animatedly, Xiaoyu turned his head to look out the window, lost in thought. Although he wanted to participate in such activities with his classmates like a normal college student, his time was too precious, and he couldn't find the time to rehearse, so he might not even be able to attend the gala. Just as Xiaoyu was in a daze, a handsome and well-dressed boy walked up to Su Musa's side. Muzi, the boy said with a gentle smile, how about we prepare a performance together? Brother Yu. Wu Yaezu, standing beside Xiaoyu, patted Xiaoyu's shoulder, looked at him with a complicated expression, and whispered, what happened between you and Su Musa? Xiao Jia has been cursing you for half a month, and she even called me a scumbag. What exactly happened between you two? It's nothing, I just told her we can only be friends, Xiaoyu said calmly, looking at the scene before him. No, you really rejected Su Musa? Wu Yaezu looked at Xiaoyu in shock. You actually rejected Su Musa? No wonder Wu Yaezu was so surprised. How could Xiaoyu be so heartless as to reject a perfect girl like Su Musa? Wu Yaezu looked Xiaoyu up and down, and remembering that Xiaoyu had never been in a relationship since he was a child, a terrible possibility suddenly occurred to him. Brother Yu, tell me the truth, I promise I won't laugh at you. Wu Yaezu looked at Xiaoyu with hesitation. Do you like men? Do you like me? Brother Yu, promise me, if you like men, at least find someone else, okay? Get the fuck out of here. Chapter 512 New Year's Eve Party. Wu Yaezu's suspicions prompted Xiaoyu to punch him. There's a special reason for this, Xiaoyu explained irritably. What's the reason? Wu Yaezu asked curiously. I already have a girlfriend, Xiaoyu said. You have a girlfriend? It's good that you don't like men. Wu Yaezu breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest. As long as Xiaoyu didn't like men, that was fine. His only worry was that Xiaoyu would go down a path of no return. Who is your girlfriend? When are you going to bring her out so I can give you my opinion? Brother Yu, I'm not bragging, but I've now developed a pair of discerning eyes. No matter what kind of scumbag or green tea girl she is, she can't escape my discerning eyes, Wu Yaezu said proudly. Don't worry, you'll have a chance to meet in the future. Xiaoyu gave Wu Yaezu a meaningful look. I'll have you check me out then. Alright, you're keeping it a secret from your brother, huh? Don't be so formal, Wu Yaezu joked, then suddenly changed his tone and sighed. Sigh. Brother you. Sumuza. Sigh. Wu Yaezu wanted to say something more, but in the end it all turned into a sigh. Finally, he pointed to the boys surrounding Sumuza and said, look at these toads. They're like they've smelled something. Now they're all clinging to Sumuza. Brother you, I think Sumuza is great. You two will definitely be happy together. Why don't you reconsider? I can't think of a girlfriend more suitable for you than Sumuza. Hearing Wu Yaezu's words, Xiaoyu waved his hand. Feelings can't be forced. Then tell me, you've never had feelings for Sumuza? Wu Yaezu asked Xiaoyu. I don't believe you could remain unmoved. Hearing Wu Yaezu's words, Xiaoyu fell silent and changed the subject, saying, Yaezu, sometimes life is just like this, there's no way that everything will go as you wish. So you were at least tempted at some point, right? Just as Xiaoyu and Wu Yaezu were chatting, a tall girl walked up to them, poised and confident with a smile on her face. Xiaoyu, I'd like to invite you to choreograph a dance with us, is that alright? The girl was proactive and generous, looking directly at Xiaoyu, her high chin like that of a white swan. Upon hearing the girl's voice, Wu Yaezu silently shut his mouth, his gaze shifting back and forth between Xiaoyu and the girl. Xiaoyu has always been this popular, so he's not surprised at all. Sorry, I've been a bit busy lately, I'm afraid I don't have time. Xiaoyu smiled, waved his hand, and declined the girl's invitation. It won't take up much time each day, at most an hour or two. Faced with Xiaoyu's refusal, the girl was not discouraged. She put her hands together, put on a coquettish expression, and pleaded with Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, please. I'm sorry, I really don't have time, Xiaoyu said with a smile. If you are short of people, Wu Yaezu would be a good choice. Me? I can't dance. Wu Yaezu quickly waved his hand in refusal. Xiaoyu's conversation with the girl also attracted the attention of others. Sumuza, who was sitting in the first row, also turned her head to look at Xiaoyu and the girl. Her fair face and eyes as clear as autumn water fell on Xiaoyu, their gazes meeting. Their eyes met, and their hearts skipped a beat. Their eyes met briefly, as if nothing had happened, and Sumuza turned her head back. I'm sorry, I'm really busy, thank you for your kindness. Xiaoyu declined the invitation again, making the woman's face look a little awkward. Well, alright, sorry to bother you, Xiaoyu. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's refusal, Sumuza paused slightly, then continued to lower her head and write and draw in her notebook. The giant laboratory has been completed, and Xiaoyu has taken the time to visit it twice. After discussions with the Pokémon Association, he set the start date for the experimental project before the Lunar New Year. There is still more than a month until the Chinese New Year, so Xiaoyu must find experimental personnel and staff in advance. However, Xiaoyu was simply too busy, so he specially asked Sylvia to oversee things and temporarily take on the role of Human Resources Manager, responsible for all personnel matters in the laboratory. Sylvia showed great interest in the task Xiaoyu had given her. She was full of fighting spirit and worked late into the night to review everyone's resumes and assign each person to the most suitable position. As for Xiaoyu, he was busy contacting all the members of Team Rocket, making full preparations for the trade with Mei. At the same time, he also contacted Shui Yetu and Jiangyu, inviting them to participate in the operation. However, Xiaoyu was also cautious and did not reveal the details of the operation in advance. He only told the two that there was a Team Rocket operation that required their participation. In such a fulfilling life, time flies by, and a week passes quickly, bringing us to New Year's Eve on December 31st. Xiaoyu and Long Yaning had originally planned to spend New Year's Eve together at home, but because Long Yaning was a new teacher, the school required her to attend the school's New Year's Eve party that evening. Therefore, Xiaoyu could only accompany her to the school to watch the New Year's Eve party. To avoid suspicion, Long Yaning sat in the designated teacher's seat, while Xiaoyu could only sit in the trainer's professional group. Seeing Xiaoyu approach, Wu Yaezu quickly waved and said, Brother Yu, here, I've saved you a spot. You're here so early? Xiaoyu asked Wu Yaezu. That's right, you don't know that there are many beautiful girls performing at tonight's New Year's Eve party. Like Tao Su, the senior from the trainer major, and Chu He, the #1 beauty from the School of Economics and Management, will both be performing. Sumuzi. Wu Yaezu said in a low voice, we have to come early to get the best seats, right? Xiaoyu smiled, a look of curiosity on his face. You still dare to look at beautiful women? Isn't Xiaojia going to do something about you? Her. Wu Yaezu's face showed a contemptuous expression. We are men of Western Shu, upright and honest, how dare she, a mere woman, be so presumptuous. Awesome. Xiaoyu made a gesture of admiration, then when Xiao Jie comes later, say that to her face as well. Page 339. We'll talk about it later. Xiaoyu turned to look at Wu Yaezu and asked, by the way, what's our class's performance? Sumuse and Chihon's duet. Wu Yaezu hesitated for a moment before speaking. Chihon was the boy who invited Sumuse that day. Xiaoyu had some impression of him. In addition to being a trainer, Chihon was also a musician who liked to sing. Wu Yaezu glanced at Xiaoyu and added, Sumuse originally prepared a solo performance, and the class voted to select Sumuse for the solo performance, with Chihon ranking second. However, considering that our major only has one performance, we changed it directly to a chorus. Why are you telling me this? Sumuse and I are just ordinary friends. Although Xiaoyu's face was nonchalant, he was actually a little uncomfortable when he heard Sumuse and Chihon singing together. Possessiveness is at play. People are always this greedy. People are like this, they don't cherish what they can get too easily, but they regret it once they lose it. Chapter 513 The Only One. Next, please listen to the song, The Only One, performed by Chihon and Sumuse, both freshmen majoring in trainer training. As the host's voice faded, Sumuse, dressed in a black dress, appeared from backstage, while Chihon, dressed in a suit, also appeared at the same time. The two held microphones, and the spotlight shone on them, making Sumuse's short blonde hair shine and her fair skin seem to glow. Chihon's gaze was fixed on Sumuse, filled with undisguised affection. There's no doubt that Sumuse looks stunning today. Unlike her usual sweet style, she wears a black dress that showcases her captivating figure, exuding a cool and alluring charm that's mesmerizing. As the melodious prelude began, Sumuse gazed intently ahead, and in the vast sea of people, she spotted Xiaoyu at a glance. Their eyes met. Sumuse took a deep breath, her eyes flashed, her red lips parted slightly, and her ethereal voice slowly rang out. You truly understand that the definition of unique is not as simple as breathing. I really hope you can clarify this. How can you explain it if you haven't opened your heart to each other? I really love you. Every word is carefully chosen. His gaze drifted. As Sumuse's melancholic and melodious singing began, like a confession, a farewell, and a reunion, a sense of suppressed emotion welled up in everyone's hearts. Everyone could feel the sadness in Sumuse's voice. She gripped the microphone tightly, her gaze fixed on Xiaoyu's direction. Her pent-up emotions seemed to erupt at this moment. I really love you. No one can compare. His eyes weren't certain. A woman's singing is the most captivating. Her hoarse voice, tinged with tears, conveyed a maturity and depth beyond her years. Sumuse poured all her emotions into her song. Some people say that singing makes people feel much better, but Sumuse feels that it's all a lie. The black skirt swayed in the cold light, appearing lonely and forlorn. Her throat was sore, which only made her feel more sad, and tears seemed to stream down her face. Sitting below the stage, Long Yanning looked at Sumuse on the stage, feeling somewhat depressed. She lowered her head and remained silent. At that moment, she suddenly felt sorry for Sumuse. Your lack of resolve to accompany me through my wanderings. Awake while dead. I know you're being clever behind my back. Love is essentially the same, it's just that there are too many people and it's crowded. You don't want to prove that I'm your only one. Prove that I am your only one. When the song ended, thunderous applause erupted from the audience, and Sumuse gently wiped away her tears with the back of her hand. Sigh. Wu Yaezu sighed repeatedly, shaking his head incessantly. Sigh. Ugh. Ugh. Fatty Wu, spit it out. What are you sighing about? Stop being so sarcastic. After listening to Sumuse's song and hearing Wu Yaezu's meaningful sighs, Xiaoyu became somewhat irritated and said to Fatty Wu in a bad mood. They're getting anxious, some people are getting anxious. Fatty Wu used an internet slang he'd picked up from somewhere, and his smug look made Xiaoyu want to slap him twice. Some people, they'll regret missing out on a good girl like Sumuse for the rest of their lives. They'll be sitting in a wheelchair, secretly wiping away tears thinking about what happened today. Wu Peng's sarcastic remarks amused Xiaoyu, who laughed and scolded. Who are you talking about, making veiled accusations? Comrade Wu Yaezu, what benefits did Xiaojie give you? Why did you betray us? What betrayal? I, Fatty Wu, represent fairness and justice, and I will always stand on the side of righteousness. People like you, heretics, deserve to be killed by everyone. Fatty Wu looked at Xiaoyu with a righteous expression, then changed his tone. Brother Yu, you're my best buddy. To be honest, I really don't know what's going on in your head. The minds of scientific geniuses are different from those of us ordinary people. You even managed to refuse Sumuse, amazing. Alright, stop being sarcastic. I have my reasons. Xiaoyu waved his hand and couldn't help but sigh. I have a girlfriend. If it were possible, who would give up a girl like Sumuse? Come on, come on. Today the relationship expert wants to hear what kind of terrible trouble you have, and what kind of background your girlfriend has, Ueyasu asked in a low voice, his face full of curiosity. Forget it, I won't tell you. You big mouth, if I tell you, the whole of China will know the next day. No, you don't trust me. Ueyasu got angry when he heard Xiaoyu say that. Back when you took me to Tianqian foot massage when I was in junior high school, my dad caught us, and I held out for a long time without giving you a name. How dare you say that? In the end, you still betrayed me. I also said in the end that I took you there, not the other way around, and I had my reasons. Ueyasu seemed to recall his junior high school days and sighed. Originally, I wanted to die rather than submit, but my dad beat me with 3 lashes, which completely shattered my sense of brotherhood. Brother you, it's not that I wanted to betray you, I just couldn't take it anymore. You know I used to be fat. When my dad lashed me with his belt, it was so painful that my skin was torn and bleeding. Recalling that painful memory, Uyeyasu's eyes seemed to be glistening with tears. That's how it was. I gritted my teeth and didn't utter a sound during the first 2 lashes. If my dad hadn't folded the belt in half twice for the 3rd lash, I definitely could have endured it. Hearing Uyeyasu's words, Xiaoyu smiled and shook his head. Don't be fooled by Wu Fatty's unreliable appearance. What he just said was all true. Fatty Wu was bedridden for several days because of this incident. When the two met, his first words were, "Brother Yu, I'm so sorry." And despite Uyeyasu's current verbal attacks on him, Ueyasu is actually quite reliable when it comes to matters. Alright, I'll tell you, but you must remember to keep it a secret. Ueyasu, I'm only telling you this because I consider you a brother. I already have a girlfriend, Xiaoyu said softly, taking a deep breath. Okay, I understand. Ueyasu nodded. Continue. And there are 2 of them. Huh. Ueyasu tilted his head and looked at Xiaoyu, his eyes wide and his mouth agape, his mind seemingly blank. Wait, what did you say? Say it again? I have 2 girlfriends. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Ueyasu sat back in his chair, took a deep breath, his face serious. He then took out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep drag, and looked at Xiaoyu. Brother you really gave me a surprise. Continue. You know both of them? One is Long Yaning, the other, I'd better not say. Xiaoyu thought for a moment and decided not to talk about Xiao Wanyu for the time being, so as not to upset Ueyasu. Wait, the Long Yaning you mentioned, could it be? Ueyasu gestured towards the teacher's table. Xiaoyu nodded. Brother Yu, your relationship situation is a bit tricky. Let me think about how to solve this problem. Tell me more about your other girlfriend first. My other girlfriend has a rather special background. You don't need to know the specifics. Chapter 514 Gold Market. Uyeyasu's expression was serious, his brows furrowed. He looked at Xiaoyu as if he were looking at a demon or a heretic. He originally thought his good brother Xiaoyu was a pure and innocent college student, a positive and dedicated young man focused on scientific research and training. He never expected that Xiaoyu would be playing such a wild game behind his back. Damn scumbag. Alright, I've finished speaking. After speaking, Xiaoyu looked at Ueyasu and asked, Strategist Wu, do you have any good suggestions? Difficult. Ueyasu shook his head and sighed. You just said that your second girlfriend knows that Teacher Long is your girlfriend, right? But Teacher Long doesn't know about your second girlfriend, right? Xiaoyu nodded. Xiao Wanyu had always known about Long Yaning. Actually, I have a somewhat immature suggestion, Ueyasu said softly, stroking his chin. This might be your only option right now. Strategist, please give your instructions. Xiaoyu feigned a look of complete attentiveness. Page 340. He was curious what terrible ideas Ueyasu, who had no dating experience, could come up with. You already have 2 girlfriends, so what's the harm in having one more? Xiaoyu turned to look at Ueyasu with a surprised expression and said in a low voice, Isn't that a bit inappropriate? You know I'm not that kind of person. Stop pretending, you scumbag. Ueyasu looked at Xiaoyu with disdain and said seriously, let me analyze this for you in detail. First, you have Teacher Long as your girlfriend, right? Ueyasu asked. Xiaoyu nodded. Secondly, you found a second girlfriend behind Teacher Long's back, right? Ueyasu continued to ask. Xiaoyu nodded again. Third, you just need to repeat the second step. Keep it a secret from Teacher Long and your second girlfriend, and find a third girlfriend. Anyway, you've already been a jerk once, so what are you pretending for? What's the guilt? Uyeyasu's words struck Xiaoyu hard, leaving him dumbfounded. At worst, you can transfer your household registration to Baoxiang Island. Baoxiang Island allows polygamy. Besides, Sumuse is from Baoxiang Island. Her father married several wives, didn't he? Maybe she can accept it? Ueyasu sighed and continued, instead of keeping it from Sumuse, you should take the initiative to talk to her and hear her thoughts. That way, you can get a clean break. Xiaoyu stared at Wu Yaezu in shock, wondering what kind of ridiculous method this was. You scumbag, what are you looking at? I'm ashamed to have a brother like you. Wu Yaezu looked at Xiaoyu with disdain. If it weren't for how pitiful Sumuse is, this strategist would never have given advice to a scumbag like you. Disgusting. Cough. Tue. No, I'm not that kind of person. You've misunderstood me, Xiaoyu argued. Stop pretending. I'll just ask you one thing, would you be willing to see Sumuse walking hand in hand with someone else on the street? Seeing Xiaoyu fall silent, Wu Yaezu revealed a smug expression. Isn't that enough? After returning from the New Year's Eve party, Xiaoyu thought a lot. Without a doubt, Wu Yaezu, who had no experience in relationships, was a terrible strategist who came up with bad ideas. However, even a novice can sometimes defeat a master with a flurry of punches. The method he mentioned might truly be the only solution in the current situation. However, Xiaoyu did not rush to find Sumuse, but put the matter aside for the time being, because he had more important things to do. Outside of China, the sea breeze was blowing, and even in winter, it still carried a warmth, with pedestrians on the street still wearing short-sleeved shirts. A tall, middle-aged man wearing a mask appeared on the chaotic street. His exquisite high-end suit seemed somewhat out of place against the backdrop of the impoverished street. The street thugs would occasionally look up at the tall, middle-aged man in front of them, clearly seeing him as prey. Alone, dressed in an expensive suit, clearly a wealthy man, and without bodyguards, this kind of person is simply the ideal prey. Of course, we need to test this person's abilities first. It would be tricky if we encountered a tough opponent. Xiaoyu had already sensed the looming gazes around him. If these people really intended to target him, he wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson. He turned and walked into a bar on the street, pushed open the door and strode inside. Boss, how do I get to Tinyu Hospital? Xiaoyu lit a cigarette and asked the bar owner. A Chinese? Upon hearing Xiaoyu's accent, the boss turned around, glanced at Xiaoyu, looked at his expensive suit, and then looked behind Xiaoyu. Seeing that Xiaoyu seemed to be alone and without bodyguards, the boss frowned, then continued wiping the wine glasses on the table, saying in broken Mandarin, turn left when you go out, go straight, turn right at the second intersection, go straight, the tallest building on your right is it. Someone as rich as you should spend some money to hire a bodyguard. Thank you. Xiaoyu stood up, thanked the owner, and then turned and left the bar. Watching Xiaoyu's departing figure, the boss picked up his phone and made a call. Xiaoyu is located in Golden City, Siam, which is also the most prosperous city in Siam. In a prime location in Gold City, a top-tier private hospital called Tinyu Hospital is situated. Tinyu Hospital is Jiang Yeming's public business and one of his most important business segments. After Xiaoyu contacted Shui Yeto and Jiangyu, Shui Yeto readily agreed to participate in Team Rocket's operation, but Jiangyu seemed somewhat hesitant. Clearly, after returning to his home turf, Jiangyu regretted his decision to join the Rockets. Xiaoyu also knew that verbal agreements had little effect on outlaws like Jiangyu and Shui Yeto. Therefore, he made a special trip to Siam first, with the purpose of contacting Jiangyu, opening up to him, and negotiating a cooperation so that the entire Paradise Group could be incorporated into Team Rocket. Before he knew it, Xiaoyu had arrived at the foot of Tinyu Hospital. He picked up his phone and dialed Jiangyu's number. At this moment, Jiangyu, who was enjoying himself with a group of beautiful women, looked at the incoming call on his phone and his heart tightened. He gestured to the woman next to him to be quiet. Hey, Jiangyu asked in a deep voice, boss, what's up so late? Are you in Golden City? Xiaoyu's voice rang out, carrying an imposing aura. Yes. Jiangyu hesitated for a moment before replying. What's up, boss? Is there something you need? Okay. Sakeka nodded. Send me your address, and I'll come find you. I'm in Golden City right now. What? Jiangyu, having sobered up considerably upon hearing Sakeka's words, quickly sat up straight. That. You just need to tell me where it is. I am here. Chapter 515 Paradise Group. Inside the noisy private room, under dazzling lights, a row of scantily clad, hot-bodied beauties sat, their faces heavily made up, striking seductive poses. Jiangyu, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and holding an imported cigar, took a deep drag, looked at Sakeka standing at the door, and quickly stood up. Boss, welcome, welcome. Upon hearing Jiangyu's voice, the beautiful women standing to one side in the private room also responded in sweet, soft voices. Welcome, boss. Xiaoyu's brow twitched, and he turned to look at Jiangyu beside him, thinking to himself that this guy was living a truly decadent and corrupt life. However, Xiaoyu had no interest in that at the moment. He felt a headache just looking at women. Let them all leave. Xiaoyu waved his hand, signaling Jiang Yu to send these people away. You all heard that, right? Get out, get out. Jiang Yu waved his hand, dismissing the group of beauties in front of him. After everyone had left, Jiang Yu went to the door, locked it from the inside, turned off the loud music, and then turned on the lights. To be honest, Jiang Yu was a little nervous when he saw Sakeke. The disparity in strength forced him to proceed with extreme caution. Xiaoyu sat on the soft sofa, her gaze falling on the slightly reserved Jiang Yu, and she felt a sense of emotion. Power is always fascinating. Even a notorious powerhouse like Jiang Yu must be cautious when facing absolute power. Xiaoyu waved his hand and slowly said, now that you've joined Team Rocket, you're one of us, so there's no need for formalities. I have a few things to discuss with you that I can't explain over the phone. I happen to be going to the South China Sea soon, so I thought I'd stop by and talk to you about them. Let's start with the first thing. I have some information about the approximate location of a permanent Gigantamax Pokémon. At the same time, I also need you to do something. If you do well, I will tell you the information about this permanent Gigantamax Pokémon and help you catch it. Xiaoyu directly offered an enviable benefit to Jiang Yu, a seasoned veteran who wouldn't act without a sure thing. A permanently Gigantamax Pokémon. Of course, the so-called intelligence he mentioned was just his own deduction about the location of the narrow gap in the Northwest Secret Realm, and this intelligence was unreliable. Xiaoyu was essentially trying to get something for nothing, first keeping Jiang Yu calm. If they couldn't find the location of the Secret Realm Rift, he would say the information was wrong and compensate Jiang Yu with a permanent Gigantamax Pokémon. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, Jiang Yu paused, his heart pounding. No one could resist the temptation of a permanent Gigantamax Pokémon. This was especially true after witnessing the overwhelming power of Gigantamax Lapras in Giovanni's hands. The second thing is what I just mentioned that I need you to do, but I can't tell you right now. I'll tell you after you agree. Jiang Yu's face showed a thoughtful expression. After a brief moment of surprise, he calmed down. Although he was extremely tempted by the offer Xiaoyu made, he wasn't stupid. Xiaoyu only mentioned information about Gigantamax Pokémon, and he didn't explain the specifics of what he was supposed to do. If it turned out to be extremely dangerous, risking one's life wouldn't be worth it. After hesitating for a moment, he looked at Xiaoyu and asked, how risky is the task I'm doing for you? As long as you obey my orders, I guarantee you will be safe and sound. Xiaoyu's ambiguous answer made Jiang Yu even more worried. He took a deep breath and asked his second question, what kind of Pokemon is that Gigantamax Pokemon? I'm not entirely sure about that either, Xiaoyu replied. But I can tell you with certainty that all Gigantamax Pokémon are very strong. Generally, weak Pokémon cannot Gigantamax. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's answer, Jiang Yu's face showed a thoughtful expression. After hesitating for a moment, he looked at Xiaoyu and showed a resolute expression. In that case, if I refuse again, I would be being unreasonable. Pleasant to work with. Pleasant to work with. Hearing Jiang Yu's decision, Xiaoyu's lips curled up slightly. Then, she lowered her voice and slowly said, the second thing is actually very simple. You just need to go to the designated place at the designated time. If nothing unexpected happens, you don't even need to do anything. Just go through the motions and make a show of it. I'll send you the time and place in 2 days. Xiaoyu's ambiguous words made Jiang Yu more vigilant and more convinced that this matter was not simple. Giovanni is an ambitious man, not a philanthropist. Since he's willing to offer a permanent Gigantamax Pokémon as payment, he's naturally after more profit. Page 341. But so what? The temptation of a permanent Gigantamax Pokémon was too great, and with Giovanni himself visiting, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and jump in, even though he knew there was a problem. There's no such thing as a free lunch. If you don't take some risks and work for Sakeke, why would Sakeke give you any benefits for no reason? Alright, I'll listen to you then, boss. Jiang Yu nodded in agreement. Xiaoyu nodded, then continued, besides these 2 things, there's a third. I told you before that only Team Rocket executives can possess permanently Gigantamax Pokémon. Since I promised to give you information about permanently Gigantamax Pokémon, from today onwards you are an executive of Team Rocket, and your Paradise Group must be merged into Team Rocket as soon as possible. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Jiang Yu's heart sank. Paradise Group was built with great difficulty by his father. Now, Xiaoyu wanted to merge Paradise Group into Team Rocket with just 1 sentence. How could he be willing to do so? But circumstances forced him to back down. Xiaoyu's gaze fell on Jiang Yu's face, carefully observing Jiang Yu's expression. He knew, of course, that Jiang Yu would not agree, or rather, that no one would agree to such a thing. Of course, he could use force to compel Jiang Yu to hand over Paradise Group, but Xiaoyu did not want to do something that would alienate him. He has never been a valiant warrior. What distinguishes humans from animals is intelligence, and Xiaoyu has always tried to avoid violence whenever possible. True strength lies in having absolute power without abusing it. Moreover, power is one's last resort. If one uses it at every turn, it ceases to be a trump card and becomes an open secret. I know you must have some grievances in your heart. Xiaoyu's gaze was fixed on Jiangyu, and his words made Jiangyu break out in a cold sweat. But don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. I, Sakamoto, never treat my own people unfairly. Xiaoyu's confident tone when he spoke inspired admiration in everyone, and he was increasingly displaying the demeanor of a powerful figure. Jiangyu, I promise you will be glad you made the decision today. First, you can retain the Tinyu Hospital business of your Paradise Group. As for those dangerous deals, you need to tone them down and be clear about your targets. I know it's impossible for you to completely cut off this business, but I have one basic requirement. Under normal circumstances, you cannot target Chinese people. Xiaoyu said to Jiangyu, his tone carrying an unquestionable authority. Chapter 516 The Eve of the Transaction. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Jiangyu took a deep breath. Intimidated by Xiaoyu's imposing aura, he could only nod slightly with a gloomy face. Okay. Take care of things here as soon as possible. After this mission, I will have someone take over your Paradise Group. Xiaoyu's words kept pushing Jiangyu's limits, making Jiangyu's face grow increasingly gloomy. If it weren't for the significant difference in strength between him and Sakeke, he would have definitely broken ties with Xiaoyu without hesitation. Xiaoyu knew that doing this would displease Jiangyu, but he smiled and said softly, "Don't worry, I said I would never let my own people suffer losses. What you gain in the future will definitely be more than what you lose now. First of all, I promise you that if you don't find a permanent Gigantamax Pokémon after you get my information, I will compensate you with a permanent Gigantamax Pokémon." Jiangyu took a deep breath, feeling a little better from his suppressed emotions. Besides that, there's another form of compensation. Take a look for yourself. Xiaoyu reached out, and a folder appeared out of thin air in his hand. He then tossed it onto the table. Jiangyu slowly picked up the folder and began to carefully read through it. The Mysterious Ocean City, Audiomare, Latias and Latios. Just looking at the title made Jiangyu's pupils shrink, and he stared at Xiaoyu in disbelief. Information about the mythical beast. He just casually tossed it on the table. Giovanni already has a Darkrai, plus a Gigantamax Lapras and a Metagross, so legendary Pokémon might not really mean much to him. Jiangyu picked up the intelligence report on the table and read it carefully. He found that the information about the secret realm of Ocean City was very detailed, but important content had been erased. It's obvious that Xiaoyu doesn't completely trust him, which is why he erased the crucial parts, but there's no doubt that this information is absolutely true. Xiaoyu wasn't stupid. He wouldn't just hand over something so important to Jiangyu. The reason I had someone take over the business of the Paradise Group is because I have something more important for you to do. After this operation is over, you can start preparing to explore Audiomare. I already have information about the key to opening the secret realm of Audiomare, the Heart Drop. Just leave it to me, and I can take you with me when the time comes. The Heart Drop had actually been in Xiaoyu's hands for a long time, but Xiaoyu, the sixth brother, always kept a watchful eye on things, making it impossible to tell what was real and what was fake. And I promise you that as long as Audiomare is acquired by our rockets, you will become one of the de facto rulers of Ocean City. Taking down Audiomare will not be an easy task. We will have to face pressure from both China and Japan at the same time. I can try to communicate with China, but you will have to bear all the pressure from Japan. So get stronger, Jiangyu. Your strength may be great to ordinary people, but you'll be facing at least the 4 heavenly kings of Japan. The Paradise Group's affairs will only distract you and prevent you from becoming stronger. Think about how long it's been since your decadent lifestyle has allowed you to improve your strength. Pua Master Xiaoyu is online, relentlessly brainwashing Jiangyu while showering him with sweet words and flattery. Using both threats and inducements, Xiaoyu believed that Jiangyu would not refuse. Once Jiangyu agreed and personally participated in the operation, he would be completely bound to Team Rocket. Okay, I promise you. Jiangyu didn't hesitate much and agreed immediately, boss. He could tell the difference between the Paradise Group and permanently Gigantamax Pokémon, and between legendary Pokémon and the Audiomare Mystic Realm. With permanent Gigantamax Pokémon and legendary Pokémon, he could build countless Paradise corporations. Very good. Xiaoyu nodded gently. Jiangyu, I know you are an ambitious person. I like ambitious people because they are very capable, so don't disappoint me. Jiangyu looked at Sakeke and saw absolute confidence in him. That absolute confidence in his own strength made Sakeke seem to radiate a dazzling light. No matter how ambitious his subordinates are, he has absolute confidence in controlling them. Jiang Yu couldn't help but sigh. No wonder Gaki was so powerful that he was able to establish Team Rocket, but his magnanimity was something that ordinary people couldn't possess. What he didn't know was that the Sakeki he thought was absolutely confident had been overwhelmed by the affairs of 3 women just a day earlier. Darkrai, you're in charge of keeping watch. If there's any danger, you can take action immediately. Xiaoyu walked into the hotel suite Jiang Yu had arranged for him and spoke to Darkrai, who was lurking in the darkness. In the unfamiliar territory of Siam, Xiaoyu remained absolutely vigilant. Actually, he would prefer to have Iron Warrior stand guard for him, but he was afraid that if he made that request, Iron Warrior would kill him with a single blow. Moreover, good steel should be used for the right purpose. Iron Warrior is so powerful, it would be a waste to use him for guard duty. Darkrai is a better choice. There's someone in the bedroom. Darkrai's voice rang out, causing Xiaoyu to frown and pause slightly as he stepped into the room, his gaze turning towards the bedroom. Who is it? Xiaoyu's cold voice rang out, come out. Sir, it was Boss Jiang who sent me. A woman's charming voice came from inside the bedroom. Xiaoyu walked into the bedroom, turned on the light, and in the dim light, a beautiful woman peeked out from under the covers, revealing her fair neck and fragrant shoulders. Jiang Yu, are you pulling this stunt? You're using this to test your captain? Although the woman in bed was beautiful, Xiaoyu valued her life more and would never fall for a stranger's seductive charms. Most importantly, he is currently overwhelmed with problems because of Long Yaning, Xiao Wanyu, and Su Muze. He gets a headache just looking at women and only wants to stay as far away as possible. He has no other thoughts at all. Xiaoyu frowned as he looked at the woman in bed, his voice icy, get dressed and get out. Grown-ups. Go out. Okay. The woman put on a thin nightgown and walked towards the door, glancing back at Xiaoyu every few steps, her eyes filled with a seductive charm. Xiaoyu didn't even glance at her, his expression indifferent. After the woman left, Xiaoyu had Darkrai carefully check the room to make sure there were no surveillance or listening devices before he could finally go to sleep peacefully. Time passed, and it was January 2nd, 2 days before the agreed trading time. Xiaoyu planned to tell Mei the time and approximate location of the transaction tonight, and he would tell Mei the exact location an hour before the transaction. At the same time, Xiaoyu also gathered almost all the members of Team Rocket to participate in this operation. Lu Yinhan, Lu Yingxuan, Sylvia, Long Yaning, Shui Yeto, and Jiang Yu, a total of 6 people, set off for Siam. As for Gao Yangzhen and Xie Tianming, they did not participate in this operation because they lacked the strength. Chapter 517 Transaction Preparation. Sakaga, Long Yanning, wearing a mask, sounded a little nervous. It was clear that this was her first time participating in such an operation, and she was still a little uneasy. She waved to Xiaoyu. You, alone? Xiaoyu asked, looking at Long Yaning. He remembered that Qi Hanqing had said she would also participate in this operation, so why didn't he see her? Long Yaning nodded, then looked around warily, hesitating to speak. Don't worry, I've checked this place, it's very safe, Xiaoyu said, noticing Long Yaning's concerns. Okay. Long Yaning nodded, then said, Han Qing was originally going to come, but because the laboratory is about to start, he couldn't get away at the last minute, so he called me and said he wouldn't be coming. Hearing Long Yaning's words, Xiaoyu nodded. With the giant laboratory experiment project about to start, he, as the laboratory director, has become a hands-off manager and left the capital. Naturally, someone else needs to take charge of the laboratory. Qi Hanqing, the deputy director of the laboratory who knew the secret of Gigantamax, naturally became the only candidate to take charge of the overall situation and was forced to stay in the capital. However, this also left Xiaoyu with some regrets. He had originally planned to take this opportunity to completely pull Qi Hanqing into Team Rocket and force her to choose a side. Long Yaning's gaze swept over Xiaoyu's face, and she said cautiously, Xiaoyu, you must not think about killing Qi Hanqing or using Mei Yi to kill Hanqing. You know, I'm advising you not only because she is my best friend, but more importantly because her identity is very special. Killing her will cause a lot of trouble. I know, don't worry, I won't do anything stupid. Xiaoyu nodded, a bitter smile on his face. After he learned about Qi Hanqing's special identity, he never thought of killing Qi Hanqing. Otherwise, he would have already tried to secretly get rid of Qi Hanqing. Xiaoyu found Qi Hanqing's identity as a descendant of a hero extremely troublesome. Her father, Qi Rugui, had heroically sacrificed himself in a large-scale battle 20 years ago. In fact, Xiaoyu sometimes wondered if Qi Hanqing's unique personality was related to the fact that he lost his father at a young age. Alright, enough of that. Let's talk about tomorrow's plans and arrangements, Xiaoyu said. Page 342. The next day, the sky was azure, and the sea stretched to the horizon. On a deserted island, 2 women and 1 man stood together. The tall man wore a flaming mask with a feather-shaped holy flame burning on it. This unique symbol is none other than the phoenix feather mask, a one-of-a-kind design by Sakeke. Besides Sakeke stood 2 hot and sexy women. One of the women was tall and voluptuous, with long golden hair hanging down her back. Her fair skin shone brightly in the sunlight, and her red dress was particularly eye-catching. She also wore a flaming mask, but the holy flame pattern on her mask was different from that on Sakeke's. Her mask featured a phoenix-shaped holy flame burning fiercely, lifelike, as if it were about to be reborn and fulfilled. Phoenix. This was the code name Sylvia gave herself, symbolizing rebirth and a new beginning, marking the end of her previous life of escape and wandering. Besides Sylvia, the other woman was wearing a thick mechanical helmet, with a flaming mask hanging next to it as an accessory. The holy flame pattern on this mask is also unique. The mask is divided into 2 parts from the center. The left part remains unchanged and retains the original appearance of the mask, while the right part has been completely replaced by a blazing holy flame. This unique design was created by Shueyeta herself, and only she knows the meaning behind it. Shueyutu didn't give herself a code name, indicating that everyone could continue to call her Shueyutu. Besides the 3 of them, Andrew, who was trapped in an iron cage, was also present. Compared to a few months ago, Andrew looked haggard and had lost a lot of weight. His skin had turned a sickly white due to being imprisoned in the basement for a long time, his eyes were dull, and his mental state was extremely poor. High in the sky not far from here, Gigantamax Corviknight floated in the air like a moving aerial castle, with Bladebird hovering around its body like the best unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. Longian sat atop the broad back of Gigantamax Corviknight, her face also adorned with a flame mask. The holy flame pattern on her mask was the symbol of the dragon type, representing her forte, dragon-type Pokémon, and also her surname. Behind Long Yaning stood 3 others, Lu Yinhan, Lu Yingxuan, and Jiangyu, all wearing flame masks. The 3 figures are depicted with a top hat, white gloves, and a skull, respectively. The top hat and white gloves correspond to the roles of Lu Yinhan and his sister as butlers, while Jiangyu's skull represents hell, which is a way of corresponding to his paradise group. The 3 stood behind Long Yaning, their gazes occasionally falling on the tall, slender Long Yaning with her long legs. This was also their first time seeing Gigantamax Corviknight and Dragon Smoke. They couldn't help but secretly wonder when Team Rocket had acquired another permanent Gigantamax Corviknight, and who this dragon girl wearing a mask was. Was she a new member of Team Rocket? They had never seen it, nor had they ever heard of it. Is this Giovanni's secret weapon? How many cards does he actually have up his sleeve? Xiaoyu stood in the shade of a tree, avoiding the direct sunlight. The sun on the island was extremely harsh, and one could easily get sunburned if not careful. Xiaoyu carefully observed his surroundings, his expression serious. The address he gave Mayor before was only a general area, not the specific location. The exact location would be given to Mayor an hour before the official transaction, in order to prevent Mayor from doing anything underhanded beforehand. Moreover, just in case, the island Xiaoyu chose was not within the approximate range he had initially given, his purpose being to catch May completely unprepared. The main selling point is to catch someone off guard, to be unexpected. In order to maximize their advantages, Xiaoyu also set the transaction time for 2 a.m. and borrowed Xiaowanyu's Cresselia. After all, Darkrai and Cresselia are much stronger at night than during the day. With the right timing, location, and support, what can you use to beat Meyer for the championship? The full moon hangs high in the sky, the waves rise and fall, and the sound of the waves lapping against the shore can be heard. Xiaoyu stood on the island, checked the time on her phone, and saw that there were still 2 hours until the agreed time. Although the preparations were thorough, Xiaoyu still felt a little uneasy. After all, Mei is a well-known veteran champion. This was also Xiaoyu's first time dealing with such a powerful champion. Gigantamax Lapras, Gigantamax Grimmsnarl, Gigantamax Corviknight. 3 Gigantamax Pokémon, I wonder if they can fight against Meyer. Chapter 518. The transaction begins. The bright moonlight shone on the sea, giving it a faint silvery glow. The salty sea breeze carried away the remaining heat from the beach. On a deserted island, in a dense jungle, Radha moves through the grass. 3 figures in black robes appeared on the island, gazing at the distant, faintly visible island under the moonlight. All 3 wore masks. The leader was tall and muscular, with prominent muscles, and even the black mask he wore couldn't hide the thick beard on his cheeks. The remaining 2 people were wearing crying masks, and both of their crying masks had the number 6 on them, except that one mask was gold and the other was silver. It is clear that these 2 are the official members and reserve members of Xinguan 6. Kanghai, the place Sakeke mentioned for the transaction is just ahead. I'll go there first. The tall, middle-aged man at the head of the group said to the divine coffin 6 beside him, I'll contact you immediately if anything happens. You all come right away. Kanghai, the code name of a formal member of Xingguan 6. He is a foreigner with a mysterious background and great strength, but his presence within the Xingguan organization is very low. Its signature Pokémon is Manaphy, known as the Prince of the Sea, who specializes in water-type Pokémon, and the ocean is also its home ground. Okay. Kanghai nodded, then turned to look at the coffin 6 reserve member wearing a silver crying mask beside him and said, Owen and I will come as soon as possible and try our best to keep Sakeke here. But Meyer, as I've already told you, we can't guarantee that we can keep Sakeke here. We can only do our best. And if we encounter any danger that we can't handle, we will evacuate immediately. Owen was the coffin 6 reserve member standing next to Kanghai. Although he was a reserve member, he was actually very strong, even stronger than some of the official members of the coffin. The reason he was not able to become an official member was because he did not have any legendary Pokémon. Meyer nodded solemnly. If there is any danger, you should retreat immediately. I will pay you the agreed-upon reward when I get back. Champion Mei has always put us at ease, Kanghai said with a smile. I also want to see just how strong the legendary giant Laplace really is. We will go all out. If even the famous divine coffin couldn't restrain Giovanni's giant Laplace, then probably no one in the ocean could stop him. Meyer said solemnly, besides, we might not even clash this time. Having said that, Meyer mounted Metagross's back and sped across the sea towards the place Xiaoyu had agreed upon. The shockwave left a ripple on the sea surface, and his gaze was fixed on the island that was getting closer and closer in the distance. Finally, the view of the distant islands began to come into focus, lush palm trees, long-winged gulls hunting near the beach, with lone sardines in their beaks. Slow down and stop on the shore. Meyer commanded Metagross to slow down, and it eventually came to a stop on the beach. Clatter. Meyer leaped off the Metagross's back, her black leather shoes landing on the sand, her eyes scanning her surroundings warily. Beep. The phone rang the instant Mei landed. Hello. Mei glanced at the caller ID and said in a low voice, I've arrived. I see it. Xiaoyu's voice came through, his calm tone putting pressure on Meyer. Let me inspect the goods first. Go to the open space on the beach first, take out what you brought and let me see it. Xiaoyu's voice was deep and his pace was even. He firmly controlled the initiative in the transaction, forcing Meyer to follow his rhythm. Hearing Xiaoyu's voice, Meyer's expression, hidden behind his mask, remained calm. His heart was at peace, his voice composed, and his emotions were frighteningly stable. Okay. With a wave of his hand, several boxes appeared from the other dimension. He slowly opened them and placed them on the beach. The S-rank celebration armor, the S-rank spell armor, a complete set of A-rank evolution stones, and the Illumina Steel Dragon Pokémon egg with Elite 4 aptitude are all here. While speaking, Meyer was also carefully observing her surroundings, trying to find Sakeke's figure. Since Sakeke was able to see him on the beach, it proves that he must be nearby. Is it on an island? Or in the sea? Or in the air? You've seen the goods. Now it's my turn. I need to see Andrew to make sure he's still alive, Meyer said calmly, then closed the crate on the ground, put it away, and stated her conditions. Okay. Xiaoyu's voice slowly rang out, I will tell you the new transaction location right away, where you can see your son Andrew, but on the condition that you do as I ask next. Sakeke's repeated demands finally caused a slight change in Meyer's mindset, and she frowned. After hesitating for a moment, Mei finally spoke slowly, Okay, I agree. What do you need me to do? You need to go to the other side of the island and ride a specific Pokémon. There, a Wailord will take you to the trading location. And before that, you must immediately throw away all electronic devices in your hands, including your satellite phone. See that huge rock on your left? There's a Magnemite there. It will make a warning sound if you're carrying any electronic devices. Page 343. You discard all electronic devices, approach the Magnemite, pass their inspection, and then you can travel to the other side of the island to ride the Howling Whale. After that, you will see Andrew. Come on, Andrew, say a few words. Xiaoyu held the phone close to Andrew. Father, save me. Andrew's voice was weak, causing Mei to frown. Alright, you can get started now. As Meyer listened to Sakeke's meticulous plan, his brow furrowed for the first time, he felt a sense of unease. Despite his already formidable strength, Giovanni remained remarkably cautious, as if he had meticulously planned everything. Especially since Giovanni hasn't shown up yet, he's been led by the nose the whole time. Sakeke, this is going too far. Meyer took a deep breath, her voice cold, and slowly said, it seems you don't trust me, nor are you sincerely interested in making a deal. Champion Mei, you're wrong. Xiaoyu's voice carried a hint of a smile. It's precisely because I'm here to make a deal that I'm doing this. After all, Champion Mei, you're already renowned, and your strength forces me to be fully prepared. I dare not be the slightest bit negligent. Despite the insincere flattery from Sakeke, Meyer remained unmoved. He was currently preoccupied with how to tell Kanghai what had happened here. Although he had absolute confidence in his strength, this was not the British Empire, nor was it his territory, it was China. Even someone as powerful as him must be careful. Seeing that Mei remained silent for a long time, Xiaoyu's voice slowly rang out, Champion Mei, this is the premise of our trade. If we don't even have this kind of trust, then there's no need to continue the trade. Okay, I agree. Meyer took a deep breath and finally agreed to Xiaoyu's conditions. He traveled a long way to come here to make a deal with Sakeke. How could he give up so easily? Even if Andrew dies, he still wants to meet Sakeke. Following Xiaoyu's instructions, Champion Mei removed all electronic devices from her body, passed through Magnemite's security check, and then climbed onto Wailord's back. Chapter 519 The Ultimate Champion. Waves rippled, submerging the wet beach. The sky was overcast, covered with dark clouds, and light snow was falling. Sea fog gradually rose, spreading across the sea surface. After many twists and turns, Meyer finally arrived at the island where he was trading with Xiaoyu. Finally, we meet, Champion Mei. Xiaoyu's gaze fell on Mei, who had just landed on the island. A smile appeared on his lips as he greeted her like a long-lost friend. Didn't you say you would send an agent to handle the transaction? Why did you come in person? I originally planned to have someone else come in my place, but I've been hearing Sakeke's name a lot lately, so I couldn't resist coming to see you. Meyer's expression was calm, and her tone was indifferent. Meyer looked at Xiaoyu and the other two, and then couldn't help but shift her gaze to the holy flame masks on their faces. It must be said that the exclusive mask made of rainbow-colored feathers was really too eye-catching. The blazing white holy flames made even the well-informed Mei take a second look. Is this the rainbow crest that Giovanni stole last time? Is this the sacred flame? After glancing at the mask, Mei then focused her gaze on the two women behind Sakeke. Among them, Sylvia, who was blonde, was someone Meyer vaguely remembered. This blonde woman should be the same blonde woman who stood next to Sakeke during the last shipwreck incident. He was seeing another woman wearing a motorcycle helmet for the first time, and a hint of wariness appeared in his eyes. Andrew is right here. Look, he's doing very well. Xiaoyu's voice rang out, as he slightly turned his body to show Mei the iron cage behind the three of them. Meyer's gaze passed through the three men and landed on the iron cage. Upon seeing Mei, Andrew, trapped in the iron cage, broke down emotionally, tears streaming down his face. Months of living in a cage without seeing the light of day had brought him to the brink of mental collapse. He had so much grievance to tell. Father, save me. Mei stared coldly at the pitiful Andrew, saying nothing. Beneath her black mask, a chilling voice rang out, What are you crying for, Andrew? As Mei's stern voice rang out, Andrew immediately stopped crying like a child and looked at Mei timidly. Champion Mei, you're being too demanding of your son. Xiaoyu looked at Mei and said with a smile, Where are your things? Here it is. The silver briefcase containing the treasure reappeared in Mei's hands. Champion Mei, please open the box again so I can take a look. Xiaoyu's voice rang out, gesturing for Mei to open the box once more. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's request, Meyer nodded gently and silently opened the briefcase. As the silver briefcase was opened, Xiaoyu finally saw the various rare items and evolution stones inside up close for the first time. At the same time, with the help of the system, information about all the items appeared before Xiaoyu's eyes. S-rank celebration armor, S-rank spell armor, A-grade ice stone, an aluminum steel dragon Pokémon egg with king-level aptitude. Xiaoyu was somewhat surprised to find that all the items, evolution stones, and Pokémon eggs in the box met his requirements. He had assumed that Mei would tamper with the items and evolution stones, either mixing in fakes or using products of inferior quality. Xiaoyu never expected Mei to be so honest, using only genuine items. Something unusual must be going on, and this made Xiaoyu more cautious and vigilant. Meyer, who is able to sit on the throne of the British Empire champion, would never be so generous as to give him all these rare items. Since he dared to take out these items and Pokémon eggs, he must have left a backup plan. He must have absolute confidence in taking these items back. Champion Mei is indeed generous. All these items are fine. Now you can put the box on the ground, and I'll have my Pokémon come and get it. Of course, don't worry, I'll also release Andrew. You can have your Pokémon come and pick him up. Xiaoyu's voice rang out, while he looked at Mei warily. Now comes the most crucial part of the transaction, exchanging money for goods. Darkrai. Xiaoyu's voice rang out, and Darkray's black figure appeared in the air, slowly approaching the box on the ground. Metamorphose. Meyer also sent his metamorphose closer to the iron cage trapping Andrew. Xiaoyu's gaze fell on Meyer's Metagross. Its azure metallic body gleamed with a faint luster, clearly indicating that this Metagross was well trained and its strength had reached the terrifying champion level. This made Xiaoyu even more nervous. Metagross is one of Meyer's signature Pokémon, but it's not his strongest. As far as Xiaoyu knows, Meyer has at least one stronger Cyclops and a Duraludon of similar strength. As for whether there are any other hidden trump cards, Xiaoyu has absolutely no idea. This also means that Meyer has at least 2 Pokémon with champion-level strength, and possibly 1 Pokémon with near master-level strength. Under Xiaoyu's gloomy gaze, Darkrai moved closer to the briefcase, while Metagross also kept approaching Andrew's direction. When the two sides got close enough, they accelerated almost simultaneously, and Darkrai hid the briefcase in another dimension. Meanwhile, Metagross used its superpowers to bend the iron cage and rescue Andrew. Darkrai immediately flew back to Xiaoyu's side, and Andrew also returned to Meyer's side with Metagross. Goodbye, Champion Mei. Xiaoyu smiled after receiving the items, but a thought of retreating arose in his heart. He wanted to leave immediately with Sylvia and Shueyeta beside him. Mr. Sakeke. But just then, Champion Meyer's deep voice suddenly rang out, abruptly interrupting Andrew's roar. Don't rush off, I still have something to tell you. At the same time, several Pokémon appeared beside Meyer. Champion-level Saifuhao, Champion-level Aluminum Steel Dragon, Champion-level Net Dumbbell, Near Champion-level Scorpion King, and Near Champion-level Key Circle. The lineup was so luxurious that Xiaoyu couldn't help but gasp for breath. Is this the pinnacle of the British Empire's championship strength? Apart from the support Pokémon Keychain and Gliscor, which are at near champion level, all other Pokémon are at champion level. Kill him, father, kill him for me. Seeing his father unleash such a powerful Pokémon, and recalling the humiliation of the past few months, Andrew's expression became ferocious and twisted as he shouted loudly at Champion Meyer. Andrew. Champion Mei turned to look at Andrew, her voice calm, as if coaxing a child. Can you please be quiet while I'm speaking and not disturb me? Hearing Mei's words, Andrew's eyes showed a hint of fear. He knew his father better than anyone. His body trembled, and he nodded repeatedly through gritted teeth. Sakeke, have you ever considered working for me? Meyer slowly removed his mask, revealing his resolute face. His blue eyes stared at Xiaoyu. You are very strong. As long as you agree to work for me, I promise you that not only will you take all these things, but your kidnapping of Andrew will also be wiped clean. Moreover, I will give you countless treasures and wealth. Chapter 520 Mei's Strength. Meyer remained extremely calm, her voice steady, staring at Xiaoyu expressionlessly, her composure terrifying. This extremely rational personality is like that of an emotionless robot. Mei's voice was gentle, like that of an elegant gentleman. I only need you to help me with some things that I can't do myself, and at the same time share the secret of giant Pokémon with me. As long as you agree, I guarantee to give you the maximum help to make you the underground king of Steel Fog City and even the whole world. See this Duraludon Pokémon egg with near champion potential? As long as you agree, it's yours. At this point, another Pokémon egg appeared in Meyer's hand, a near champion level Duraludon. Seeing this, Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel his heart race, and at the same time, he felt a deep sense of apprehension towards Mei. Meyer's emotions were so stable, so rational it was frightening. Even when facing an enemy who had kidnapped her son and was extorting her, she could still calmly extend an olive branch and say that these things were wiped clean. Xiaoyu deeply suspected that Mei was even willing to abandon her own son, Andrew, for her own goals. Page 344. Such extremely rational people are often the most dangerous. They lose their humanity, and lose a lot. They lose their animalistic instincts, and lose everything. They can always find the optimal solution in complex environments. Standing next to Champion Mei, Andrew looked at his father Mei in disbelief. He never expected that he would have to recruit someone who had kidnapped him. Father, you. Andrew. Meyer turned and stared coldly at Andrew, her voice gentle and gentlemanly, but her words were cruel and ruthless. Look at yourself now, incompetent, cowardly. What can you do besides get angry? What can you do? I've taught you many times that anger after failure is the most useless emotion. You can't even practice the most basic emotional stability. How can you become an excellent steel-type trainer? You are no longer suitable to be a trainer. Mei's cold-bloodedness surprised Xiaoyu slightly. He hadn't expected Mei to be so strict with her own son. Sorry, you must have seen this funny, Giovanni. Meyer looked at Giovanni and said slowly, you are a smart man, and I believe you will make a smart choice. As Xiaoyu listened to Meyer's words and looked at the smile on Meyer's face, he became more and more wary. Champion Meyer, I appreciate your kindness. Although the Duraludon egg with near champion potential is tempting, Andrew doesn't seem to want me to join. You know he can't make the decisions. Meyer looked directly at Xiaoyu, continuing to apply pressure. He can't influence me. Hearing Mei's words, Xiaoyu smiled. He never expected that he, who had been coercing and enticing others all day long, would end up being coerced and enticed by Mei. Unfortunately, Sakeki was not about to be subservient to anyone. For Pokémon with champion level strength and 2 Pokémon with near champion level strength, this is going to be a tough battle. I'm sorry. I appreciate your kindness, Xiaoyu said with a smile, while holding the Pokeball in his right hand. Hearing Xiaoyu's refusal, Meyer was not annoyed. He maintained his smile and his elegant demeanor. It seems that Mr. Sakeki is quite confident in his strength. Then let me experience your strength, Sakeki. As soon as the two finished speaking, Meyer's voice turned icy cold. Metamorphose, unleash the sky cannon. Scorpion King, rain. Key circle, light wall, reflective wall. Aluminum steel dragon, thunder. Net dumbbell, invisible rock. Saifuhao, it's a trick. As Meyer's voice rang out, Metagross fired a cannon shot into the sky, the dazzling light instantly tearing through the darkness. Kanghai and Owen, who were far away on other islands, also saw the pillar of light immediately and reacted instantly. A fight has broken out, let's go. Gliscor then used the rain dance move. This is because Meyer, as the Steel-type champion, has almost all Steel-type Pokémon, which are weak to Fire-type, especially Ferrothorn, which is 4 times weak to fire. The rain dance skill can change the weather to rainy. In rainy weather, the power of Water-type moves will increase and the power of Fire-type moves will decrease, which naturally reduces the Fire-type's advantage over Steel-type. At the same time, in rainy weather, the Thunder and Storm skills are guaranteed to hit, and can also be combined with the Thunder skill used by Duraludon, which can be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. For top-tier defensive Pokémon like Ferrothorn, Stealth Rock and Leech Seed are almost standard equipment, making it a perfect tank and harasser in rainy weather. As for Meyer's ace, the rich man, he didn't rush to attack. Instead, he used trickery skills to strengthen himself and waited for an opportunity to launch a fatal blow. At the exact moment Meyer gave the order, Xiaoyu also gave the order at the same time. Laplace, Gigantamax Aurora Melody. Beneath the sea surface, Gigantamax Lapras burst forth, revealing its massive body, and raised its long neck to unleash ice energy into the sky. A surge of ice energy rushed into the sky, and countless giant ice spheres fell from the sky, forming a colorful aurora curtain in front of it, protecting all allies. At the same time, the rainmaking skill that Gliscor originally used was intended to turn the light snow into rain, but due to the ice-type energy brought by Gigantamax Lapras, the weather directly turned into heavy snow. Metamorphosis. Xiaoyu then released Metamorphosis and launched an attack, Power-Up Punch. Seeing the Metagross that Xiaoyu released, Meyer frowned slightly. This was the first time he had seen Xiaoyu use Metagross, but a near-champion level Metagross couldn't cause any trouble. Make your move. At the same time, Xiaoyu shouted to the 2 women beside him. Now is the time for a life-or-death battle, we must act immediately. Actually, Xiaoyu didn't need to say much. Suicune immediately took action, and its champion-level Greninja had already entered the fray. It has to be said that Greninja is a really cool Pokémon. Now, Xiaoyu actually has a bold idea in his mind, to directly steal this Greninja and then use the all-purpose potion to change its ability to bond phenomenon. A champion-level Greninja, after its bond phenomenon, could easily take on 2 or 3 opponents, but Xiaoyu could only dream about it. Besides Greninja, Suicune also released another Pokémon, one that surprised Xiaoyu. A champion-level Garchomp. Seeing this Garchomp appear, Xiaoyu couldn't help but cheer for Watery 2 in his heart. Awesome, Xiaoshui. This is a sure thing. As for Sylvia, her strength is very limited. She only has a Rotom with near championship strength to her name. Therefore, she mainly focuses on Key Circle, and has Rotom keep an eye on Key Circle. Meanwhile, Long Yaning and the others, hidden in the sky, saw the cannon beams rising from the heavens and knew that a battle must have broken out below. A fight has broken out. Let's go down. Steel-armored Raven, land. Long Yaning's voice rang out. Ah. Chapter 521. The Steel Emperor. The sudden outbreak of battle stirred up visible air currents, generating huge waves that spread outwards. The sheer scale of the battle, featuring over a dozen Pokémon with near champion level or higher, was quite astonishing. The Pokémon on the island fled frantically, flying into the air or jumping into the sea, desperately trying to escape the battlefield. Kanghai and Owen, who were rushing towards them, could feel the aftershocks of the battle and hear the huge noise even from a distance. Hurry up, the fighting has already started, Kang Hai said in a low voice, his eyes flashing. Meanwhile, at the heart of the battle, Meyer was frowning as he looked at Suicune when Garchomp and Greninja suddenly appeared, which was a little unexpected. He originally thought that his 4 champion-level Pokémon plus 2 near-champion-level Pokémon should be enough to intimidate Giovanni. However, with the appearance of Gigantamax Lapras, along with champion-level Garchomp and champion-level Greninja, Xiaoyu's team has surpassed Mei in terms of roster strength. As Meyer was still pondering, he suddenly heard the sound of air surging above him. A fierce wind howled, scattering the snow and ice. He frowned and looked up, where a huge, dark body obscured the silver moon in the sky. What is that? Kang Hai and Owen, who had rushed over from afar, also saw a huge, dark red figure hurtling down from the sky in the pitch-black night. It looks like Corviknight. This size, another giant Pokémon. It's heading in the direction of Meyer. Owen glanced at the enormous Gigantamax Corviknight in the distance, his brow furrowed, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. This is Giovanni's backup plan. A second giant Pokémon. Although the Gigantamax Corviknight has changed in appearance compared to its regular form, Owen still recognized it at a glance. Speed up, let's get there quickly. Kang Hai's cold voice rang out. Sakeke really knows the secret of giant Pokémon. One Gigantamax Lapras was already troublesome enough, but now another Gigantamax Pokémon has appeared. Crow. The steel-blade bird circled around the super steel-armored raven, tracing a red arc. The enormous, dark red wings gleamed silver in the moonlight. The supergiant steel-armored raven, carrying Long Yaning, Lu Yongxuan, Lu Yinhan, and Jiangyu, descended from the sky. The surging flying-type energy created huge waves, and it landed on the shore like an airship. Seeing the 4 people who suddenly appeared, Meyer's expression grew increasingly serious, and his gaze swept back and forth between the masks of the 4 people in front of him. Lu Yinhan with the top hat and sacred flame pattern. Lu Yongxuan with the white glove holy flame pattern. The dragon attribute symbol is the holy flame pattern of dragon smoke. Jiangyu, with a skull and crossbones design. Without a doubt, the 4 people wearing flame masks in front of them are all core members of Team Rocket. In addition to Xiaoyu, Yeto and Sylvia, Team Rocket now has 7 core members. With 7 against 1, the situation seems increasingly unfavorable for Meyer. Similarly, the arrival of Long Yaning and others gave Xiaoyu enough confidence. Jiangyu also released his ace Pokémon, Triceratops, while Long Yaning released Metagross Crystal. The Metagross's crystallized body immediately attracted everyone's attention upon its appearance. This genetically mutated Pokémon is even rarer than shiny Pokémon, and there may only be one in the entire world. Such a rare Pokémon even caught the attention of Jiangyu and the others standing nearby, who couldn't help but take a second look. Page 345. Very good. Facing the menacing crowd, Meyer showed no panic, but instead revealed a smile. Gaki, you really didn't disappoint me. Giant Corviknight, and these people? This is your trump card? As expected, you really do know the secret of giant Pokémon. Anyone else? Let them all come at me. Meyer's face showed a confident expression, with the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. Even now, he still had absolute confidence in himself. Meyer looked directly into Xiaoyu's eyes and slowly said, I admit I underestimated you a bit before. As Meyer spoke, she reached out and unbuttoned her shirt, twisted her neck and stretched her body, a smile spreading across her face. But if that's all you have up your sleeve, it's not enough. You don't deserve to talk to me as an equal. As Meyer was speaking, he slowly took out a blue diving ball from his waist and held it in his hand. Looking at the diving sphere, Xiaoyu instinctively felt uneasy. The Pokémon inside that diving ball is definitely Meyer's strongest trump card. Sakeke, I greatly admire your abilities and strength. Now I'm giving you a chance to cooperate with me and share the secrets of giant Pokémon. If you agree, my previous promises will still stand, and the Rockefeller family will become your closest ally, and the British Empire will open its doors to you. Listening to Meyer's words, Xiaoyu was filled with vigilance. At this point, his side strength could be said to completely surpass the strength of all his Pokémon. How could Meyer still be so confident? Then there are only 2 possibilities. Either Meyer is a fool who can't judge the situation, or there's a Pokémon in the dive ball he's holding that can change the course of the battle. A powerful Pokémon that can defeat all of Xiaoyu's Pokémon present. Submersible Ball? A water-type Pokémon, coupled with its title of Steel Emperor. Could it be Emperor Neba? But could an Emperor Neba be that powerful? Sakeke. Just as Xiaoyu was pondering, Meyer's voice continued. You may not know this, but in the face of absolute strength, numerical advantage is not very useful. Hearing Meyer's extremely confident words, Xiaoyu became even more certain that there was a 99% chance that the Pokémon in Meyer's hand was a Pokémon at least at the master level. Only in this way can Meyer still believe he can win when facing so many Pokémon with near champion and champion level strength. Go, swamp monster. As Meyer's voice rang out, a gigantic, muscular swamp monster appeared on the beach. Its indifferent, cold gaze revealed no energy whatsoever, indicating that this swamp monster had reached an unparalleled level of control over energy. Xiaoyu's gaze fell on the giant swamp monster, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Near master level skill. Carry the item, Emerald Green Stone Slab. At the same time, Swampert also had a Swampert Mega Evolution Stone hanging around its neck. Sakeka, Meyer smiled confidently. You are the person I admire most besides Xiaoyu. You are both geniuses. One of you discovered the secret of Mega Evolution, and the other discovered the secret of giant Pokémon. I'll ask you one more time, are you sure you want to fight me? Chapter 522 Confrontation. Just seeing the Emerald Green Stone Slab and the Swampert Mega Stone made Xiaoyu feel uneasy. Swampert is a rather special Pokémon. Its water and ground type combination gives it no double type weaknesses, only a quadruple weakness to grass. Now that it has the Emerald Tablet, Swampert is practically immune to grass type moves, which means that this Swampert has no weaknesses. What worries Xiaoyu even more is that this Swampert can also Mega Evolve. Although the power gap between each level of Pokémon is huge, starting from the semi-champion level, it's almost impossible for Swampert to reach master level through Mega Evolution right now. But that doesn't prevent it from becoming a top-tier Pokémon at the Near Master level after Mega Evolution. Near Master level, Mega Evolution, Emerald Slate. When these three elements came together, Xiaoyu felt a chill run down his spine. Even if he had a Gigantamax hairy troll hidden in his hand, he would still be no match for this Swampert. No one's reputation is undeserved. Meyer, the Steel Emperor, was able to hold the title of champion in the British Empire for decades, and his strength was truly terrifying. Is this the true strength of a veteran champion? With his current strength, he is among the top champions in the world. Perhaps at this stage, only the invincible Duan Hengji is his opponent. As Meyer released Swampert, he also revealed the expensive watch on his wrist, and gently pressed a button on it. The gears turned, making a mechanical sound. The dial is misaligned, revealing a sparkling evolution keystone in the very center, gleaming brilliantly in the moonlight. Swampert, Mega Evolution. As Champion Meyer's voice rang out, the evolution keystone at the center of the watch face burst forth with dazzling light, streaking across the sky and linking with the Swampert Mega Evolution Stone hanging on Swampert's chest. The light enveloped the Swampert's body, causing it to elongate and change. Roar. With a deep roar, Swampert felt endless power surge into its body. Its forelimbs had become extremely thick and muscular, making it look like a terrifying muscular strongman. At the same time, Swampert's size also increased dramatically, and its body glowed with a faint blue energy. Mega Swampert gains a significant boost in the power of its fists and its mastery of water-type energy. Therefore, Mega Swampert's ability has become Swift Swim, increasing its speed in rain and water. Mega Swampert's gaze fell upon all the Pokémon present, emanating a terrifying pressure, and its body was constantly radiating a blue water-type energy glow. The significant increase in its strength made it impossible for it to perfectly conceal its aura as it had at the beginning, and its surging and terrifying energy leaked out from time to time. Therefore, Mega Swampert simply stopped hiding its energy, and surging water and ground energy spread outwards from its body like a tsunami. Sensing this terrifying energy, all the Pokémon were on high alert, their gazes fixed on Mega Swampert. Xiaoyu also felt the Pokeball containing Iron Warrior on his waist sway slightly. It was clear that Iron Warrior had also sensed the powerful strength of Swampert and wanted to fight Mega Swampert. However, unless Xiaoyu is truly forced into a life-or-death situation, the Iron Warrior must not show himself. Standing in the crowd, Jiangyu felt a chill run down his spine. He knew there was no such thing as a free lunch, and that getting a permanent Gigantamax Pokémon was indeed not so easy. They were supposed to just show up and make an appearance, but the enemy is Meyer, the Steel Emperor, and they're fighting a Mega Swampert with master-level strength. How are they supposed to win? Just then, a gust of wind arose, and ripples spread across the sea. Two men in black robes rode a Dragonite and a Pidgeot at breakneck speed, whipping up sand and gravel in the wind, before finally stopping beside Meyer. Kanghai and Owen jumped off Dragonite and Pidgeot respectively, their eyes fixed intently on everyone and the Pokémon present. Crystal Metagross? Giant Steel Crow? Not bad, not bad. Kanghai's voice rang out, making the expressions of Xiaoyu's group even more solemn. Although Kanghai and Owen haven't released a single Pokémon yet, the masks they're wearing alone have put immense pressure on Xiaoyu and his group. Divine Coffin 6. Meyer. Kanghai's voice rang out. It seems that Giovanni really has the secret of giant Pokémon. Congratulations. You've finally arrived. Meyer's relaxed voice rang out. Sakeki had already driven me to the brink of despair. If you had arrived any later, I might not have been able to hold on. Tisk tisk. Kanghai's tone was full of mockery. Shouldn't you have killed them all if we had arrived any later? Meyer, as promised before, I will help you hold off this giant Laplace, and you can take care of the others. Okay. Mei nodded. In that case, let's go. Manaphy and Apo the Sea. Kanghai released his 2 water-washed Pokémon. Owen also released 2 water-type Pokémon, Go, Deino and Jagras. 4 champion-level Pokémon have made their appearance. Among them is Manaphy, the Prince of the Ocean, who could completely stop Gigantamax Lapras from escaping. Although Manaphy may not seem very strong, it is actually very powerful, especially since it can learn Firefly, a top-tier transformation skill. Fireflies gather their shimmering light, concentrate their energy, and greatly increase their special attack. Huge boost. That means a 3-stage increase in special attack, equivalent to 1.5 nasty plots. It is precisely because of this terrifying effect that only 3 Pokémon can learn it. Trash Firefly, Manaphy, and Ultra Beast Electric Bead. 4 champion-level Pokémon could easily keep Gigantamax Lapras in check. With more and more powerful Pokémon appearing, the situation on the field has spiraled out of control. The appearance of Kanghai and Owen made Xiaoyu's expression even more solemn. Meyer's strength far exceeded his expectations, and now with the addition of the Coffin 6, the situation has slipped out of his control. Given the current situation, if Xiaoyu were to fight to the death, his chances of winning would be almost zero, so his only option is to run. Page 346. Xiaoyu took a deep breath and whispered to the people beside him, prepare to retreat. The others also looked grave. The appearance of Mei and the coffin put immense pressure on them. After assessing the strength of both sides, they knew that the best decision at present was to run away. Xiaoyu's eyes flickered as he racked his brains for a way to escape. At the same time, he lowered his voice and said, with this Mega Swampert here, we can't escape from the sea. You guys get on the back of Gigantamax Corviknight and be ready at any time. I'll cover the rear. Sakeki Yu. Long Yaning looked at Xiaoyu after hearing his words, her eyes filled with deep worry. Don't waste time. Xiaoyu's voice was serious. At the same time, he turned to Lu Yinhan and said, Butler, stop hiding your strength and do everything you can to buy as much time as possible. Okay. Lu Yinhan nodded. He knew what Xiaoyu meant, took out a Pokeball containing a Gigantamax Grimmsnarl from his waist, and threw it forward. Dark-type energy surges, and Gigantamax trolls make their appearance. Chapter 523 The Gold Rush. The champion-level Gigantamax troll appeared, its terrifying dark-type energy surging, almost turning the sky black. Its ferocious and terrifying face, as well as its enormous size, brought immense pressure, causing Meyer and Kanghai's expressions to gradually turn cold. Lapras, Corviknight, and Grimmsnarl. This is already the 3rd Gigantamax Pokémon. Meyer's face was grim. If he didn't have this extremely powerful Mega Swampert, their chances of winning this battle would be slim. Just then, Lu Yingxuan, the white-gloved girl, also took out a Pokeball and threw it forward. Fairy-type energy soared into the sky, and Gigantamax Brimwan also appeared, her entire body enveloped in intense fairy-type energy, resembling a witch. A 4th Gigantamax Pokémon. The appearance of the 4 Gigantamax Pokémon not only made Meyer and Kanghai's faces turn ashen, but also shocked Suyeto and Jiangyu standing to the side. Only then did they believe that Giovanni had not lied to them, that he truly possessed the secret of Dynamax, and they trusted his promise even more. Every member of Team Rocket can own a permanent Gigantamax Pokémon. Jiangyu gritted his teeth. If he could just get through this, he would also be able to obtain such a powerful permanent Gigantamax Pokémon, and, Otomare, even if the 4 Gigantamax Pokémon are no match for this Mega Swampert, escaping shouldn't be a problem. Xiaoyu was also somewhat surprised. He couldn't help but turn to look at Lu Yingxuan. Wasn't Gigantamax Brimwan in Xiaowanyu's hands? How could it be in Lu Yingxuan's hands? Wearing a white glove mask, Lu Yingxuan also sensed Xiaoyu's gaze, but she ignored his questioning look and said coldly, the rest of you go to Gigantamax Corviknight's back first. We'll cover the rear. The reason Lu Yingxuan took the Gigantamax Brimwan was because Xiaowanyu couldn't let go of Xiaoyu. Since having a child, Xiaowanyu has become increasingly sensitive and anxious. Therefore, although she knew that Xiaoyu was very well prepared, Xiaowanyu was always worried. Therefore, Xiaowanyu specifically approached Lu Yingxuan and asked her to secretly bring along a Gigantamax Brimwan, just in case. Of course, it would be best if it weren't needed, but if they were really in danger, Gigantamax Brimwin might be able to save Xiaoyu's life at a critical moment. Dragon, you take Phoenix and go first. Xiaoyu originally wanted to call Sylvia by her real name, but he changed his words and called her by her code name. Okay. Long Yanning nodded. She knew that her role here was minimal, so she glanced at Sylvia beside her and said, let's go first. Sylvia nodded, her eyes falling on Xiaoyu, a hint of worry showing in her bright eyes, while at the same time, a longing for a permanent Gigantamax Pokémon also grew in her heart. If I had a Gigantamax Pokémon, I could help Xiaoyu instead of being a burden like I am now. She cherishes her stable life more than anyone else, and she will not allow anyone to disrupt it. Gaki. Facing Team Rocket at full power, Mei showed no fear, but rather a hopeful smile. You are very strong, but we are really not enemies. With Team Rocket's strength plus my strength, we can conquer the world together. Join me. Mei's voice rang out, carrying a seductive magic. Let's rule this world together. Hearing Mei's seductive words, Xiaoyu's lips curled into a sneer. He can work with anyone, but he would never work with Mei. From the moment they met, Mei's attitude towards him changed several times, becoming increasingly capricious. It was clear that he was a man who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, and how could Xiaoyu possibly cooperate with such a person? Moreover, despite being the champion of the British Empire, Mei had no sense of national responsibility and only cared about his own interests. He only wanted to be the king of Great Britain. Cooperating with such an extreme egoist is tantamount to asking a tiger for its skin. Cooperation? I don't want to cooperate with a cold-blooded and ruthless person. Xiaoyu shook his head with a light laugh. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Mei wasn't annoyed. A light smile appeared on her face. Why laugh at me? You're the same kind of person. Since that's the case, let's make our move. It's been a long time since I've used my full strength. Swamp Monster, Waterfall Climb at full power. Metamorphoses, Comet Swarm Attack. Aluminum Steel Dragon, use Lightning Strike. Scorpion King, knock it down. Key Circle, provoke Laplace. Nut Dumbbell, Parasitic Seed. The gold rush is on. As Mei's voice rang out, all the Pokémon launched an attack. Mega Swampert raised its thick arm, its entire body enveloped in water-type energy, and shot out like a rocket, hurtling towards Xiaoyu's Pokémon. Its speed was so fast, like a blue flash, that no one could see its figure clearly. Facing the attack of a near-master-level Mega Swampert, Xiaoyu did not underestimate it at all. He immediately had Gigantamax use its most powerful defensive move, shouting loudly, Grimoire, stop it, Max Guard. While Mega Swampert is fast, the hairy troll, with its mischievous heart ability, is also quite fast. Normal type energy surged, and a huge barrier formed on Gigantamax Grimmsnarl in front of it, firmly protecting all the Pokémon. Boom! With a loud bang, the enormous force slammed into the giant defensive barrier, shattering it instantly. The Dynamax barrier was shattered. Fortunately, Dynamax barrier successfully fulfilled its mission, blocking the powerful attack from Mega Swampert. Meanwhile, Mei's other Pokémon also launched their attacks. Key Circle used Taunt directly on Gigantamax Lapras in an attempt to disable its Death Song ability. After all, Gigantamax Lapras's Perish Song is just too overpowered. Once Perish Song is unleashed, only Mega Swampert, with its near-master level strength, can withstand it. All other Pokémon cannot, and replacements are necessary. Therefore, Mei, who was prepared in advance, naturally dared not let the super giant Laplace unleash his power. Metagross, Duraludon, and Scorpion King Nut were all launching their attacks according to Mei's orders. Water and Rabbit, hell, stop them. Okay. Shuiyetu and Jiangyu responded simultaneously, each directing their Pokémon to launch an attack. Spiral Dragon, Ice Pillar Slam. Jiangyu commanded the Spiral Dragon to launch an attack, while simultaneously releasing his other ace Pokémon, the champion-level Ursaring. Circle Bear, High Five Surprise Attack. Seeing Jiangyu release a second Pokémon to attack, Xiaoyu's eyes flickered, and he felt a little more at ease. He was somewhat worried that Jiangyu and Shuieta might have other ideas after witnessing Mei's powerful strength. Jiangyu's initiative in attacking the enemy has somewhat dispelled Xiaoyu's doubts. Chapter 520 For the Terrifying Swamp Monster. The bright moon hangs high in the sky, and the sea ripples. The roar continued, and the shockwaves from the battle spread towards me like a shockwave. The sea surface was churning with surging waves. As Jiangyu commanded his Pokémon to launch an attack, on the other side, Suicune also commanded her Pokémon to launch an attack, Greninja, Water Shuriken. Upon hearing the command from the Water Jade, Greninja unleashed water-based energy, transforming it into a Water Shuriken in its hand, which it then hurled at the enemy before it. Bloodwing Wyvern, use the Dance of the Dragon. Compared to Jiangyu, Shuiyu 2 undoubtedly put Xiaoyu at ease. She was holding nothing back. After releasing Greninja and Garchomp, she released a third Pokémon. It was her Bloodwing Wyvern, a creature with near champion level strength. The Bloodwing Wyvern unleashed a surge of ferocious dragon-type energy, enveloping its body as it spun and danced in the air. Speed and attack power are increased. Sakeki, cover me. Miss Wiyua's voice rang out, and she took out a bracelet inlaid with an evolution keystone from her bag, then raised her right hand high. Garuda, Mega Evolution. Upon hearing Succubus's voice, everyone's gaze fell upon Succubus and Garchomp. As the evolution keystone shone brightly, everyone discovered that a Mega Evolution stone was hidden at the end of Garchomp's tail. In an instant, the Garchomp Mega Stone burst forth with a dazzling light. Page 347. Xiaoyu watched the scene with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Suicune went all out in this battle, sending out 2 champion level and 1 near champion level Pokémon, and even using Mega Evolution as a trump card. It's just Garchomp Mega Evolution. Things should be different in real life than in the game, right? In the game, Garchomp's speed decreases instead of increasing after Mega Evolution, but that shouldn't be the case in real life. On the other side, Jiangyu felt slightly embarrassed. He glanced at Shueiyeta, who was firing at full power, and then at the expression on Sakeka's face. He had mixed feelings. No, Shueiyeta, this whole thing is really embarrassing for me. We're both newcomers, and you're already competing so fiercely. Compared to you, I'm like a fool. Compared to you, Boss Sakeka probably thinks I'm just here to go shopping. The problem is, I don't have any Mega Evolution stones. And my Pokémon can't Mega Evolve either. Shuiyu 2, hell. Xiaoyu looked at Shuiyu 2 and Jiangyu and slowly said, I assure you, you will never regret your decision today. Since the two of them had risked their lives for him, he naturally couldn't let them down. Roar. The Garchomp roared. Its appearance had undergone a huge change, its expression was more ferocious and savage, and its proud wings had turned into giant sides. It has to be said that Suicune really gave Xiaoyu an unexpected surprise. Although the Mega Evolution of the champion-level Garchomp did not reach the level of a near master, it was definitely a top-tier champion. The Pokémon were locked in a chaotic battle when, suddenly, Meyer's ace Pokémon, Saifu, burst forth with a dazzling light, its steel-type energy surging forth. Sensing the powerful aura emanating from Saifuhao, Xiaoyu and the others frowned. This Cyclops is definitely the strongest Pokémon besides Swampert. It's only one step away from being a near-master Pokémon, and it's on par with Ironhide. The Gold Rush. Silver steel-based energy surged forth, carrying a terrifying pressure that surged like a tidal wave. It's worth noting that Saifuhao had already used a trick once, greatly increasing his special attack. At this moment, when he used his stab steel-type high-power move Gold Rush, the power naturally reached a terrifying level. Moreover, Gold Rush is a group skill that targets all Pokémon. If a Pokémon with near champion level strength is hit, even with the Aurora Veil that Gigantamax Lapras initially creates, it may lose its ability to battle on the spot. Even a champion level Pokémon will be seriously injured if it is hit. Therefore, Xiaoyu had no choice but to send the super tank, Gigantamax Troll Warlord, to take the hit once again. Long-haired trolls, stop the Gold Rush. Xiaoyu's voice revealed a hint of determination. He knew that the Gigantamax Grimmsnarl, which had just used Max Guard, had no means of defense, but at this moment, a Pokémon had to step up and take the brunt of this powerful attack. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's voice, the Gigantamax hairy troll did not hesitate at all. It took a step forward, blocking all the Pokémon, and crouched down, reaching out to protect them all. It curled up, using its back to shield all the Pokémon from the Gold Rush by Saifu. A surge of silver, steel-like energy rushed in like a tide, showering the hairy trolls back like scorching lava. Roar! Faced with the Gold Rush attack from Saifuhao, the Gigantamax hairy troll let out a painful roar, making its already unremarkable face even more ferocious. On the other side, Kanghai and Owen also gave orders to their Pokémon to attack Gigantamax Lapras. Manaphy, Fluorescence. Cold Water Ape, Energy Blast. The Teeth-Grinding Colored Fish, the Teeth of the Spirit. Emperor Seal, Angry Fangs. The four Pokémon launched an attack on Gigantamax Lapras together. Brimwin. Seeing the Gigantamax hairy troll's pained expression, Xiaoyu's eyes flashed, his expression resolute, and he commanded the great god Brimwin, Gigantamax Divine Punishment. Xiaoyu didn't let Gigantamax Brimwin take the hit head-on, so that Brimwin could seize this rare opportunity to launch an attack. Of all the Pokémon present, Gigantamax Brimwin undoubtedly deals the highest damage in terms of output alone. Hearing Xiaoyu's command, coupled with the injury to Gigantamax Troll, filled Gigantamax Brimwin's eyes with rage, and a fairy-type energy shot into the sky, tearing through the night. Gigantamax Heavenly Punishment? What kind of move is this? Seeing this unprecedented move, the three of them, including Meyer, all showed cautious expressions. They had already studied Giovanni's Gigantamax Lapras and knew that in addition to its enormous size and different appearance from the regular Lapras, it also had a unique Gigantamax Aurora Melody move. Not only can it deal high amounts of ice damage, but it can also create an Aurora barrier, combining offense and defense in one, making it ridiculously strong. Judging from its name, Gigantamax Thunderstrike is definitely a powerful move, just like Gigantamax Melody, so they have to be careful when dealing with it. Chapter 525 The Powerful Sipho How. The sky trembled, and several stars formed from fairy-type energy fell rapidly from the sky, illuminating the night. Boom! With a deafening roar, the fairy-type energy star smashed several large craters into the beach, while pink fairy-type energy splashed outwards, damaging a number of Pokémon. However, due to Steel-type Pokémon's resistance to fairy-type energy, the damage they cause is extremely limited. Boom! Following closely behind the fairy-type energy star was blue lightning, which fell from the sky and struck the ground, instantly causing lightning and sparks to fly, and electrical energy to surge. Under the attack of this thunder, the nut dumbbell and the aluminum steel dragon were also thrown into chaos. This is the additional effect of Gigantamax Thunderstrike, which has a certain chance to cause the attacked Pokémon to become confused. However, to Xiaoyu's slight disappointment, out of all the Pokémon present, only Ferrothorn and Duraludon were in a state of confusion. The reason Xiaoyu insisted on having Gigantamax Brimwin use Gigantamax Thunderstrike, even against a Steel-type Pokémon, was precisely for this additional chaotic status effect. Butler, you all go first. I'll take command of Brim and the hairy trolls. Xiaoyu said calmly, buying everyone time to escape. Shuayu too, you and Hal follow behind them and prepare to break through. I'll cover the rear. It is good. Trying to leave? Meyer's expression grew colder. After witnessing the immense power of Gigantamax Pokémon, he became even more determined to capture Xiaoyu. If he could master such a powerful ability, Swampert, leave them behind, Waterfall. Seeing Xiaoyu and the others approaching the Gigantamax Corviknight, Meyer guessed their plan, but to stop them, she had to deal with the two Gigantamax Pokémon in front of her first. The Swampert, at a near master level, used its Stab Waterfall move with terrifying power. Just now, Grimmsnarl was able to block it with Max Guard, but this time Grimmsnarl had no way to defend itself. Grimmsnarl, Gigantamax Sandman, bypass Swampert and attack the other Pokémon. Darkrai, Dark Void. Xiaoyu was extremely decisive at this moment, knowing that Gigantamax Grimmsnarl would most likely not be able to withstand a single attack. Therefore, Xiaoyu directly had Gigantamax Grimmsnarl use its exclusive move Gigantamax Sandman's Descent, while Darkrai used Dark Hole for a double hypnosis. With a wave of its hand, the Gigantamax Troll's Dark-type energy surged from its body and transformed into two Dark-type energy balls that flew out from behind it. They crossed in the air, trailing black flames, and flew in graceful arcs toward Metagross, Kyurem, and Gliscor. Xiaoyu told Gigantamax Grimmsnarl to give up attacking Swampert because Swampert was too strong and too fast, and it was not certain that it could hit. Even if it did hit, it was almost impossible to put Swampert to sleep. It was better to attack other Pokémon first. At the same time, Darkrai also cast Dark Hole on these Pokémon. With the arrival of Gigantamax Sandman and Dark Void, Xiaoyu believed that as long as he wasn't too unlucky, he should be able to put these three Pokémon to sleep. In addition, with Ferrothorn and Duraludon in a confused state, only Cyprinus and Swampert would still have their full fighting strength. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's voice, Meyer frowned. It's obvious that this is another unique skill that I've never seen before, and just from the name, I know it definitely has a hypnotic effect. Hypnosis? The battle-hardened Meyer reacted quickly. Without hesitation, he immediately instructed Key Ring to use Trick Defense. Key Ring, Trick Defense. Almost instantly, Kyurem, with its prankster ability, cast Trick Defense. Psychic-type energy surged, transforming into a purple mist that protected all its allies. Trick Defense is also a type of defense skill. It can defend against attacking variations of your moves, but it cannot defend against damaging moves. There is a chance of failure if you use it repeatedly. Although Meyer had never seen the Gigantamax Sandman move, he speculated that it was likely a status-based hypnotic move. Therefore, a single Trick Guard could potentially block both Dark Hole and Gigantamax Sandman. What he didn't know was that Gigantamax Sandman's advent wasn't a status move but a damage move, and regular protect moves couldn't block it, let alone the fact that Keychain was a near champion level, one level weaker than Gigantamax Grimmsnarl, making it even more impossible to defend against. Boom! The black energy ball from Gigantamax Sandman struck the vicinity of the three Pokémon, causing a massive explosion that engulfed them. While dealing damage, it also triggered an additional effect, putting two Pokémon with near-champion strength, Gliscor and Plug, into a sleep state. Only the most powerful company, Saifuhao, remained unaffected. At the same time, Mega Swampert's ferocious attack landed directly on the defenseless Gigantamax Hairy Troll. The raging water energy gathered like a monstrous wave on Mega Swampert's fist, unleashing terrifying power like a tsunami, knocking it down in one blow. Page 348. Seeing the terrifying power of the Mega Swampert, Xiaoyu was also startled. Without hesitation, he recalled the Gigantamax Hairy Troll, which had lost its ability to fight. At the same time, Meyer's voice rang out again, Saifuhao, let's have another gold rush. Steel-based energy began to gather around Saifuhao's body, and then it burst outwards as countless metallic rays of light. The gold rush skill is incredibly overpowered. Not only is it extremely powerful, but it's also an area of effect attack. Its only drawback is that it reduces the user's special attack. However, Saifuhao used a trick at the beginning, greatly increasing his special attack. Even if it unleashes 2 consecutive gold rush attacks, its special attack only returns to its initial level, but most Pokémon can't withstand 2 gold rush attacks. Brimwen, the giant barrier. Faced with the gold rush by Saifuhao, Xiaoyu's face darkened, feeling that the situation was extremely troublesome. At this moment, he had no choice but to have Brimwen hand over Max Guard to protect all of his Pokémon. He also took a moment to glance at the supergiant Laplace. Gigantamax Lapras is facing 4 champion-level Pokémon, and the situation is not looking good. The situation is getting worse and worse, and he has to leave as soon as possible. Lapras, Max Guard, hold on. Hurry up and go. Taking advantage of the opportunity when the 2 Gigantamax Pokémon used Max Guard, Xiaoyu climbed onto Metagross's back and flew towards Gigantamax Corviknight. Shuieta mounted Salamanki's back, while Jiangyu released his Noivern and flew towards Gigantamax Corviknight. Chapter 526 Desperate Situation. Xiaoyu knew that their only chance of escaping was with Gigantamax Corviknight. Before the trade, Meyer made special preparations, bringing in Coffin 6, a water-specialized Pokémon, to counter Gigantamax Lapras, but not to counter Gigantamax Corviknight. Furthermore, it's important to know that while Mega Swampert is powerful, it cannot fly. Therefore, as long as Xiaoyu and his group get on the back of Gigantamax Corviknight and take off successfully, they will definitely be able to escape. Seeing that Saifuhao's Gold Rush attack had been blocked, Meyer immediately ordered Mega Swampert to continue its attack. Swampert, keep using Waterfall. Saifuhao, keep going with the Gold Rush. The current Mega Swampert is truly unstoppable, and it still has a secret weapon, the Emerald Tablet, that it hasn't used yet. Mega Swampert let out another low growl, and its Waterfall ability struck again. Seeing the Mega Swampert rushing towards them, Xiaoyu glanced at Suicune and Jiangyu. Their Pokémon were likely to be unable to withstand the attack, so a resolute look flashed in Xiaoyu's eyes. Brimwen, hold them off. Faced with the terrifying attack of Mega Swampert, Xiaoyu had no choice but to let Brimwen withstand it alone, enduring the gold rush of the rich man and Swampert's Waterfall attack. With a deafening roar, Brimwen let out a painful howl as the Mega Swampert's iron fist slammed into her body, combined with the attack of the gold rush. Gigantamax Brimwen was knocked down instantly. At this point, 2 of Xiaoyu's 4 Gigantamax Pokémon have been defeated, and Gigantamax Lapras is also in grave danger. All hope now rests on Gigantamax Corviknight. Xiaoyu couldn't help but touch the Pokeball of the Iron Warrior at his waist. If a real crisis came, he would have no choice but to use the Iron Warrior. Although Iron Warrior is no match for Mega Swampert in the current situation, Dynamaxing it will definitely buy them time to escape. Running away is just running away. There's no way they can defeat Meyer. Xiaoyu couldn't remember the last time he was in such a sorry state. Since acquiring the Iron Warrior, he had almost never encountered such a situation. This also served as a reminder to Xiaoyu. Iron Warriors may be powerful, but they are not the strongest. Champions are champions because they stand at the pinnacle of their nation. Xiaoyu suddenly thought of Duan Hengji from North China. Duan Hengji is widely recognized as the strongest champion, but just how strong is he? How does he compare to Meyer in front of him? Xiaoyu took a deep breath and shouted to the 2 people beside him, hurry up, or it will be too late. Succubus and Bulawan nodded in unison and followed behind Xiaoyu. Taking advantage of Bulawan's desperate cover, they finally arrived at Gigantamax Corviknight's side, leaped up, and landed on Corviknight's back. Take off. After boarding Gigantamax Corviknight, Xiaoyu didn't stop for a moment and quickly commanded Gigantamax Corviknight to ascend into the sky. At the same time, he took out a Pokeball and recalled Gigantamax Lapras and Gigantamax Brimwin. Trying to leave, don't let him go, Kanghai, hurry up and do it, or they'll all be gone. Swamp monster, use Waterfall with all your might. Mei shouted coldly at Kanghai and Owen beside her. Upon hearing Meyer's command, Mega Swampert raised its thick arms high, roared, and enveloped its forelimbs in water-type energy. With a powerful push from its hind legs, it propelled itself forward. Like a blue flash, it slammed across half the beach toward the Gigantamax Corviknight. Xiaoyu's gaze was cold. If Gigantamax Corviknight were hit by this attack, it would likely lose its ability to fight, thus losing their only chance to escape. Stop it, Corviknight, Max Airstream. Xiaoyu's voice rang out. Normal-type energy formed a huge light shield that appeared in front of Gigantamax Corviknight, protecting everyone inside. At the same time, a gale held and a shockwave rose into the sky. The Gigantamax Steel Raven, which was suspended in the air, began to activate and flew into the sky. Manafi, use all your mental strength. The gold rush is on. Cold Water Ape, Water Cannon. At this moment, Meyer, Sun Lang, and Owen all went all out, sending their Pokémon to launch their strongest attacks on Gigantamax Corviknight. Protect! Quickly have all your Pokémon use Protect. Xiaoyu shouted to the people around him. Metamorphoses, hold the line. Darkrai, hold the line. Garuda, protect. Greninja, protect. One side launched a full-scale attack, like the sharpest spear, while the other side defended with all its might, like the strongest shield. Life or death, success or failure, all hinges on this one move. All eyes were on the Mega Swampert. A massive jet of water erupted from beneath Mega Swampert, shooting skyward like a waterfall flowing backward, carrying Mega Swampert towards Gigantamax Corviknight. With its thick forelimbs raised high, carrying the rushing water and containing terrifying energy, it unleashed a punch. Boom! With a whooshing sound, Mega Swampert, a Pokémon known for its attack power, unleashed a full-force punch with an attack power of 150, making it incredibly powerful. The Dynamax Guard shattered like glass. Even the Gigantamax Corviknight, with its near-champion level strength, couldn't withstand Mega Swampert's full-force attack with its Dynamax Guard. Meanwhile, the attacks from the other Pokémon of Meyer and his friends also ripped through the sky and landed on the back of Gigantamax Corviknight, cancelling out the Protect move used by Xiaoyu and his friends' Pokémon and clearing a path for Mega Swampert. Roar! Mega Swampert unleashed incredible energy, causing the water jet beneath it to surge larger. The waterfall, flowing upstream like a waterspout, carried Mega Swampert forward at high speed. Then, Mega Swampert leaped forward, narrowly managing to grab onto the back of Gigantamax Corviknight with one hand. Damn! Mega Swampert suddenly exerted its strength and leaped onto the back of Gigantamax Corviknight. Xiaoyu narrowed his eyes and looked coldly at the Mega Swampert in front of him. Even though he had tried his best, he still managed to get Mega Swampert onto the back of Gigantamax Corviknight. Xiaoyu was truly at his wits' end. Aside from the Iron Warrior, he couldn't think of any other way to deal with the situation. Mei has truly driven him into a corner. Xiaoyu is now facing a difficult choice, death or survival after his identity is exposed. Xiaoyu had no other choice. In order to survive, he had to use the Iron Warrior. But once the Iron Warrior appears, the Coffin 6 present will definitely recognize him at a glance. This way, the Coffin will know that Xiaoyu is Sakeke, and everything will be exposed. Xiaoyu couldn't imagine what kind of situation he would face once his identity as Sakeke was exposed. Underworld boss Sakeke and genius scientist Xiaoyu are the same person. How will the Pokémon Association treat itself? Where should I go from here? Xiaoyu took a deep breath, banishing these distracting thoughts from his mind. At this moment, he couldn't care less about anything else. Survival was the most important thing. He gripped the Iron Warrior's Pokeball, his gaze fixed on the Mega Swampert, his eyes resolute. Now that things have come to this, worrying about gains and losses is pointless. Page 349. There will always be a way when the car reaches the mountain, and the boat will naturally go straight when it reaches the bridge. All he could do at that moment was make the right decision. As for what happened afterward, he couldn't care less. Chapter 527, the final chapter of the transaction. In the pitch-black night sky, Gigantamax Corviknight's body gradually moved away from the sea surface and continued to climb upwards, but the battle was not over yet. Xiaoyu gripped the Iron Warrior's Pokeball, took a deep breath, and his eyes gradually hardened. The time had finally come to use the Iron Warriors. So be it, it's better than death. However, just as he was about to unleash Iron Warrior to fight Mega Swampert to the death, a mechanical electronic voice came from behind him. Greco, Dragon Dive. Roar. As a strong gust of wind swept by, a dark blue figure flashed past. Call. The Mega Garchomp, moving at incredible speed, created a gust of wind. Like a land tank, the Mega Garchomp charged towards the Mega Swampert with unstoppable momentum, about to knock the Mega Swampert off the back of the Gigantamax Corviknight. Boom! Mega Garchomp and Mega Swampert collided, engaging in a pure contest of strength. Their forelimb muscles bulged, and their faces contorted with ferocity as they exerted force. Mega Garchomp tried its best to push Mega Swampert off the cliff, but the difference in strength made it impossible for Mega Garchomp to budge Mega Metagross in the slightest. Mega Garchomp and Mega Swampert are both Pokémon known for their strength. Mega Garchomp has an attack stat of 170, while Mega Swampert has 150. Although Mega Garchomp should be stronger than Mega Swampert, one is a champion-level monster and the other is a near-master-level monster, and the difference in strength puts Mega Garchomp at a disadvantage. Clearly, a single Mega Garchomp is no match for a Mega Swampert. Greninja, knock it down. Mizuki gave the command to Greninja, then turned to Xiaoyu, her mechanical electronic voice ringing out, Sakeka, let's go together and knock it down. Hearing the voice of the water jade, Xiaoyu snapped out of his daze, his eyes lit up, and he immediately gave the order, Metamorphosis, Comet Fist. Dark Ray, Dark Pulse. On the other side, Jiangyu gritted his teeth and shouted, Spirometon, Greatsword Charge. Circle Bear, Ultimate Impact. In addition, Long Yaning also gave the order, Mechatronics, Comet Fist. Upon receiving the order, several Pokémon launched a coordinated attack on Mega Swampert, not expecting to defeat it. All we need to do is push it off Gigantamax Corviknight's back. Led by Mega Garchomp, countless attacks followed one after another, all crashing down on Mega Swampert. Even if Mega Swampert is incredibly powerful, it can't fight against overwhelming odds. If it were on land or in the sea, it could easily dodge and maneuver with ease. But keep in mind that this is in the air, on the back of Gigantamax Corviknight. If Mega Swampert dodges or jumps, it is very likely to be pushed off. Therefore, it can only try to stabilize itself and then launch a counterattack. Mega Swampert's massive fist gripped Mega Garchomp's forelimb, and at the same time, it began to glow with a blue light. Immediately afterwards, Ice-type energy surged and erupted, engulfing Mega Garchomp, freezing most of its body, and spreading cold air. Freeze Punch. Roar. Mega Garchomp let out a painful roar. With a 4 times weakness to ice, it was already severely injured and on the verge of death after taking just one ice punch. But this only fueled its ferocity, and its eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the Mega Swampert's attack, the other Pokémon's attacks had already taken effect. The immense force caused the Mega Swampert's arm to sway, and its hind legs, which were pressed against the back of Gigantamax Corviknight, could not withstand the enormous force and began to slowly slide backward. Roar. The Mega Garchomp, enraged, displayed a ferocious and terrifying expression, letting out a frenzied roar. Crush it. Dark-type energy surged into the sky, and Mega Garchomp opened its massive jaws, revealing sharp teeth and a bloodthirsty glint in its eyes, as it viciously bit down on Mega Swampert. Sharp teeth pierced directly into the skin of the Mega Swampert, penetrating its body. Blood gushed out, further stimulating Garchomp, whose expression grew increasingly cruel and crazed. This became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The excruciating pain in its body made Mega Swampert unable to hold on any longer. Its legs gave way, and its entire body was sent flying. But to everyone's surprise, as Mega Swampert flew off, its right hand still gripped Mega Garchomp tightly, pulling it down with it. All of this happened so fast that no one expected it. Suicune rushed out and pounced on the edge of Gigantamax Corviknight, while taking out a Pokeball to try to recall Garchomp back into it. However, Mega Swampert and Mega Garchomp fell too fast, and the distance between them widened in just an instant. Garuda, come back. Succubus roared hysterically. If Mega Garchomp can break free from Mega Swampert, it can use its flying advantage to return to Gigantamax Corviknight's back. Mega Garchomp, its eyes gleaming with ferocity and turning blood red, bursts forth with indigo light as dragon-type energy surges within it. It is determined to fight to the death. Dragon Claw. Faced with Mega Garchomp's attack, Mega Swampert's eyes also flashed with a bloodthirsty light as it fell. It also went all out, grabbing Mega Garchomp tightly with one hand, holding it down like a vice, not giving Mega Garchomp any chance to escape. At the same time, his other hand glowed with an icy blue light. Freeze Punch. The biting cold was overwhelming, and Garchomp, already severely injured, had no chance to resist. The surging ice-type energy almost completely froze its body, leaving only half of its face exposed. Its body had turned into an ice sculpture. Even so, Mega Garchomp showed no sign of backing down. Trembling, it let out a final roar and opened its mouth with difficulty to bite Mega Swampert. Such weak and ineffective attacks posed no threat to Mega Swampert, but they enraged it. It was already furious about not being able to keep Gigantamax Corviknight, and now it could only vent its anger on Mega Garchomp. Boom! Another ice punch landed, and Mega Garchomp was forced to revert to its Mega Evolution state, losing all life and falling into the ocean along with Mega Swampert. The rising air currents carried Gigantamax Corviknight upwards, and in just a moment, Mega Swampert and Garchomp disappeared from sight. Everyone knew what it meant as they watched the Garchomp disappear. The death of Pokémon is a common occurrence in battle. A competition may only have winners and losers, but a battle may have a life-or-death outcome. Chapter 528 The next operation. On the island, moonlight spills onto the sea, creating silvery ripples. Meyer and the others never looked away from the back of Mega Swampert after it boarded the Mega Steel Raven. Although his expression remained calm, he couldn't hide the slightest bit of anxiety inside. Waiting is the most painful thing. In this tense atmosphere, May suddenly saw a figure plummet from the back of the Super Steel Raven, tracing a graceful arc before crashing into the seabed. Meanwhile, the Super Steel Armored Raven continued to ascend into the air and eventually disappeared without a trace. As Meyer watched the colossal Steel Armored Raven disappear into the horizon, a sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Let's move closer. He hurried toward the spot where he had fallen into the sea, but they were still far from their destination. A figure burst through the sea and appeared before the three. Mega Swampert was rapidly approaching them while dragging Garchomp's tail with its other hand. Seeing this, Meyer's eyes flashed. He knew that Sakeki had finally escaped. He had made thorough preparations this time, bringing all his trump cards and even enlisting the help of the Divine Coffin 6, but he still managed to let Giovanni escape. Releasing a tiger back into the mountains will always lead to hidden dangers. This time, Giovanni escaped. Now that he has the secret to giant Pokémon, who knows how many Gigantamax Pokémon he might have next time. Today, I only managed to defeat a near master level Swampert, but once Giovanni has a near master level Gigantamax Pokémon, I definitely won't be a match for him. Meyer's face darkened. Now that he had broken ties with Giovanni, he had to find out Giovanni's true identity and get rid of him as soon as possible. As she pondered this, Meyer's gaze fell upon Garchomp's corpse. The only gains from this trip were the corpse of this champion-level Garchomp and a Garchomp Mega Evolution Stone. Thank you for your hard work, Swampert. Meyer was furious inside, but his face remained expressionless as he comforted Swampert, then turned to Tsung Lang and said, Kanghai, thank you for your trouble. I will pay you the reward as soon as we get back. A champion-level Garchomp. Even though it's a corpse, at least we should expose it while it's still fresh. We should be able to get S-rank items, S-rank dragon scales, and S-rank dragon fangs. They're all good stuff. How about selling me a little, Meyer? Page 350. No problem. Meyer smiled and looked at Kanghai. Kanghai, I want to fully cooperate with the Divine Coffin to investigate all information about Sakeki. Sakeki seems to have appeared out of nowhere. His origins are mysterious. He is definitely the hidden identity of some champion in China or has a close connection with the champion. I hope that Xinguan can step forward and help us investigate all the champions in China over the past few decades. We must find out Sakeki's true identity. On the back of the super giant steel armored raven, Shuiyu Tu hugged her legs, turned her back to everyone, and stared at the full moon in the sky with her motorcycle helmet on her head, without saying a word. All eyes were on Shuiyeto. The atmosphere was oppressive and heavy, and no one spoke to disturb her. Without a doubt, Garchomp is Suikun's ace Pokémon and her strongest Pokémon. The death of Garchomp is a huge blow to her. Everyone wanted to offer some advice, but they didn't know where to begin. Xiaoyu's gaze fell on Shuiyeto. He took a deep breath, his eyes flickered, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He knew that Mei was very strong, and he had overestimated Mei's strength as much as possible. He had also made what he thought were sufficient preparations, but he really did not expect Mei to be so powerful. Xiaoyu specially prepared 3 Gigantamax Pokémon for this transaction, except for Gigantamax Corviknight, which has near champion level strength. The other 2 Gigantamax Pokémon were also champion level, and he also captured 2 pseudo-legendary Pokémon with near champion level strength, Metagross Crystal and Metagross Giant, and recruited Suikun and Jiangyu, the leaders of 2 top underground organizations. So many Pokémon with near championship potential, so many Pokémon with champion potential. So many Gigantamax Pokémon, yet they still couldn't defeat Meyer. Xiaoyu had also considered that Meyer might have Pokémon with near master level strength. However, Xiaoyu believed that with so many powerful Pokémon, even if he couldn't win, escaping shouldn't be a problem. Little did he expect that Meyer's ace would be a near-master level Swampert, which could not only Mega Evolve to increase its combat power, but also carried the Emerald Tablet, making this battle impossible. With the strength that Meyer demonstrated, he would be among the top even among the 7 champions in China, which made Xiaoyu realize once again the strength of a top champion. Champions vary in strength. Some weaker, newly crowned champions may not have Pokémon with near master level strength, but those veteran, powerful champions definitely have Pokémon with near master level strength. Especially in recent years, with intense competition and a surge in trainers' skill levels, champions in recent years are generally stronger than champions from decades ago. An invincible champion like Duan Hengji must have Pokémon with near master level strength, and possibly more than one. Xiaoyu shook his head, putting these complicated thoughts aside. He felt guilty and remorseful about Garchomp's death. Undeniably, he had to take responsibility for Garchomp's death. A man should be brave enough to take responsibility after making a mistake, instead of shirking it. Xiaoyu took a deep breath, his gaze falling on Shueiyeta's back, and slowly said, "Shueiyeta, from today onwards, you are the vice-captain of Team Rocket. And I promise you I will compensate you with a Pokémon with champion-level potential. Then you have the right of first refusal to receive any of the proceeds from this transaction. Finally, I assure you that Meyer will absolutely pay the price for everything he did. The next champion-level, permanently Gigantamax Pokémon will definitely be yours." Xiaoyu's words drew everyone's attention. It must be said that although Shueiyeta paid a very high price, Xiaoyu's compensation was also extremely generous. Putting aside the fact that they're being compensated with a Pokémon of champion caliber, the fact that they're also being compensated with a permanent Gigantamax Pokémon of champion caliber strength is incredibly enviable. Especially after witnessing the power of permanently Gigantamax Pokémon today, each of them wants one. After we get back, everyone should rest and recuperate well. Xiaoyu's voice continued, "You've all worked hard this time. The rewards for the mission will be distributed to everyone as soon as possible. Everyone will receive a reward, so everyone should seize the time to improve their strength." Xiaoyu's reason for compensating Shueiyeta with such a generous reward was precisely to buy a horse's bones with 1,000 pieces of gold. He had to set an example so that everyone would know that if they worked for him, Sakeke, he would never treat them unfairly. He couldn't let his men bleed, sweat, and shed tears. Only in this way will your subordinates be willing to work for you. After we get back, everyone can relax, but we can't let our own strength fall behind. We will have our next group operation within a few months at the earliest, and within a year at the latest. Air raid on the secret territory of the British Empire. Mayer will definitely pay the price for what he has done. Chapter 529 Future Plan. Xiaoyu found that things seemed to be going wrong for him lately. First, they searched for the Dragon Spiral Tower, but only obtained a vague message. Secondly, Sumuse's matter also caused him a lot of headaches. Finally, regarding this transaction, although we gained many S-rank and A-rank items, as well as a champion-level Duraludon, we lost a top-tier Garchomp and its Mega Evolution Stone. Overall, it was a huge loss. Xiaoyu sighed. No one can have a smooth life forever, there will always be failures. The key is whether you can get back up quickly after a failure. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger. 7 days have passed since the deal with Meyer. Lu Yingxuan returned to the capital and continued to take care of Xiao Wanyu. Sylvia returned to the capital and actively participated in the laboratory's work. Jiangyu, Gao Yangzhen, and Lu Yinhan returned to Siam together to hand over the Paradise Group's affairs. In the end, Shueiyeta returned to the northeast region and disappeared into the snowy night. Xiaoyu and Long Yaning returned to the capital after healing the injuries of all the Dynamax Pokémon. Everything seemed to be back on track, but Xiaoyu knew that this peaceful life was just a facade. He was only temporarily lying low, and he would not be a gentleman if he did not avenge this wrong. If it weren't for Suikun's Garchomp stepping in, it might have been his Pokémon that died. This revenge must be taken. Next time, Xiaoyu will be better prepared before seeking revenge. Xiaoyu devised a detailed plan. Before launching a surprise attack on the Sunless Realm, he needed to improve Team Rocket's overall strength. Currently, Xiaoyu has several ways to improve his strength, such as finding the Dragon Spiral Tower, going to the ocean city of Odomare, and finding other secret realms and rifts. After careful consideration, Xiaoyu first rejected the option of Odomare. Heading to the ocean city of Odomare could very well lead to conflicts with China and Japan, and perhaps even another clash with the champions. After witnessing the champions' formidable strength, Xiaoyu believes that the Rocket's current strength is insufficient to compete with some of the strongest champions. They should play it safe and not make unnecessary sacrifices. Therefore, Xiaoyu directly abandoned this option. With that, Xiaoyu set his sights on the dragon spiral tower. If he could subdue Zekrom, it would be the fastest way to increase his strength, but the prerequisite was to find the location of the dragon spiral tower. Speaking of the dragon spiral tower, Xiaoyu couldn't help but recall the words of the Qi family. Although he couldn't solve it, he could find historians to do so, and the Qi family had already helped him narrow down the search area. The secret realm was located within the territory of Zishu province. Therefore, Xiaoyu only needs to find an expert or professor specializing in the history of ancient Shu to help decipher this passage and find the location of the secret realm. However, deciphering history is a matter that depends a lot on luck and talent. It can be done in 2 or 3 days if things go smoothly, but it could take several years if things go slowly. Xiaoyu couldn't help but sigh. He could only seek help from history experts first, and whether he could decipher it was up to fate. After ruling out those 2 options, Xiaoyu realized that the only way to quickly improve his strength seemed to be through the secret realm rift. The Northwest. I must make a trip there as soon as possible. The rocket's situation was already giving Xiaoyu a headache, but after returning to the capital, he found that there were other things waiting for him to deal with. For example, Sumuza. For example, the launch ceremony of the giant laboratory project. In addition to this, he also has to train his Pokémon, and Xiaoyu has found that he is really too busy lately. I wish I had an older brother to train my Pokémon for me. Sylvia, how's the staffing for each department going? Xiaoyu sat on the sofa on the top floor of the laboratory, looking through the glass at the distant river, hillside, and jungle, and slowly asked, "Have you found any talented researchers?" All the areas around here belong to the laboratory, which can be considered Xiaoyu's first foundation. Wearing a white shirt, black stockings, and a tight-fitting skirt, with her hair tied in a golden ponytail, Sylvia, whose figure was incredibly hot, temporarily took on the role of assistant. She brought Xiaoyu a glass of warm water and placed it in front of him. There are a few, but we are still observing them. Let's observe them for a while. If they have good character and ability, we might as well transfer them to the artificial Pokémon project. Xiaoyu continued, his dark circles and a hint of fatigue showing in his eyes. For the Dynamax experiment, we can just find some people to fill the positions. Looking at Xiaoyu, who looked exhausted and haggard, Sylvia's eyes showed a hint of heartache. She slowly walked behind Xiaoyu and gently massaged his shoulders. Well, but the Pokémon Association requires us to report the progress of the experiment every month. Feeling the soft hands behind him, Xiaoyu's face showed a look of enjoyment. No wonder so many people like to hire female assistants. They are indeed more considerate than male assistants. Don't worry about them. I have complete data on Dynamax. We don't need to pay attention to the Pokémon Association. Won't the Pokémon Association blame us? Sylvia asked, a hint of worry on her face. They wouldn't dare. Xiaoyu smiled. We just need to keep up with Jiangwanan and Hushi's pace. The Pokémon Association will not only not blame us, but will also treat us like royalty. They can just ask for any experimental materials you need. Okay. Sylvia nodded, tightening her grip so that Xiaoyu couldn't help but close his eyes. Yes, this is the place.
Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today. Also, you can request any novel so I can turn into audiobooks. Check out our Patreon for more details.